Chapter 1. Wishes Come True in the Orc World. As the morning sun gently illuminated the earth, a playful ray of light crept into Ling Yongyang's room. Instantly, she sprang from her bed, driven by the anticipation of a momentous occasion. Today marked her 18th birthday. The previous night, she had already arranged for a cake, eagerly awaiting its collection at noon. As the sun's rays began to warm the ground, Ling Yongyang prepared herself in lodging number 18 of Jianghua Community, ready to make her wish. With her hands clasped together and her lively eyes closed, she silently murmured her desire. "I wish to have a golden retriever, a Labrador, a husky, and..." After reciting nearly every known dog breed on the market, she opened her eyes, extinguished the candle, and completed her wish. Just as she believed her wish was merely a simple one, she suddenly felt a void beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed her, and she had barely time to register a darkness enveloping her before she lost consciousness. On the continent of orcs, a streak of light dashed across the sky, unnoticed by the orcs fiercely sprinting below. At that moment, the land was embroiled in a deadly game of speed. A colossal tiger raced ahead, carrying a nearly lifeless wolf on its back, pursued relentlessly by several increasingly massive tasselongs. In a fortunate turn of events, the white tiger leapt across to safety with the wolf, narrowly evading its pursuers. Just as Bai Yuqing intended to return with Mo Yi, his gaze shifted to a glimpse of white by the flowing water. It appeared to be a young female, and after a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuqing decided to carry the unconscious little female back to his clan. It was only due to his lowering of his head that the onlookers noticed the gory wound running across his face, a mark left by a fierce claw. Had Ling Yongyang opened her eyes then, she would likely have fainted from fright. When Ling Yongyang finally regained consciousness, she could scarcely believe her senses. Just this morning, she had been wishing for a few dogs, only to find herself in a dream where she had upgraded to a pack of them. Yet, judging by her 18 years of experience, these were no ordinary dogs. Owning even one would likely require her to sing a lament of despair. "Little female, you are awake?" Luoya exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Ling Yongyang's eyes flutter open. She had doubted that the frail little creature could withstand the ordeal. As Ling Yongyang's consciousness began to return, she recalled that this was not a mere dream. She had indeed wished herself into the orc world. Had she known her wish would come true, she would have wished to become immensely wealthy. Noticing Ling Yongyang's dazed expression, Luoya assumed the little female was simply stunned by her surroundings. She gently took Ling Yongyang's hand, making eye contact. Through Ling Yongyang's eyes, Luoya felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. This little female was truly beautiful. "How did you?" Ling Yongyang wanted to inquire why this person had suddenly appeared before her. However, as she noticed Luoya's dirt-stained hand approaching her face, she instinctively took a step back. In that moment, the air grew still, and just as Ling Yongyang felt a twinge of rudeness and prepared to apologize, Luoya seemingly ignored her discomfort and placed the food she had gathered into Ling Yongyang's hands. "There's still quite a while before we eat, little female. You should have some fruit to tide you over," Luoya said before stepping outside, as there were many tasks awaiting her at home. Ling Yongyang, upon pinching her leg firmly to confirm her reality, found herself engulfed in an indescribable emotion. She should have been elated at the success of her wish, yet she was utterly unprepared for a world change. As Ling Yongyang drifted in her thoughts, a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she was struck by the striking resemblance the man bore to her dream lover. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall down his back, and his pale golden eyes were fixed upon her. His high nose and slightly pursed lips resembled features meticulously sculpted by a creator, each aspect aligning with Ling Yongyang's ideals. If only this man would stop gazing at her so intently. While he was undeniably handsome, the aura surrounding him was intimidating. Since his arrival, the cave's temperature seemed to drop further. Before she could comprehend the situation, Luoya, who had previously stepped away, returned, seemingly to shield her from this man. As an outsider in this realm, the gesture touched Ling Yongyang deeply. "Chief, do not bully this cub," Luo Ya's words made Bai Yuqing's imposing presence even heavier. Ling Yongyong, hidden behind Luo Ya, felt a rush of warmth flood her body, her heart racing uncontrollably. I heard she has awoken. I came to see her. Bai Yuqing's voice was low and husky. As he stepped past Luo Ya to approach Ling Yongyong, she found herself momentarily lost for words in the presence of such an extraordinarily handsome man. It was not until she heard the man's soft laughter that she realized the absurdity of her earlier thoughts. Had she really just complimented him, likely with a starry-eyed expression? Under normal circumstances, she would have sought refuge from embarrassment. But this was not an ordinary situation. This was the Orc World, and she had just been rescued by Bai Yuqing with nowhere to call home. The fruit on the ground will help replenish your strength. You should eat some, Bai Yuqing said, handing her the fruit Luo Ya had previously gathered. He then gently patted her head, his gaze softening significantly, though still resembling that of a protector looking after a cub. Luo Ya, let's step outside for a moment. With both Luo Ya and Bai Yuqing gone, the cave, which had felt so cramped, now seemed vast. Chapter 2. Fed with beast blood. Earlier in the cave, Ling Yongyong had consumed a few unfamiliar fruits, barely satiating her hunger before stepping outside. She had expected to encounter a scene of unclothed inhabitants, but upon seeing both men and women clad in animal skin skirts, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, it was not as she had imagined. There was no utter lack of clothing. Luo Ya stood at the entrance of the tribe, beckoning Ling Yongyong to join her. Ling Yongyong instinctively glanced at the few leopard cubs lounging beside Luo Ya, a flicker of fear crossing her face. Although they were referred to as cubs, their size was such that they could easily break her leg with a single bite. Yet Luo Ya, seemingly oblivious to Ling Yongyong's hesitation, commanded one of the leopards to pull her closer. Little female, do not be afraid. These are my cubs, they will not harm you. Luo Ya proceeded to introduce the cubs, the largest being called Leopard 1, followed by 3 others numbered from 1 to 3. Seeing such adorable little leopards, Ling Yongyong felt a surge of excitement and longed to reach out and stroke them. Luo Ya quickly realized her enthusiasm and eagerly handed the nearest cub to Ling Yongyong, placing it gently in her hands. With the fluffy creature so close, Ling Yongyong struggled to contain her excitement. After all, this was a leopard, a wild one at that. She couldn't. Ultimately, she couldn't resist and found a patch of shade to play with the leopard cub. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of watchful eyes observed from the shadows. Bai Yuqing had noticed her the moment she stepped outside. The reason was simple. Ling Yongyong's fair complexion stood out starkly among the sun-kissed, dark-skinned inhabitants, catching not only Bai Yuqing's attention, but also that of several other orcs, one of whom accidentally tore a pelt while distracted by her presence. As Ling Yongyong idly played, the sounds of approaching footsteps reached her ears. It seemed a group of large animals was approaching. Anxious, she attempted to rise and move towards Luo Ya, only to be obstructed by a falling leaf. When she finally stood, the tribe had filled with a throng of people. Observing Luo Ya's warm interactions with them, Ling Yongyong surmised they were members of the tribe. Not sensing any danger, she was about to recline once more when the chief from earlier approached her, a massive rabbit in hand. Ling Yongyong scrutinized the rabbit, her gaze shifting from the astonishingly large creature to Bai Yuqing's face. The cave's earlier dimness had concealed the wound marking his visage. Even now, despite the addition of another wound, Ling Yu perceived it as a mere triviality, which, in fact, only enhanced the man's wild allure. The contrasting qualities of coolness and ferocity merged flawlessly within him, rendering him an even more tantalizing temptation for Ling Yu. Fortunately, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure, refraining from exhibiting any signs of rudeness. During the moment when Ling Yu's thoughts wandered, Bai Yuqing approached her, placing the bouncing beast he held down and subsequently retrieving a stone bowl that he had brought along, proceeding to prepare rabbit's blood right before her eyes. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle left Ling Yu momentarily paralyzed with shock, unsure of how to react, while Bai Yuqing, seemingly oblivious, extended the stone bowl towards her mouth as she remained motionless. Ling Yu was perplexed by the man's intentions, as the proximity not only allowed her to catch a whiff of the pungent stench of the blood in the bowl, but also the faint aroma of fresh grass emanating from him. She turned her head away, gagging, although she understood that returning was unlikely. She was not prepared to consume raw meat or drink fresh blood. Luo Ya, noticing the discomfort in their vicinity, was accompanied by another female. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu refuse the beast's blood, concern and sympathy flickered in her eyes. If there were an alternative, they would prefer not to drink beast blood compared to roasted meat. The metallic taste of the blood was a true trial for their delicate palates. However, for the sake of survival, they had to endure the distasteful act of consuming beast blood, as there had been females who had become weak and perished for refusing it. Upon first encountering Ling Yuyu, Luo Ya had sensed that this female would be particularly finicky, and now, witnessing her aversion to the blood, Luo Ya felt a sense of vindication for her initial impression. The mere act of witnessing the bloodletting had already left her stomach unsettled, let alone drinking the blood. Ling Yuyu was now bent over at the base of a tree, vomiting. "Take it away," she shouted vehemently at Bai Yuqing, who, upon seeing the tears streaming down her face from her discomfort, pressed his lips together, his throat involuntarily constricting. "Drink it," Bai Yuqing insisted, forcefully administering the beast's blood to Ling Yuyu. Reluctant to consume the fresh blood, she wasted more than half of the bowl, eliciting feelings of pity from Luo Ya and Luo Qiu as they observed her extreme discomfort, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Bai Yuqing did not depart after feeding her the beast's blood instead. He remained behind her, gently patting her back to alleviate her distress. Originally, Luo Ya had intended to assist the young female once the chieftain had attended to tribal matters, but seeing that the chieftain had not yet left, she quickly pieced together the situation. It seemed that the chieftain had taken a liking to this young female, but was unsure how to express it, hence his request for the hunting party to bring back a few suitable bouncing beasts for her consumption. Once the hunting party returned, they placed all the bouncing beasts among their collection of game, evidently reserving them for the young female. Luo Ya glanced at the chieftain and then at her own foolish leopard frolicking in the water, suddenly regretting her previous decision. Why had she forsaken such a splendid chieftain for a mere leopard? That night, the unfortunate leopard found himself locked outside the cave, facing the evening breeze, lamenting his plight. "Are you all right?" Bai Yuqing inquired with concern as Ling Yuyu began to recover. However, after his earlier actions of forcing blood upon her, she now regarded him with animosity, as if he were a foe. Meeting her gaze, Bai Yuqing's eyes appeared dulled, as if shrouded in dust, losing their previous brightness. Luo Ya and Luo Bing, noticing Ling Yuyu's burgeoning resentment towards their chieftain, sensed that the situation was deteriorating, realizing that their chieftain was at a loss for how to appease the female. Chapter 3. Scarcity of Food. Luo Bing stepped forward, facing Ling Yuyu directly. She was Luo Ya's elder sister, a few years her senior, and far more mature in her dealings. Observing the new female's demeanor, it was evident that she was not inclined to heed their explanations. Typically, females were capricious and would lash out at their males over the slightest inconvenience. Thus, Luo Bing began by inquiring her name. "What is your name, young female?" Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a southern friend Ling Yuyu had once encountered, carrying the unique tenderness of southern women, soothing to the ear. "My name is Ling Yuyu, and who might you be?" Reflexively, Ling Yuyu retorted, only to regret her brusque tone as soon as the words left her lips. "I am Luo Bing, and this is my sister, Luo Ya." Fortunately, Luo Bing did not take offense, and Luo Ya chimed in, "Ling Yuyu, our chieftain is concerned for your well-being. Look at how thin you are if you do not eat more now. How will you survive the cold season?" Hearing Luo Ya mention the cold season, Ling Yuyu felt a flicker of confusion. After all, wasn't the cold season merely winter? How cold can it possibly be? Ling Yuyu found herself unable to vomit. Seeing Luo Ya and Luo Bing present, she felt it inappropriate to squat on the ground. Leaning against a tree for support, she attempted to rise, only for Bai Yuqing to extend his hand to assist her, which she promptly swatted away. Oblivious to the circumstances that led to her current predicament, his touch had been rather forceful, leaving no mark on his hand, while her palm reddened from the impact. The pain in her palm diminished her fondness for the silver-haired man even further. With such a strikingly handsome face, Ling Yuyu believed it was a pity for it to belong to someone so lacking in sensitivity and compassion. Bai Yuqing, unfazed by her rebuff, felt an uncomfortable pang within him, recalling how she had once blushed and smiled at him. Silently, he withdrew, granting space for the three of them. He took the little jumping beast outside to roast, intending to save it for Ling Yuyu later. Meanwhile, as Ling Yuyu was helped to sit down, several small leopards and a little tiger gathered around her, sitting with an air of solemnity that nearly melted her heart. Noticing Ling Yuyu's gaze fixated on her son, Luo Bing beckoned the little tigers that were eager to approach, urging them to come closer to Ling Yuyu. Instantly, she was surrounded by a fluffy assembly, and she felt her earlier anger dissipate, for indeed, the presence of such soft creatures was immensely soothing for someone with her penchant for plushness. Cradling a golden little tiger on her lap, Ling Yuyu's mood visibly calmed. Observing this, Luo Bing began to discuss the current state of their tribe with her. Yuyu, the chieftain did not mean to pressure you. It's just that our tribe is out of saltstones. Without consuming beast blood, both the beastmen and the females will soon lose strength and ultimately perish. Yes, Yuyu, please do not hold a grudge against the chieftain, Luoya interjected, seemingly recalling something. She produced several large, red fruits, each the size of a palm, placing them into Ling Yuyu's hands. However, these fruits were rather unwieldy, and before she could properly grasp them, several slipped from her hold. Look, these are the fruits the chieftain specially sought out for you. The vibrant colors of the fruits caught her eye, resembling oversized cherries, and before she could even take a bite, she noticed Luoya had bestowed a whole fruit upon her. Ling Yuyu naturally handed a fruit to each of the two individuals before picking one for herself, wiping it on her clothing before indulging. The recipients of the fruit were momentarily taken aback. This red fruit typically flourished deep within dense forests, making it a rare find. Even upon discovering the tree, one could not guarantee the presence of red fruit, and when the tribe leader had previously located some, they deemed it a remarkable occurrence. Moreover, throughout their lives, neither of the two had ever received food from other females. Any sustenance they had came solely from their mothers. Due to the extreme climate of the Beastman continent, food was not always guaranteed to be consumable. Reflecting on this, Luoya felt compelled to emphasize the significance of food to the young female, urging her to safeguard both her own and the tribe leader's provisions and to refrain from indiscriminately sharing with others. With a serious expression, Luoya began to impart her wisdom on the importance of sustenance. Yuyu, we are currently in the warm season. Although food is abundant during this time, it is not easily acquired. For instance, this red fruit is exceedingly rare. It is said that females who consume it are better equipped to endure the cold season. As she spoke, Luoya returned the fruit to Ling Yuyu's hands, insisting, "You should keep this. Let us not squander the tribe leader's efforts." Luo Bing also returned her fruit, regarding Ling Yuyu with the fondness one might reserve for a mischievous young cub. Remember, food is of utmost importance. Do not waste it. It is precious. And any beast man who squanders food will incur the wrath of the beast god. Ling Yuyu nodded. May I go and see what the tribe has for dinner? She yearned to discover the culinary delights of the tribe, yet, alas, the sudden cacophony emanating from the village thwarted her desire. The once desolate entrance of the tribe was now unexpectedly occupied by a colossal lion and several orcs encircling it. Ling Yoyo followed Luoya and Luo Bing to the entrance of the tribe. Through the gaps in the crowd, she caught sight of the lion's wounds. It appeared that its entire belly had been torn open, and its front paws were drenched in blood, with the exact locations of the injuries obscured. Such injuries, even in her own world, would necessitate immediate stitching. However, in this primitive realm, there were no sophisticated instruments akin to those found in modern society. Though, Ling Yoyo's forward steps faltered momentarily before she quietly retreated to the cave where she had initially taken refuge. Within the dimly lit cavern, she knelt upon the ground, disregarding the possibility of soiling her trousers with the earth beneath her. The scene she had just witnessed lingered in her mind. In truth, she could have saved that orc. Yet, fear gripped her heart, the fear of meeting the same fate as her parents, who had perished while attempting to save another. The muted cries of the girl echoed within the ochre cave, as she grappled with the agonizing dilemma between life and safety. Chapter 4. To save or not to save, listening intently to the sounds outside the cave. She contemplated stepping out to assess the situation when a group began calling out the name of Bai Yuqing. Ling Yoyo peered outside and saw Bai Yuqing feeding a strange herb to the lion. Almost immediately, the creature's vitality began to visibly revive, clearly a testament to the herb's efficacy. However, the wound on the lion's abdomen still required suturing, lest it succumb to complications during recovery. Bai Yuqing scanned the crowd, his gaze failing to locate Ling Yo-Yo, which incited a sense of urgency within him. He sought to maneuver around the throng to find her in the place she had previously occupied. Soon, he caught a whiff of her scent emanating from his cave. Realizing she had returned, Bai Yuqing's tension eased slightly as he pondered how best to interact with the little female. From the moment he decided to bring her back, Bai Yuqing had sensed that she was his destined mate. Thus, every action he undertook was a careful attempt to endear himself to Ling Yo-Yo. Yet it appeared he had not succeeded, as she seemed to harbor disdain for him. The orcs surrounding the chieftain were taken aback, as though they had encountered a specter. Their formidable leader, Bai Yuqing, had just let his ears droop. Consequently, the already frigid air around him grew even colder. With the orcs who had previously stood close retreating to a distance that could comfortably accommodate a Taisai dragon. As the night's bonfire flickered to life, Ling Yo-Yo emerged. Though she did not join Lu Ya and the others, instead, she found herself alone with Bai Yuqing by a separate fire. The flames cast a warm glow upon the man's visage, causing Ling Yo-Yo's delicate lashes to quiver, perhaps due to her silence throughout the afternoon. Her voice emerged slightly hoarse. What has become of the lion? Ling Yong inquired about the lion from the afternoon, her heart tormented by anxiety, prompting her to seek solace from Bai Yuqing. Regrettably, the response she received was not the one she yearned for. Bai Yuqing simply stated that the lion was not in immediate danger of death, but its future remained uncertain. One of its legs was injured, and if it did not heal properly, it would likely struggle to hunt again. Before Bai Yuqing could elaborate further, Luoya arrived, compelling him to set aside the roasted meat and attend to her. Prior to his departure, he instructed Ling Yong to remain by the fire. As the night forest and the area outside the tribe were fraught with peril, a careless encounter with wild beasts could spell doom for a fragile female like her. Ling Yong had already been observing her surroundings, and, following Bai Yuqing's earlier direction, she noticed a group gathered around a heavily pregnant woman. Judging by the woman's swollen abdomen, Ling Yo-Yong surmised that she was on the verge of giving birth. The empty woods echoed with the woman's anguished cries, interspersed with desperate pleas for life. It dawned on Ling Yong that childbirth was underway. Even in her own world, it was a matter fraught with peril, let alone in this primitive and inhospitable place. She felt fortunate to be alive, attributing her survival to fate's benevolence. She yearned to retreat into the safety of her shell, reminding herself that she was merely an 18-year-old child, unversed in such matters, and that it was not her place to intervene where a physician should. Yet, each piercing scream seemed to drive daggers into her heart, and she felt as though she were on the brink of demise. Yong, what are you doing here? Bai Yuqing asked, concern etched on his face as he shielded her eyes from the gruesome scene. Ling Yong realized that her body had instinctively acted before her mind could catch up. Standing there, she felt the warmth of her eyelids as it seeped into her being. The dull ache in her heart began to ease. She grasped Bai Yuqing's large hand, knowing she could no longer hesitate. If she delayed further, the woman might lose her child. I can save her, she spoke softly yet with newfound resolve, calming the surrounding beastmen. Bai Yuqing seemed poised to protest, but Ling Yong silenced him. If she were to follow in her parents' footsteps, it would be a testament to the family legacy of healing. Dispelling the beastmen encircling the female, Ling Yong enlisted Luoya and Luo Bing to assist her. She stepped forward to assess the woman and noted that although there was some bleeding, it was not severe enough to be fatal. However, based on the woman's cries, Ling Yong suspected she was experiencing complications. She reached out to examine the position of the child within the woman's belly. Before her hand could touch the woman's abdomen, a red-haired beastman rushed forward to hinder her. Yet, Bai Yuqing was quicker. He seized the beastman by the neck, reverting him to his original form, a fox as large as a tiger. I do not intend to harm her. I merely wish to check the position of the child. Time is of the essence, Ling Yong stated, unable to elaborate further. Luoya, could you bring me some hot water? Luoya appeared momentarily bewildered. What is hot water? Recognizing the primitive nature of their surroundings, Ling Yong understood her request might be too advanced. She attempted to explain, but Luoya's expression remained one of confusion, eliciting a sigh from Ling Yong. Just as she was about to concede to using cold water, Bai Yuqing interjected, I know how to manage this. Keep an eye on him. He entrusted the fox to another beastman and took Luoya with him, leaving Luo Bing behind, whose meticulous nature made Ling Yong feel more at ease. Soon, Ling Yong began to examine the woman's condition. To her astonishment, she discovered that the pregnant woman was carrying not one, but two children, amplifying the risks of childbirth. As if sensing Ling Yongyong's intentions, the children within stirred, a gentle reminder of the lives yearning to thrive. In this critical moment, Ling Yongyong dispersed the crowd, instructing them to maintain a distance of 5 meters from the pregnant woman to facilitate air circulation. Despite having learned about childbirth and how to address complications, her youth and internal resistance rendered her theoretical knowledge daunting. Hold on. Your children are waiting for you to name them and care for them as they grow. Seeing the woman's vacant gaze ignited a sense of urgency within Ling Yongyong. A sudden thought struck her. What about the herbs she had previously administered to the lion? Luo Bing, do we still have those herbs? She inquired rapidly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Yes, we have plenty, Luo Bing replied, signaling to her kin to retrieve the herbs from their storage. Luo Bing, please find a clean piece of animal skin to place in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue during labor. Once her cervix opens further, we will need to prepare for delivery. After Ling Yuyu finished speaking, the tribesman who had gone to fetch the herbs returned with the medicinal plants in his mouth. There was no time for gratitude. She immediately took the herbs, crushed them, and administered them to the female. Soon, the child began to emerge slowly through the birth canal. But Ling Yuyu frowned as she observed the first pair of tiny feet that appeared. This was detrimental not only for the child, but also for the mother. The only solution now was to push the child's feet back and adjust its position within the womb, ensuring it could turn head down. At this moment, Ling Yuyu felt her nerves taut with tension. Any misstep could result in a tragic outcome. She had considered a cesarean section, but the medical conditions were far too dire. If a cesarean were performed, the mother could very well succumb to bacterial infection. Fortunately, the outcome turned favorable, thanks to the effects of the unknown herbs. Ming Shuang's life was successfully sustained. After Ling Yuyu pushed the child back into her womb, she noticed that Ming Shuang seemed to lack strength. She leaned close to Ming Shuang's ear and began to discuss what needed to be done. Your name is Ming Shuang, right? With no strength left. Ming Shuang could only roll her eyes in acknowledgement upon hearing Ling Yuyu's voice. Just then, Bai Yuqing returned with hot water. To help Ming Shuang regain some energy, Ling Yuyu retrieved the candy she had brought along, which she had intended to consume only when she could no longer endure. Thankfully, they could be used to save a life, thus not wasted. She dissolved the candies in the water, added some cold water, and fed it to Ming Shuang. Ming Shuang, listen to me. You have 2 very adorable children inside you. Ling Yuyu gently brushed aside the loose strands of hair near Ming Shuang's ear and softly spoke about the children. Upon hearing there were 2, Ming Shuang's will to survive intensified. I understand. I will save them, but I need your cooperation, Ming Shuang. When I ask you to exert yourself, will you do so? Hearing Ling Yuyu's voice, Ming Shuang's gaze turned resolute for the sake of her children, biting down on the animal skin that Luo Bing had procured. She nodded vigorously at Ling Yuyu. Once it was confirmed that the child had turned within the womb, Ling Yuyu instructed Ming Shuang to push. When the child's head finally emerged, the anxiety that had gripped her heart was released. The delivery proceeded swiftly. The first to be born was a little girl. Her face flushed bright red, but fortunately, she began to wail immediately. Luo Bing took the child from Ling Yuyu and entrusted her to the waiting females outside for care. Ling Yuyu, do you need to rest? Luo Bing, noticing the pallor of Ling Yuyu's face and the dryness of her lips, approached with concern for her well-being. Earlier, when Ling Yuyu had spoken to Ming Shuang, her voice had been barely audible, so even Luo Bing, who had been vigilantly nearby, had not caught her words. I will rest after the children are born. Just as Ling Yuyu's words were validated, Luo Bing witnessed another child being born. This time, it was a fiery red little fox, seemingly still unable to open its eyes and silent, as it was her first time delivering an animal. Ling Yuyu felt a surge of anxiety and was about to approach to check on the little fox. However, Luo Bing swiftly tore away the transparent membrane enveloping the fox. And in the next moment, Ling Yuyu saw the little fox transform into a chubby white boy, who quickly brought his mouth to Luo Bing's finger, clearly hungry. After checking on Ming Shuang's condition, it was as Ling Yuyu had initially suspected. Ming Shuang was doing well, with no excessive bleeding, now that the children were born. She evidently wished to see them. Lie down first, Ling Yuyu urged, pressing her down gently. Your children are both healthy, a female and a beast man. And both are exceptionally beautiful. How do you feel? At this moment, Ming Shuang relaxed, expressing her feelings to Ling Yuyu and continually thanking her, acknowledging that both her and her children's lives had been saved by Ling Yuyu. As Ling Yuyu observed the seemingly well-nourished appearance of the individuals before her, She took a moment to advise them on what sustenance they should consume later. Weary yet determined, she endeavored to return to her cave. However, midway through her journey, she was confronted by a startling sight. A group of orcs were feeding two newly born infants with beast's blood. Ignoring her fatigue and the alarms ringing in her mind, Ling Yuyu stumbled toward them, pointing at the stone bowl filled with the blood, and inquired, "Why are you giving the children beast's blood instead of breast milk?" The orc holding the bowl appeared bewildered. After all, they had always been raised on beast's blood. What else could they possibly drink? The question came from the fox who had previously attempted to prevent Ling Yuyu from touching Ming Shuang's belly. At that moment, he remained in his half-orc form, his gaze toward Ling Yuyu filled with trust and gratitude. "Breast milk," she replied instinctively, leaving the orcs even more perplexed. What is breast milk? They wondered, having never heard of it before. Was it perhaps a newly discovered food for younglings from another large tribe? Faced with a multitude of confused expressions, Ling Yuyu realized she had stumbled upon their area of ignorance. It seemed the female orcs in this realm did not possess breast milk, and she felt it inappropriate to delve further into their customs. Perhaps the infants were destined to consume beast's blood from birth in order to survive in this primitive orc world, she reassured herself inwardly. Before long, she returned to her original cave, which appeared much as it had when she left, albeit a shade darker. In her moment of fatigue, her legs inadvertently struck a stone, and as she teetered, it seemed she would fall face first to the ground. In a desperate attempt to shield her face, Ling Yuyu instinctively cradled it with her hands. Chapter 6. The nourishment for the younglings. Ling Yuyu's entire face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she recalled the recent events. Remarkably, after someone had rescued her, she had, in a moment of folly, dared to touch the firm and powerful expanse of his chest. In truth, even Bai Yuqing had not anticipated that this seemingly timid female would act in such a manner. "Are you all right?" he inquired, noting that the little female's complexion was approaching the hue of the ripest berry. Ling Yuyu, the embodiment of human vision, found herself utterly blind in the darkness of the night, only faintly perceiving a shadow at the cave's entrance, barely able to discern the location of Bai Yuqing. "I am fine," she mused, realizing that the absence of light sources posed a significant inconvenience, especially if she needed to venture out for a restroom visit in the dead of night. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is there anything here that emits light?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Yuqing recognized his oversight and gestured for Ling Yuyu to remain seated while he stepped outside to procure a few torches. Typically, caves inhabited by females would be equipped with torches, as unlike their male counterparts, females were unable to see in the darkness. To facilitate this, it was customary for them to keep several torches on hand. Ironically, Bai Yuqing, having previously lived as a solitary male beast man, found himself surrounded by others of the same status, none of whom would have thought to prepare torches for themselves. Thus, it was Bai Yuqing who made a special trip back to the location where he had previously tended to a bonfire to retrieve the torches. Ling Yuyu patiently awaited the return of Bai Yuqing within the cave, an inexplicable trust blossoming in her heart for him. Outside, the haunting cries of unknown birds pierced the silence, sending chills down her spine. She curled up, wrapping her arms around her knees, repeatedly reassuring herself that the chieftain, a tiger beast man, would surely deter any creatures from encroaching upon his dwelling. Yet, when footsteps approached the cave entrance, fear gripped her, prompting her to retreat further back. Bai Yuqing, noticing her trepidation, quickly called out, "It's me." Upon hearing his voice, she exhaled a sigh of relief, but when a second set of footsteps echoed, she instinctively shrank back once more. Fire Maple, witnessing her fear, promptly declared his purpose, "Little female, my mate's offspring has yet to consume any beast blood and is growing weaker by the moment. Do you possess any remedies?" He recalled Ling Yuyu's mention of maternal milk, and upon seeing the frail state of the dear child, his heart ached, compelling him to seek her advice. In the tribe, females were scarce not due to their low birth rates, but because many did not survive infancy. Therefore, when a female was born, although the beast men rejoiced, they often feared for the cub's survival. Not drinking beast blood? Ling Yuyu pondered, reflecting on her limited experience. Typically, newborns subsisted on maternal milk or cow's milk. Moreover, it was already late, and the child had not yet eaten, likely jeopardizing its chances of surviving until dawn. Concerned for the little one, she disregarded her own frailty and attempted to rise, but the haste of her movement, compounded by a day without sustenance, left her feeling as weak as the cub. This reminded her of the few candies she had left. She retrieved them from her pocket, uncertain whether to deem the child fortunate or to acknowledge her own fondness for milk candies. She offered all the candies to Fire Maple, not keeping even one for herself. Her heart aching at the sacrifice. Peel the wrapper and let her suck on half. We will find food for her when dawn breaks. With 5 pieces of creamy candy. She estimated that 2 would suffice for the little female, while she believed the small fox could manage the beast blood. After Fire Maple hurried back with the candies. He felt a surge of hope for his little female. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's stomach began to grumble, and she longed for the unfinished cake waiting at home. Had she known the wish would transport her here, she would have brought all the snacks she had purchased from the market, ensuring a proper meal now. With a sigh, she felt as if she might faint from hunger. Just then, a familiar sound accompanied by Yuqing's voice, a plastic bag crinkling. Turning towards the sound, she saw him holding a white bag filled with the very food she had yearned for. Receiving the bag, her heart soared with delight, akin to a fledgling sparrow taking flight. "It's my food. Thank you," she exclaimed, convinced that the heavens had heard her silent pleas. Though she lamented not possessing a powerful system or a magical boon like the heroines of her favorite stories. Tearing open a packet of jerky, she savored a piece, and, noting Bai Yuqing's presence, she reluctantly offered him a share. It was the first time she had shared her food, and instinctively, he accepted it. Though he intended to eat, the aroma was irresistible, and he devoured the morsel in a single bite. It was the most delectable food he had ever tasted, causing his tiger eyes to widen in surprise and his ears to perk up, revealing his delight. In the flickering light of the torch, Ling Yu observed the soft fur on his ears, which looked particularly inviting to touch. Propping her chin on her hand, she began to indulge in the feast, alternating bites between herself and Bai Yuqing until the jerky was gone. Satiated, she resolved not to indulge in any more snacks, but instead sought a cozy spot on the hay-strewn bedding to rest, knowing she would need to rise early. As she returned to Bai Yuqing, she found him still seated, his white ears twitching with unawareness. Unable to resist, she reached out mischievously. Despite his prowess, he was momentarily distracted, leaving him vulnerable to her playful touch. The following morning, before the light penetrated the cave, Ling Yu heard someone calling her name from outside. Initially, the tribe's perception of her had been limited to the peculiar female brought back by the chieftain. However, after last night's events and her offer to help find edible food for the cubs, she had gained newfound respect among the tribe members. Even Guduo, who often looked down on others, approached her with a freshly picked red fruit. Startled, still unkempt from sleep, Ling Yu turned to see Bai Yuqing dragging a massive deer behind him, clearly having gone hunting. Observing a throng of beastmen gathering around her, Bai Yuqing emanated an aura of intimidation. Fire Maple, who had been inching closer, suddenly sensed the danger and attempted to retreat, only to be struck on the head by a rogue stone, leaving him with a painful bump. Ling Yo estimated that it would undoubtedly be painful. She covered her forehead and stepped back, fearing that the stone might strike her as well. The crowd parted to make way for Bai Yuqing. Were they all idle? How dare they block his cave entrance to converse with the little female, whose audacity had emboldened them? A throng of individuals gazed at the sky, the earth, the flowers, and the grass, yet they remained oblivious to Bai Yuqing's demeanor. Huafeng felt exceedingly wronged. After all, he already had a female. How could he possibly harbor any thoughts towards the little female? Moreover, he had more pressing matters requiring her attention today. Chieftain! Chieftain! Huafeng squeezed through the crowd to catch Bai Yuqing, who was making his way into the cave. Chieftain! Did we not agree last night to seek food for the female cubs? Currently, there were 2 female cubs in their tribe. Previously, there had been more, but they had all perished. The last cub, on the brink of death, had unexpectedly survived thanks to 2 large white rabbit candies gifted by Ling Yo. The other cub was Guduo's offspring. She was a female unafraid of the chieftain's cold demeanor and immediately called out Ling Yodo's name. This inquiry was made by her just yesterday. Yo, we are waiting outside the cave for you to lead us to food for the cubs. Guduo's voice was the loudest in the tribe. As a female, she typically escaped reprimand unless she committed a grave offense. Even Bai Yuqing, the chieftain, found it challenging to reprimand her. Inside the cave, Ling Yo had almost reached the snack bag when Guduo's voice startled her, causing her to stumble. Steadying herself, she gritted her teeth and retrieved her last 3 packets of white rabbit candies and a few bottles of milk. She regretted not having bought more powdered milk. The cave lacked a water source, so Ling Yo casually ran her fingers through her hair to tidy herself up before stepping outside with her belongings. This time, she opted not to indulge in snacks. She intended to survey the available food first, as returning might not be feasible. She decided to conserve the snacks for a treat later. In the morning, Ling Yo-Yo had intended to enjoy some roasted meat, but the beastmen consumed their meat raw. For them, roasting merely required cooking the outer surface until it ceased to bleed. Therefore, accustomed to cooked food, Ling Yo-Yo ultimately could not bring herself to eat the roasted meat Bai Yuqing had prepared for her. Upon seeing his tiger ears droop in disappointment, she gently remarked, "I prefer fruits in the morning. Perhaps I shall enjoy your roasted meat at noon or in the evening." Upon hearing Ling Yo-Yo express her preference, Bai Yuqing felt greatly pleased and resolved to prepare roasted meat for her in the evening. As for the piece in his hand, it would go to the wolf that had been loyally accompanying him. Ling Yu was uncertain whether she could find suitable food for their young ones. However, she suggested to Bai Yuqing that if they encountered pregnant or nursing female prey while hunting, they could consider bringing it back in its entirety, as it might provide sustenance for the cubs. Bai Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and soon set off with the beastmen. Ling Yu felt that matters seemed to have been temporarily resolved, and it was time for her to wash her face. As she approached the water's edge, she once again encountered the female who had given her fruit that morning, now cradling a very small child in her arms. Were it not for the fact that they were in a primitive land, Ling Yu might have thought the female was mistreating the child. Was Ling Yu here to see if there were any edible wild vegetables? Guoduoduo now regarded Ling Yu with the utmost respect, as if she were her own mother. "I have plenty of wild vegetables at home. If Yu wishes to eat, she can come and take some," the female said. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu abruptly realized that the beastmen here did not solely feast on roasted meat, but also consumed certain vegetables. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Perhaps eating some vegetables wouldn't render her an outsider after all. After washing her face, Ling Yu followed Guoduoduo to her cave, which was significantly larger than the one in Bayou City. Guoduoduo's kin had ventured out to hunt, leaving her to tend to her child at home. Upon arriving at Guoduoduo's dwelling, Ling Yu was greeted by the sight of the big white rabbit candy and several bottles of milk she had brought for her. Now, she could only hope that those hunting would be fortunate enough to capture prey with young. In contrast to Ling Yu's worries, Guoduoduo was evidently much more optimistic. She believed that if the chieftain had deemed it possible, then they would surely bring back game. After selecting several types of wild vegetables that Guoduoduo assured were edible, but which Ling Yu did not recognize, she planned to return these to her abode before seeking out Luo Bing and Luo Ya to visit Ming Shuang and her child. However, by a stroke of coincidence, as Ling Yu made her way back to the cave, she spotted Luo Ya stationed at the entrance with 3 small leopards. Upon seeing Ling Yu return, the previously listless little leopards suddenly perked up, swiftly bounding towards her, eager to assist in carrying her belongings. For a moment, Ling Yu was at a loss as to how to respond, until Luo Ya arrived and swiftly grabbed the little leopards by their ears, dragging them back. They continued to mewl and cry, their sounds evoking a sense of pity. Ling Yongyong yearned to caress the fluffy creature before her, gazing at the golden-hued leopard. With a hint of trepidation, she posed the question that lingered in her heart. "May I touch your little leopard?" Her voice trembled slightly, apprehensive of a possible refusal. Fortunately, Luo Ya understood that Ling Yongyong's innocent affection was solely directed towards the adorable cub and bore no ulterior motives. "Yongyong, you ought not to express such sentiments to adult beastmen, lest they misconstrue your intentions as a desire to procreate." Chapter 8. The pursuit of beasts is courtship. Procreation? Ling Yongyong stood stiffly in place, unsure whether to confess that she had already pinched the ears of their chieftain, and moreover, had made him blush. Observing the unusual expression on Ling Yongyong's face, Luo Ya refrained from continuing her discourse. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively inquired, could it be that Yongyong has already encountered another beastman's true form? Upon hearing this, Ling Yongyong neglected to pet the little leopard and covered her face, unwilling to speak. Luo Ya, realizing that Yongyong was destined to bond with the chieftain, dismissed the matter as trivial, thinking that it was merely an early touch. However, Ling Yongyong felt differently. She feared she might be hurting a tiger's heart. She believed her attraction was merely to his fluffy ears and his strikingly handsome appearance, which did not constitute genuine love. Yet, she dared not voice this sentiment directly to Luo Ya. "Let us wander around the tribe," Ling Yongyong suggested, shifting the topic, and led the way outside, with Luo Ya following suit. She guided Ling Yongyong on a stroll around the tribe's vicinity. But Yongyong did not recognize any familiar plants until they arrived at the spot where she had washed her face that morning. The crystal-clear river appeared bottomless, and occasionally, One could see several plump fish swimming beneath the surface, looking quite delectable. Ling Yongyong could not help but drool at the sight of the fish, prompting Leia to propose that the little leopard catch a few for her. She observed the leopard mewing at her side, noting that its height barely reached her knees. Concerned about potential dangers, Ling Yongyong glanced around and spotted a cluster of vines that seemed perfectly suited for crafting a fishing net. "We can use these vines to create a fishing net," she exclaimed. Testing the flexibility of one vine, she confirmed its durability before proceeding to gather several large strands. The little leopards, seeing her efforts, eagerly joined in, using their paws to dig up the vines from the soil. Soon, Ling Yongyong discovered something resembling a sweet potato, albeit a variant from the same family. Just the topmost one would require a basin to hold it. The little leopards, undeterred, attempted to sever the roots entirely. And with a swift swipe of their sharp claws, they cleaved the largest sweet potato-like root. Witnessing this, Ling Yongyong felt a pang of sympathy as the little leopards prepared to act again, prompting her to call for a halt while she attempted to lift the massive root herself. Ultimately, she overestimated her own strength. After years of study without proper physical training, she found herself lacking the necessary power. Fortunately, Luoya discerned Yongyong's intentions and joined her in lifting the root to the water's edge. "Yongyong, what do you need this earthy lump for?" Luoya inquired, puzzled, as she observed Ling Yongyong washing the surface of the root. Ling Yongyong had just managed to cleanse the skin of the sweet potato, revealing its deep crimson exterior, which appeared exceptionally appetizing. This might be a type of food. She was slightly uncertain, but decided to carry it back for a taste. Of course, she still needed to catch fish from the water. Just in case this was not indeed a sweet potato, her efforts would not be in vain. After washing the entire sweet potato, Ling Yongyong felt too fatigued to move, while the fish in the water floundered energetically and the three little leopards frolicked joyfully. Leia urged the trio to come ashore quickly, warning them against wasting time in the water, as the sun was nearing its zenith and they should return early. For the heat outside was intense. The female gatherers who had ventured out earlier were also on the verge of returning. Luoya had initially planned to join the gathering expedition, but the clan leader had sought her out in the morning, requesting her to guide Ling Yongyong in familiarizing herself with the tribe. He promised to bring back the fruits she needed. Delighted by the leader's words, Luoya hurried off to find Ling Yongyong. The little leopards were remarkably swift at catching fish, having amassed a considerable haul in just a few moments. Fortunately, while resting, Ling Yongyong glanced up at the riverbank. She promptly approached the small leopards, instructing them to cease their fishing. In a flurry, 2 leopards, still clutching fish in their mouths, scrambled ashore. A quick count revealed 21 fish sprawled across the ground, most nearly the length of her calf. After some contemplation, she decided to string the fish together with the vines she had discovered earlier to transport them home. She carried 2 fish, while each of the little leopards dragged 7, and Leia was responsible for cradling the meticulously cleaned sweet potato. As they made their way back to the tribe in a jubilant procession, they fortuitously encountered Luo Bing, who was returning from fruit gathering. Unlike others who carried ripe red and yellow fruits, Luo Bing held in her hands fruits that were evidently unripe. Ling Yoyo's mere presence was enough to induce a pang of discomfort, while Luoya, filled with exuberance, rushed forward in an attempt to embrace Luo Bing. However, Luo Bing deftly sidestepped her, then inquired about the object that had just been discarded onto the ground. "What is this?" Previously, when Luoya had posed the question to Ling Yoyo, she had merely suggested that it could be some sort of food. Subsequently, Luoya had refrained from further inquiry. Now, upon hearing Luo Bing's question directed at her, she instinctively glanced towards Ling Yoyo. Ling Yongyong held a fish in her hands, feeling a bit shy and instinctively reaching to scratch her head, only to realize the fish was still in her grasp. After pondering for a moment, she smiled at Luo Bing, explaining, "I simply felt this resembles a certain delicacy from our tribe, so I thought I would bring it back to see if it is edible." "Ah, indeed, that's it." Luoya quickly echoed Ling Yongyong's sentiment. Luo Bing, observing the enormous object on the ground and the seemingly foolish expression of Luoya, chose not to inquire further. Instead, she gestured for Luoya to pick up the item and take it back. The fruit in Luo Bing's hand was an unripe red berry, notably sour and favored only by recently pregnant females. Her decision to gather some stemmed from Luoya's pregnancy. She had expressed a craving for sour fruits and an aversion to roasted meat, prompting Luoya to specifically request Luo Bing to gather some during her outing. Upon returning to the cave, Ling Yongyong suddenly remembered she had yet to clean the fish, and it was evident that the cave lacked water. Moreover, She had no suitable tools at her disposal, so she decided to search for alternatives, recalling that she might have a can of soda among her snacks. She thought perhaps she could use its packaging to prepare the fish. Hurrying back, she placed the fish at the cave entrance, while the little leopard imitated her actions, placing its own fish beside hers before frolicking around the cave, chasing birds. When Ling Yongyong emerged, she noticed one little leopard proudly holding a bird no larger than her palm in its mouth. Struck by inspiration, she considered testing the red sweet potato for poison with the bird, though she refrained from directly asking for it, instead contemplating the unopened can of soda in her hand. Chapter 9. The bird poison test. The can of soda delighted everyone present. Particularly, Luo Ye's unreserved gaze towards Ling Yongyong made her feel a bit bashful. The little leopard also mewed, and had they possessed the ability to speak, they would have eagerly requested more to drink. Although Ling Yongyong yearned to share the soda, the can was limited in size, and Luo Ye had already proclaimed, "I am pregnant, so I must have more." It could be said that she was disregarding her own dignity as a mother. The eldest of the little leopards paused for a moment, reluctantly withdrawing its paw from Ling Yongyong's pants. Clearly, it intended to yield the drink to Luo Ye. The other two leopards mewed at their elder brother, seemingly inquiring why he had ceased to drink. The elder leopard responded with a meow, and the other two appeared to comprehend, joining their elder brother in abstaining from further requests for soda. Ling Yuyu began to feel a twinge of regret. Had she known this would happen, she would have refrained from sharing the soda with them. Now, she had inadvertently awakened their cravings, leaving her to ponder whether she should inform them that they might never taste cola again in their lifetimes. Shaking her head, she decided to put such thoughts aside. First, she struck the soda can with a stone, breaking it open. She then picked up the most convenient piece inside, secured the little bird, and proceeded to cut a small chunk of sweet potato to feed it. Watching as the bird consumed the morsel brought her a moment of satisfaction. Ling Yongyong was about to slaughter the fish and clean it up, but she had no intention of scaling it, as the fish was simply too large and her tools were inadequate. Luo Ye followed her closely, yearning for another sip of the cola in her hand. Yet it was evidently not forthcoming. It was only when she observed Ling Yongyong attempting to use a small shard to dispatch the fish that she recalled Yongyong's intention. "Let the little leopard assist you," she suggested, directing the little creature to extend its claws and aid in the task. Compared to Ling Yongyong's efforts with the cola can, the leopard's speed was astonishingly swift. With a few deft movements, the fish were dispatched, although the scales remained intact. Ling Yongyong awaited the little leopard to scale the fish, while the leopard gazed at her with wide, damp eyes. After a prolonged moment of confusion, Ling Yongyong finally grasped the little leopard's intent. Was the task completed? Hesitantly, she queried, and Luo Ye nodded in affirmation. Observing the fish, which appeared untouched, Ling Yongyong looked at Luo Ye with a hint of skepticism, and upon confirming that she was not jesting, she inquired about the matter that concerned her most. "Do you enjoy eating fish?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ye waved her hand dismissively, indicating that some did enjoy it, albeit she did not. There are indeed some beastmen who relish fish. Like my leopard and my sister's tiger, they often bring their young ones here to catch fish. "Is it consumed raw or grilled?" Ling Yongyong asked, prompting Luo Ye to pause, looking at her with an expression of bewilderment. "Of course, it is consumed raw. Beastmen can digest anything." After this revelation, Ling Yongyong felt a spark of hope. She retrieved a fish from the little leopard, still unscaled, and proceeded to scale it herself. The dexterity with which she gutted the fish left both Luo Ye and Luo Bing astonished. This. Luo Bing was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that she had once considered herself the fiercest among the females. Yet, witnessing Yongyong effortlessly extract the fish's innards transformed her perception. The once fragile female seemed now a formidable figure, surpassing even the might of the tribe's beastmen. "Why did you cut open the fish's belly?" Luo Bing was the first to voice her thoughts. By this time, Ling Yongyong had entirely cleaned the fish and, as before, strung them up with vines to carry home. This was, of course, to ensure they were ready for roasting. The creatures here had yet to be tainted by pollution, and Ling Yongyong believed the taste would be delightful. Fortunately, the weather was still mild. Even as a fire was kindled at noon, she felt only a slight warmth, which was bearable. The skewers for the meat were fetched by a few little leopards. Ideally, each would have one, but Ling Yongyong felt her strength was limited, especially since the others had witnessed her handling the fish. The fish sizzled over the fire, the oil dripping onto the coals, releasing an inviting aroma. Luo Ye sniffed eagerly, her longing evident. The two fish were nearly as long as her arms, and Ling Yongyong estimated that she could manage to eat only a third of one. Thus, the 6 of them would each have a share. The little leopard, no longer frolicking, lay by the fire, awaiting the fish to be ready. This area was typically where the tribe cooked their meals, and as they grilled the fish, a circle of females gathered around, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they gazed at the roasted fish in Ling Yongyong and Luo Bing's hands. As the fish cooked halfway, Ling Yongyong felt her arms growing weary. The fish must weigh at least 30 pounds. She had to use both hands to hold it, all while keeping an eye on Luo Bing, reminding her to turn the fish to avoid burning. Among the crowd of attentive females, one particularly observant and grateful for Ling Yongyong's efforts stepped forward. "Let me help you," Guiduo Duo said, handing her child to her mother and seizing the fish from Ling Yongyong's hands. "I'll take over the grilling. I can see your hands are tired." Ling Yuyu initially intended to decline, yet upon realizing her own inability to lift the burden, she silently swallowed her refusal. Perhaps it was wiser to relent. She resolved to refrain from laziness next time, opting to cut the fish into pieces before grilling it. The grilled fish was seasoned with the spices she had purchased for barbecuing, and she was pleasantly surprised by the delightful aroma emanating from the combination of the barbecue spices and the all-natural fish. Her stomach began to grumble incessantly, prompting Ling Yuyu to glance around, estimating that there were approximately a dozen females present, not accounting for the young ones they had brought along. After some contemplation, she decided it would be prudent to prioritize her own hunger over her eagerness to share. The fire blazed vigorously, cooking the meat at an astonishing pace. Soon, Ling Yuyu was enveloped by the tantalizing scent of the grilled fish, reaching out to receive it eagerly. Guiduo promptly handed her the fish. A soft gulp echoed in the air. It was Luoya swallowing her saliva. Though she longed to partake, she hesitated to request food from Ling Yuyu, opting instead to wait until she had finished before seeking her guidance on how to prepare grilled fish. Chapter 10. Prey with Young Indeed. As Ling Yuyu had anticipated, the grilled fish paired with the barbecue spices was utterly delectable, so much so that had her stomach not been limited in capacity, she might have devoured an entire fish. Fortunately, she was not a goldfish, and she restrained herself from overindulgence. Initially, she placed the 2 grilled fish onto the leaves that Luo Bing had found, taking only a small portion of the fishtail for herself and reserving the remainder for the sisters, Luo Bing and Luoya. In contrast to Luoya, who gazed at the fish with envy, Luo Bing recognized the value of the grilled fish and firmly told Ling Yuyu, "You should enjoy this exquisite fish yourself." Her keen sense of smell had detected the saltiness of the spices when Ling Yuyu sprinkled them, and she had noted the absence of any bitterness, which made her eyes sparkle with the realization of their rarity. "Very well," Leia conceded, having been playfully pinched by her sister, reluctantly diverting her gaze from the fish. Acknowledging its preciousness, "Ling Yuyu, you should eat it." "Me? Eat it?" she exclaimed, incredulous. "These 2 fish together weigh nearly as much as I do. They are far too large for me to finish alone. You must help me eat some." Upon voicing this, she was met with the excited voices of the young leopards. "Meow, we want to eat too." "Of course, Ling Yuyu, we will help you eat. In return, I will share half of my fruits with you," Luoya declared, reaching out for the grilled fish. However, Luo Bing swiftly slapped Luoya's hand away. "We cannot eat." Ultimately, the 2 sisters indulged in Ling Yuyu's fish, and even Guiduo, who had assisted in grilling, was allocated half a fish. The young leopards, owing to their mother-esque gluttony, managed to share just 2 bites of fish among the trio. Ling Yuyu felt a pang of sympathy as she observed the pitiable creatures, yet the salt in the fish posed a concern. She feared it might cause the furry ones to shed their coats. Despite their forlorn appearance, all she could do was offer gentle pats on their heads, signifying her helplessness. In return, she received 3 soft meows. After relishing a meal of grilled fish, her stomach content, Ling Yuyu decided against venturing anywhere that afternoon and opted instead to return to the cave for a restorative nap. Before succumbing to slumber, she pondered why the inhabitants of this place, who relied on hunting for sustenance, chose to adorn their floors with hay instead of animal pelts. As she drifted into a drowsy state, a sudden roar echoed from the cave entrance, jolting Ling Yuyu into a state of alarm as she sought a secure refuge. Then it dawned on her that she had indeed entered the realm of the beast men. It was likely one of them had returned, letting out a bellow of frustration. She realized she had overreacted and resolved to return to her slumber. However, before she could cultivate the tranquility necessary for sleep, a cacophony erupted at the entrance. Suddenly recalling her plans from the morning, Ling Yuyu dashed out of the cave. To her astonishment, she beheld a large assembly of formidable beasts advancing towards her. It appeared they had successfully captured their prey, and judging by the number, it was substantial. Uncertain if they included the kind she desired, she spotted a living creature being carried by a colossal white tiger, while other beastmen bore several smaller figures, unmistakably the young ones. Ling Yuyu speculated that the largest creature among the living should be the one capable of nursing, while the smaller ones were its offspring. She knew she could not harm the young ones, as she needed the parent to assist in raising them. Thus, it was only natural to refrain from cruelty towards its progeny. As the group of orcs approached their usual hunting ground, they shook off the remnants of their slain prey and turned to assist their comrade, who bore the living quarry on his back. In the eyes of some orcs, it was bewildering why they would bring back these helpless younglings, for typically, Orcish hunting customs dictated avoiding pregnant or nursing animals. However, for the sake of the young, they complied and brought them back. Once they had subdued the largest creature, Ling Yuyu cautiously approached the enormous beast. Before she could reach it, its tail swung and struck the back of her hand. Instantly, a red mark appeared on her fair skin, swelling and turning purple. Fortunately, she had instinctively pulled her hand back. Had it been struck with full force, she feared it might have resulted in a fracture. Upon witnessing the tail's impact, Bai Yuqing initially thought little of it, for to the hardy orcs, such a blow would hardly leave a mark. Yet, Ling Yuyu was different. Seeing her injury, Bai Yuqing immediately took her hand, his heart aching for her. Had he known this gray beast was so unruly, he would have severed its tail upon capture. I shall take you to apply some herbal medicine, he insisted, determined to lead Ling Yuyu to the cave for remedies. At that moment, Ling Yuyu had more pressing matters to attend to. She gestured for Bai Yuqing to hold his haste. She needed to check whether the beast's milk was sufficient. With Bai Yuqing by her side, the beast dared not move, and once Ling Yuyu confirmed the abundance of milk, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that she truly felt the pain from her injury, which was nearly unbearable for someone as delicate as herself. As for the herbal medicine Bai Yuqing had mentioned, she deemed it rather precious and unnecessary for her merely superficial injury, which had yet to break the skin. I do not require any medicine, she smiled at Bai Yuqing, causing his world to brighten. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have wished to embrace her and retreat to the cave to raise their young. Chapter 11. Milking the Mai beast. It had been previously mentioned that there were only 2 female younglings in the tribe. Although Ling Yuyu provided them with sustenance, it was insufficient for the infants. Fortunately, despite their fearsome appearance, the orcs were quite concerned about the tribe's young. Ling Yuyu's suggestions were met with attentive ears. That night, she was instructing a particularly swift orc on how to milk the beast. She instructed him to approach the Mai beast and gather the milk that was almost overflowing into a stone bowl, which Bai Yuqing held for her. One of her hands was swollen like a bun, while the other gestured to the orc, Wolfyu, demonstrating what to do. Wolfyu was the mate of Guiduoduo, and he had initially resigned himself to the thought that their young would perish in this warm season. Contemplating whether to refrain from mating with Guiduoduo in the coming cold season, he feared that another female offspring might deeply distress her. Thus, when Wolfyu heard Guiduoduo mention finding food for the young, he was skeptical. Yet, upon catching a whiff of the fragrant substance, which was smaller than his finger, he began to consider that perhaps the peculiar female brought by the chieftain truly possessed a solution. A legend circulated throughout the Orc continent that when the orcs faced dire circumstances, the powerful and omnipotent beast god would send his messenger to guide them through their tribulations and lead them to a stronger tribe. Are you daydreaming? Ling Yuyu asked Wolfyu, who was lost in thought and smiling foolishly at the air. Hearing the emphasis in her voice, Bai Yuqing shifted his gaze from the Mai beast to Wolfyu, who was startled by Bai Yuqing's fierce eyes. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I have learned it. I have learned it. Initially embarrassed, he found his concerns trivial after being scolded by the chieftain. Since you've learned it, let's give it a try, Bai Yuqing said without further ado, handing him the stone bowl. Wolfyu, unprepared, nearly fumbled it. Ling Yuyu observed this scene and reflected that although they lacked pottery or stainless steel, they could find alternatives to the stone bowl. After all, the heavy stone bowl was hardly friendly to someone of her frail constitution. Would she need to rely on others to carry her bowl during meals? Shaking off such thoughts, she focused on Wolfyu. Almost all the female orcs of the tribe had gathered around, encircling the Mai beast. Ling Yuyu was eager to see if Wolfyu had indeed learned, but the persistent pain in her hand reminded her of her own frailty. As a mere tail swipe from a sheep had left her hand swollen like a bun. The anguished cries of the Mai beast echoed from the center of the crowd, startling the orcs into retreat. Peering through the gaps, Ling Yuyu observed the scene. For orcs held the creature's limbs, preventing it from moving, while Wolf Yu diligently milked it. The beast's tail lashed out violently, striking Wolf Yu repeatedly. Despite the evident pain, Wolf Yu remained steadfast, quickly filling the stone bowl with Mai beast milk. Chapter 12. Boiling beast milk. Just as he contemplated milking further, Ling Yuyu interjected, reminding him that the orcish physique was robust and the stone bowl was substantial. Moreover, the rising temperatures rendered the milk, Mai beast milk, impractical for prolonged storage, necessitating prior sterilization. One bowl sufficed for now. They would drink today and return for more tomorrow. Wolf Yu halted, promptly handing the bowl to Huofeng, who had been crouching nearby, instructing him to carry it carefully to avoid spills. As for the Mai beast, Ling Yuyu suggested they keep it alive. She had learned from Bai Yuqing that creatures akin to sheep were herbivorous in this world. With this knowledge, they could raise the Mai beast, ensuring a steady supply of nourishment for the two young females. A genuine smile blossomed on Ling Yuyu's face. A glance from a certain white tiger stirred a desire to claim such a beautiful female, desiring to shield her from the gaze of the single orcs. Noticing some of the unattached orcs becoming increasingly bold, Bai Yuqing intervened, dismissing those who attempted to engage Ling Yuyu, inquiring how she intended to proceed. Should she directly feed the young ones now? Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's suggestion to feed the younglings immediately, Ling Yuyu shook her head, stating that the milk required processing first, lest it become indigestible for the infants. Initially, she intended to take matters into her own hands. However, the injury on her hand constrained her actions. At this moment, she could only direct Huofeng to start the fire, while Lang Yu produced a larger pot to place over the flames. Fortunately, Bai Yuqing had been wise enough to construct a small earthen stove made of piled stones, as per Ling Yongyong's instructions. It appeared to be quite sturdy, and Ling Yongyong mused to herself. As for Huofeng and Lang Yu, who were being orchestrated chaotically, they felt that the outcome of their efforts was inferior to simply roasting the meat over an open flame. The pot, crafted from stone and hastily assembled by the orcs as per Ling Yongyong's explicit request, implied a rather substantial base. As some of the orcs had already completed their evening meal, this group was still engaged in boiling water. Fortunately, although the water heated slowly, it ultimately reached a boiling point. The prepared goat's milk still carried a hint of the animal's odor, though it also bore a delicate milky essence. Luoya, with her keen sense of smell, instantly detected the aroma emanating from the pot, and her gaze towards Ling Yongyong transformed. Moments ago, she had been resolute in her intent to deliver food to the young cubs, yet now, she too desired to partake. The little leopards, along with several small tigers, echoed their eagerness with plaintive cries, all yearning to sample the brew. Ling Yoyo glanced at the stone bowl, estimating the appetites of the two children, and concluded that it would not be unreasonable to share some with Lia and her companions. Suddenly, Ming Shuang's visage flashed in her mind, leading Ling Yoyo to reconsider. Believing it prudent for Lia to wait until the tribe could sustainably raise a flock of sheep-like beasts before indulging. First, she would send some to the little cubs. If there were any leftovers, Huofeng, do remember to take them back for Ming Shuang to replenish her body's necessary nutrients. Of course, from Ling Yoyo's perspective as a student of traditional Chinese medicine, a sip of nourishing old hen soup would be the most beneficial. However, Ling Yuyu pondered the peculiar notion that if creatures resembling sheep existed, why should not other beings coexist in this realm? Thus, she resolved to investigate the tribe's game the following day, hoping to discover a beastly equivalent of a chicken, which would be nothing short of delightful. Chapter 13. Roasted sweet potatoes. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow amidst the sparse stars. Tomorrow promised fair weather. Were it not for the surrounding flora, which loomed unnaturally large and bizarre, threatening to obscure her entire visage with their dense foliage, Ling Yuyu might have believed herself still on Earth, perhaps having accidentally wandered into a remote rural village. With a sigh echoing in her mind, she contemplated her next course of action. Do you enjoy roasted meat? Bai Yuqing inquired, approaching her with a skewer of roasted rabbit meat while she sat beneath a tree. Lost in thought, the portion of roasted rabbit appeared smaller than those she had seen other beasts devouring, yet it still looked substantial. She swallowed hard and instinctively recoiled upon noticing the crimson streaks of blood on the meat, which did not seem particularly appetizing. However, catching the glimmer of anticipation in Bai Yuqing's eyes, she felt reluctant to decline his offer. Just as she wrestled internally with whether to feign fullness or suggest they return to roast it further, a sudden revelation struck her mind. She recalled her little bird and sweet potatoes. It is best we postpone the roasted meat for now. Allow me to show you the new food I discovered today. Ling Yuyu took the lead towards the cave, leaving Bai Yuqing perplexed as to why she was drawn to such a place. Was there something hidden within the cave that he, her master, was unaware of? As Bai Yuqing heard the chirping of birds, he noticed Ling Yuyu holding a tiny bird, barely large enough to fit between his teeth. This bird was hardly appetizing, even smaller than the Gugu beast, with an abundance of feathers and bones. With a look of disdain, Bai Yuqing suggested that Ling Yuyu discard the insignificant creature. Ling Yuyu was unable to hold on firmly, and indeed, that bird escaped. What was even more crucial was that not only did the bird flee, but it also chirped incessantly at her, likely hurling insults. "Hey, you wretched bird!" Ling Yuyu, indignant, contemplated engaging in a debate with the avian creature. Observing her fury, Bai Yuqing scratched his nose, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the bird's head. Consequently, the once formidable bird, now rendered feeble, fell to the ground, unable to take flight, although it had narrowly evaded the stone. Its wings had been broken, and it seemed that without external assistance, it would never soar again. Ling Yuyu found the situation amusing. She had no intention of consuming the bird, yet its irritating presence was undeniable. Observing Bai Yuqing's inclination to crush it beneath his foot, she waved her hand, suggesting they could spare it for now, as she had other uses for it later. With that, she retrieved the bird and brought it back into the cave. Subsequently, she led Bai Yuqing to the spot where she had previously placed the sweet potatoes. "Is this the new food you mentioned?" Bai Yuqing inquired hesitantly. His gaze fixed upon the red lump on the ground, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Is it truly edible?" he asked once more. Ling Yuyu nodded slightly, instructing Bai Yuqing to carry the sweet potato, as she intended to roast it for consumption. Clearly, this sweet potato was quite substantial in size. If she wished to prepare it as she had previously, by placing it directly in the fire and awaiting its ripening, it would likely take an eternity. Thus, Ling Yuyu resolved to slice it into smaller pieces, enveloping the exterior in a layer of mud before positioning it at the periphery of the fire, endeavoring to prevent it from charring. Bai Yuqing stood by, observing Ling Yuyu's actions with a hint of uncertainty, pondering whether she had succumbed to hunger-induced delusions, as she was intent on consuming mud. Once Ling Yuyu completed her preparations, her gaze suddenly fell upon a stone pot. Chapter 14, Sweet Potato Soup. At that moment, the fire beneath the stone pot was still ablaze, with water within bubbling enthusiastically. As she turned her gaze, she declared, "I shall treat you to soup." Just as Ling Yuyu was about to take the small item in her hand to slice the red lump, Bai Yuqing could no longer bear to watch. He extended his hand, swiftly revealing a claw, and promptly cut off a piece. By the time Ling Yuyu realized what had transpired, her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she looked at Bai Yuqing's claw, nearly causing the roasted rabbit meat in his hand to slip away. Fortunately, Yuyu remained oblivious to any oddity. Otherwise, the esteemed face of a tribal chief would have been thoroughly discredited. As the surrounding flames dimmed, Ling Yuyu failed to notice the fleeting embarrassment that crossed Bai Yuqing's face when she recalled that she could prepare the meat alongside the sweet potato. Bai Yuqing had already reverted to his aloof and unapproachable demeanor as the chief. "Could you spare me a piece of roasted meat?" Ling Yuyu tentatively inquired, gesturing toward the roasted meat in his possession. Originally, this meat had been intended for her, and upon realizing her desire, Bai Yuqing readily acquiesced, offering the roasted meat to Ling Yuyu, encouraging her to partake. Initially, Ling Yuyu intended to prepare sweet potatoes stewed with the peculiar jumping beast. However, upon further reflection, she realized that she was yet to ascertain the flavor of the jumping beast in this world. It would be unwise to ruin her sweet potatoes. Once again, a certain tiger, reduced to a mere tool for Ling Yuyu's butchery, maintained a facade of indifference, concealing the shyness that churned within. While its tail behind was nearly thrashing with a life of its own, Ling Yuyu found herself enjoying the warmth of the fire on that tranquil evening, as a gentle breeze swept through, enhancing the comfort of her surroundings. The sweet aroma of boiling sweet potatoes wafted through the air, enticing the appetites of the nearby orcs, who were keen on satiating their hunger. The first to arrive were undoubtedly Loya and her trio of playful leopards. Even from a distance, Ling Yuyu could hear Loya calling her name, accompanied by the playful mews of the little leopards. In that moment, Ling Yuyu couldn't help but wonder if she had indeed roasted too small a piece of sweet potato, considering that Loya's family alone comprised 4 enthusiastic food lovers. With a resigned sigh, she hurriedly unearthed a small, charred lump of earth before they arrived, attempting to crack it open with a stick. In the end, not only did she fail to break the lump, but the broken stick also rebounded and struck her on the head. Ling Yuyu immediately became displeased and stood up abruptly, intending to stomp her foot. Fortunately, Bai Yuqing reacted swiftly, rescuing the food from beneath her feet. He then used his own paw to open it for her, tearing off a leaf and placing it before Ling Yuyu, signaling her to partake. Ling Yuyu was not one to indulge in gluttony. She had intended all along to share some with Bai Yuqing while roasting. You can have this half. As she cracked open the outer clay layer, the soft, red, and glutinous sweet potato flesh was revealed, causing her mouth to water profusely at the mere sight. It was evident that she was quite fond of it. Taking a bite was akin to a kitten blissfully savoring a hint of mint, her eyes narrowing in delight, exuding a languid yet joyful demeanor. Ling Yuyu had just finished a small portion when she noticed that Bai Yuqing's share remained untouched. She gently pushed the sweet potato towards him, signaling him to join her in the feast. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuqing picked up a piece and took a bite. It was indeed highly appealing to the feminine palate, sweet, rich, and soft. This delectable flavor reminded him of some of the elder orcs within their tribe, who might also appreciate this delightful dish. However, it was a remark from Ling Yuyu that made Bai Yuqing feel as though she were his divine messenger, bringing hope and vitality to their clan. Chapter 15. Foods that can be preserved for long. What did you just say? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous. Ling Yuyu carefully recalled her recent words and realized that she hadn't actually said much at all. I merely mentioned that the food here can be preserved for a long time. When the weather turns cold and vegetables are scarce, we can indulge in some sweet potatoes to satisfy our cravings. Ling Yuyu repeated what she had just said, savoring the words, and felt as though she had not uttered anything particularly groundbreaking. If it were not for the objects in Bai Yuqing's hands, he would have leaped up to embrace her in joyous celebration. How long had it been? He suppressed his inner excitement. Though he was not particularly fond of sweet potatoes, it did not diminish their value as a source of sustenance. One must remember that during the cold season, the prey in the forest all sought refuge, making the search for food a task requiring immense effort. Frequently, orc hunters would return empty-handed, and it was not uncommon for days to pass without finding nourishment. Consequently, many female orcs succumbed to starvation during the cold season, and smaller tribes or clans could inadvertently face extinction in this harsh time. Thus, the news of food that could be preserved for an extended period filled Bai Yuqing with elation. When he inquired about the duration of preservation, Ling Yuyu began to recall. Fresh sweet potatoes, if stored in a cellar, could last over 6 months. If dried into sweet potato chips, they might endure for 10 months or even years. This knowledge was gleaned from her prior research when she had discovered sweet potato chips at home, and she had not anticipated it would prove useful now. By the way, why did he ask about this? Could it be that the people here were unaware of food preservation techniques? Upon reflection, it made sense, as she had been the one to introduce them to sweet potatoes. How many days were there in 6 months? And how long was 10 months? Bai Yuqing pondered. Did not the orc tribes distinguish seasons by the minor rainy season, minor hot season, major rainy season, major hot season, and the cold season? Ling Yuyu suddenly recalled that she was no longer on Earth. She found herself in the realm of the beast men, uncertain of whether she would face a fiery demise. Coughing lightly, Ling Yuyu shifted the subject, inquiring, "Do you know about the day?" Bai Yuqing merely shook his head, indicating to Ling Yuyu that he was unaware. Seeing this, Ling Yuyu found it inappropriate to say anything further. She pointed to the sky and asked Bai Yuqing, "How should we describe the rise and fall of that sun?" Bai Yuqing, understanding her sentiment, replied, "Let us simply call it the ascent of the sun." Ling Yuyu couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. What on earth was happening? Was it possible that her purpose for being here was to instruct these orcs? If that were the case, they might as well send a proper teacher. After all, she was merely an inexperienced novice, left with no choice but to languish in this situation. Ling Yuyu, unwilling to elaborate further, directly emphasized to Bai Yuqing the concept of the time that elapses between the rising of one sun and the subsequent ascent of another. Bai Yuqing nodded in agreement, praising Ling Yuyu's cleverness, noting that this way of expression was considerably more succinct. Ling Yuyu wiped her face with her hand, urging Bai Yuqing not to behave in such a manner, as it made her feel as though she were merely engaging in a child's play. Subsequently, she elaborated to Bai Yuqing on the number of days in a year and in a month. This left Bai Yuqing in a state of bewilderment. Initially, He had been earnestly listening to Ling Yuyu's incessant explanations on how to convert months to years. But now he was so anxious that his ears and tail resembled those of a tiger. He began to lash the ground repeatedly, causing the weeds that had struggled to sprout to be almost entirely severed, leaving only their roots behind. Ling Yuyu, feeling parched, sought out a vessel to quench her thirst, only to realize that there appeared to be no potable water in sight. She possessed the self-awareness that her physical constitution paled in comparison to those of the beast men and females, rendering her rather feeble. Recently, she had contemplated searching for a stone pot, which would enable her to access boiled water directly. Ling Yuyu felt a pang of melancholy as she thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she could transform into a beast man, allowing her to indulge in the pleasure of stroking her own fluffy fur. However, her musings were swiftly interrupted when Bai Yuqing performed an astonishing transformation into a majestic white tiger right before her eyes. The tiger's sleek, lustrous coat revealed that it was exceptionally well cared for, perhaps due to the fact that tigers belong to the feline family. Its fur was devoid of the tangles she had anticipated. This realization left her without an excuse to offer assistance in grooming. With a soft sigh, she yearned for the freedom to caress the tiger at will. At that moment, Bai Yuqing was caught in a whirlwind of excitement and embarrassment, having transformed into a white tiger in the presence of the young female. Fortunately, he was relieved to see that she was not frightened. Observing her eager yet hesitant demeanor, as if she wished to touch him but lacked the courage to voice it, he found the situation amusing. He leaned forward, inviting her to stroke his head. In Ling Yuyu's heart, fireworks suddenly erupted. This was akin to her dreams materializing. After confirming once more that Bai Yuqing indeed meant what she thought, Ling Yuyu let go of his hand and embraced the tiger, beginning to pet it. The tiger was still a tiger, its fur not as soft as the cats and dogs she had petted before, yet it possessed a different kind of exquisite charm. Primarily, this furry creature was considerably larger. Chapter 16. The Grand Tiger Petting Event so large that she could not embrace it with just one hand. She had to take her time. Bai Yuqing did not anticipate that this seemingly shy female would not merely hug him once, but would stroke all the way from his neck to his tail. Fortunately, just as Ling Yuyu's hand was about to descend, Bai Yuqing promptly laid down, preventing his belly from suffering a dire fate. Once Ling Yuyu had finished her affectionate stroking, Bai Yuqing finally adjusted his mindset and began to discuss the circumstances in the tribe with her. Yuyu, your tribe must have been very affluent, but ours is different, Bai Yuqing sighed as he spoke. Every cold season, our tribe faces a dire scarcity of food, resulting in the tragic death of numerous orcs from starvation. Previously, Guaduo-Duo's child perished during the cold season. At that time, Guaduo-Duo nearly succumbed to hunger alongside her child. Starvation? Ling Yuyu, accustomed to modern life, could scarcely fathom the hardships faced by those living here. No wonder the orc was so elated when she mentioned that food could be preserved for extended periods. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yuyu believed she could propose a trade. She would provide food for the people of this tribe, and in return, they would ensure her safety. Otherwise, relying solely on herself to survive in this world brimming with uncertainties would be nothing short of a delusion. I can share methods on how to store more food. By the way, the seasonal divisions in my previous tribe differ from yours. Could you explain them to me? Just as Ling Yuyu was about to express her willingness to assist them in food preservation, she suddenly recalled that she seemed unaware of the seasonal changes here. Our tribe divides the seasons into the minor rainy season, minor hot season, major rainy season, major hot season, as well as the minor cold season and major cold season. Bai Yuqing reflected, contemplating how to translate this into days. If converted into days, the minor seasons last 1 month, while the major seasons span 3 months. Ling Yuyu nodded, relieved that a year here equates to more than 300 days, though the seasons have transformed from 4 to 6. I comprehended that by grasping the tail which Bai Yuqing inadvertently manifested once more. I indeed possessed a method to preserve the sweet potatoes until the onset of the harsh winter. However, divulging this information to you would necessitate certain conditions. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu affirm that there was indeed a solution, Bai Yuqing felt inclined to acquiesce to any stipulations, even considering the prospect of aspiring to become the clan leader, which he deemed not entirely out of the question. Ling Yuyu did not ponder for long and quickly articulated her condition. She wished for the tribe to ensure her safety during her lifetime. Bai Yuqing waited for a moment. But upon hearing no further words from Ling Yuyu, he instinctively inquired, "Is that all?" "Yes," she nodded, conveying a sense of finality, as if to ask if he had any further questions. Observing her demeanor, Bai Yuqing refrained from pressing further and instead shared the current state of their tribe with her. "Our tribe is still quite small at present, but I firmly believe that with you among us, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. After their discussion, the moon had ascended from the horizon to the center of the sky, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. Soon, Ling Yu began to feel weary, having already stifled 2 yawns. Noticing this, Bai Yuqing promptly suggested that perhaps it would be best to continue their conversation tomorrow upon his return. Ling Yongyong nodded in agreement. The following morning, she awoke to the cacophonous cries of various animals. Had there been a place to lodge complaints, she would have certainly done so for the disturbance. Rising from her slumber amidst the clamor of incessant calls, one might ponder the extent of her morning irritability. Once the hunting party departed, tranquility finally returned. Ling Yongyong turned over, intending to continue her sleep. Today, she was determined to gather bamboo, which would not only provide her with a bowl for meals, but also allow her to attempt weaving a mat. This would enable her to serve herself during meals. However, it seemed that today would not grant her the luxury of a second slumber, for shortly after the furry ones had set out, Luaya and Guiduo began calling for her to join them in gathering. The previous morning, Luaya and Guiduo had refrained from venturing out solely to meet Ling Yongyong. One wished to observe her acclimatization to the tribe, while the other sought to express gratitude for her rescue of her child. Thus, upon hearing the chieftain's instructions, they were to take Ling Yongyong with them before their morning departure, though she was exempt from gathering tasks, as she was to seek out that peculiar earth lump they had discovered last time. It was said to be of great significance to the tribe. Luaya was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the earth lump Ling Yongyong had mentioned might indeed be edible. She had arrived late yesterday and, having not reached the location, was frightened away by the chieftain Eschil, thus only managing to sample a few bites of the soup he had not finished, which contained delectable jumping beast meat that nearly caused Luaya to swallow her own tongue in delight, though it was regrettably only a few morsels. She longed to savor it again, hoping that Ling Yongyong would prepare it at noon while the chieftain remained absent, ensuring she could indulge fully this time. Chapter 17. Seeking bamboo. As they departed the tribe and ventured deeper into the forest, Ling Yongyong kept a keen eye on her surroundings, subconsciously hoping to rediscover sweet potatoes. They had brought several beastmen along, equipped with samples, unperturbed by the prospect of locating sweet potatoes. Perhaps the primitive beastmen were unfamiliar with consuming foods that grew underground. This time, Ling Yongyong not only found sweet potatoes, but also several other edible items. The reason for this was simple. The famished beastmen treated food with utmost reverence. Upon hearing that sustenance could be unearthed, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, and had they not needed to tend to the females, they would have eagerly begun digging. The group of beastmen nearly excavated every unfamiliar plant in the forest. Sweet potatoes grew in patches, and it took only a short distance before a cluster was discovered. When Ling Yongyong announced her find, the beastmen immediately began to dig. Upon the first beastman unearthing half a sweet potato, Ling Yongyong felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of such a large tuber being damaged, primarily because a broken one would not store well. Furthermore, with the warm season still upon them and several months ahead, about 7 in total, digging a cellar would barely suffice for preservation, but a damaged tuber was rendered useless. Be careful while digging. Only those without blemishes can be preserved longer, Ling Yongyong advised, prompting the digging beasts to become more cautious, their movements turning deliberate and gentle. Meanwhile, the females busied themselves foraging for fruits and wild vegetables. Ling Yu was unfamiliar with the fruits of this region. She sought bamboo. After wandering in circles, she found no bamboo, but stumbled upon a variety of modern chili peppers. They were remarkably colorful, appearing quite exquisite, and bore a generous amount of fruit. Ling Yu picked one of each color and held them in her hand, intending to return and test whether the bird was poisonous. If it proved harmless, she could contemplate utilizing them as spices. However, could sweet potatoes be sautéed with chili peppers? Would that create a delightful sweet and spicy flavor? Upon witnessing Ling Yu gather 7 different colored fruits, Luaya assumed Yu was merely captivated by their appearance and was gathering them for fun, thus failing to caution her about the skin-altering properties of these fruits. Consequently, this led to most of their tribe members transforming into a vibrant spectrum of colors. After collecting the peppers, Ling Yu sat on the ground, observing the beastmen still digging for sweet potatoes. The distance between their gathering site and the tribe was considerable. If they wished to transport everything back, they would need to devise a plan. If only they could find bamboo. With a sigh, she acknowledged the absence of bamboo in the vicinity. Ling Yu, we have so much food already, why the sigh? Luaya and several other females had begun to indulge in their finds. The beastmen's claws were exceedingly sharp. If they were overly cautious, they might still be digging when the next cold season arrived. Therefore, Ling Yuyu suggested that the beastmen dig freely. If they accidentally damaged the tubers, they could still make sweet potato flour or dried sweet potatoes, which could be preserved for a long time. Noticing the females gazing longingly at the unearthed sweet potatoes with nothing to do, Ling Yuyu instructed the beastman assigned to ensure their safety to use his claws to slice some of the damaged sweet potatoes for them to eat raw. When Leah tasted the raw sweet potato, she felt as though she could soar with joy. "You are simply amazing, Yuyu," Leah exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Ling Yuyu, nearly rubbing her face against hers. "This is so delicious. I want to eat it forever." They did not return home for lunch. The beastmen went hunting on their own while the females enjoyed the sweet potatoes. They could not start a fire in the forest. A moment's carelessness could incite a blaze, turning them into pariahs of the beastman continent. Fortunately, the sweet potatoes were rich in starch, and Ling Yuyu consumed a piece as large as half her face without feeling hungry. In the afternoon, while chatting with the beastman guarding them, she inquired about bamboo foam. "Have you ever seen a segmented tree while hunting?" Ling Yuyu described bamboo to Foam, detailing its long, slender leaves and its tendency to grow in clusters. After a moment of contemplation, Foam replied, "I have seen the tree you describe in the Rolling tribe, but it is cultivated by them, and they hardly permit outsiders to harvest it." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyu sighed. It seemed that the prospect of obtaining bamboo mats was bleak. She still held on to the hope that, should the opportunity arise, she could dig for winter bamboo shoots during the cold season. Chapter 18. Knowledge is power. The 5 leopards huffed and puffed as they completed their excavation of the first sweet potato field they had discovered, casting their eyes upon the 6 mounds of sweet potatoes that towered like small hills. It finally dawned on everyone just how much they had collected and how they would manage to transport it back. The leopards wore expressions of concern. Their leather bags were not sufficiently large, and relying on them for transport would necessitate several days of travel. One leopard transformed into human form to consult Ling Yuyu on what to do, while the others lay sprawled on the ground like defeated creatures. They felt resigned to the reality that they would indeed have to make multiple trips to convey their bounty home. "Yuyu, we have unearthed everything from the field, but how shall we transport the remainder?" Ling Yuyu's gaze swept around before ultimately resting on the sweet potato vines sprawled across the ground. Perhaps the sweet potato vines in this beastly world had undergone some mutation. The main vine possessed remarkable resilience. As she tugged at it, an ingenious idea struck her. They could weave a simple net from the sweet potato vines, ensnaring a portion of the sweet potatoes. This method would undoubtedly expedite the process compared to transporting them one by one. However, she noted that the leopard's beast forms appeared rather diminutive, potentially lacking the strength to carry much. "We could create a sweet potato vine net," she proposed. This way, each orc could carry a bit more, making the return journey easier. But, Ling Yu pondered, I shouldn't underestimate the orcs. You all have been digging for quite some time today. Why not call upon other orcs to assist? Together, we could manage to transport everything back in just one night. As if attuned to her thoughts, the roar of a tiger echoed from the depths of the forest, met with the soft responses of several leopards. Their chieftain had returned, accompanied by fellow clan members to lend their support. Ling Yu immediately began directing the orcs to weave nets from the sweet potato vines. Fortunately, the task did not require excessive precision. As long as they could transport them back to the tribe, any disarray could be rectified later. The Great Lake tribe was in high spirits today, for not only had their hunting party returned laden with spoils, but they had also discovered an abundance of sweet potatoes. The tribe comprised approximately 200 orcs, with over 50 females among them. As long as they could retrieve all the sweet potatoes, they need not fear a lack of game throughout the winter, for the tubers would sustain them. Bayuchin was elated upon witnessing this, and he promptly approached Ling Yuyu, eager to nuzzle against her. However, instead of achieving his intention, he inadvertently knocked her over. Ling Yuyu gently patted the tiger's head, urging it to proceed with weaving the net. Fortunately, the task was completed rather swiftly. Otherwise, she feared it would be evening before she could savor a warm meal. This was her third day in this place, and a sense of dislocation enveloped her. For the past few days, her diet consisted solely of fruits and sweet potatoes, leaving her nostalgic for the diverse delicacies of her own world. As night fell, sweet potatoes were the first to be consumed, but today, Bayuching had brought her the tenderest meat from the mutton beast. This particular cut was favored by the females, prompting him to share some with her. Once again, it was roasted meat on her plate. Ling Yuyu yearned for something different, perhaps a warm soup, yet in the entire tribe, there was but a single stone pot. primarily reserved for preparing milk for the little ones. After devouring nearly half a sweet potato, she turned to a few fruits, which constituted her dinner. Observing her reluctance to eat meat, Bai Yuqing's expression darkened with concern. Yu, if you persist in avoiding meat, your body may not grow properly. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yu's demeanor stiffened as realization dawned upon her. She was in the world of beast men, where thoughts were untainted, and it was inconceivable for them to imply. Could it be that they were suggesting her stature was lacking? Ling Yong felt indignant, at a height of 1.68 meters. She certainly considered herself to be of average stature for a woman. However, upon glancing at Bai Yuqing, who stood nearly 2.1 meters tall, and then at Guo and the others, none of whom seemed to be below 1.85 meters, she couldn't help but sigh internally. It wasn't her fault. They were simply too tall. I can still grow, Ling Yong insisted. I'm only 18, still in my developmental phase, so I will definitely grow taller. Bai Yuqing nodded in agreement, though whether he believed her was another matter entirely. In Chapter 19, titled The Large Cat, Beneath a Grand Tree, a group of beastmen was currently taking a respite. Among them, one beastman, who appeared to be the leader, approached an elderly man. His expression was grave, yet there was a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Great Shaman, our tribe has run out of salt stones. The salt stones we obtained from the merfolk tribe are insufficient to see us through the hot season. What shall we do? Originally, they intended to trade for salt stones during the hot season when prey was abundant, ensuring a more plentiful exchange. However, due to a traitor within their ranks who absconded with most of the salt stones left over from the previous cold season, they were compelled to embark on this perilous journey to the merfolk tribe earlier than planned. The individual referred to as the Great Shaman shook his head, gazing toward the direction of the tribe. Do not worry, the beast god will not forsake any of his beloved children. I sense a vibrant vitality within our tribe. After saying this, he signaled for the beastmen behind him to hurry along, assuring them that if they quickened their pace, they would return to the tribe by the following day. It is the Great Shaman, he continued, urging the beastmen to venture out to hunt before resting for their journey. Within the tribe, the area typically reserved for meals was now overflowing with mounds of earthy yellow sweet potatoes. Had Ling Yong not previously given instructions, there would scarcely have been a place to set foot. Today, not many beastmen had gone hunting. Their primary objective was to classify and organize the sweet potatoes. Those without blemishes were to be stored in the cellar for the cold season, while those that had been damaged could be partially consumed now, with the remainder set aside to be made into sweet potato flour and dried sweet potatoes for future trade. However, preparing sweet potato flour and dried sweet potatoes necessitated cutting the sweet potatoes. One required chopping them into pieces, while the other involved peeling the skins. Most beastmen could manage the chopping quite adeptly, but the peeling proved to be a more challenging task. Ling Yo gazed thoughtfully at the peeled fruit before her, which had been reduced to nearly 5 centimeters. She pondered whether it was fair to put the furry creatures through such trouble. Observing the leopard Feng, who was being reprimanded by her for having stripped too much skin, Ling Yo realized she needed to devise a solution. While the claws of the beastmen were undoubtedly sharp, they lacked the dexterity of a blade, rendering them incapable of maneuvering freely. Ultimately, Ling Yo relinquished the idea of having the beastmen thin the skin. If it was thick, so be it. She would later collect the skins to make sweet potato chips. As everyone busied themselves with their tasks, Ling Yo finally found a moment of respite and recalled the various plants she had discovered the previous day. She caught hold of a bird, and the first thing she offered it was a vibrant chili pepper. The pepper, strikingly beautiful, showed no signs of wilting even after being plucked for nearly a day. Instinctively, Ling Yo suspected it might be toxic. However, considering the bird that had fled yet turned around to scold her, she thought, if it dies from the poison, so be it. Perhaps it will reincarnate sooner and not have a beak in the next life. Otherwise, it would surely be beaten. With that thought, she firmly grasped the bird's head and fed it a red chili pepper that she believed to be harmless. However, after consuming it, the bird emitted a shrill, broken call. And upon catching a whiff of the pungent chili aroma, Ling Yo swiftly transported it to the lakeside. Watching the bird drink from the water, she mused. So birds can taste spiciness too? This was a revelation for her. Just then, 3 little leopards returned with several birds, each carrying one in their mouths. They likely misconstrued Ling Yo's intention of testing the bird with poison as a sign of her fondness for these creatures, prompting them to catch several for her. With the bird from the water, she now had 4 in total. After some contemplation, she decided to test the chili peppers on 3 more varieties. It was erroneous to assume that just because one was non-toxic, all the others would be as well, especially given the bizarre appearance of the peppers, some resembling a rainbow and each more striking than the last, raising concerns that animals might be deterred from consuming them. Thus, the day unfolded with the playful little leopards and a small tiger accompanying Ling Yo-Yo as they watched the birds drink. Once she confirmed the peppers were indeed safe, she felt a wave of relief. She stored the remaining peppers in the cave but noticed the little leopards and tiger were still sneezing. They had approached the peppers when she placed them on the ground, only to be overwhelmed by the spicy scent, resulting in a successful afternoon of sneezing. Their mother found this quite amusing, while their father had received reprimands for his inability to peel properly. It was only today that Ling Yo-Yo realized how fiercely Luo Bing could scold others, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor. Luo Bing's partner was a striking yellow-striped tiger, marked with a prominent character for king on its forehead, yet he was often chastised by Luo Bing, obediently following her commands without daring to refute her. Luoya, on the other hand, laughed heartily, knowing her partner was not adept at such tasks and had claimed he was going out to hunt, never to return. Chapter 20. The rescue of Lion Moon. Ling Yo-Yo's hands itched as she looked at the tiger before her. Without comparisons, one cannot appreciate differences. Initially, she simply admired Bai Yuqing's sleek, white fur, but upon encountering Luo Bing's partner with some tangles in his coat, she suddenly appreciated Bai Yuqing's pristine appearance all the more. If only she could groom such a splendid feline, she thought wistfully. At that moment, Bai Yuqing had transformed into a large tiger, seated on the ground, using his powerful hind paws to grasp a sweet potato, which bore 3 claw marks, and deftly slicing it into thin pieces with his front paws. Several females awaited the freshly cut sweet potato slices, ready to lay them on leaf-covered rocks to dry. Bai Yuqing's tail swayed rhythmically, and the pristine fur on his belly was already stained with sweet potato juice, suggesting that a cleaning session would be necessary once he finished his task. Ling Yo-Yo felt a strong urge to pet him, but she maintained her composure and continued to let the birds sample the plants she had collected the day before, one of which resembled a sweet potato but appeared to be unripe. At that moment, the sweet potato was only about the size of her palm and still quite fragile. She decided to have the beastmen remember it for when it matured, planning to dig it up later. Among the numerous plants she had discovered, 3 were edible, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. However, the potatoes and sweet potatoes would require patience, while the peanuts were ready for harvest. She wondered if the larger furry creatures would enjoy peanuts, but she herself relished them, especially when roasted to perfection. These peanuts were impressively large, the size of ping-pong balls, and the vine hung with about a dozen peanut seeds. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. And Ling Yo-Yo planned to roast them over a fire that evening. She lacked the means to fry them properly, so she would have to settle for less. However, she felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness until she noticed a beastman's hand bent at an unnatural angle. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had forgotten about the lion with the broken limb. She had intended to check on him. Having been preoccupied with her own safety and foraging for food for the cubs, she realized it was not too late to help. Yet, she could not approach the golden lion directly, claiming she could assist him, for fear of being rebuffed. With this in mind, Ling Yo-Yo turned her gaze back to Bai Yuqing, who was still hard at work. She seemed to perceive the diligent spirit of the tiger emanating from him. Approaching Bai Yuqing from behind, she found he had not yet noticed her presence. Taking the opportunity, she reached out and stroked his fur, feeling an immediate surge of refreshment. Indeed, petting the furry creatures brought her joy. Bai Yuqing felt a touch on his rear and turned around to see who dared to lay a hand on him. The leader of his clan. Upon recognizing it was the young female, he dismissed the incident, realizing it was merely a playful caress. He even playfully wrapped his tail around her hand, indicating she was welcome to continue. Withdrawing her hand, Ling Yo-Yo cleared her throat, capturing Bai Yuqing's attention. "I wish to discuss something with you," she said. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing set down the sweet potato and signaled for the other beastmen to continue their work, noting that there was not much left to do. Once she was certain no other beastmen could overhear her, Ling Yo-Yo finally expressed her intention. "I can help him mend his hand." She pointed to the lion who was still slicing sweet potatoes. Bai Yuqing followed her gaze and saw Lion Moon, who had been injured by a Gulu beast during their last hunt. Lion Moon was one of the tribe's most valiant warriors, and his absence had left the hunting team without a crucial pillar of support, resulting in a noticeable decrease in their catches. Upon hearing that Lion Moon could be healed, Bai Yuqing felt as if Ling Yo-Yo were a divine being sent to rescue them. Otherwise, He wondered why he had felt such a profound connection to her from the moment they met. Just a glance had been enough for her to bring him back. Could she truly heal him? He still felt a bit dazed and asked once more to confirm he had not misheard. Ling Yu nodded, and then thought of Bai Yuqing's pure white fur, immediately giving rise to a wicked thought, albeit with conditions. Upon hearing Ling Yu propose her terms, he recalled the previous night when she had mentioned a condition that was not really a condition at all, but rather something they ought to fulfill. It seemed that her previous life in their tribe had not been pleasant. Otherwise, why would she feel so insecure, fearing abandonment by the tribe? As long as I remain, our tribe will protect you. If there comes a day when I am no longer here, I believe those you have aided will still stand by your side. Provided you do not harm the tribe, no one will cast you out. Bai Yuqing spoke fervently, assuring Ling Yu. Chapter 21. Teasing the Chieftain. Meeting Bai Yuqing's golden gaze. Ling Yu felt her earlier desire to stroke the fluffy fur was utterly despicable. Lost in thought, Bai Yuqing inquired about what she meant to say. Unfortunately, her tongue outpaced her mind, and she blurted out her impure thoughts. Suddenly, a hush fell over the air. Even the orcs, busy in the distance, turned their gazes toward them. Although they were far enough away, Ling Yu had underestimated the orcs' keen hearing. Luoya dragged Luo Bing to ask their family tiger what Ling Yu had said to the chieftain that made him blush and caused such tension among the orcs. Seeing her sister so concerned, Luo Bing gave a little kick to the still grunting tiger, prompting him to whisper the earlier conversation to Luoya. Luoya burst into laughter, never expecting that the seemingly demure Ling Yu would dare to tease the chieftain in a manner unbeknownst to them. The chieftain, a fully grown tiger, stood there dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. What the tiger did not reveal was that Ling Yu had mentioned her ability to heal Lion Moon. Similarly, the other orcs shared a silent agreement not to disclose this to the curious females. Their eyes subtly shifted toward the dazed Lion Moon, who had scarcely eaten these past few days, likely struggling to accept his newfound state as a disabled beast. At that moment, the unassuming female seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Regaining his composure, Bai Yuqing cast a sharp glance at the orcs still eager for gossip, urging them to silence themselves. You wish to stroke the fur on my belly? Bai Yuqing finally regained his clarity, seeking confirmation from Ling Yu, questioning whether she fully understood the implications of such words directed at an orc. With her declaration made, what could Ling Yu do? As long as she remained by his side, her yearning for his fluffy belly would not cease. Might as well seize this opportunity to test the waters. If it failed, she would simply set the matter aside. After all, if rejected, there was no need to shamelessly cling to him. Do you know what it means to touch an orc's belly? What significance could there be in stroking a furry belly? Was it not simply an expression of affection for the fluffiness? Ling Yu thought naively. Then it dawned on her. This was the world of orcs, where tail stroking equaled courtship, and touching the belly also implied the same. So, what had she just said? Oh heavens! A bolt of lightning should strike her down. Seeing Ling Yu silent, Bai Yuqing pursed his lips, likely realizing she had only just come to this understanding, which explained his inquiry. Just from her attire and demeanor, Bai Yuqing had begun to suspect her origins. Perhaps she was not from this place after all. However, all would be clarified once the priest returned. As Bai Yuqing pondered these thoughts, Lion Moon approached, feigning an errand, standing beside Bai Yuqing and facing Ling Yu with a silly grin, evidently amused. Bai Yuqing found it unbearable to watch, giving a firm pat on Lion Moon's back, urging him to cease his foolishness and return to work. Lion Moon, reluctant to leave, wished to ask directly, but the narrowed eyes of Bai Yuqing warned him that any further delay would lead to being exploited by the scheming tiger. With this in mind, Lion Moon drooped his tail and went back to his tasks. Chapter 22. We are out of salt. Another busy day had passed. Early that morning, Ling Yu went to Lion Moon's cave to find him. Regarding Lion Moon's injury, she had discussed it with Bai Yuqing the day before, agreeing to examine it first to ascertain the fracture's location so she could realign the bone and secure it properly. At this moment, Ling Yu could not help but admire her grandfather, a true master healer. Once, he had mended a man's shattered leg without a scalpel, merely using his hands to piece it back together. Afterward, with medicinal aid, the man who should have limped walked almost normally. Having learned from her grandfather for over a decade, Ling Yu had nearly mastered his skill. Today, Bai Yuqing intentionally refrained from hunting. Accompanying Ling Yu to Lion Moon's cave, they arrived rather early, finding Lion Moon still asleep. Bai Yuqing surmised that Lion Moon had been overly excited the night before, causing him to sleep in. Not wanting to disturb him if he transformed into his beast form while asleep, Bai Yuqing's expression darkened as he bellowed toward the cave, urging Lion Moon to come out and greet Ling Yuyu. Startled from his slumber, Lion Moon flipped over to see what was amiss. Moments later, Ling Yuyu witnessed a white lion emerge from the cave, only to hurriedly attempt to stop upon seeing them at the entrance, likely misjudging his momentum and sliding past them. Ling Yuyu gazed in astonishment as the previously formidable white lion before her transformed into a comical, clumsy creature. Nonetheless, attending to business remained paramount. She disregarded the beastly form and urged Shiwei to revert to his original state, laying his paws before her. First, she examined Shiwei's pulse. Adhering to the 4 principles of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Upon confirming his robust health, she prepared to assess the condition of his bones. As a solitary lion, Shiwei felt a twinge of embarrassment when the young female expressed her desire to touch his hand, his tail thrashing behind him in a flurry. Bai Yuqing, unable to bear the sight, stealthily approached from behind and swiftly grasped Shiwei's tail, compelling him to revert to his true form. It was evident that the young female was quite taken with Shiwei's beastly appearance. He was determined to keep a watchful eye on her, lest the notorious flirtation of the lion tribe lead her astray. Shiwei let out a muffled groan as Bai Yuqing's grip on his tail nearly brought him to tears, prompting Ling Yuyu to quickly offer reassurance. "Your bones are in decent condition, just a bit painful. Bear with it. I shall be swift." With that, she aligned the 2 fractured bones. One could not help but marvel at the resilience of Beast Min. Merely 3 days had passed since his injury, and his bones were already beginning to heal at an angle. Fortunately, her timely intervention would prevent any further complications for Shiwei. Utilizing the vines and tree bark she and Bai Yuqing had previously gathered, she fashioned a rudimentary splint for Shiwei, instructing him to keep his arms still as much as possible. Shiwei nodded, his left hand injured. Yet it did not hinder his ability to eat, though he would have to refrain from sleeping in his lion form that night. As before, the beastmen divided their efforts. Half would forage for sweet potatoes while the remainder went hunting. After attending to Shiwei's needs, Bai Yuqing joined Ling Yuyu in gathering supplies. Having experimented with chili peppers the previous day, she intended to collect some to skewer with wild vegetables and meat for roasting. However, she had begun to feel unusually weak and lethargic since yesterday, leading her to believe she might simply be fatigued without considering other possibilities. Bai Yuqing had certainly taken note of Yuyu's condition. While most beastmen and females consumed beast blood every 2 days, Yuyu resisted this practice. Bai Yuqing pondered whether they could wait for the Grand Shaman's return. He calculated that the Grand Shaman would be back in a few days. Once he returned, the young female would no longer need to rely on beast blood for her salt intake. While plucking the vibrant chili peppers, she contemplated the possibility of discovering other seasonings. It suddenly struck her why she felt so fatigued. Since enjoying roasted fish last time, she had scarcely consumed any salt. It was no wonder her body felt drained. Yet, in this ancient land, where would she find salt? Previously, Leia had informed her that their tribe's supply of salt had been exhausted, and they now relied solely on beast blood for their sodium needs. The mere thought of this made Ling Yuyu's mouth fill with the metallic taste of blood, a repugnant sensation that lingered in her memory, even inducing nausea. In her small pouch lay a modest packet of barbecue seasoning, containing some salt, but for Ling Yuyu, it was but a drop in the ocean, insufficient for her needs. Chapter 23. The Serpent Brought Back by the Grand Shaman. Originally, the Grand Shaman had intended to return to the tribe in the morning, but encountered an unexpected occurrence along the way. Bai Yuqing fixed his gaze upon the serpent beast before him, his expression inscrutable as he turned to the Grand Shaman. "Is this the unforeseen event you spoke of?" Had the Grand Shaman deemed their tribe's variety of beastmen insufficient, resorting to bringing back a serpent, one that appeared formidable? The serpent, fully beastified, coiled menacingly, concealing something within its abdomen. Bai Yuqing's keen sense of smell quickly discerned that it was a near-death serpent egg, presumably the offspring of this serpent beast. Under such circumstances in the wild, fleeing would have been the only option. How could it possibly lead anyone back to the tribe? Sensing the tension in the air, the Grand Shaman hastily whispered to Bai Yuqing, "This is the foremost warrior of the serpent clan. If we can recruit him into our tribe, our strength could elevate us to that of a mid-sized tribe." Bai Yuqing disagreed, asserting, "We possess nothing to offer him. If his serpent egg were healthy, the future offspring would never abandon our tribe. But now, we cannot save his serpent egg." Pushing the Grand Shaman aside, he insisted on hastily escorting him out. "I still need to discuss with you the events that transpired during your absence." The Grand Shaman nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware that a newcomer has joined our tribe. And I have brought back the serpent beast because she may be able to save the serpent egg. From a distance, the observant Moxing noted the unfolding events. His inky black slit pupils flickering, instinctively extending his serpent tongue to gather information from the air. Initially, Ling Yuyu had accompanied him to welcome the Grand Shaman back to the tribe, but upon noticing an outsider among the Grand Shaman's entourage, he signaled Luo Bing to take her back to the cave, shielding her from the gaze of outsiders. However, despite his precautions, he could not outmaneuver the Grand Shaman. Do you even realize what you were saying? Bai Yuqing's voice was cold enough to freeze. She is merely a fragile young female. How could the Grand Shaman believe she has the ability to save that serpent egg? The Grand Shaman's gaze shifted behind Bai Yuqing, suggesting, perhaps we can inquire the opinion of the person in question. Alarm bells rang in Bai Yuqing's mind as he turned to see the pangolin, who typically trailed the Grand Shaman, now approaching with the young female in tow. Bai Yuqing, who had previously regarded the Grand Shaman's unilateral decisions with indifference, now cursed himself for not having stopped him earlier. Ling Yuyu had just been waiting for Bai Yuqing to find her. She was aware that Bai Yuqing intended to send her away, which left her feeling somewhat melancholic. After all, they had shared moments grooming the fluffy creature together. Why was it so easy for him to cast her aside? When she heard an orc mention that the clan leader was looking for her, she did not think much of it since the orc was a stranger. It seemed that her arrival was ill-timed. Should she simply return? Ling Yuyu signaled that she could pretend she had never been there. Faced with a group of unfamiliar orcs, she was clearly more inclined to trust Bai Yuqing. Seeing his cold demeanor, she suspected that these individuals were not friendly. Recalling how Bai Yuqing had previously dismissed her, Ling Yuyu felt this might be a form of protection from the fluffy creature. Yet, she still longed to caress its soft belly. Just yesterday, they had discussed it. But Bai Yuqing had fled midway, leaving her courage deflated. You are the envoy sent by the beast god. You should not allow the clan leader's overprotectiveness to stifle your talents. The Grand Shaman, being astute, noticed Ling Yuyu's desire to leave and immediately knelt before her, proclaiming her as the envoy of the beast god. In an instant, a scattering of orcs followed suit, kneeling before her. Ling Yuyu, having never encountered such a scene in reality, felt a surge of fear and wanted to flee. However, before she could turn and run, a massive black wall appeared before her, and she inadvertently bumped into it, bouncing back. The scales beneath her hand felt smooth and delicate, and she realized something was amiss. Slowly looking up, she met the gaze of the serpent-like Mo Xing, whose vertical black pupils sent a shiver down her spine. In fright, she turned to escape. But Mo Xing had already encircled her with his enormous serpentine body. Bai Yuqing urged Mo Xing to release her, suggesting they could discuss their matters later. Mo Xing, feeling urgency, sensed that his serpent egg's vitality was waning. If they did not act soon, it would not survive until sunset. Save him. A white egg was rolled to Ling Yuyu by Mo Xing's tail. Just as the black tail was about to let go of the egg, she hurriedly stepped forward to catch it, preventing it from crashing to the ground. Upon receiving the egg, the creature's condition visibly improved, confirming that the Grand Shaman had not deceived him. Otherwise, he would have demanded retribution from the tribe. How do I save it? Ling Yuyu pondered, realizing that her instinctive act of catching the egg did not suffice. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, she primarily treated humans and had only cared for a small animal once in her life. She had intended to take that adorable creature home, only to find it gone before she could. Now, faced with an egg that was merely a potential life, she was clueless about how to save it. In modern times, she could have utilized an ultrasound, but here, perhaps she might need to crack it open and see what was inside. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the egg in her hands began to tremble, followed by a crack. The egg shattered. Oh no, hurry, someone save me. Ling Yuyu thought she had inadvertently crushed the egg, and in panic, she dashed toward Bai Yuqing, instinctively believing the serpent would devour her. Yet, Mo Xing remained motionless, while the Grand Shaman shouted, "Stop! The egg isn't broken. It is hatching." Ling Yuyu, not heeding his words, was consumed by dread at the thought of dropping the hatchling. Bai Yuqing, please hurry. The Grand Shaman pushed Bai Yuqing, but he stood still, pondering. Can't you see that serpent isn't moving at all? Why the urgency? Chapter 24. The Serpent Hatchling Today. Ling Yuyu found herself reluctantly caring for a hatchling. With the return of the Grand Shaman and his companions, she was finally able to enjoy salt for her meat, savoring roasted meat seasoned with salt that evening. As she reminisced about the salt from her own world, she felt the stark contrast between the heavens and the earth. The meat was roasted in small pieces, which she had prepared herself, and with a touch of chili, she found it quite delectable. Upon finishing the first skewer, she instinctively handed it to Bai Yuqing without a second thought, continuing to roast another skewer. Beside her was a fluffy white serpent hatchling. This was only her second encounter with a long-haired serpent. The first had been in her own world when she stumbled upon a fluffy creature that had fallen from a tree and was injured. At the time, she had not considered it a snake, but merely an unfamiliar being. Today, however, Imo Xing directly informed her that this was indeed a serpent hatchling. Ling Yuyu felt somewhat ignorant for not realizing that snakes could possess fur. After digesting this revelation, she suddenly recalled that Imo Xing was a massive black python, while the hatchling was white and furry. Could it be that it was not his offspring? The thought made her feel as though Imo Xing's entire body had turned green with envy, leaving her puzzled, wondering if her eyes were deceiving her. Bai Yuqing's laughter confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, Imo Xing had turned a vivid shade of green, reminiscent of the chili she had given Bai Yuqing. Under the moonlight, it appeared to glow. Imo Xing hissed, his gaze fixed intently on the remnants of the roasted food Bai Yuqing had shared with him, which consisted mainly of vegetables. Imo Xing, who had never been fond of vegetables, was coerced by Bai Yuqing, who threatened him with the hatchling, stating that if he consumed the chili, their previous conflict would be forgotten. Realizing that he would soon be living under someone else's roof with the hatchling, he reluctantly ate the peculiar plant. To his surprise, the taste was not the issue. Rather, it was its effect on his body. The hatchling, observing its father's transformation to a leaf-like hue, appeared perplexed. It slithered over to Imo Xing, extending its tiny tail in an attempt to snuggle closer. However, it was quickly wrapped up by Imo Xing's tail and placed on Ling Yuyu's shoulder. Fortunately, Ling Yuyu was not like most girls. Otherwise, she might have screamed in fright. After all, which medical student would fear small creatures? Well, perhaps some would, as she still harbored a fear of cockroaches. Are you feeling unwell? She wondered, noting that snakes seemed to dislike spicy food, yet Imo Xing appeared to be fine. Imo Xing gently shook his serpentine head, signaling that he would be departing first. Although the serpent clan was not devoid of green snakes, he had just cast a glance at the color of his own tail and decided against reconciling with Bai Yuqing. He had never encountered such an unsightly hue, even among his kin. He was determined to avenge this grievance. Due to the roasting, the shape and vibrancy of the kai kai fruit had diminished, which had led him to unwittingly fall prey to Bai Yuqing's trickery. However, he was now resolute. Although consumption would alter the color, an antidote existed in the form of the fruit's leaves, though typically one would not think to consume them. This was a discovery Imo Xing had stumbled upon by chance. He intended to procure the leaves to restore his original hue, and later, infuse some water with the fruit's juice to administer to Bai Yuqing, confident that the great white tiger would transform into a magnificent rainbow tiger. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing, diligently slicing meat for Ling Yongyong, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, undoubtedly the result of that scheming serpent plotting mischief against him. Yet, with his keen sense of smell, he was certain he would not easily fall victim to the serpent's machinations. Imo Xing swallowed a few leaves, the bitterness nearly causing his serpent form to nod in discomfort. Additionally, the fruit was known to inflict mild pain upon consumption, though a sip of water would alleviate it, leading most beastmen to dismiss it as inconsequential. Yet, it remained a mystery why that little female had thought to roast the fruit. Returning his gaze to the campfire where the meat was being roasted, Bai Yuqing was preventing Ling Yongyong from consuming the kai kai fruit. You cannot eat that, Yongyong. Just as she was about to pop the red fruit into her mouth, Bai Yuqing instinctively attempted to snatch it away. However, Ling Yongyong was quicker, devouring the red pepper before moving on to the roasted meat, immediately feeling her taste buds reignite, which had nearly faded away. At that moment, Bai Yuqing dared not speak, merely watching the radiant Yongyong, fearful she might transform into a crimson hue. After a brief interval, noticing that she had not changed color, he instinctively wondered if perhaps the fruit was at fault. Following suit, he placed a skewer over the flames. Thus, a vibrant red tiger emerged shortly thereafter, and fortunately, Bai Yuqing had not revealed his tail. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly embarrassed in front of Ling Yongyong. Admittedly, he had been a bit hasty in consuming one whole red kai kai fruit, and now he was panting, seeking to cool his tongue. At that moment, Imo Xing approached with water infused with the kai kai fruit. Thinking this was the perfect opportunity, he discreetly handed the water to Ling Yongyong, signaling her to offer it to Bai Yuqing. When Bai Yuqing noticed Ling Yongyong bringing him water, he thought little of it, pondering how a stone bowl of water had materialized in a place where none had previously existed. After finishing the bowl, he proceeded to demonstrate to Ling Yongyong what a rainbow tiger truly looked like. Indeed, it appeared rainbow-hued. However, the dim lighting prevented it from glowing. He murmured to himself, wondering if perhaps those peppers had the capacity to change the colors of beastmen. Ling Yuyu felt a touch of the fantastical. She had confirmed her skin tone multiple times. It remained normal and unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the chili. However, she was uncertain whether someone like Bai Yuqing could revert to his original state. While everyone's attention was focused on Bai Yuqing, the little snake, seizing the opportunity, stealthily slithered to the stone bowl and took a generous sip of water. Subsequently, she successfully acquired a vibrant little snake. Observing the mischievous creature, Mo Xing's eyes reflected a sense of resignation as he extended a leaf from his tail for the little snake to consume. Otherwise, he would have to endure this peculiar coloration for several days. At that moment, Bai Yuqing's primary concern was not Mo Xing, but rather Ling Yuyu's perception of him. He wished to preserve the grand and heroic image he held in her eyes. Clearly, he could not establish any lofty stature in her mind merely based on his fluffy appearance, let alone in comparison to the current colorful tiger. Ling Yoyo could hardly contain her laughter, nearly rolling on the ground with amusement. In deference to the feelings of the great white tiger, she refrained from laughing openly and instead approached Mo Xing, who had just handed her a glass of water. "Is this something that can be unraveled?" she inquired. Mo Xing, upon hearing her question, recalled that his offspring could only survive by remaining close to Ling Yoyo. The dark serpent nodded slightly and presented a colorful fruit tree from behind him, offering it to Ling Yoyo, suggesting that she pluck some leaves for Bai Yuqing to consume. Eating these leaves would effectively negate the effects of the current situation. His deep, husky voice resonated from the immense serpent's mouth, carrying the chill of winter's snow. Ling Yuyu, with her charming demeanor, graciously accepted the leaf, first tearing off a piece for the little snake, then offering another to the tiger. The onlookers from her tribe were already in fits of laughter, unable to contain themselves. The chieftain, ha ha ha. He has turned into a rainbow. Luoya understood this transformation was due to Yuyu's previous gathering of colorful fruits, yet she was perplexed as to why the chieftain, being a fully grown tiger, remained oblivious to the fact that consuming such fruits would alter his coloration. As she observed the vibrant hues on Bai Yuqing gradually fading away, Ling Yuyu felt a sense of regret. It was a pity she could not touch the splendidly colorful fur. It is worth noting that even in modern times, she had never encountered any fluffy creature that could transform into such a harmonious array of colors. Once Bai Yuqing had addressed his own matters, he proceeded to elucidate to Ling Yuyu the effects of the colorful fruits. He explained that ingesting the fruit would make a beast man feel as though his mouth were ablaze. And disturbingly, it would also induce a change in color. Therefore, Yuyu should refrain from picking them in the future. For beastmen, their natural fur was essential for hunting. Should it be suddenly altered to a strikingly bright hue by a mere fruit, it would likely expose them to peril. Ling Yuyu glanced around at the surrounding orcs, noticing their expressions of unanimous agreement against consuming the colorful fruit. This fruit not only possessed an unpleasant taste, but also harbored detrimental effects. From Bai Yuqing's earlier remarks, Ling Yuyu had come to understand that what was referred to as colorful fruit in this place was, in fact, chili peppers. For someone who relished spicy food, persuading her to forsake chili peppers was akin to asking her to relinquish half of her culinary delights, an impossibility. Chapter 26. Hoarding colorful fruit. Ling Yuyu pondered the properties of chili peppers in dispelling dampness, envisioning the transformative experience of savoring a spicy hot pot during winter. A moment that elevated one's spirit profoundly. The kai fruit, indeed, was a remarkable treasure. Ling Yuyu recalled White Yuqing's previous admonition regarding the harshness of the cold season, during which many females succumbed to the bitter chill. Reflecting upon their experiences after consuming the kai fruit, did they not feel a warmth enveloping their bodies, accompanied by perspiration? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's inquiry, both the beastmen and females began to reminisce about their own encounters with the kai fruit. Luoyu was the first to exclaim, "It truly is as you described. Yuyu, after we consumed the kai fruit, we felt an intense warmth radiating from within, and we even began to sweat. At that time, the great shaman thought I was ill." Luoyu shot a disdainful glance at the great shaman, recalling how he had administered bitter medicine to her. Even now, the memory of that taste lingered in her mouth. The great shaman, bewildered by Luoyu's glare, muttered to himself, "Wasn't it all for your benefit, little female? If you truly had a fever, you'd likely be summoned to meet the beast god." Given that consuming the kai fruit induced warmth and perspiration in the beastmen, It followed that during the cold season, should they feel excessively chilly, they might consume a few kai fruits to warm themselves, potentially alleviating their susceptibility to the cold. At this moment, as Ling Yuyu spoke, the beastmen regarded the kai fruit with newfound reverence, akin to gazing upon a rare medicinal herb. Yet one timid voice emerged from the crowd. But Yuyu, we do not know how to preserve the kai fruit. Following the sound, Ling Yuyu noticed a female adorned with faint freckles, likely unfamiliar to the tribe, as she had never encountered her before. I know how to preserve them, just as one would with sweet potatoes, ensuring they last until the end of the cold season. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's assurance of prolonged preservation, the young female's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, as she pondered what sweet potatoes were, she suddenly became aware of the multitude of gazes fixed upon her. She promptly retreated behind the male beside her, too shy to speak further. Mo Xing found it remarkable. No one had yet dared to claim that food could be preserved through the cold season. Typically, beastmen relied on frenzied hunting prior to winter's arrival to stockpile provisions. If fortune favored them, they might return with a few catches, allowing them to survive the harsh season. Yet, if luck turned, the loss of several tribe members was not uncommon. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's confident declaration, the great shaman immediately proclaimed, "Yuyu is our beast goddess messenger. She shall guide us safely through the forthcoming cold season." Beast goddess messenger. Ling Yoyo was bewildered by how the situation had escalated. She had merely wished to advocate for her right to enjoy spicy food. How had it devolved into a cult of personality? "Everyone, please eat first," she urged. After the morning's discussion with the Grand Shaman, she realized that this seemingly amiable elder was quite difficult to converse with. Once he had made up his mind about something, there was no reasoning with him. For instance, if she attempted to explain to him that she was not the beast goddess messenger, he would kneel before her and inquire whether she or anyone from her tribe had offended her, thus causing her reluctance to assume the role of the beast goddess envoy and guide them through their trials. At that moment, Luoya added to the chaos by chirping incessantly, asking Ling Yoyo if her displeasure stemmed from having consumed Yoyo's food and offering to share her own provisions with her. The thought of such a scene made Ling Yoyo's head spin. If anyone dared to suggest that orcs lacked cunning, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Luoya then pushed her way past the chieftain and approached Ling Yoyo, followed by several adorable, fluffy cubs. Typically, when Luoya was around, the cubs of Luo Bing would join her in play. Thus, the area around the fire was now teeming with these furry beings. "Yo-Yo, the meat you roasted for the chieftain was absolutely delectable," Luoya exclaimed, swallowing hard to suppress her drool. "Could you teach me? I wish to learn as well." She had come seeking mentorship, hoping to acquire Yo-Yo's grilling techniques, undeterred by the potential adverse effects of consuming the colorful fruits. As for skin discoloration, orcs could usually revert to their original hues by the following day, and since she wouldn't need to venture out hunting, she felt safe gathering in the woods without encountering any dangers. With this in mind, Luoya gazed at Ling Yoyo with an expression of earnest pleading, her demeanor exuding a pitiful charm, as if to declare that should Yoyo refuse to teach her, she would resort to tears. Ling Yongyong found herself at a loss with the situation. She plucked several fruits from the colorful tree and threaded them onto a branch, interspersing them with a piece of meat. Soon, Luoya, imitating her, crafted a skewer of her own. Chapter 27. The purple skewer's other females were stirred with anticipation, while some males, curious, desired to partake as well, reasoning that they could always resort to a few bitter leaves should it come to that. Based on their previous experiences, it was evident that the stronger the beastman's physique, the shorter the duration of the color change after consuming the kai fruit. Bai Yuqing observed a throng of beastmen attempting to gather around Ling Yongyong. His tiger-like eyes narrowed, and his tail, thrashing behind him with a distinct sound, clearly indicative of his displeasure. Ever since Luoya had pushed him aside, he had yearned for an opportunity to confront the leopard of Luoya's family. Yet he struggled to devise a suitable pretext. Now, witnessing the multitude of males clustering around Yongyong, his frustration ignited. Were they all so gluttonous? His gaze swept across the downcast beastmen, and through gritted teeth, he muttered the remaining few words. "Then let us have a contest." One by one, the eager beastmen, still yearning for more food, were dragged by Bai Yuqing to the arena, to learn precisely who they should not covet. Seeing that Luoya was already savoring the fragrant roasted meat, the remaining fruits, and Luo Bing approached. Upon their arrival, Ling Yongyong scanned the crowd and finally spotted Ming Shuang. "Ming Shuang, are you feeling better?" At that moment, Ming Shuang reclined against a fox-shaped pillow, savoring a purple fruit, though her gaze had been fixed elsewhere moments before. "I'm much better," Ming Shuang replied with a gentle smile. "Thanks to you, Yo-Yo. If there is anything you desire in the future, you may seek me out. My father resides in the Beast King city." Ling Yu nodded. This was the first time she had heard a term beyond her tribe. The Beast King city. Just the sound of it suggested a place akin to the capital of her homeland, a realm not meant for the common folk. It seemed that Ming Shuang's father held considerable influence. On her way back, she clutched a cluster of grapes, which was likely what the advertisements referred to as ping-pong grapes. Each grape was astonishingly large, albeit with a slight, overripe appearance. Upon realizing what she held, Luo Ya's face radiated envy. This purple cluster was a delicacy reserved for the orcs of Beast King City, evidently a gift from Ming Shuang's father. "Did Ming Shuang give you this?" Luo Ya inquired, her desire evident, yet she understood the rarity of the grapes and refrained from directly asking for them. However, she considered trading with Yu Yu. "It was given to me by Ming Shuang. Your barbecue is about to burn," Ling Yu reminded her. Luo Ya, preoccupied with her culinary endeavor, resolved to return home briefly to fetch the animal skins she had initially intended to use for trading in exchange for some of the coveted grapes. "Yu, could I perhaps trade for a few of those grapes?" she asked, her eagerness apparent but her hesitation palpable. Just as Yu was about to offer her some, Luo Ya quickly interjected, "Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but these are truly invaluable." With that, Luo Ya dashed home, intent on retrieving the animal skins to barter with Ling Yu for food. The remaining females, seeing Luo Ya depart, finally mustered the courage to speak up. "Yu, may we trade for some colorful fruits?" They too yearned for the meat roasted with the colorful fruits. Yet, such fruits were seldom found within the tribe previously. They had hesitated to ask Yu, but Luo Ya's words had sparked the realization that they could indeed trade for some colorful fruits with her. Ling Yu was perplexed, as an unexpected number of individuals desired to exchange items with her. She nodded in agreement, allowing the transactions to unfold. Subsequently, a throng of females hurried home to retrieve their belongings. However, the young female with freckles, who had previously been present, chose to linger. What could possibly be the reason? Ling Yu looked on with a radiant smile, while the little female dared not meet her gaze. I wish to inquire if I might also exchange for some purple strings." This delicacy was favored by her mother, yet they could only wait each year for Ming Shuang's father to deliver them before they had the opportunity to trade for some. However, this year, Ming Shuang suddenly declared that she would no longer engage in exchanges and intended to bestow some upon the female named Ling Yu. Now, seeing that Ling Yu was willing to barter with Luo Ya, her heart was inevitably stirred, yet she found herself devoid of anything of value to offer. Annually, it was only Ming Shuang's compassion that allowed them to receive a couple of pieces. She was reluctant to consume them herself, always giving them to her mother. Yet, this newcomer appeared distinctly different from them, leaving her uncertain if Ling Yu would deem her offering too meager and thus refuse the exchange. "Would you be willing to trade me a purple string?" Ling Yu raised the object in her hand, observing the eager expression on the little female's face. After a moment's contemplation, she decided that one gem was hardly a significant matter. "Very well," she said. "If you tell me your name, I shall exchange it with you." "What? Is it truly that simple?" "I cannot take advantage of you," she replied. "Though I possess few items of value to barter with, last time, Ulung gifted me a pearl. I can offer that in exchange." Ling Yo cast her gaze towards Luo Bing, silently inquiring if this was truly something precious. Luo Bing shook her head, prompting Ling Yo to indicate that she would gladly accept it. "Very well, but you have yet to reveal your name," she remarked. To her surprise, the little female genuinely wished to know her name, and she softly replied, "K. I am called Quebec." Chapter 28. The powerful tribe. Before Ling Yo could further inquire about K, Luo Ya rushed back, brandishing a pristine piece of beast skin in her hands. It appeared she intended to use it as a means of exchange with Ling Yo. "Yo, what do you think of this?" Luo Ya placed the beast skin into Ling Yo's hands, gesturing for her to examine it first. Ming Shuang had given Ling Yo a total of 13 purple fruits. She had consumed 2 earlier and wished to offer one to Luo Bing. However, Luo Bing insisted that it was too valuable to accept and urged Ling Yo to keep it for herself, having heard Luo Bing's insistence on its considerable worth. Ling Yo hesitated to eat any more, leaving her with 11 fruits. She planned to retain one for herself and see how many Luo Ya desired from the remainder. In her estimation, she owed Ming Shuang a substantial favor. Had she known the fruits would be so costly, she would have refrained from accepting them. Initially believing they were akin to the fruits typically gathered by the orcs, Ling Yo-Yo, feeling rather regretful, decided to keep the 2 seeds she had expelled, hoping that perhaps her fortune would allow her to cultivate them. Luoya intended to exchange 8 of the fruits, recalling that during previous exchanges with the orcs, seeds and beast skin could typically barter for around 8 or 9 fruits. Ling Yongyong took 9 fruits for herself, leaving 1 for Luo Bing and 1 for Quebec. The gem that Kay brought was a luminous pearl, which immediately captivated Ling Yongyong upon sight. After handing her the fruit, she felt it was a worthwhile exchange. As for the white fox fur that Luoya had traded her, she planned to fashion it into 2 leather garments. Having gone several days without a bath, she could only rinse her mouth each morning, feeling increasingly unkempt. She had contemplated weaving a garment from hay as a temporary solution, intending to wash her clothes that evening. However, she lacked the necessary tools and would have to wait for Bai Yuqing to return to borrow his claws. Soon, Ling Yongyong discovered alternative methods. That night, intended to return early, but the small snake at the tip of his tail incessantly hissed that it wanted to go back. If did not acquiesce, it threatened to deprive him of sleep. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, a snake flew towards Ling Yongyong, picking up the colorful snake hatchling from the ground, and suddenly, an immature idea blossomed in her mind. Why not request some scales from? It was said that snake scales are remarkably sharp. However, she was uncertain whether it was venomous. If the scales bore poison, that would be troublesome. After exchanging items with the female, she decided to first feed the hatchling before devising a plan to request the scales from. Directly asking was out of the question, having spent several days in this world. She understood the nuances of their interactions. Perhaps she could have Bai Yuqing make the request on her behalf. It seemed their relationship was amicable enough for some playful banter. And with him as an intermediary, she could swiftly acquire what she sought. Ling Yongyong mused to herself, calculating her next steps. Later that night, Bai Yuqing was summoned by the shaman. Before him sat the shaman, and the dynamics between them had always been a delicate balance of tension. However, the arrival of Ling Yongyong had disrupted this already fragile relationship. What did the shaman want to discuss at such an hour? Bai Yuqing was reluctant to converse with a beastman outside at night, especially as he had promised Ling Yongyong he would transform into a tiger for her to pet. Yet, it was not yet time for her to stroke his belly. Shortly after Ling Yongyong fell asleep, the shaman approached. Reluctantly, Bai Yuqing followed to assess the situation. Behind the shaman slithered a snake. Bai Yuqing, puzzled by his prolonged absence, felt annoyed by the interruption to his embrace with the small female. How long have you been here? Why haven't you transformed back? He inquired, stroking his chin. Could it be that you were aware of your own unappealing appearance? Flicked his tail, ready to retaliate. But Bai Yuqing was not one to simply stand by. Your words are as venomous as your demeanor, retorted coldly, transforming into his beastman form before them. Get to the point. I wish to return. My little snake is still asleep in the cave, and I cannot leave it unattended. By the way, Bai Yuqing began. But the shaman interrupted with, silence, listen to me. Pushed past Bai Yuqing to sit beside the shaman, who remained indifferent, finding a place to sit nearby. Our tribe is indeed too small, and the variety of beastmen within does not compare to those in larger clans such as the lion, wolf, or tiger tribes. However, due to the diversity within our tribe, if more powerful beastmen were to leave their clans and join us, our growth could be rapid. Especially now that the beast goddess envoy has appeared in our midst. Thus, for the safety of our tribe, we must attract stronger beastmen before the larger clans become aware and we are rendered defenseless. Bai Yuqing nodded in understanding. Had it not been for your insistence that the beast goddess envoy is among us, our tribe would not be in such a precarious position. Chapter 29. The Will of the Beast God. The shaman's gaze shifted to, what is the current state of the snake tribe? Pondered for a moment before responding. As you have witnessed today, the snake tribe is formidable, yet our hatchlings struggle to survive. Even if they manage to hatch, they often emerge with deformities. Much like the hatchling you see before you. Bai Yuqing nodded, indicating his comprehension. So, that truly is your offspring? He remained skeptical. How could a black snake produce a white one? Ow! Bai Yuqing yelped as a snake tail struck his face. He was too close to evade. Enough of this nonsense. The shaman continued, such deformities are common in our tribe, yet they do not occur in ours. Typically, beastmen leaving their tribes are not particularly powerful, which is why our tribe remains unnoticed by the larger clans. Additionally, some herbivore tribes consist of multiple clans, where the herbivorous beastmen have not faced the difficulties of hatching or birthing. However, due to the predation of carnivorous beastmen, their female population is gradually dwindling. With insufficient females, the birth rate of new offspring declines, causing their tribes to shrink. Consequently, herbivorous beast men are increasingly uniting. It is inevitable that a great battle will arise between the herbivorous beast men and the carnivorous ones that frequently prey upon their females. If we do not prepare to strengthen ourselves by then, it will be too late. After the shaman's discourse, Bai Yuqing's expression turned grave. They had previously been myopic, only concerned with ensuring their kin were well-fed, neglecting external factors. What should we do now, shaman? Bai Yuqing queried regarding their next course of action. The shaman gazed towards the horizon. Perhaps we should place our trust in that little female. It is the will of the beast god. Is that truly your plan? Remarked, turning to leave while adding, you're wasting my sleeping time. The shaman fumed, and Bai Yuqing, marked by the snake's tail, attempted to pacify him. Do not be angry. You cannot overpower him. Let us return to sleep. In his view, the shaman's words had been mere drivel, outlining the current circumstances only to suggest they follow Ling Yongyong. A simple declaration that they should accompany her would have sufficed. The shaman was exasperated with the two. Despite being a shaman with awakened powers capable of divination, he felt reduced to the status of a useless entity in their eyes. In the stillness of the night, Ling Yuyu felt a chill, as her fluffy blanket seemed to have vanished. However, it soon returned, enveloped by Bai Yuqing, who had transformed into his beastly form, cradling her within his embrace. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, as if he were the happiest tiger in the tribe, holding his female companion close. The following morning, Ling Yuyu and Bai Yuqing were roused from their slumber by the loud calls of Gui Duo Duo. Bai Yuqing had awoken early but, noticing that the little female remained asleep and having no need to hunt that day, chose to indulge in a bit more rest alongside her. However, their brief respite was interrupted by Gui Duo Duo's arrival, accompanied by Ming Xuan. Upon seeing the two females seeking Ling Yuyu, Bai Yuqing instinctively surmised that something must have gone awry. Yuyu, wake up, he attempted to rouse the slumbering Ling Yuyu, nestled comfortably against him. Yet, instead of waking her, his efforts resulted in him transforming back into his beastly form due to the discomfort caused by her playful tugging at his fur. Realizing the absence of her blanket, Ling Yuyu stirred awake, glancing at the tufts of white fur in her hand, and then at Bai Yuqing, who had retreated a safe distance away. In a flurry of panic, she hastily concealed the fur, determined not to let Bai Yuqing see it, for all felines are known to be quite protective of their coats. What if this particular feline grew irate and denied her the pleasure of petting him? Come quickly, let me see where the fur was pulled from. Does it hurt? At the sight of Ling Yuyu's worried expression, Bai Yuqing instinctively thought that if he could receive such concern daily, a few tufts of fur were a small price to pay. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that her hands were wandering inappropriately. Why was she touching his belly when it was his tail fur that had been tugged? Chapter 30. The Birth of Milk Powder. Ling Yuyu, belatedly realizing the implications of her earlier actions towards an adult male, immediately withdrew her hand and followed outside to ascertain the situation. What was happening with Gui Duo Duo? Without even taking the time to wash her face, she donned a hastily crafted animal hide, resembling a bikini but longer in design. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu emerge, Gui Duo Duo seized her hand like a lifeline and dashed deeper into the tribe. As they ran, she explained, the sheep we caught last time can no longer produce milk. So we wanted you to take a look. This revelation reminded Ling Yuyu that animals have breeding seasons, and once those periods pass, milk production ceases. Fortunately, they had discovered this issue early, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. There was no need for concern. They could simply send another beastman out to hunt and bring back another sheep. As for the current sheep, perhaps it and its offspring could be allowed to return home. Ling Yuyu merely suggested that the final decision should reflect the consensus of the majority within the tribe. Fortunately, capturing the Meow Meow beast is not particularly challenging. After conversing with Ling Yuyu in the morning, Gui Guo and Ming Xuan arranged for its release in the afternoon. However, it was not a free endeavor. They compensated the tribe with some goods as a form of gratitude for nurturing their offspring. Presently, it is the season for Meow Meow beasts to give birth, and perhaps she could procure more of these creatures to produce Meow Meow milk powder. This foresight would be beneficial should a child be born during the cold season or any other period when the Meow Meow beasts are not breeding. One must consider what sustenance the child would have. Furthermore, the milk powder could be exchanged with others possessing female cubs or those wary of birthing female offspring. With this thought, Ling Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously sensed the tribe's reluctance to rear children, but lamented the absence of cattle or similar creatures. If only she could find a dairy cow, she had always enjoyed milk. Currently, they are in the light rainy season, and they plan to attend the exchange meeting in the Beastman Valley halfway through the hot season. They have accumulated a considerable amount of goods to bring along, particularly methods to ensure the survival of female cubs, which would undoubtedly pique the interest of many. The Beastman Valley pales in comparison to Beast King City, where the inhabitants possess formidable strength and are abundant. When a Beastman discovers something valuable, it is often sent to Beast King City for trade, gradually enhancing its stature. Ling Yuyu is curious to visit Beast King City, although her time here has been brief and she has heard that goods there are quite expensive. Ultimately, she sighed, intending to broaden her horizons at the exchange meeting in the Beastman Valley, where she had heard one could even glimpse a panda. She wondered if she might persuade them to accompany her back, as she would gladly assist these pandas in cultivating bamboo. Today, they devoted the entire day to foraging for sweet potatoes, which included both transporting and slicing them. A large group of fluffy creatures finally managed to secure a brief respite at noon, remaining sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move, even neglecting to revert to their beast forms. As for Mo Xing, when Bai Yuqing approached him, he expressed that he did not genuinely intend to join the tribe. He merely sought a temporary refuge until the little cubs grew older, at which point he would return home. Thus, observing the tiger laboring diligently, Mo Xing could not resist mocking him. If Bai Yuqing inadvertently miscut something, he would interject before the female beside him could offer a warning. Bai Yuqing, you've made a mistake. I truly wonder how a tiger of your size possesses such a dull intellect. Each time he faced ridicule, Bai Yuqing could not help but glance at the tree where Mo Xing was perched, only to be chastised by the waiting female for his lack of concentration. When Ling Yu finally approached him, Bai Yuqing's ears had transformed into an unflattering state, indicating his displeasure. At that moment, he smashed a nearby stone with a paw and began to stride toward Mo Xing, ready to confront him, his entire demeanor bristling with agitation. Other beastmen eagerly anticipated witnessing their leader's true prowess, only to observe the once mighty king of the jungle falter mid-stride, transforming from a formidable figure into a timid kitten. This was not Bai Yuqing's intention. He simply found himself captivated by the little female waving at him. Upon seeing her face, he felt the trivial matters of the day dissipate from his mind, deeming them inconsequential. Chapter 31. The Working Snake. Although the great white tiger retracted his ears upon seeing her as his devoted caretaker, Ling Yuyu felt compelled to inquire about Bai Yuqing's earlier demeanor and the reason behind his sudden discontent. Thus, she approached him, asking, "What transpired just now?" She reached out to stroke his chin, but the height of his head made it impossible to reach, prompting Bai Yuqing to lower himself for her comfort. "Why are you unhappy?" Once she tousled his fur, Bai Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at the amused Mo Xing before responding with a sigh. "It's merely that while I was laboring, a certain black creature, lacking claws, decided to make snide remarks from the sidelines." Ling Yuyu nodded, indicating her understanding, and turned to confront the snake still sprawled on the tree. Meeting her gaze, the snake felt an ominous sensation. Before he could turn to flee, Ling Yuyu spoke softly. "I recall you mentioned wanting to join this tribe and striving for its strength, correct?" Mo Xing wished to deny it but hesitated, ultimately finding a justification. "My beast form lacks claws. I am unsuitable for such tasks." Upon hearing his reasoning, Ling Yuyu nodded in comprehension before inquiring about his scales. "I remember snakes shed their scales annually. Could you spare some for the females in the tribe?" Upon learning that she desired his scales, Mo Xing's expression darkened. "What do you need my scales for? They are venomous, and I possess the only antidote." Previously, Bai Yuqing, that wretched tiger, had requested scales from him, only to turn around and poison the tiger tribe's leader, leaving him entangled with those old brutes for quite some time. Finally, he could breathe easy, only for this little female to ask him for scales again. "I merely wish to use your scales to slice these sweet potatoes. We cannot have the beastmen laboring every day. It would be an egregious waste of time." Nearly half the beastmen were present, while the others were out hunting. Many of the remaining females were but cubs, incapable of performing significant tasks without sharp claws. However, with the right tools, the females could contribute to the tribe's work while the beastmen transported the goods back. Observing Mo Xing's physique, an idea struck her. "Why not assist in transporting goods? Your size is far more convenient than that of other beastmen. Typically, they can carry only 2 baskets, yet you could easily bear a dozen." Thus, the once leisurely Mo Xing became a transport snake, laboring without remuneration. With this arrangement, they would enjoy delicious sweet potato chips during the cold season. Sitting atop Bai Yuqing's back, Ling Yuyu glanced backward while conversing with Mo Xing. The slithering Mo Xing wished to ignore her, swiftly gliding past Bai Yuqing toward the previously agreed-upon location. Here, the sweet potatoes had gone untouched by beastmen, resulting in a bountiful harvest. However, they could not deplete all the resources at once. Some had to be preserved for the following year. She planned to conclude today's foraging without further excursions. Besides, there was ample supply. She did not intend to prepare a singular dish, as that would lead to monotony. The resources of the beast realm were abundant, albeit challenging to locate. She had several birds raised, making it feasible to stew them, though she lamented the lack of extra stone pots. Upon reaching the site, Mo Xing finally responded to Ling Yuyu's earlier remarks. The snake tribe does not feed during the cold season. By the time you emerge from it, the food will have long been consumed. What concern is it of mine to hoard provisions for the cold season? Mo Xing expressed his dissatisfaction, hoping Ling Yuyu would reconsider and hasten others' arrival to avoid wasting time. Of course, Ling Yuyu remained unmoved by Mo Xing's few words, quickly filling his back with nets brimming with food. As the last group returned, expressions of relief spread among the tribe, glad to have completed their tasks. Yet, many more awaited them, and even Mo Xing, a recent addition to the snake tribe, was not exempt from Ling Yuyu's assigned duties. That night, Mo Xing could still feel the imprints on his serpentine body from the burdens he had carried. His entire form felt fragmented. However, with nothing pressing at the moment, Mo Xing contemplated resting. Just then, his little white snake approached him, demanding to partake in the food consumed by the other beastmen. Observing the toothless little serpent, Mo Xing shook his head. You are a snake, unlike those animals who possess teeth. To eat, you must first transform into your human form. Upon hearing Mo Xing's words, the little snake wished to retort, but its hissing was too faint. Should Mo Xing transform into a large snake, he would be unable to see Mo Xing's head. Frustrated, it swam off to find Ling Yuyu, convinced that the female with the delightful scent would surely provide him with food. If he displayed a hint of affection towards her, she would undoubtedly prepare whatever he desired. Chapter 32. The White Tiger's Inner Turmoil. When Mo Xing arrived to catch the snake, the little serpent's belly had already swollen from overeating, a consequence of Ling Yuyu's intervention. At that moment, he comfortably nestled in Ling Yuyu's arms, relishing her gentle belly rubs, while Bai Yuqing lay behind her, serving as her cushion. However, if Mo Xing's eyes were not deceived, he would have noticed the glint of malice in Bai Yuqing's gaze. Had this little snake not held some utility, he would have long since been discarded by Bai Yuqing. Let me go, you heartless snake, the little one hissed as he scolded Mo Xing in serpent language. Mo Xing, unfazed, turned to Ling Yuyu and translated. Did you hear? You must not feed him so much next time. Look, this little rascal has come to complain. Mo Xing spoke with righteous indignation, while the little snake attempted to rise to explain to Ling Yuyu. Yet, Mo Xing was already aware and swiftly departed, denying the little one an opportunity to speak. Ling Yuyu scratched her head, pondering whether what he said earlier was true. She glanced at Bai Yuqing, who was sleeping with his arms crossed. Bai Yuqing lifted his eyelids and cast a glance in the direction where Mo Xing had departed, muttering to himself, I am but a tiger. How could I possibly understand the words of a snake? With that, he resumed his slumber, curling his paws around himself. He even used his tail to gently reposition Ling Yuyu onto his back, ensuring she found a comfortable spot to rest. Enveloped in the warmth of his fluffy fur, Ling Yuyu inhaled the scent of the tiger, quickly succumbing to a state of intoxication. As she watched the white tufts floating around her, an idea struck her. Perhaps she could take the time to groom Bai Yuqing's fur, collecting it to fashion a mat. That way, even in the depths of winter, she could enjoy a cozy sleep. Yet, her desire to snuggle against the soft fur of his belly lingered. It must surely be the most tender and comforting. She envisioned crafting a pillow from his fur to prevent waking up with a stiff neck. Gazing at the luxurious coat of the white tiger, she had already begun to plan what she might create for herself. Ultimately, this magnificent creature could very well belong to her, as he had taken a liking to her the moment she was rescued. Fortunately, she had no aversion to fluffiness, although she regrettably had yet to develop feelings for the tiger beyond mere longing for his physical presence. With a pang of conscience, Ling Yuyu felt shame for taking advantage of him, deeming it lowly, yet his fur was simply too delightful. Her mind swirling with thoughts, Ling Yuyu soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing, who had closed his eyes earlier, opened them again and secured Ling Yuyu with his tail, concerned she might fall during the night. Through a layer of fur, he felt the smooth and delicate texture of her skin. Before he could further explore with his tail, she turned over, wrapping her arms around it. This little female was rather bold. Bai Yuqing's face flushed crimson, his sparse ear fur barely concealing the tomato-red hue of his embarrassment. It seemed he was quite uneasy about the situation, yet he understood that Ling Yuyu was different from the females of his kind. Even if he wished to act on his instincts, he knew he had to restrain himself to avoid her disdain. With his tail grasped, Bai Yuqing awoke early the next morning and ventured out to hunt. With only 10 days until the small warm season, they needed to gather enough game to take to Beastman Valley, where they would exchange it for ample saltstones. Additionally, if there were any surplus, they could barter for delightful trinkets to please the females. Of course, Ling Yuyu planned to accompany them, believing she should assist in finding suitable food for the cubs. When the hunting party set out, they would encounter prey with young that could be captured and raised, only to be released once weaned. However, Ling Yuyu felt this was somewhat of a waste of time. Why not try raising those animals ourselves? She pondered, intending to broach the subject with Guiduo to gauge the opinions of the females in her tribe regarding animal husbandry. After considering Ling Yuyu's proposal, Guiduo contemplated for a while before responding. Yuyu, it's not that we don't wish to raise animals, but we simply do not possess the knowledge to do so. Not even the beast men from Beast King City. Upon hearing the name of Beast King City, Ling Yuyu pursed her lips. Their inadequacy was their concern, not a reflection on the Dahu tribe. Why shouldn't we try it ourselves? She asserted, recalling her previous experience with the lamb she had cared for several days. Guiduo thought this might indeed be feasible. Very well. I shall discuss it with my beastman tonight and have him catch a few live lambs to bring back. Ling Yuyu nodded and then inquired about her offspring. By the way, does your child still require goat beast milk? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu mention her child, Guiduo began to elaborate. Yes, she is still drinking goat beast milk and has developed quite a fondness for it. If she goes a day without it, she wails inconsolably. Fortunately, the tribe has brought back another goat beast, although I'm puzzled as to why these creatures produce so little milk. Many of the females are pregnant now and are eager to give birth to females as well, so that the tribe can provide them with goat beast milk. After this lengthy discourse, Guiduo finally noticed that Ling Yuyu had donned a new hide today. She had been too rushed yesterday to appreciate it properly. You look truly beautiful, Yuyu. This white suits you perfectly. I'm glad you didn't let that girl Luaya trade it away for a few morsels of food. Hearing Guiduo's remark about Luaya made Ling Yuyu's lips twitch. In truth, it was Luaya who had exchanged it for a few bites to eat. Chapter 33. Fluffiness is adorable today. Guiduo took Ling Yuyu to a spot frequented by pregnant females who often gather fruit. She pointed to a tree laden with pale blue fruits, exclaiming, Yuyu, look at this. If a female beastman eats this fruit while pregnant, she will no longer feel discomfort. However, if it's a female, she can only manage for a day. Gazing at the trees adorned with blue fruits, Ling Yuyu thought they resembled blueberries and wished to taste one. May I try one? Here, you. Take it, but it might be quite sour. Just take a small bite. Initially dismissing Guiduo's warning about the sourness, Ling Yuyu thought, how sour could it possibly be? However, once the fruit touched her palate, she felt as though her teeth were about to dissolve from the acidity. As she rinsed her mouth by the water's edge, the lingering tartness clung to her taste buds. After rinsing, Guiduo gently patted her back. It's a pity these fruits won't last until the cold season. She mused. A memory struck her. During the last cold season when she was pregnant, there were no such fruits, and she had spent the entire season vomiting. Fire Maple had been terrified, nearly believing she wouldn't survive, and had intended to accompany her to meet the beast god. As Guiduo spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, lamenting the luck of the newly pregnant females. If their offspring were beast men, they would likely be born before the cold season. And with goat beast milk available, they would have no worries even if they bore females. Are there no fruits to eat during the cold season? Ling Yuyu recalled the off-season fruits she had devoured in winter, suddenly realizing how wondrous technological advancement was. In winter, the trees nearly die from frost. How could there be fruits to eat? Then why not gather more fruits to preserve for the cold season? Surely they could be dried for later consumption? At that moment, the beastmen appeared to her as children endowed with wealth, but lacking the knowledge to utilize it. Upon meeting Guiduo's helpless gaze, Ling Yuyu suddenly comprehended the meaning behind the phrase, why not eat meat porridge? She realized how absurd her previous statement had been. Preserving dried fruits for the cold season was laughable when these beastmen could hardly even preserve meat, let alone fruits and vegetables. I spoke in error. How about I teach you to make dried fruits? Ling Yuyu proposed. Before Guiduo could respond, an elderly voice interjected. We will learn to make dried fruits alongside the beast goddess messenger. It was the same old man who had previously called her the beast goddess messenger. Ling Yuyu felt an urge to flee. When she had been in the tribe, Bai Yuqing had been present, but today he had gone hunting, leaving only her and this so-called great shaman in the tribe. "I have told you not to call me the beast goddess messenger," Ling Yuyu exclaimed, her irritation evident as she glared at the approaching great shaman. However, upon seeing a large group of fluffy creatures trailing behind him, her anger dissipated considerably. When the great shaman acknowledged his mistake and assured her it wouldn't happen again, only a trace of her annoyance remained. "You must understand that our tribe is not as powerful as the one you once inhabited, so we require your guidance in many matters," the great shaman explained, glancing at the younglings behind him. "These are the cubs of our tribe, the future of our tribe. I have brought them to learn how to make dried fruits." Ling Yuyu observed the small fluff balls on the ground for a while, deciding that as long as they didn't cause chaos, she would be content. She spotted a few black and white cubs, hoping they wouldn't possess the temperament of huskies. "Rest assured, each of them has been well trained and will surely assist you," the great shaman vowed. However, Ling Yuyu pointed to one particularly standard-colored wolf cub behind him. In an instant, that mischievous wolf darted up a tree. The great shaman, exasperated, rushed to the base of the tree, attempting to call the wolf back, but it was futile. The little cub could climb but not descend. Fortunately, a nearby beastman heard the commotion and rescued the little wolf. Before departing, the rescuer teased the great shaman, "Your little wolf has climbed a tree again. You must discipline it well. It cannot grow up to be wild like a wolf. They are truly difficult to train." The great shaman looked embarrassed and urged the rescuer to return to training rather than chatting. Once the rescuer had left, he turned back to Ling Yuyu. "This little wolf is simply unruly. It had just been retrieved from the tree and is now pouncing on a little lioness tail. The lion cub doesn't wish to play, tucking its tail beneath itself to avoid being pounced. But the little tiger isn't as clever and ended up yelping in distress, ready to engage with the little wolf." Ultimately, it was the great shaman who intervened, administering a few swats to the little wolf to restore peace. This was an accident today," the great shaman attempted to explain, wishing to convey that these cubs were usually quite well behaved. In truth, Ling Yu didn't mind. She picked up the faux husky lying on the ground, feigning death. And as her hand touched it, the little creature began to nuzzle her affectionately. Chapter 34. Fluffballs come to help ultimately. It was thanks to these little cubs that they managed to gather enough fruit, for with fewer females and beastmen being disinclined to eat fruit, many had fallen to the ground. Some of the fallen fruits were still fresh, bursting with sweetness, while others were quite small. Typically, the females would only gather enough for one day's consumption, knowing they would return the following day, as the fruits picked for tomorrow would not be as palatable. However, today, since Yu suggested they could create delicious dried fruits, the cubs eagerly gathered the fruits. Yet, when the beastmen had toiled half the day and finally brought everything to the water's edge, Ling Yu suddenly recalled that they likely didn't have enough salt. How shall we preserve the food? However, she remembered they could go to the seaside to harvest salt. After all, she had studied chemistry and excelled in it. The only uncertainty was how far the sea was and how to transport the harvested salt back. They should first visit the Rolling clan to see if they could trade for some bamboo. If they obtained bamboo, they could store the fruits in bamboo tubes, and the salt would be easy to carry back. It seemed the great shaman had previously gone to the Merfolk clan to trade for salt. "Great shaman, is the Merfolk clan far from our tribe?" Ling Yu struck up a conversation with the great shaman, while the females and cubs busied themselves washing the fruits. The great shaman, surprised by her attention, quickly responded, "The Merfolk clan is not very far, as long as the beastmen run swiftly. They can reach it in 3 sunrises and sunsets." Ling Yu calculated that the round trip would take 6 days, not accounting for the time spent harvesting salt by the sea. Pondering this, she was reluctant to abandon her plan to sunbathe at the shore. After all, do mermaids not dwell in the sea? Noticing Ling Yu's interest in the merfolk, the Grand Sorcerer cleared a space for her with his staff, inviting her to sit and soon engaging her in conversation. The merfolk were unlike the beastmen. They thrived in water, yet their females could not swim and resided on land. This necessity led to occasional trade with them, where the beastmen would exchange furs for salt. However, the Grand Sorcerer sighed heavily, revealing that the merfolk were currently facing some misfortune, resulting in a dwindling supply of salt for trade. This predicament compelled them to seek exchanges with other beast tribes possessing salt, which was exorbitantly priced compared to that from the merfolk. As Ling Yu listened to the Grand Sorcerer's frustrated words, she contemplated offering words of comfort, but then he expressed a desire to seize the salt mines from those tribes. She interjected, suggesting that they could produce their own salt, which caught the attention of not only the Grand Sorcerer, but also several disabled beastmen gathering fruits nearby. Indeed, they could manufacture salt as long as they found the sea. Eagerly, the Grand Sorcerer, momentarily forgetting his identity as a beastman, reached for Ling Yuyu's hand, intent on rushing to the shore. Fortunately, Loya noticed his enthusiasm and called out for Ling Yuyu, asking her to help identify a particularly sweet fruit. Upon hearing her name and the mention of the desired fruit, Ling Yuyu dismissed her conversation with the Grand Sorcerer, prioritizing the fruit inquiry. The Grand Sorcerer regained his composure, reminding himself that they still needed permission from Bayou City for their venture. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyu tasted a small fruit, and a wave of sweetness flooded her mouth, illuminating her understanding of Loya's earlier hesitance to let her try it. The sweet fruit was reminiscent of the sour fruit she had sampled that morning. One was unbearably tart, while the other was decadently sweet. No wonder both kinds were often left uneaten on the ground. This sweet fruit could be made into candy, while she planned to experiment with the sour fruit to create preserves. If any non-pregnant beast men or females wished to partake, they could enjoy the treats. If not, she could offer them to pregnant females, believing that every mother deserves some alleviation during their hardship. She resolved to test the candy-making process first before attempting mass production. If only there were bear tribe beastmen around, their robust nature might help in locating honey, which would enhance the flavor of her preserves. Chapter 35. Candy making. The tiny fruits were so small that it took the younglings a considerable amount of time to gather enough to fill Ling Yuyu's palm. Gazing at the adorable creatures before her, she deemed their harvest sufficient, estimating the fruit's sugar content to be around 70 to 80%, sweeter than the sugarcane she had previously used. After sampling a piece, she drank a large bowl of water to quench her thirst. She watched the remaining fruits, crushed them, and used her white t-shirt to filter the juice, subsequently placing it in the stone pot to cook the syrup. A small bowl of sugar water was poured into the pot, barely covering the bottom. Observing the meager amount, the Grand Sorcerer and Loya expressed doubt about its sufficiency. Loya suggested sending the little leopard to gather more, but the young leopard had already searched tirelessly, using its tiny paws to dig through the grass, and was now reluctant to do so again. "All right, no need to fetch more. I will prepare something for you," Ling Yuyu reassured, gently pushing the little leopard away to focus on her task. The fruit preserves required peeling, soaking in salt water, cutting into pieces, and sun-drying to completion. However, with an insufficient supply of salt, this plan had to be postponed, though the gathered fruits could still be processed for temporary storage, allowing for trade with the beastmen in the valley. The moisture evaporated quickly in the stone pot, resulting in a viscous syrup. Before Ling Yuyu could taste it, she noticed Loya dipping a branch into the pot to sample the concoction. She smacked her lips, craving another taste when Liao Bing cautioned her, "Don't eat so much. If you finish it all, what will we do?" Loya refrained from further indulging, her taste buds dancing with delight at the exceptional flavor of the syrup, which she felt surpassed even her cherished purple skewers. "Let it cool, and we shall assess the taste afterward," she suggested, noting that the pot contained not only sweet fruits, but also some sour ones to balance the flavors. Seeing Loya's reaction, Ling Yuyu felt confident about her success. However, the syrup needed to cool and solidify into candy before it could be savored. Elated with her achievement, Ling Yuyu contemplated taking her companions fishing, using the sour fruits to grill fish, hoping for a delightful variation in flavor. She lifted a small tiger, tossing it into the air and catching it, laughing at its playful demeanor. Yet the little leopard was discontent, yearning for Ling Yuyu's attention. "Oh, dear cub, it's not that I don't want to lift you, but you seem to weigh nearly as much as I do now." The beastmen cubs grew rapidly. The little leopard now seemed almost as large as the large dogs she had previously encountered. To her dismay, she could not lift him. The little leopard's pitiful mewling tugged at her heart, so she decided to make a small concession and lifted him briefly, hoping he would understand. Clearly, the little leopard did not grasp the situation, as he began to mewl again when she set him down. A voice interrupted. It was the Grand Sorcerer scolding. "No more whimpering. You are nearly a grown beast man. How can you let a little female carry you?" The little leopard protested silently, wanting to cry out. But the Grand Sorcerer had already covered his mouth. Despite his attempts to seek Ling Yuyu's support, she did not turn to him. A throng of companions made their way to the lakeside, and Ling Yuyu marveled at the vast expanse of the lake, stretching so far that she could not discern its opposite shore. Rather than a lake, it felt more like a grand river. Indeed, the fish in the water are truly plump and splendid. This time, it is not the younglings leaping into the lake to catch fish, but rather the orc accompanying the great shaman, tasked with his protection, who plunges into the depths. Consequently, the fish they capture are naturally far larger than those caught by the young ones. A 1-meter-long fish pales in comparison to the majestic specimens before them. The fish she and the little ones previously caught could very well be the distant descendants of these grand creatures. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently drew closer. And with a careless movement, she was met with a splash of water from a fish's tail, leaving her face drenched. Ling Yuyu wiped her face, intending to deal with the fish that had dared to wag its tail at her earlier. The little leopard has arrived. Let us handle this first. Ling Yuyu pointed at the fish still thrashing on the ground, and the great shaman approached before the little leopard. Let me take a look, you explain. And I shall assist you, the great shaman said in an utterly casual tone, betraying no hint of his complete lack of hunting and grilling skills. Typically, a shaman within a tribe or clan would receive offerings from the entire community, and aside from considerations for the tribe, they would not need to ponder over other matters. Thus, it was evident that the shaman was not accustomed to catching fish. Ling Yuyu realized this when she observed the shaman's actions towards the fish. It would be more prudent to wait for the lion lurking beneath the water to surface and make the kill. Even now, Ling Yuyu was puzzled as to why lions existed in this place. Were they not creatures of the savannah? Yet here she was in the jungle. Chapter 36, Night and See. The fish could not be roasted whole over the fire as before. Ling Yuyu specifically instructed the beastmen to slice the fish into thin fillets, allowing them to be cooked briefly before being ready to eat. With the addition of the tangy fruit juice enhancing the flavor, the fish became even more delectable and succulent, each bite provoking a desire for another. Unfortunately, her small appetite limited her to consuming only a palm-sized portion of the fish, leaving the remainder for her tribesmen to enjoy. News of the feast spread, drawing other females who wished to join Ling Yuyu in savoring the delightful fish, although this fish was not particularly aromatic. Seeing the great shaman with oil dripping from his mouth suggested it must be exceptionally tasty. You had long intended to approach Ling Yuyu for a fish exchange, but they had always been driven away by Luoya. Now that the great shaman was present, surely Luoya could not prevent them from getting close this time. Ling Yuyu, may I trade some fish with you? You boldly spoke up, managing to push Luoya aside before she could intervene. Hai, following closely behind you, immediately joined her in blocking Luoya's approach towards Ling Yuyu. We mean no harm, you quickly added, extending her hand to show her intentions were innocent. She merely wished to make a trade for some fish. Ling Yuyu did not miss the disdain lurking in Luoya's gaze upon their arrival. After all, it was Luoya who had taken care of her when she first arrived at this unfamiliar tribe, and she had assisted her considerably thereafter. Not to mention, Luoya's home housed 3 adorable little leopards to play with. You are obstructing Luoya from eating fish, Ling Yuyu remarked, observing Luoya's persistent attempts to squeeze through. Seeing Ling Yuyu speak up for her, Luoya lifted her chin defiantly and, as she passed by the two, scoffed disdainfully. You think you can push me aside? That expression of hers was, quite frankly, rather irritating. The great shaman remained undistracted, thoroughly indulging in his fish, savoring each bite with delight. The other orcs, witnessing this, hesitated to intervene in the female squabble, eventually deciding that the roasted fish, paired with the sour fruit, was simply too delicious to resist. If only it were free of bones. The great shaman initially intended to step in if Ling Yuyu could not manage the situation, but seeing her handle it with such ease, he deemed it wiser to remain by the fire and enjoy his roasted fish. Another large fish disappeared into the great shaman's belly, prompting the nearby orcs to hasten their own eating, lest all the fish be consumed by him. Observing the 2 orcs devouring their food with such eagerness, the great shaman contemplated reprimanding them, only to overhear Ling Yuyu and the 2 females. It is not that I do not wish to share, but there are simply too many of us here, Ling Yuyu said, her gaze sweeping over the great shaman, who tightened his tail in apprehension. Moreover, as you can see, the great shaman relishes fish, so how can you 2 dare to snatch his fish away? Noticing their intent to retort, Ling Yuyu swiftly cut them off. All right, I understand you are hungry. Hurry back to the tribe and enjoy the wild fruits you gathered this morning. With that, she dismissed them and pulled Luoya back, urging her to eat before all the fish were gone. Upon seeing the pile of fish bones at the great shaman's feet, Luoya cried out and began competing with him for the fish. Meanwhile, Yu and Hai, realizing they could gain nothing from Ling Yuyu, could only stomp their feet in frustration and depart. Once the 2 had distanced themselves, Luoya slowly began. Where did those 2 get their wild fruits? They merely intend to wait until we return and then suggest a trade, only to deceive us and take our belongings, leaving us with nothing to eat. Luoya, being quite earnest, was often the most easily deceived among the females in the tribe. The thought of it stirred her anger. Why is that? Ling Yuyu mused. Finding the females of this tribe rather commendable, at least each was engaged in labor. As for her comments about those two, it was merely a coincidence. She sensed Luya tugging at her arm, imploring her not to trade, which is why she refrained. She felt it was not unreasonable to share a little with them. However, since Luya insisted on not trading, she acquiesced, for she truly did not care for those two females. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's inquiry, Luya replied exasperatedly. It's those males who constantly chase after these females, leaving them unwilling to even cook meat or gather fruits. With that, Luya cast a disdainful glance at a nearby male who was about to offer meat to the great shaman. This male, named Yi, was a black wolf who had previously pursued Hai with fervor, only to find that while he had provided for Hai, the one he truly desired was the tribe's leader. Yi scratched his nose, dutifully cooking meat, unaware of any repercussions. Why didn't Yi share any roasted meat with that female earlier? Ling Yu pondered. Recalling how you had bestowed numerous gifts upon that individual named Hai, it would seem only natural for him to offer more now. Yet, she soon heard Yi hastily explain. Such words are ill-advised. I no longer fancy her. I am on the verge of becoming a mate myself. Seeing him grin foolishly, Luya kindly elaborated to Ling Yuyu. During the last warm season, Yi encountered a female of the rabbit clan in the Orc Valley. He found her beautiful, and she, grateful for his rescue, agreed that as long as Yi brought sufficient food for the rabbit clan during the next exchange in the Orc Valley, she would follow him back. Ling Yoyo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. How much food does the knight intend to send over? Luoya shook her head, indicating that this was a question for Yi. In the afternoon, they had nothing to occupy their time and decided to wait for Bai Yuqing's return to inquire about the possibility of visiting the seaside to observe the salt-making process. However, Ling Yoyo felt that despite her eagerness to see the sea, she must first visit the rolling clan. Otherwise, they would lack containers for storing the salt. Using animal skins would likely result in a complete spillage before they even returned to the tribe. The great shaman, on the other hand, suggested that they could use the ceramic jars he had brought back to prepare some salt. Unfortunately, their tribe lacked avian beast men. Otherwise, they could have swiftly flown over, significantly reducing their travel time. Ling Yoyo felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. If they had birds, they could have reached the seaside sooner to gather some seafood. Compared to the process of curing fish, seafood was far more convenient. The great shaman remarked that during the peak of summer, they must visit the seaside, as the abundance of seafood at that time would be remarkable. Regrettably, their tribe also lacked aquatic beast men. Just then, a serpent that had recently swum near the tribe flicked its tail twice, capturing Ling Yodo's attention. Her eyes brightened instantly. Was this not a serpent capable of both land and water travel? She wondered if a terrestrial snake could swim in the deep sea. Ling Yuyu gently approached the head of the Mo Xing serpent, inquiring, "Can you dive into the sea to catch fish?" Initially, Mo Xing intended to reply that while he could indeed plunge into the depths, he had no intention of assisting her in fishing. However, upon meeting her clear, innocent gaze, he could only utter a single word, yes. Elated by his affirmative response, Ling Yuyu glanced around. But her excitement soon gave way to concern when she realized that the fluffy tiger was nowhere to be found. "Where has my tiger gone?" she asked a passing wolf, who responded with a few howls before continuing on its way. Lacking comprehension of the wolf's language, Ling Yuyu turned to the serpent, only to receive a flick of its tail, indicating its own inability to understand. Before Mo Xing could swim back, he felt numerous items being placed upon his tail. Turning to investigate, he discovered Bai Yuqing unloading his spoils onto Mo Xing's tail, having transformed back into his beast form. Bai Yuqing naturally entrusted the items to Mo Xing for transport. "Since you appear so leisurely, you might as well carry all of this back to the tribe's cave," Bai Yuqing remarked, before removing a small snake from around his neck and entwining it around Mo Xing's tail, a reminder of the leverage he held over him. Mo Xing's entire being exuded impatience, yearning to discard the burdensome items, yet the small snake remained affixed to him. Reluctantly, he followed his kin to unload their catch. Ling Yuyu had anticipated that Bai Yuqing would approach her for conversation, but upon seeing the tiger pass by without acknowledgement, she wondered if her earlier antics had offended him. Though she hoped not, she could not fathom what had provoked his disdain, leaving her feeling bewildered. Ultimately, deciding against further contemplation, she resolved to seek out the great shaman and discuss with him the matter of salt production by the sea. The great shaman seemed to perceive a hint of the situation but chose not to comment, reasoning that the foolish tiger would ultimately be the one to suffer. It was rather ludicrous that he, as a chieftain, remained oblivious to the need to maintain harmony with the females, should they lose interest in him. His lamentations would be of no consequence. Great Shaman, pay attention. Ling Yuyu waved her hand in front of his eyes, urging him to accompany her to find Bai Yuqing. It would be best to resolve this matter now so that we can set off tomorrow. Concealed in the shadows, Bai Yuqing observed Ling Yuyu's indifference to his anger, as she engaged in light-hearted banter with the Great Shaman, which only heightened his ire. He believed the Great Shaman had grown too complacent, neglecting his duties to the tribe. In a few days, he resolved to send the Great Shaman to consult with the shamans of neighboring tribes regarding the recent happenings in the Dezhé region. Chapter 38. The Little Snake Transforms. Today, the Great White Tiger was still in a foul mood, leading the way as Mo Xing guided the others from behind. Ling Yuyu perched atop Mo Xing's back, favoring the plush fur of the white tiger to the serpent's sleek scales. Regrettably, it seemed she had inadvertently angered the white tiger, leaving her with no choice but to wait until she could soothe him before attempting to ride again. Sighing at the sight of the white tiger's rear, she lamented the inability to embrace such a magnificent creature. Meanwhile, the Great Shaman was preoccupied, fixated on the little snake. Ling Yuyu, do you think its fur is falling out? He queried, pointing at the small white snake. Ling Yuyu regained her senses and turned her gaze toward the little white snake. Normally, she would not have noticed the shedding of a few hairs while it was nestled beside her, as Bai Yuqing and the little white snake shared a similar hue. However, upon reaching the back of Mo Xing, the contrast became strikingly apparent. Mo Xing was a black serpent, making the circle of white hairs that had fallen around the little white snake stand out vividly. Furthermore, it seemed that the little white snake's fur had diminished, allowing her to clearly discern the black and red scales adorning its body. It was likely that, akin to its brother, it too was a venomous creature. Ling Yuyu contemplated for a moment, intending to share the unusual behavior of the little white snake with Mo Xing. However, before she could set the snake down, she felt an unexpected sensation in her hands. This was not the texture of a snake's scales, but that of a child. You. Ling Yuyu struggled to articulate her thoughts, her gaze scrutinizing the little snake, which had astonishingly transformed into a child. Although Mo Xing was swimming ahead, he was still aware of the person behind him. Upon witnessing the snake morph into a human, he froze, and fortunately, the others trailing behind him swiftly moved aside, preventing a collision with a tree that could have harmed Ling Yuyu and the shaman. What happened? Bai Yuqing sensed Mo Xing's sudden halt and felt a surge of irritation. Regrettably, he had allowed this troublesome snake to join their tribe. Initially, they were competing over medicinal herbs, but now it seemed they were contending for a female. Did he not realize that he was carrying a young snake, which required the care of its elders? Had he known earlier, he would have directly informed Yuyu that the snake was Mo Xing's offspring, thus avoiding the situation where she rode on Mo Xing's back. I want to see what my younger brother looks like as a human, Mo Xing declared, hastily attempting to transform. Ling Yuyu had no firm ground beneath her feet and nearly stumbled, only to be caught by Bai Yuqing just in time. Once she regained her balance, Bai Yuqing promptly retreated, clearly keeping his distance. This made Ling Yuyu, who had initially believed that the great white tiger was unfazed, at a loss for words once more. After some contemplation, she decided to first observe the child who had transformed. This child bears no resemblance to you whatsoever, Bai Yuqing remarked, scanning the child from head to toe before glancing at Mo Xing's face, ultimately concluding that this could not be Mo Xing's brother, but perhaps a stolen child. Where did you acquire this snake egg? Surely you didn't steal the wrong one? Bai Yuqing vented all his grievances onto Mo Xing. Yet, Mo Xing had no time to entertain Bai Yuqing's complaints. He feigned ignorance and focused entirely on the child before him. When he saw the child attempting to approach him, he could no longer contain himself and immediately scooped the child up from the ground. I found him, and yes, he is indeed my brother. Bai Yuqing's expression shifted. So you abducted someone else's child? No wonder the snake tribe has been searching for something recently. Bai Yuqing lamented his decision to allow Mo Xing into his tribe, realizing that this snake offspring was a ticking time bomb. If not raised properly, it could bring significant misfortune to his tribe. When we return to the tribe, you must take this snake child with you. If you let him go, it will be a grave mistake. After all, we have cared for this snake egg for so long. If you feel guilty, remember to bring us some fine animal skins, the kind suitable for making clothing for females. Mo Xing nodded in agreement. What he did not reveal was that the snake tribe was not searching for a mere offspring, but for their first warrior, an exceptionally powerful beastman. The tribe's leader had taken him in to nurture him, hoping he would lead the snake tribe to greater strength. However, the leader had his own female, And as the tribe's young ones became increasingly difficult to bear, that particular snake egg was nearly lifeless. The female, witnessing her offspring slowly losing vitality, was on the verge of despair. Unable to bear it, he offered to take the egg and follow the great shaman's guidance to find its only chance of survival. And now he had finally found it. At this moment, how could he not feel exhilarated? With joy, he returned with a massive horned bull. Having strangled it with his serpent body, it loomed before them like a small mountain, nearly rivaling Bai Yuqing's beast form. After Mo Xing returned from hunting, he sought to comfort the child. Perhaps due to inadequate nourishment while still in the egg, the little snake began to cry incessantly as soon as it was separated from Ling Yuyu's embrace. Such a distressed creature could not be brought back. Mo Xing contemplated taking Ling Yuyu to the snake tribe. Unfortunately, before he could voice his intention, Bai Yuqing, standing behind Ling Yuyu, made a threatening gesture. If he dared to suggest taking Ling Yuyu back, he would ensure the little snake met a dire fate. Mo Xing did not believe him, yet he was unwilling to take the risk. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to return alone first, intending to bring the child's mother back instead. Chapter 39. Salt production. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached the seaside. The sea breeze caressed their faces, and the familiar scent of seafood filled the air, a delightful reminder of her favorite flavors. Ever since the little snake could transform into a young child, Mo Xing had exhibited an extraordinary level of excitement. Fixating on the little snake and Ling Yuyu, Bai Yuqing almost suspected that this fellow would seize the opportunity to abscond with both Ling Yuyu and the snake. Thankfully, as they arrived at the shore, Mo Xing had yet to make a move. He felt it was time to return, kicking Mo Xing into the water, urging him to catch some delectable fish from the sea. Ling Yuyu, however, desired more than mere fish. She specifically instructed Mo Xing, "If you encounter any shellfish in the water that appear edible, feel free to gather them all. We shall observe and indulge." Mo Xing executed her commands with the reverence of a royal decree. The great serpent plunged into the depths, while the smaller serpent coiled around Ling Yuyu's arm. Fortunately, she only needed to direct the orc. By the seaside, amidst the rocky outcrops, Ling Yu gestured for the orc to procure several large, flat stones and position them near the shore. They intended to allow Bai Yuqing to test his claws, determining whether the orc's talons could flatten the stones. To their astonishment, Bai Yuqing's claws sliced through the stone as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, an extraordinary feat after excavating a layer from the center of the stones. Ling Yuyu realized that simply exposing the stones to seawater under the sun would yield minimal salt, and it would consume considerable time. She concluded that they should first concentrate the seawater using fire, though it seemed they lacked appropriate tools. However, her gaze fell upon the clay pots carried by the shaman and his group. She recalled that these pots could serve as vessels for making soup. The shaman had brought 2 clay pots with the intention of taking them back once they found salt. Yet, upon noticing Ling Yuyu's interest, he instinctively shielded the pots with his body. "What are you looking at, Yuyu?" he asked, unwilling to let her see his prized possessions. Undeterred, Ling Yuyu urged him, "Aren't you seeking salt? How can you expect to produce it without utilizing the pots?" The shaman, left with no choice, reluctantly negotiated with her and eventually handed over 1 pot. It was as large as a water bucket, suitable for demonstrating the salt production process, which would surely motivate them further. After shedding her shoes, Ling Yuyu dashed to the shoreline and scooped up a handful of seawater to assess its salinity. Upon tasting it, she was immediately overwhelmed by its saltiness and spat it out. Fortunately, it was indeed exceedingly salty, perfect for roasting. Meanwhile, she did not let the previously prepared stones sit idle. She promptly drenched them in seawater. Next, they needed to gather wood to ignite the clay pot. Witnessing the clay pot nestled in the flames, the shaman felt a pang of anguish. That pot had cost the tribe 10 fine hides, and now it was being used merely as a vessel over the fire. Ling Yuyu tended to the fire while stirring the water in the clay pot with a stick. Time passed from the moment the sun had just risen until nearly noon, when the water in the pot had evaporated significantly, leaving behind a slow crystallization of the remnants. Ling Yuyu instructed the cessation of fire, and once the pottery cooled, only a small amount of water and a considerable quantity of white salt remained. Upon witnessing the emergence of the white granules, the great shaman could not resist the urge to scoop a bit and taste it on the tip of his tongue. Instantly, he was enchanted by the exquisite flavor. He promptly resolved to offer the remaining pottery to Ling Yuyu, so she could continue the salt-making process. At that moment, Ling Yuyu glanced at the large stones by the seaside. It was evident that although there was a breeze, it was not the hot season. The sun was not particularly strong, and only a thin layer of seawater had evaporated. If they were to wait for the remaining water to evaporate, it would likely extend until the following morning. However, Ling Yuyu's plan was to return within 5 days, which was utterly impractical at the current pace. Delegating the tasks to others, Ling Yuyu sought a shaded spot to rest, her gaze drawn to the coconuts high in the treetops. She felt a twinge of desire, but alas, the trees were too smooth to climb, and none of her companions possessed the skill to scale them. Thus, they could only observe from afar. Then, as Ling Yuyu turned her head to watch the orcs returning with logs, she was suddenly struck by the realization that they were indeed carrying coconuts. Energized by the sight, she abandoned her resting position. While they may not have the ability to climb trees, these formidable orcs were adept at felling them. With just a swift swipe of their claws, a small coconut tree would come crashing down. Ling Yuyu once desired to savor a coconut. But before she could utter a word, a strong orc collided 2 coconuts together, effortlessly splitting them open. Upon noticing Ling Yuyu's approach, he kindly offered her one. Gratefully accepting the coconut, she hastily drank the nearly depleted coconut water before finding the time to converse with the orc. You see, the coconut can actually be opened from the top. Right here, Ling Yuyu remarked, lifting her coconut to demonstrate. She then easily pried it open with her hands, illustrating its simplicity, for the coconut water was indeed quite delightful, rivaling even the flesh within. Ling Yoyo yearned for a sip of coconut juice, but alas, it was all consumed. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, holding a perfectly intact coconut, which was placed before her. Upon picking up the coconut, she beheld Bai Yuqing, who was accompanied by a weary snake resting behind him. "You're back?" she inquired, moving closer to Bai Yuqing to inspect the seafood brought back by Mo Xing. True to her words, he had indeed gathered all that was edible, including many unfamiliar varieties. Among them was a colossal crab and a sizable clam. Upon seeing the clam's dark shell, Ling Yodo's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Although the clay pots were insufficient, clam shells could serve a purpose. Chapter 40. Shell-baked salt. This is exceedingly useful, a beast man exclaimed as they observed an increasing amount of salt seeping from the clam shell. The others nodded in agreement, as both clay pots were now empty to contain the salt. At the bottom lay the salt Ling Yoyo had initially cooked, which had been placed on stones to dry under the sun, expediting the process. Now, it was ready to be stored. Meanwhile, she turned her attention to the fish and crab brought back by Mo Xing. This crab must weigh nearly as much as I do, she mused, attempting to gauge its size but realizing it could not be cooked whole due to the lack of a sufficiently large pot. Patience was required. She refrained from taking action herself, allowing Mo Xing and Bai Yuqing to dismantle the crab, after which she placed a crab leg over the fire to grill. Seafood was delectable without the addition of salt, simply grilling it was sufficient. However, she pondered that steaming the crab would enhance its flavor, especially if paired with a splash of cooking wine. Imagining the crab's taste, she contemplated removing the clam shell to grill the crab directly. But given the shaman's emphasis on salt making, she hesitated. Fortunately, Bai Yuqing prepared another fire for her, enabling her to cook the crab. Mo Xing, having feasted on a bounty from the sea, was not hungry but had to consider the little snake. After tallying the catch, he picked up a fish and, using the method Ling Yoyo had taught him, cleaned its insides before placing it over the fire. Soon, an aroma wafted through the air that made everyone's stomachs rumble, drawing onlookers from their tasks to investigate the source of the delightful scent. To their surprise, it was the crab legs being grilled by Ling Yoyo, a sight that intrigued the shaman, who had never encountered such a dish before. Curiously, he turned his gaze towards her, wondering what she was preparing. As he reached out to touch it, his hand was swatted away. Just then, a cloud of sand was kicked up, causing the shaman to instinctively shield his face. By the time he regained his sight, the delicacy that Ling Yoyo had been cooking had vanished, and a mermaid had surfaced in the water, smiling at them. The sight of her smile infuriated the shaman, who felt compelled to confront her. Transforming into a pure white wolf, he charged toward the mermaid. Bai Yuqing, unable to stop him in time, transformed as well to give chase. The mermaid, oblivious to the impending danger, clutched the crab leg tightly without diving back into the water. As the shaman's paw neared the crab leg, a sudden surge of water swept the white wolf back to the shore, along with 2 mermaids, a larger blue one and a smaller green one. "I apologize for my brother's thoughtlessness in taking your grilled fish. I can compensate you with salt," the blue mermaid offered. Had the shaman heard this before, he would have been elated, but now that they could produce their own salt, he shook his head, stating, "The salt we exchanged previously is ample." He wished to keep their salt-making endeavor a secret. However, the beast man before him appeared surprised at the refusal of salt. What brings you to the seaside, then? Surely it is not to hunt our fish? The shaman racked his brain for an excuse but found none. Thankfully, Bai Yuqing was nearby. We are here to trade for mermaid silk. Unfortunately, our goods were stolen en route, so we intend to rest here for a few days before returning. The shaman nodded in agreement, affirming Bai Yuqing's words. The blue mermaid did not express disbelief but gestured for the green mermaid to ascend while she returned to the depths. The green mermaid, undeterred by the crowd, seized the crab leg and began to gnaw on it. Ling Yuyu was acutely aware that her crab legs were likely irretrievable. She instructed Bai Yuqing to remove all the legs from that solitary crab, distributing one to each of the orcs. Coincidentally, with herself included, there remained 7 orcs in total. The remaining crab body would prove somewhat challenging to manage. However, the crab roe could be extracted and transformed into a delectable crab roe sauce. The flavor at that time would be nothing short of exquisite. Ling Yuyu felt an overwhelming joy at the mere thought of it. However, before she could fully relish her happiness, the crab leg she was roasting was coveted by someone else. Can't you catch and roast your own? Ling Yuyu was unwilling to part with the half-cooked crab leg in her hands, noticing the discontent on the little green merman's face. I want to eat this too. If you wish to have some, you can catch your own. With that, she cracked the crab leg open and took a bite. The succulent crab meat burst forth in her mouth, so tender that it could be swallowed without chewing. Just contemplating this exquisite texture made Ling Yuyu feel as though she might cry. It was simply too delicious. Chapter 41. The Merfolk of the Sea Jiao Sha. A fabric woven solely by the mermen was a marvel to behold. Yet, the merfolk had intermingled with the mermen over time, as the former were renowned for their beauty and the latter for their strength, leading to a gradual merging of the two races. Presently, however, they were beset by the troubling reality that both the merfolk and the mermen struggled to produce offspring. Many couples, unable to conceive, felt that remaining within their clans only hindered the chances of their children being born. They clamored to venture forth in search of solutions. But most of the formidable mermen who set out never returned. Consequently, the mermen and merfolk began to harbor resentment towards the beast men of the land, believing it was their presence that led to the demise of their kin who ventured ashore. Hatred accumulated layer by layer. Were it not for some of the female merfolk relying on land beastmen to procure fruits and sustenance, they would have been loath to engage and trade with them. The blue merman ascended swiftly, carrying what appeared to be a layer of fabric. It seemed to be Jiao Sha. To Ling Yuyu, this was something she had only thought existed in legends, and she was astonished to encounter it in reality, filled with curiosity as she approached to investigate. One crab leg was far too large for Ling Yuyu, prompting Bai Yuqing to divide it into 3 portions. She had just finished one portion and was about to reach for a second when a pair of hands swiftly snatched away the remaining crab legs. Fortunately, her appetite was modest, and she was already satiated, unperturbed by the loss of food. Jiao Sha is for you, but you must roast the remaining crab legs for me, the green merman exclaimed, munching away while insisting that Ling Yuyu prepare the crab legs. Ling Yongyong was so amused that she laughed. With so many orcs here, why do you only make me roast? Is it because you find me easy to bully, so you seize the opportunity to torment one person? The green mermaid rolled her eyes at Ling Yongyong. You know perfectly well how they roast. Ling Yuyu remained calm, not because she believed herself to be easily bullied, but simply because she found the food prepared by these individuals rather unpalatable. As she continued to eat, the previously jovial green mermaid suddenly changed countenance, dropping the crab meat in her hand and collapsing to the ground. The blue mermaid swiftly extended her arm to catch the green mermaid, her gaze fixed on them with an intensity that suggested a desire for vengeance. What are you staring at? Ling Yuyu raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, asserting that they had done nothing wrong. Perhaps the green mermaid had merely overindulged in crab legs. In her opinion, mermaids were better suited to consuming crab legs raw, rather than succumbing to weakness after just a few bites like this one. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, the blue mermaid decided to take the green mermaid back, disregarding the sash of shark silk she held. This is for you, as compensation for the crab legs. Should my brother Green suffer any misfortune, our merfolk will bear an eternal grudge against you, the blue mermaid declared before leaping into the water, leaving them no time to respond. The great shaman turned to Ling Yuyu, urging her to explain what had transpired moments before. Ling Yuyu shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. There's no need to worry. The mermaid is quite healthy, just a bit hungry, and perhaps rushed her meal. We should hasten to dry the salt. Next time, let us choose another location. We cannot harvest salt and hunt in the merfolk's habitat. The high sorcerer concurred, acknowledging that the sea could indeed be considered the merfolk's territory, and their activities of salt drying and fishing here were somewhat inappropriate. That night, Ling Yu slept on a cozy bed while the High Sorcerer and others took turns keeping watch. After all, the beastmen were naturally resilient to heat and cold, unbothered by the sea breeze and low temperatures. Early in the morning, Ling Yu requested Bai Yuqing to call her when he awoke, as she was eager to gather seafood. As anticipated, upon rising, she was greeted by a beach abundant with food, a veritable paradise for seafood enthusiasts. Unable to contain her excitement, she dashed toward the shore, nearly leaping in joy. They had spent the previous night boiling salt, and at last, they filled a ceramic jar. Compared to the salt obtained from other beastmen, their own production was noticeably whiter and contained almost no impurities. When the High Sorcerer sampled it, he was astonished to find that even the bitterness often associated with salt was absent, filling him with delight. His decision had proven wise. Following Ling Yu could indeed lead his tribe toward prosperity. The High Sorcerer brimmed with hope for the future, eager to finish the salt and return to the tribe. He planned to entice some beastmen to join their community during the next exchange at Beastman Valley. A tribe that possessed salt and food would naturally grow stronger and attract more members. Moreover, he had heard that Ling Yu could create a type of milk powder, ensuring that female cubs born in the cold season would have nourishment. If this information spread, countless beastmen would flock to their tribe. Consequently, the Dama tribe might become the most powerful tribe on the continent. Chapter 42. The discovery of the mermaid egg. Had she known that rising early to gather seafood would lead her to such a remarkable find, Ling Yu vowed she would never have ventured out. What should we do now? She asked Bai Yuqing, cradling an egg the size of a basketball. Bai Yuqing was equally perplexed. He had never imagined that Ling Yu would truly find a mermaid egg. Legend spoke of the mermaid king's egg being produced by the sea and entrusted to a female on land for raising. Upon maturity, the mermaid king would return to his original tribe, leading those on the brink of decline back to strength. So, had she actually found the mermaid king? Ling Yu found the situation surreal. She recalled her previous existence in the warm and cozy world of beastmen, yet now, with the arrival of the mermaid king, everything seemed to take on an extraordinarily fantastical quality. Can I return? She pondered, as she had no desire to care for fish. With a snake already by her side, she wondered what other creatures she might be expected to nurture if she accepted this fish. Most importantly, none of them were fluffy. She mused that if a few fluffy cubs were involved, she might consider taking them in. Bai Yuqing was also contemplating whether a return was possible. He reminisced about the tales of how a female who found a mermaid egg would react. However, before he could reach a conclusion, the Grand Shaman abruptly leaped over. And indeed, the Grand Shaman was known for his remarkable jumps. Ling Yo was puzzled, but as the Great Shaman approached, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It turned out that a small crab was clinging to the Great Shaman's rear, not particularly large, yet it seemed to be pinching him quite firmly. As the Great Shaman drew nearer, Ling Yo assisted him in removing the crab's pincers, though a few remained embedded in his flesh. Fortunately, being an orc, the Great Shaman was resilient. Otherwise, a piece of her own flesh might have been lost in such a predicament. Ling Yu cradled the egg in one hand, while playfully poking at the crab with the other, observing with amusement the Great Shaman who was about to step on it. How had the shaman ended up pinched? She recalled that the shaman had previously transformed into a white wolf, basking in the sun on the beach. If she weren't already aware that the Orc World lacked dogs, she might have almost believed the shaman was indeed a fluffy Samoyed. The fur was exceedingly voluminous, and as he walked, his tail swayed back and forth, making him appear almost like a dream dog, second only to the white tiger. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, the shaman paused, but quickly regained his composure. After all, it was he who had taken advantage of her slumber to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, how could the esteemed shaman of the Great Lake tribe fear a mere multi-legged creature? Ultimately, the crab met its demise under the shaman's foot on the sandy shore. Once he confirmed the crab was lifeless, he turned his attention to other matters and noticed the egg in Ling Yu's hand, instinctively asking, "What do you have there?" This inquiry left Bai Yuqing in a quandary. He urged Ling Yu and the shaman to ascend as the tide was rising. And lingering there posed the risk of another incident like the one that had befallen the shaman. The shaman shared this sentiment, not wishing to be bitten again, and followed Bai Yuqing up the beach. During their ascent, he finally learned from Bai Yuqing what the egg truly was. Is this a mermaid egg? And a mermaid king's egg at that? The shaman's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was rendered speechless. Hadn't they merely been standing on the beach for a moment? How had they managed to stumble upon a mermaid king's egg? The shaman had heard the legends and wanted no quarrel with the merfolk. Raising a mermaid king would yield them no advantages. Indeed, if they failed to nurture it properly, they could find themselves pursued by a legion of irate fish. Should we return the egg? Ling Yuyu suggested, indicating whether the shaman might agree to place the egg back. The shaman exhaled heavily, as if making a monumental decision, and accepted the egg from Ling Yuyu. How about we cook the egg instead? This way, we can avoid the risk of it being discovered by other land females, who might come seeking vengeance later. Chapter 43. Joining the Great Lake tribe by Yuqing found the shaman particularly unreliable at that moment. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Ling Yuyu, quicker than the shaman, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us cook the egg together." Seeing Ling Yuyu nearly place the egg onto the shell pot, Bai Yuqing was about to intervene when a blue figure darted faster than he could react, rushing to block Ling Yuyu and the shaman's attempt to cook the egg. However, Ling Yuyu and the shaman had already prepared for this. One stood in front while the other guarded from behind, swiftly protecting the egg. Lan had been observing them from the shore for quite some time. Ever since the Mermaid King's egg appeared on the beach, both mermaids and sharkfolk had gathered. They were eager to see which female would be chosen by the king. And as expected, the selected female was breathtakingly beautiful. With skin as white as jade, speckled with sand from her earlier egg collecting, she appeared even more authentic rather than flawed. This female was simply too exquisite. They began to suspect the cunning land orcs had sent one to masquerade as a female, hoping to deceive their king into leaving with them. Yet before they could ponder further, they overheard the accursed wolf beast and the young female conspiring to cook their king. Some of the elder orcs, possessing more experience, believed such actions would surely lead to their demise. They chose to observe, but as they watched, it became evident that they were indeed intent on cooking their king. Unable to contain himself, Lan stepped forward, determined to reclaim the king. Naturally, he was unsuccessful and was instead brought to the shore by Bai Yuqing, who asserted that the shaman would never engage in such folly with a mere young female. "Your king is in my possession. If you don't come forth, I shall crush the egg," Ling Yuyu threatened, using the egg as leverage. The effect was immediate. The onlookers hesitated, their gazes towards Ling Yuyu now laced with wariness. "We mean you no harm," an elderly orc with a mane of white hair approached. Ling Yuyu could see the marks of time etched upon his face, each line a testament to the years he had endured. Instinctively, she felt compelled to follow his voice, but soon recognized that this was a talent possessed by both merfolk and sharkfolk, capable of mesmerizing others with their voices, a power she had nearly succumbed to. "Now I can ascertain your ill intentions," Ling Yuyu replied, stepping back until she was shielded by the other orcs. Once concealed, she spoke again. "I never intended to raise this egg. If you desire it, I shall relinquish it without the need for your enchanting talents." She found the sensation of her thoughts being manipulated repulsive. Even devoid of malice, she could not abide it. The young female merely possesses a merfolk talent. "I cannot control it," the orc's voice echoed calmly, reminiscent of her initial impressions. Yet, upon hearing his voice, Ling Yuyu remained vigilant. "Speak to me through another. Do not let your voice reach my ears again." Ling Yuyu felt her willpower was not particularly robust, and when that voice seemed intent on infiltrating her mind, she placed the egg down and covered her ears to block them out. The elder orc showed no sign of offense, while behind him, a multitude of merfolk and sharkfolk silently admired the young female for discerning the shaman's supernatural abilities. Among the orcs, few were awakened to such powers, and even then, they primarily existed within powerful tribes. The occurrence of merfolk without awakened abilities was indeed fortuitous. However, the shaman's abilities held little value against those of the merfolk. His skill was primarily utilized when land orcs approached, allowing him to glean information from the land. Initially, the shaman intended for Ling Yuyu to care for the egg upon her return, but now, his plans had unraveled. Not only did Ling Yuyu refuse to take the mermaid egg back, but his own powers seemed ineffective against her, compelling him to contemplate alternative strategies. This mermaid egg had been hard-won. They could not simply allow Ling Yuyu to depart with it. What if she chose not to return with the egg, and the king refused to emerge again in the future? It is a pity to think about it. Currently, he can only communicate with the great shaman before him, who will relay messages to Ling Yaoyao. However, this great shaman is not easily swayed. Upon hearing the orc's proposal to assist in nurturing the egg, claiming that any demands from them would be met by the merfolk, the shaman immediately insisted on the merfolk joining their Great Lake tribe. The orc's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 44. Discussion by Yuchen could no longer bear to watch and cautioned the shaman to exercise restraint, reminding him that they were still on foreign territory. And it would be unwise to provoke the merfolk, lest they pursue them relentlessly. While they had some understanding of the orcs on land, they knew little about the merfolk of the sea. They were aware that the merfolk were numerous, yet the exact count remained a mystery. Moreover, they regarded the merfolk as the undisputed rulers of the ocean, with no natural enemies. Thus, provoking them would certainly lead to significant trouble. The shaman rubbed his nose and fell silent, while the orc spoke slowly, stating that everything hinged on their king's decision. If they deemed the merfolk useful, they could temporarily join their tribe, but once their king hatched, they would follow him. Upon hearing this, Ling Yaoyao leaned forward and inquired how the egg should be nurtured. Although she had experience with chickens, ducks, and geese, she had never cared for fish. Thus, the prospect of raising a fish was completely foreign to her. Ultimately, she proposed, "Why don't you send a few merfolk with us to observe?" The merfolk, taken aback by her suggestion, were unsure how to respond, feeling that this female was demanding their lives. Having lived in a tribe devoid of merfolk, Yao Yao was unaware that prolonged absence from the ocean could lead to death. Bai Yuqing's deep voice resonated before her, as she found herself obstructed from view. Unable to see ahead, he shielded her completely, preventing the merfolk from catching a glimpse of her. "While we cannot accompany you to your tribe, we can provide you with salt or any other resources from the sea should you require them." After expressing this, he stepped back to convey his stance. Upon hearing that they could supply her with goods from the ocean, Yao Yao could hardly contain her excitement. Longing to taste the large lobsters that dwelled in the depths of the sea. "Very well, I accept." Ling Yuyu reached out to pat the waist of Bai Yuqing before informing him that she needed to step out for a conversation. Reluctantly, Bai Yuqing allowed her to pass. Ling Yuyu emerged from the crowd of mermaids and finally located the green mermaid she had been searching for. "Come here for a moment," she beckoned, pointing at the green mermaid. "Yes, you come here. I have something to discuss." The green mermaid hesitated, contemplating whether to approach, when her brother seized her hand. "You are too weak. It would be better for you to discuss matters with me," Lon interjected, standing before the green mermaid. Ling Yuyu, unfazed by this, replied, "Well, you can come along too." She entrusted the egg to Bai Yuqing to hold, while she led Lon to inspect the seafood that Mo Xing had brought the previous day. At the top of the collection were some small shellfish she had gathered that morning. Pushing aside the smaller ones, Ling Yuyu pointed to the largest fish below and asked Lon, "Have you ever seen a fish like this?" This was the fish Ling Yuyu had deemed suitable for making dried fish to keep for the winter after her observation the day before. Lon nodded, acknowledging his familiarity. "You want this type of fish?" He was quite adept at hunting, and since most of his clan members had come, they could assist Ling Yuyu in gathering as many as she desired. "I need 2 of these, and also that kind with many legs. I wonder if you have seen it." Ling Yuyu asked him about various types of fish, testing Lan's memory quite thoroughly. He turned his head towards the sea and then spoke, "Why don't you name one, and I shall have my kin fetch it for you?" At this moment, Ling Yuyu noticed that the pectoral fins of the blue fish before her had unexpectedly turned red. "Ahem, very well, you may proceed with the catch." "Oh, and do bring some of those luminescent beads as well." After Ling Yuyu finished speaking, she returned to the shell, intending to prepare a pot of fish soup. Having gathered fish roe that morning, she had neglected to check on the salt she had sun-dried the previous day. Now, upon inspection, she found that it had indeed dried successfully. A layer of white powder spread across the stone wall. The nearby merfolk, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of astonishment. Chapter 45. The merfolk's labor. Now that the merfolk had discovered their ability to produce salt, it was not a matter of great consequence. What truly mattered was that this information would inevitably come to light. She could impart this knowledge to the merfolk tribe, but it was essential that they reserve a portion of the salt for the Great Lake tribe each time they produced it. The high priest of the merfolk tribe began to comprehend why the merfolk king had chosen this female. It appeared that the king was not solely swayed by appearances, but also considered strength. This female had taught the Great Lake tribe the art of salt production. As the primary source of the merfolk salt was a salt flat abundant with salt. However, over time, the salt on their flat was gradually diminishing, and they had yet to discover another source. This was a matter of great concern for the merfolk, akin to their females' persistent inability to conceive, leading them to fear the potential extinction of their tribe. Fortunately, the king's appearance today provided them with a glimmer of hope. His recognition of this female's ability to produce salt and her willingness to share it with them prompted their eager acceptance of her offer. As Ling Yuyu and her companions engaged in their discussion, A commotion arose from the seaside. Soon, enormous crabs, lobsters, and an assortment of seafood were dragged ashore. In the water, merfolk were assisting their underwater kin in bringing the catch to the surface. The crabs were bound with kelp, preventing any movement. The crabs brought by Mo Xing were deceased, while those retrieved by the merfolk were predominantly alive. Naturally, a few deep-sea fish succumbed to the pressure change upon surfacing. The Grand Shaman of the merfolk expressed great satisfaction with the bounty procured by their kin and indicated their intention to return to hunt for the females before resuming discussions on the remaining matters. Ling Yu pondered why not bring the female merfolk along to partake in the feast as well. Why not invite the females of the merfolk tribe to join in the communal fish roasting? It was not mere boastfulness. Her extensive experience in concocting potions rendered her adept at the simple art of roasting fish and meat. The high priestess of the merfolk hesitated, knowing that the females of their kind were exceedingly precious, and the loss of even one would be a grievous blow to their tribe. Before she could voice her refusal, a voice echoed in her mind, urging her to comply, agree to her request, bring the females, and allow her to examine their health. Instinctively, the high priestess acquiesced to the voice's command, responding, "Very well, I shall return promptly." "Yu, why have you invited the female merfolk to this place?" inquired Yuanqing, who had rushed forward to question Ling Yu. Ling Yu shook her head, uncertain of the situation. She felt it was utterly absurd to invite a female from the merfolk. And what was even more bewildering was that the high sorcerer had consented. Despite her confusion, the words had already escaped her lips, leaving her no choice but to muster the courage to extend the invitation. She set the egg aside, wary of the merfolk damaging it. Ling Yu gestured for Bai Yuqing to place the egg carefully, as she wished to avoid its sight for the time being. An unsettling connection lingered between her disquiet and the egg, yet she pondered whether she was merely being overly sensitive. After all, it was merely an unhatched egg. Bai Yuqing complied and placed the egg down, but as he positioned it beside the ceramic pot, he lowered his voice, knowing she could hear him. "I advise you to abandon any mischievous thoughts. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences of becoming a roasted egg." With that, he adjusted the precariously leaning egg, ensuring it was steady. "Now, remain here quietly. I shall overlook the earlier incident, but should you persist in disobedience, I will not concern myself with any potential retribution from the merfolk." Having said that, Bai Yuqing returned to assist Ling Yu in gathering fish from the beach. It was likely that the number of merfolk females would be considerable, meaning they would be unable to dry salt that afternoon and must first collect the salt they had. At that moment, the high sorcerer found the time to discuss the remarkable appearance of salt on the stones with Ling Yu. "You see, this is truly astonishing. Salt has actually formed on the stones," the high sorcerer exclaimed. Ling Yu pressed her forehead in disbelief. This was not something that sprouted from a mere stone. "Look. We have consistently evaporated the water to extract salt. Similarly, the process applied to stones is no different. By placing seawater on the stones, the sun will evaporate the water, allowing us to obtain salt. After gathering all the salt, a large portion was stored in a ceramic jar. Ling Yu calculated that this would suffice for their return journey. Great Shaman, we shall set off tomorrow. The trading event at the Orc Valley is approaching, and we must not miss it." The Great Shaman nodded. Harboring thoughts different from Ling Yu's, he intended to deceive some orcs from the tribes at the exchange. Moreover, some tribes would bring their females to trade with others at this gathering. Previously, their lake tribe had been impoverished, struggling to make ends meet, but now circumstances had changed. It was time to find companions for the single males. Chapter 46. Turning Yellow. You, come and taste this. When the merfolk females arrived, Green found himself overshadowed by Blue. Initially, Blue would share food with him, but upon US arrival, his brother found fault with him at every turn. Ultimately, it was the Great Shaman of the merfolk who personally came to take this fool away. Otherwise, Green feared his brother would have to verbally dismiss him. Great Shaman. As Green was led away, he glanced back at his brother, noticing the smile Blue bestowed upon you. And he felt a pang of realization he was no longer his brother's favorite. "Are you feeling wronged?" The Great Shaman smacked his head. "That is your future sister-in-law. What do you have to feel wronged about?" Green touched his head, reluctant to speak. He was certain that his brother had witnessed the Great Shaman's reprimand yet chose not to intervene. "Wah, that's my brother. I've been abandoned by him. And now you strike me." Green choked on his words and burst into tears. Ling Yu was curious whether mermaids shed pearls when they cried. So she stealthily peered from behind a tree. "What are you staring at? It's all your fault, you little female. My brother won't even acknowledge me." Green's face still bore traces of unshed tears, resembling a small beast baring its teeth at a powerful entity that had invaded its home. Rather than being fearsome, he appeared quite endearing. How can you blame me? If anyone should be blamed, it's your brother for seeking out a female, Ling Yuyu declared before turning to leave. Finding little merit in watching a mermaid who did not shed pearls while crying. A pity, indeed. With a sudden wail, Green's cries intensified, feeling utterly wronged by Ling Yuyu's words. He resolved to confront her. Charging towards her, he was intercepted by Yuching, accompanied by several other beast men. Clearly, Green stood no chance against them. In a state of utmost grievance, Green plopped down beside Ling Yuyu. I don't care. It's because of you that you suddenly emerged from the island. Otherwise, my brother would still be mine. You owe me an explanation. Green stubbornly sat by their campfire, where a natural pot formed by shells previously used for boiling salt held water infused with seaweed and fish, enhanced by the colorful fruits Ling Yuyu had brought. She chose a red fruit for herself while the others selected colors of their preference. Yu and Lon were with their respective mates from the merfolk, with you opting for blue. Before they dined, the high priest of the beastmen was puzzled as to why they added colorful fruits to the pot. However, upon tasting the first spoonful of soup, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He held a bowl crafted from coconut shells, and the spoon was one that Ling Yuyu had taught the beastmen to shape gradually. Only 8 spoons had been made, and the merfolk envied them. Eager to learn the craft, the high priest of the merfolk was fortunate enough to receive a spoon from the high priest of the Great Lake tribe. Of course, it was not a gift without strings attached. Yuching had negotiated with the merfolk, offering to teach them how to prepare soup and craft spoons in exchange for 2 pieces of fish silk. The merfolk had no objections, primarily because the females relished the food, while the males found it quite palatable as well. Yuching, with a mischievous intent, had not clarified the effects of the colorful fruits to them. Thus, when the merfolk began to change colors midway through their meal, an uproar erupted, accusing the land beastmen of poisoning them. Poison? The merfolk's high priest rose, addressing those before him. This is merely a side effect of the food. It will dissipate in a few days. There is no need for concern. Continue eating. Ling Yuyu had forewarned the high priest about what would happen after consuming the colorful fruits, advising him to inform his kin. However, the high priest dismissed her concerns, believing the color change to be trivial and inconsequential, as their hunting depended on striking swiftly rather than concealment. Besides, the merfolk were not inherently dull in color. His perspective was not shared by his kin, particularly Green. Upon noticing his transformation to red, he erupted into tears, lamenting, "Why have I turned red? My tail has turned yellow." Hearing about the yellow tail, Ling Yuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have guessed that Green's originally green tail would turn yellow after the addition of red? It was rather pleasing to the eye, though Green still preferred his green tail. "You wretched little female are envious of my beautiful green tail, which is why you caused me to turn yellow," Green sobbed. And trouble brewed on land's side as well, where Yu, who had been eating heartily, suddenly began to vomit, expelling everything she had consumed. Chapter 47. The Master of Gynecology. Upon witnessing the vomiting, Ling Yuyu initially suspected a seafood-related mishap and hurried over to assess the situation, not bothering to finish her own morsel. Let me see. Unlike before, when you had never allowed outsiders to touch her, this time she did not resist Ling Yuyu's approach. The high priest had expressly instructed her to allow Ling Yuyu to check on her should she feel unwell after consuming food. You obediently permitted Ling Yuyu to examine her, for the high priest had forewarned that this child was difficult to carry to term and her health was precarious. The child was already weak, and it was remarkable that she had conceived at all. As predicted by the high priest, you struggled to keep food down, feeling nauseous at the scent of seafood. Today, she had indulged in too much of the delicious colorful fruit and soon regretted it, expelling everything she had consumed. Ling Yongyong took her pulse and realized that it was not due to the seafood, but rather that this female was already pregnant, exhibiting signs of a potential miscarriage. Observing the scattered crab shells around her, it was indeed miraculous that the child could survive for nearly 2 months. After a prolonged silence, as curious gazes converged upon them, Ling Yongyong gently inquired, "Are you aware of your pregnancy?" Concerned that she might not comprehend the concept of being with child, Ling Yongyong kindly elucidated. "It means you are expecting, with the little one nearing 2 months. Initially, you held little hope for this rather youthful female, but upon hearing that her child was almost 2 months along, her expression shifted noticeably. Can you save my baby?" You implored, then knelt before Ling Yongyong, startling her into a swift retreat. "I'm only 18. There is no need for kneeling. I wish to live a long life." She hurriedly assisted you to her feet, acutely aware that the child was already showing signs of distress and could not afford the added strain of such an act of supplication. I do have a method, but I must leave tomorrow, which may limit my ability to assist you. Moreover, mermaids primarily consume seafood, and if you continue on that path, it is likely the child will not survive, she noted, surveying the surroundings filled with seafood. Ling Yongyong found herself in a perplexing predicament. Upon hearing Ling Yongyong mention a solution, you immediately expressed her desire to accompany her back. I can go with you. My beastman can provide you with ample salt. Did you not mention needing shark silk? I have 10 pieces. If you find that insufficient, I can procure more. Ling Yu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating not the desire for more, but rather pondering the truth behind the great witch's assertion that the fish scale silk was indeed exceedingly precious. Why? She had scarcely been on this beach for 3 days, and yet the silk seemed to find its way into her hands in abundance. Clearing her throat, she recalled that the scales she had already received were more than sufficient. Should she truly venture to their tribe, her sustenance would necessitate separate consideration. She pondered whether they could arrange for the merfolk to exchange for other goods. You nodded in agreement, affirming that even her life could be bartered if need be. As their conversation meandered toward its conclusion, Ling Yu resolved to return for a meal, prioritizing the need to persuade this female not to indulge in seafood any further. Opting instead for alternative nourishment, she rummaged through her bag, producing dried meat and a handful of fruit preserves, provisions carefully packed by Lia, who had feared she might struggle to find adequate sustenance during her journey. Start with the fruit preserves, she advised, then savor the dried meat at your leisure. Ling Yu discovered a coconut shell. Placing it over the fire, some coconut water still lingered within. The dried meat was not unappealing to her, yet it proved excessively tough, nearly impossible to chew. Initially, she had intended to simmer the coconut water with the meat to enhance the flavor, but now with you present, it seemed prudent to sample the preserves first. The portion of dried meat was scant, roughly a pound in total, divided into 5 strips by Luaya, who understood her appetite and intended for her to consume but one each day before returning home. You, much like Ling Yu, possess no teeth, rendering her incapable of biting into the meat, leaving her to nibble on the preserves instead. She had recently expelled the contents of her stomach and thus lacked appetite. Yet after consuming a small piece of fruit, an unexpected hunger surged within her. She yearned for more of the dried meat. Observing this, Lu looked on in dismay, exclaiming, "What right do you have to deny Sister Yu the meat, forcing her to eat that which she cannot chew?" Ling Yu perceived this young man as a commendable individual. Although she found it difficult to part with the meat in her possession, upon noticing that you desired some but had none, she generously offered her roasted crab leg. Please. Enjoy. In Chapter 48, are we all going to the Great Lake Tribe? You refrained from accepting the food that Lu had brought her, instead turning her gaze towards Ling Yu. She believed Ling Yu was not a fool, her kin were still present, and it was improbable that they would mistreat her in front of so many witnesses. Lu, you should eat. I have faith in her. After hearing this, Lu promptly stuffed the crab leg into her mouth, crunching loudly, even devouring the shell, her manner of eating reminiscent of consuming Ling Yu herself. Ling Yongyong could not help but chuckle. I am not preventing you from letting Sister Yu eat meat. Look, I am preparing it for her. The roasted meat you have does not appear appetizing, whereas the crab legs are delectable. Green took a crab leg and dashed over to his brother, hoping to persuade him to roast it. Unfortunately, his brother was preoccupied with Sister Yu and paid him no heed, prompting Green to wail that his brother no longer wanted him. Consequently, his brother scooped him up and tossed him back into the sea, instructing him to return with something. Just moments ago, Lon was taken aback by this surprise, and now he was regaining his composure. Initially, he intended to fetch something, but with Green's arrival, he thought it would be better to send him back while he assisted you. At this juncture, Ling Yongyong's coconut soup had finally reached completion. She picked up her spoon, washed it meticulously, and returned to serve you. You are pregnant, so you must avoid consuming seafood. Otherwise, the child may not survive. Upon hearing Ling Yongyong's words, several females, who had been enjoying their meals heartily, paused mid-bite. A few others, who were yet to bond, naturally wished to indulge since they could not bear children at the moment. Additionally, it is advisable to limit seafood consumption, as these oceanic creatures tend to possess cold properties that could hinder conception. Observing you relishing the coconut soup, Ling Yongyong, lured by the aroma, expressed her curiosity. You must not have consumed much seafood before, have you? Though posed as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. The great shaman of the merfolk, Hai Lan, was born on a day marked by a tremendous tsunami. At this moment, He set down the coconut shell and approached Ling Yongyong, eager to listen attentively to her words. Indeed, I seldom eat fish from the sea. I prefer the meat exchanged from land-dwelling beast men, Yu responded, continuing to savor her food. Observing her devouring her meal with such enthusiasm made Ling Yongyong yearn to taste it as well. Regrettably, all she had were some roasted meats, which she needed to reserve for the journey back to prepare more food for you. That explains why you can conceive. An excess of cold foods can lead to difficulties in becoming pregnant, or even if conception occurs, it may be challenging to carry the child to term. Upon hearing this, the previously animated females ceased their eating, deciding instead to venture onto land to barter with the beastmen for roasted meats rather than consume seafood. Ling Yuyu quickly finished her remaining words, clarifying that the seafood was not entirely off-limits, as long as one was mindful during pregnancy. It was advisable to limit seafood intake and consume more meat from other beasts instead. After hearing Ling Yuyu's advice, the females felt reassured enough to continue eating the shellfish, although 2 of them remained hesitant, too afraid to move. They too were pregnant, albeit without the discomfort that you experienced. They could eat, yet their bellies felt uneasy. Initially, they attributed this to their recent motherhood. But now their concerns shifted to their unborn children. They pondered whether the warning from that female was valid, that perhaps their children should not consume seafood. Having indulged in it consistently, they feared the potential repercussions and dreaded the thought of regretting their choices. Consequently, the pregnant females refrained from eating the shellfish. Glancing towards you and Ling Yuyu, contemplating whether they should follow Yu's lead and reside in the Great Lake tribe. As they deliberated, the great shaman made a decision for them. All pregnant females of the merfolk should move to the Great Lake tribe. In exchange, during the cold season, they would provide the merfolk with seafood while receiving meat for their females. After sharing this proposal, Hailan turned her gaze toward Ling Yuyu and Bai Yuqing, seeking their reactions. Ling Yuyu was indifferent, believing that if the merfolk females wished to join their tribe, they should ideally bring along the males from their own community. Bai Yuqing, however, was reluctant to accommodate these females. With too many females, the Orc tribe would struggle to provide adequately for them. Bai Yuqing firmly declined Hailan's suggestion, viewing it as akin to visiting someone's home and taking away their belongings. Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's blunt words, Hailan's smile faltered momentarily. Yet she did not perceive any impropriety in his response. Nevertheless, she felt it necessary to convey her point. Their tribe struggled with reproduction, and if the Great Lake tribe could assist, they were willing to offer shark silk and salt annually in return. Her gaze lingered on Ling Yuyu, noting the frailty of her skin, which bore marks from the beast's skins. Bai Yuqing's attention followed suit, and indeed, as the great shaman had stated, Ling Yuyu's skin was excessively delicate, leaving alarming red marks from mere contact with the beast's skin. Bai Yuqing wavered. He desired to exchange shark silk to craft garments for Ling Yuyu, believing she deserved only the finest. He posed a question to the great shaman, who contemplated whether the Great Lake tribe had the capacity to accommodate so many merfolk. After a brief reflection, the great shaman articulated his response. The current circumstances of the Great Lake tribe were evident to the merfolk. Their orc population was limited and lacked strength. Should outsiders attack, the entire tribe would need to migrate, which would be especially cumbersome with pregnant females. Expecting the great shaman to agree, Hailan was taken aback when he promptly formulated a refusal. She struggled to suppress her frustration, almost wishing to unleash her tail to cast the obstinate shaman away. Yet, unexpectedly, the great shaman shifted his stance, suggesting that the orcs could accompany the merfolk to the Great Lake tribe. With the orcs safeguarding the females by the lake, it would deter any potential aggressors. Realizing that this was the crux of the discussion, Hailan found the proposal feasible. The orc merfolk had been idle in the tribe, and allowing them to engage in meaningful tasks seemed beneficial. Very well, Hailan conceded, naming several orc males who stepped forward to join their pregnant females. This arrangement would require an additional day of travel, but they were willing to provide a piece of shark silk in compensation. The great shaman nodded, agreeing that an extra day was reasonable, especially with the merfolk offering something in return. Satisfied, the great shaman turned to Ling Yuyu, who had no objections. She planned to gather a few coconuts but resolved against indiscriminately cutting down trees. They needed to ensure a sustainable supply for future visits to the coast. Moreover, if they departed the day after tomorrow, they could still gather seafood tomorrow. With everything settled, Ling Yuyu announced her intention to rest. You returned the empty coconut shells. Her gaze toward Ling Yuyu now warm and friendly. Having never tasted such exquisite food before, she felt content and warm after consuming the meal Ling Yuyu had provided. Beside you, Lan held a piece of shark silk and several pearls wrapped in large black leaves. Before Ling Yuyu could inquire about the pearls, you eagerly explained. These pearls are used by our merfolk to adorn our caves. They absorb sunlight during the day and illuminate the caves at night, eliminating the need for torches. Grateful, Ling Yuyu accepted each pearl, each roughly the size of her fist. As for the shark silk, she felt it was unnecessary to accept more. With the pearls, she had sufficient adornments, and she insisted that you keep the shark silk. You had already sent her 2 pieces, which, given her size, would suffice for 4 outfits this year. However, she still needed to find materials for shoes. Though she rarely ventured out, her shoes had minimal wear. Yet one pair could not last a lifetime. Upon their return journey, the number of travelers had nearly doubled compared to their initial group. Instead of the anticipated 5 days, they required an additional 3. This delay was primarily due to their careful pace, considering you and the others' conditions, with Mo Xing leading the way back. The merfolk typically did not participate in land orc trading events. They would wait until the exchanges concluded, allowing orcs to visit them specifically to trade for salt with beast skins and fruits. However, having already come ashore, some merfolk expressed a desire to accompany them. But with their females still pregnant, Ling Yuyu advised against any movement during this period, quelling their curiosity to explore. In contrast, Ling Yuyu felt differently. With US belly still small and their return expected within a few days, she was eager to witness the world beyond. The thought of encountering the Rolling Tribe delighted her, even though she lamented that the bamboo was cultivated by the Rolling Tribe themselves, preventing her from offering assistance in gathering food or grooming their fur. Fortunately, the journey unfolded without incident, and they arrived at the tribe, where a throng of emaciated orcs lay sprawled at the entrance of the Great Lake Tribe. Ling Yuyu gazed with a heart full of sympathy, gently patting the back of the great white tiger, urging him to take another path back to the tribe, out of sight, out of mind. Sympathy aside, she was not one to indulge in the afflictions of excessive compassion. Having accompanied her parents to the hospital in her youth, she had witnessed the harsh realities of life and death, grasping the fragility of existence. Following the unfortunate demise of her parents, her indifference towards life only deepened. Now, as she contemplated saving them, Ling Yuyu questioned whether her reluctance to watch them perish was genuine compassion. You touch your own. Luo Ya's words were abruptly silenced as her mouth was covered and she was pulled aside. The other orcs unloading cargo turned to Ling Yuyu, who, feeling embarrassed, lowered her hand. She harbored a grudge and vowed to confront Luo Ya later, huffing in indignation. Luo Bing was scolding Luo Ya, questioning her earlier outburst, asserting that Yuyu was merely fatigued and had no issue with touching herself. In response to Luo Bing's reprimand, Luo Ya stuck out her tongue, too intimidated to retort. Instead, her curiosity was piqued about the individuals who had returned with Yuyu. Furthermore, a large group of orcs had gathered at the tribe's entrance, claiming to be old friends of the tribe leader, among them an exceedingly unattractive old female whom Luo Ya recognized as the leader's mother. The moment she announced herself as such, the expressions of the elder orcs present turned grim. Luo Ya persistently questioned the elder orcs until she uncovered the truth of the matter. By the way, sister, how should we handle those people outside? Now that the tribe leader has returned, surely they can be sent away soon. She felt indignant on behalf of the leader, who was also the offspring of that female. Yet the female, in her quest to bond with other orcs, had heeded their words and cast the newly bereaved leader out of the White Tiger tribe. Fortunately, the orcs from the Great Lake tribe had stumbled upon the still young Bai Yuqing outside the White Tiger tribe. The old leader had intended to return the little white tiger, but the woman named Malin refused to acknowledge the leader, blaming him for her mate's misfortune. After the pure white cub returned, he mourned for a long while, ultimately growing into a leader who must not be bullied by these orcs again. With this thought in mind, Luo Ya, filled with righteous indignation, sought out the old woman for confrontation. Luo Bing, perceiving her intentions, admonished, "Do not forget, you are with child." Luo Yu conceded, realizing the truth in her sister's words. "I shall seek Guiduo Duo. She will surely assist me." Before Luo Ya could dash out, Luo Bing, unable to bear her sister's foolishness, smacked her on the head. "This is a matter for Yuyu to concern herself with. You, a newly pregnant female, should not stir up trouble." Luo Bing concluded, unceremoniously dragging Luo Ya away. Should a scuffle arise, if Luo Ya were to join in, the safety of her unborn child would be jeopardized. Chapter 51. Bai Yuqing's mother at this moment. Bai Yuqing remained unaware of the multitude lying at the tribe's entrance and their connection to him. He followed Ling Yuyu's guidance, taking a detour back to the tribe. The High Shaman had just returned to the tribe when he was summoned by Foam, the old leader's son. Foam was meant to lead the Great Lake tribe, but after sustaining an injury from a white tiger during a hunting expedition, he was compelled to allow Bai Yuqing to assume the role of leader. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any resentment towards Bai Yuqing, believing he had intentionally set the white tiger's orcs against him. The relationship between Bai Yuqing and the white tiger tribe was irreparable. Meanwhile, Meilin continued to wail at the entrance of the Great Lake tribe. Convinced that the little white tiger was her offspring and that she could not abandon him, their group, comprised of the old, sick, and disabled, could no longer contribute to the tribe and had thus been cast out by the white tiger tribe, although Meilin could have remained behind. She had chosen to leave after the orc she had once coveted perished during a hunt, given her history of bullying the females and cubs in the tribe. When her orc died, many demanded that Meilin be expelled as well. Even her own cubs, Hei and Bai Han, turned a blind eye to her, wishing for her swift departure. Naturally, Meilin was unwilling to leave. At one point, she had clung to her cub Bai Han, only to be forcefully brushed aside by him. His eyes filled with disdain. Meilin could not fathom why she was so despised. In the harsh winter, she had merely sought to survive, consuming the food allotted to Bai Han, yet she still provided for him. Even as she was cast out, she clung to the belief that everything was Bai Han's fault, blaming him for her plight, despite being his mother and having given him life. Thankfully, Meilin had enough sense not to confront Bai Han directly. Otherwise, he might have been provoked to kill her right there in the white tiger tribe. Bai Han had a younger brother, and upon realizing that Meilin would rob her own children of food for her survival, he had taken the initiative to bring the little tiger to his cave, sharing some of his food with him. However, upon learning of this, Meilin staunchly opposed it, believing that all the food belonged to her, as she was the female, and she must eat her fill before feeding her cubs. Bai Han and Hei rejected her demands, opting instead to send food back for the little cub. Consequently, in her desperation for sustenance, Meilin had allowed the little white tiger to freeze to death in the frigid wilderness, witnessing its demise firsthand. This was also the reason her mate had met a gruesome fate during a hunt. He vividly recalled his father's last words, instructing him to sever ties with his mother upon his return, categorizing her as Hei's female, thus irrelevant to Bai Han. Now, as Meilin's throat grew hoarse from her cries, she felt that this cub was no different from Bai Han. Both were ungrateful. Once she entered the tribe, she vowed to let this wretched cub go hungry for a few meals, teaching him to respect his mother. Within the tribe, Bai Yuqing unloaded the seafood at the entrance of his cave, all of which had been foraged by Ling Yuyu and distributed accordingly, thus rightfully belonging to her. He made his way back to his cave without a word of dissent. Achoo! Achoo! Bai Yuqing sneezed twice, causing Ling Yuyu to pause in surprise. What ails you? Have you been affected by your own fur? Rubbing his nose, Bai Yuqing assured her that he was fine. It must have been Lion Moon scolding me. He was certain it was the lion. Ever since Ling Yuyu saved it, it had taken to inquiring about her whereabouts and preferences. However, each time, Bai Yuqing not only refrained from divulging her information, but also menaced the lion, warning that if it dared to inquire about Yuyu again, he would strike it each time they crossed paths. Yet, with Lion Moon's injuries, he could not confront it now, though he certainly planned to settle the score later. Chapter 52. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics? Yuyu, come here for a moment. Luoya approached Ling Yuyu, visibly anxious upon seeing her with Bai Yuqing, urging her to step aside. What is it? Ling Yuyu, perplexed, made her way towards Luoya. Upon her arrival, she realized that the Grand Shaman was also present. Observing the Grand Shaman and Luoya, she was left bewildered as to why she had been summoned alone. Logically, if there were issues within the tribe, shouldn't they communicate with Bai Yuqing? The Grand Shaman, exhibiting caution, led Ling Yuyu to a location sufficiently distant from Bai Yuqing's cave before gradually revealing the sequence of events. Although Ling Yuyu has not experienced it herself, she expressed her astonishment. So, that individual named Merlin intends to seek refuge in Bai Yuqing? This must be a familial dispute. Why would they specifically inform me? She pondered that in the primitive orc society, such sensationalism should not exist. The great shaman gently caressed his staff before articulating their demands. Prior to this, Leia had fervently assured the great shaman and his companions that Yuyu would certainly take charge. At that moment, the great shaman harbored doubts. For given Ling Yuyu's cautious and prudent nature, evident when she instructed Bai Yuqing to take a detour back to the tribe, he surmised that she was not particularly benevolent. When he encountered those orcs, he feared that this envoy from the beast god realm might pity them, potentially bringing calamity upon their Great Lake tribe. Unexpectedly, the chieftain who had been leading the way took a detour, much like those who did not reach the tribe's entrance. Yu, we hope you can represent the chieftain and address those individuals. The great shaman hesitantly articulated his thoughts as Ling Yu leaned against a tree, her arms crossed. She surveyed the assembly, noting that many averted their gaze in shame. How long have I been in this tribe? Moreover, what connection do I currently have with your chieftain? On what grounds do you believe I should handle that woman? Her tone was somewhat frigid, and the faint smile that once graced her face had vanished. This was the first time Luoya had witnessed such a demeanor from Yu. She had always presumed that Yu would never wear a cold expression. She shifted her gaze to Luo Bing, yet Luo Bing ignored her, leaving her to devise her own solutions. The great shaman recognized their wrongdoing. Yet they dared not expel the woman, as she was the mother of their chieftain. Nonetheless, rumors circulating from the White Tiger tribe instilled a sense of trepidation within him. It was said that the woman was exceedingly selfish, even seizing food meant for her young, and had caused the demise of one of her offspring. Her current predicament stemmed entirely from her own actions, and others were, to varying degrees, at odds with the White Tiger tribe as well. If the Great Lake tribe were to retain such individuals, disbandment would likely not be far off. Suddenly, the great shaman knelt before Ling Yu, pleading, Beast God Envoy, we beseech you, save our Great Lake tribe. If those individuals are permitted to reside within our tribe, we may face disintegration. As he spoke, he transformed into a fluffy white creature, continuing to address Ling Yu. Ling Yo could no longer resist the lure of the aircraft that was nearly grazing the ground. I can offer you suggestions, she conceded, but let it be clear that I shall not involve myself in the ensuing matters. As she turned to depart, she glanced back at them and inquired, why do you all assume that Bai Yuqing will undoubtedly retain that woman? Surely, that white tiger does not strike me as a complete fool. As she journeyed along the path, a soft sigh escaped her lips. What a predicament this is. Others traverse to a beastly realm merely to cook or to indulge in the fluffiness of fur, yet here I am, entangled in familial relations. She swiftly scattered the thoughts from her mind. What did it mean to navigate a mother-in-law relationship? She had no such ties with Bai Yuqing. Upon returning, when Ling Yo encountered the rainbow tiger dozing at the cave's entrance, her confidence in Bai Yuqing's intellect began to waver. Better safe than sorry, she mused. What if this tiger's mind had gone awry, suddenly yearning for maternal affection? Just the thought sent a pang of discomfort through her head. Never mind, she decided. I shall first consult the great shaman. Perhaps we should simply return him to the White Tiger clan. Chapter 53. Green takes the stage. Are you suggesting that I should confront and expel the intruder? Green pointed to himself, still adorned with his yellow tail, and exclaimed, Look at this tail. How could I possibly face anyone? His indignation was palpable. He had no intention of aiding this woman. They had previously agreed that he would catch fish while she would cook them. Yet he found himself deprived of the feast and subjected to a thorough reprimand from his brother. I refuse to assist you, and I see no reason to do so, he retorted, his small mouth flapping defiantly, resolute in his decision to decline her request, regardless of the changing expressions on Ling Yo's face. Ling Yu observed the scene with a sideways glance, feigning indifference as she sighed softly. Very well, I shall seek out Lon. It appears the delicious barbecue I prepared will have to be consumed by him. I had intended to compensate you with the fish I caught, but now I realize that despite my friendship, you suspect my intentions. To enhance the authenticity of her act, Ling Yu pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, leaving the great shaman momentarily stunned. So, the beast goddess envoy possesses such a side, he mused, noting her newfound realism. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he refrained from joining her outside to assess the situation at the tribe's entrance, believing firmly that Ling Yu could manage it well. Unbeknownst to those unfamiliar with her, she harbored certain character flaws. She had the power to save lives, yet could just as easily extinguish them. Although she need not have taken the college entrance examination, destined instead to become a professor at the nation's finest hospital, her grandfather insisted she gain more experience, citing her youth and potential. Thus, Ling Yu complied with his wishes, completing her high school education, despite her aversion to hospitals and the prospect of saving lives. Merely managing to prevent further ailments was her goal. Aware of this, her grandfather encouraged her to interact with peers to help temper her disposition, though Ling Yu suspected his efforts had ultimately failed. In front of the Great Lake tribe, a group lay sprawled out. However, calling them a group was somewhat misleading, as there were only 8 individuals in total, 1 female and 7 beastmen. 2 had a broken leg, while the others suffered from broken or deformed arms. Estimating their ages, they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. In modern times, they might still be able to work, but in the beast era, once a beastman lost their hunting ability and a female lost her capacity to bear children, they became nearly useless. Typically, beastmen, upon realizing they could no longer contribute to the tribe, chose to leave before the cold season arrived. Yet, a few remained, desiring to live, even if it meant enduring humiliation from their kin. This particular group of beastmen had become a burden to the White Tiger tribe. They had never contributed anything, and thus were deemed unworthy of sustenance, particularly for Malin, who had previously been sheltered due to her connection to Hay. The tribe would have abandoned her had it not been for Hay's dying request to buy Han to cease his concern for her. In a tribe, if no beastmen cared for a female, her demise was imminent, especially for someone as self-destructive as Malin. Exhausted and parched, Malin lamented her plight. Frustrated that no beastmen had come to check on her, despite her status as a female, a precious resource within the tribe, she resolved that once she was inside, she would ensure that Brat paid dearly, not to mention the wide-eyed tiger who had dared to abandon her. She would have his brother exact vengeance upon him for disrespecting his own mother. Achoo! Achoo! Bai Yuqing sneezed repeatedly, having just fallen asleep, only to be jolted awake by his own actions. He attributed his misfortune entirely to Sherway, vowing that once he felt better, he would make it clear that one must not speak ill of tigers behind their backs, lest they harbor a grudge. Look, she is the only female in the crowd. You must ensure she is driven away. Ling Yongyong whispered softly to Green, her voice barely audible, while a small snake draped around her neck hissed in agreement, urging Green to heed her words. Throughout their journey, Ling Yongyong had reiterated her warnings multiple times, and at this moment, he was already growing impatient, exclaiming, I get it. I get it. Stop repeating yourself. I'll go chase that old relic away right now. With a fierce determination, Green set off. The Grand Shaman arrived a beat too late and, upon seeing Green leave, quietly inquired of Ling Yongyong her intended course of action. What was Ling Yongyong's plan? What else could it be? She shrugged, acknowledging the situation. The only reason that person had come was to witness the improved life in Bayou City. All they needed to convey was that life in Bayou City was not as dire as she presumed. In fact, if she were to join the Great Lake tribe, her future prospects might be even bleaker than her current circumstances. The Grand Shaman stroked his chin, gazing at Ling Yongyong with a perplexed expression. Ling Yo-Yo refrained from providing further explanations, directing her gaze towards the group of individuals. The transformation of the green figure was not entirely complete, thus upon his emergence, he was immediately recognized as an orc of the Merfolk tribe. Chapter 54. The Red Dream Elixir. The 8 individuals, upon witnessing this, felt a twinge of anxiety. Most tribes procured their salt through exchanges with the Merfolk, leading to a general reluctance among tribes to provoke the Orcish members of that race. Now that Green had departed from the Great Lake tribe, speculations arose regarding a potential alliance between the Great Lake tribe and the Merfolk, or perhaps more drastically, the notion that the Great Lake tribe had been assimilated by the Merfolk. Would the small white tiger they sought refuge with then be reduced to a mere slave? This was knowledge that Ling Yo-Yo had gleaned from the Great Shaman. The Orcish world had indeed progressed to the point of slavery, albeit it was not yet widespread. Moreover, even slaves were afforded certain protections. Orcs were prohibited from inflicting harm upon them, and were obligated to ensure their survival through the winter, lest they incur the wrath of the beast god. Females, as the bearers of life, were not permitted to become slaves. Why are you so eager to serve our Merfolk as slaves? Green's eyes glimmered with disdain as the imposing figure of the bear, summoned by the Great Shaman, made his entrance. His dark skin contrasted sharply with his respectful demeanor towards Green, as he addressed, Young Clan Leader, at your command. Upon hearing these words from the imposing figure, Green promptly ordered him to apprehend the group. Go capture them for me, and include that female as well. I intend to turn this entire lot of orcs, who have disturbed my peaceful slumber, into slaves. As for the female, since the beast god forbids it, I shall return her to the White Tiger tribe during the orc exchange meeting and demand compensation. Green's tone was exceedingly arrogant, exuding an air of determination to extract a heavy toll for the disruption of his rest. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Yu pouted. Green's acting was remarkably convincing. Had she not been privy to the truth, she might have been deceived. Meanwhile, Millen immediately began to plead for mercy from Green, fully aware that the beast before her was unreliable. Back when she was among the White Tiger clan, others had claimed that this very tiger had become the leader of a tribe. She had naively believed that she would enjoy a comfortable life. But it now seemed that her only hope was to avoid being implicated by that tiger. My Lord Mermaid, you must be mistaken. We were merely taking a brief respite here and inadvertently disturbed you. How about I offer you this as compensation? Malin said cautiously, retrieving a herb from her hide. Upon catching a whiff of Malin's unpleasant odor, Green recoiled, placing the bear, Xiongming, in front of her. Do not approach me. Simply hand it to him. Malin gritted her teeth, feeling indignant that this beast dared to disdain her. Was she not just a stinky fish? She had not complained about the fishy scent clinging to him. Xiongming recognized the herb. It was called Red Dream, entirely crimson in hue. Even the most grievously injured beastman could be revived by consuming just one, making it exceedingly rare, so much so that even within a grand tribe, one might not be found. If this were indeed true, their fortune would be remarkable. Yet, it seemed this woman did not recognize Red Dream, otherwise. Why had she not produced it when she was expelled from the White Tiger clan? Had she revealed it then, she certainly would not have been cast out. Though Xiongming was a bear, he was nonetheless one of the chosen heirs of the Grand Shaman. What is this worthless thing? He scoffed. A mere scrap of grass. And you dare to present it to me? With that, he flung the herb behind him, near a tree. The Grand Shaman, noticing the red object that Xiongming had tossed, instinctively turned to look. Upon recognizing what it was, he hastily neglected his staff and rushed to retrieve it. Ling Yuyu expressed her disdain. Although the crimson hue of the object was undeniably striking, she had just witnessed its extraction from her own animal hide by Merlin. Did the Grand Shaman not find it repugnant? She distinctly observed the retreating motion of Green, yet the Grand Shaman, undeterred, approached to sniff it repeatedly. Surely, the Grand Shaman must have found it foul, yet this was a life-saving remedy. You must understand, this is a miraculous medicine, he insisted. As long as an orc still draws breath, consuming this potion can revive them, restoring all injuries sustained. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyu felt a surge of astonishment. Could it truly be so wondrous? Her skepticism was palpable. She had studied traditional medicine herself, and her mastery of acupuncture was unparalleled, even surpassing that of her grandfather. Thus, when she heard of a potion capable of reviving someone on the brink of death, she voiced her doubts. The Grand Shaman, fully aware of her skepticism, recounted his own experience. I distinctly recall witnessing a royal beast in Beast King City consume this medicine, and even a severed arm regrew. Ling Yuyu was taken aback. Could it genuinely restore lost limbs? Chapter 55. Cleansing the matter. The Grand Shaman paid little heed to Ling Yuyu's disbelief. He treasured this rare herb. Alas, having only one is rather insufficient, he sighed. Yet, acquiring even a single specimen is a boon, all thanks to you. Without your intervention, that woman would likely have never produced it. What do you intend to do with this Red Dream? He inquired, while he felt reluctant to part with it. He believed that it would serve Ling Yuyu better than himself. After all, he was merely a Grand Shaman, though he could communicate with the beast deity. It was solely to heed the deity's guidance and to divine the future of the tribe. Now, with Ling Yuyu among them, he was confident that their tribe's existence on Orc continent would flourish. His gaze was resolute, yet Ling Yuyu did not wish to accept the plant. Perhaps it is best left with you, Grand Shaman, she suggested, dismissively. Very well, the Grand Shaman responded, recognizing her disinterest. I shall keep it safe for you, with the hope that we never find ourselves in need of its use. Ling Yuyu nodded, expressing that if circumstances allowed, no one would choose to be injured. Xiongming and Lu stared fiercely at the individuals before them, determined to capture them all. One of the orcs was so terrified that he lost control of himself. Upon catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, Lu's face turned a shade of green, prompting him to retreat several meters, watching the scene unfold. You must be Xiongming, right? Why haven't you apprehended them all? They dare to provoke me. I want them to undertake the dirtiest and most arduous tasks in the tribe. Upon hearing Lu's words, Merlin felt a jolt of alarm, neglecting her belongings as she hurriedly fled, fearing capture and enslavement. Observing this, the other orcs quickly followed suit, and Xiongming made a move to pursue, causing the fleeing individuals to hasten even more. Lu shouted from behind, "Should you dare to approach my tribe again, I will interpret it as an act of aggression, and I shall ensure you are all captured and thrown into the sea to feed the fish." After Lu concluded his admonitions, he promptly turned back, eager to wash off the lingering scent of the female he had encountered, which clung to him uncomfortably. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, even neglecting to ask Ling Yuyu for food. Observing Lu's retreating figure, Ling Yuyu called out, "I've left all your food for you. You can eat it tonight." Without turning back, Lu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he understood. "All right, great shaman, let us return," she said, believing that the rainbow tiger must have awoken by now, eagerly anticipating the moment she could pet its soft fur, her eyes gleaming with delight. Seeing this, The great shaman refrained from interrupting Ling Yuyu and Bai Yuqing, choosing instead to return to his cave to store his newly acquired herbs. In Bai Yuqing's cave, he had already awakened but was reluctant to move. After flying around outside with them, he felt somewhat fatigued. So lying comfortably in the sun within the tribe was quite satisfactory for him. Thus, after basking for a while, the great white tiger flipped over to expose his belly. When Ling Yuyu returned to seek the white tiger, she found him lounging on the stone wall, soaking up the sun. His colorful fur danced in the air, and as she brushed aside the fur in front of her, she approached him, finding that Bai Yuqing merely twitched his ears, indifferent to her hand resting on his belly. Having known this grand feline for quite some time, it was Ling Yuyu's first experience petting his belly. Leaning over, she began stroking from top to bottom, again and again, eventually lying atop Bai Yuqing to bask in the sunlight. Curiously, she pondered whether Bai Yuqing, being a mammal like other cats, might also possess certain features. Regrettably, Bai Yuqing was too large for her to discern, and instead, she succumbed to the warmth of the sun and drifted into slumber. As the sunlight gradually shifted, casting half of its rays towards the horizon, Ling Yuyu slowly awakened. Chapter 56. The tiger's belly. The evening atmosphere was filled with the crackling of the campfire, where various delicacies sourced by Ling Yuyu were being roasted, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. The moon hung high, and the several females present could hardly contain their salivation at the sight. Previously, they had subsisted on dried meat devoid of salt. Now, witnessing the vibrant, fruit-infused roasted meats made their mouths water uncontrollably. Thankfully, the merfolk had brought sufficient provisions, including their prized fish silk, ensuring their stay in the Great Lake tribe would last until the cold season. They had brought along all the females in their tribe who were seeking mates, intending to bear their young in this locale. Additionally, several merfolk orcs had set out to swim along the lake of the Great Lake tribe, as Ling Yuyu had mentioned that the lake's end might lead to the sea, though its exact location remained a mystery. Yuyu, you should eat too. Bai Yuqing, feeling somewhat bashful, turned his head away, his ears tinged with red, unable to meet Ling Yuyu's gaze as she continued to feed him. Ling Yuyu playfully tugged at the tiger's ear. I shall have some soup later. You have a large belly, so do not let yourself go hungry. The ear tugged. Bai Yuqing was at a loss regarding the position of his own tail. With a swift motion, he scampered off, leaving behind a remark, I will go check on Shiriwe. Before departing, Ling Yuyu propped her chin on her hand, gazing wistfully in the direction where Bai Yuqing had departed. She felt a pang of regret at the thought of not being able to stroke the tiger's ears for the time being. The little tiger's teeth had been utterly adorable when she had fed him earlier, striking a chord deep within her heart. It was unfortunate, though, that her feelings for this man were devoid of romantic inclination. It was merely a bond akin to that between a caretaker and her beloved feline. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of guilt towards the majestic white tiger. After pondering for a while, unable to conjure a better resolution, she took a bite of the barbecued meat, which was imbued with a hint of spiciness. This time, the tribal salt was particularly abundant, prompting Ling Yuyu to sprinkle some salt on her grilled meat. Yu and the others were also indulging, their mouths greasy with food, while Green seemed unable to stop, devouring every skewer of barbecued meat that Ling Yuyu had prepared with small twigs. During this feast, whenever Yu expressed a desire for food, her brother would mercilessly threaten him with brotherly camaraderie, claiming 3 skewers for himself. Just the thought of it made Green lament the loss of his precious barbecue. His brother was so unfair, hoarding all the food for Sister Yu. But thankfully, Sister Yu reassured him that she would share some fruit with him later. The tribe's fruits were scarce, and only those orcs with partners could distribute some to the females. Yu had a few fruits that Ling Yuyu had thoughtfully given her, making her stock considerably more abundant than that of other females from the merfolk. Now that she had taken some of Green's barbecued meat, sharing a portion with him was no inconvenience, and Blue had ceased to regard him with his deadly gaze. With a sigh of relief, after finishing her meal, Ling Yuyu returned to her cave, intending to rest for a day before embarking on a quest for spices and various vegetables. Although the females in the tribe had informed her of numerous wild edible plants, most of them had a somewhat bitter taste. Accustomed to the sweetness of cabbage, Ling Yuyu found herself rather picky. She resolved to explore the realm of beastfolk cuisine, hoping to discover the ancestors of the vegetables she cherished in her past life. As the moonlight dimmed and the stars twinkled, Ling Yuyu and her companions returned to the tribe. This time, her sleeping arrangements had been upgraded. She was no longer confined to resting upon the tiger's back, but instead could nestle into the soft belly of Bai Yuqing, with the rhythm of his breathing lulling her. She soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Ling Yuyu relished the sensation, The occasional sound of the wind rustling through the leaves outside the cave became a soothing lullaby that caressed her ears. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, she lay on the bed of grass within the cave, gradually feeling the sunlight warm her eyes. She turned over, intending to indulge in a little more slumber. However, instead of encountering the soft fur she anticipated, her hand grazed only the coarse straw. In an instant, Ling Yu awoke from her dreams, her mind taking a moment to comprehend her surroundings. It seemed that Bai Yuqing had relocated her from his belly to the pile of straw, likely in preparation for a hunting expedition. Rising from the straw, she observed her arms and waist reddened from the pressure. Resolute in her decision to remain indoors for the day and weave a mat from the wild grasses she had gathered. Though she had not formally studied the craft, she had certainly observed it before. After all, her mind retained the knowledge. Without hesitation, she set to work, having nibbled on some fruits that Bai Yuqing had specially gathered for her. She meticulously combed through the straw, noting that in the recent heat, Bai Yuqing preferred to lie at the cave's entrance like a great white tiger, allowing the breeze to ruffle his fur, a sensation he cherished, and one that Ling Yu found equally comfortable. Before long, she had fashioned a small mat, realizing it was not as challenging as she had anticipated. However, the thought of creating a larger mat for the substantial furry creature filled her with trepidation. Since her first encounter with Bai Yuqing's beast form, she had mentally estimated his immense size, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width when he stood. If he lay down, he would undoubtedly occupy even more space. Last night, as she rolled on his belly while asleep, she had not fallen off, indicating his ample girth. Chapter 57. The grass mat. After nearly a day of labor, Ling Yu finally completed a mat large enough for her to recline upon, measuring about 0.6 meters in width and approximately 2 meters in length. Unsure how to deal with the remaining straw, she left it exposed, as it was for her own rest, and deemed it inconsequential. That evening, when Bai Yuqing returned to find Yu reclining on a slightly elevated stone rather than waiting for him, he was momentarily puzzled. Yu, why are you sleeping here? He inquired, noticing that she had propped her head on a piece of beast hide scrap acquired from Luya's home. The mat is cool, and given the recent heat, coupled with the fact that you seem to be nearing your shedding season, I thought it best to rest here, she replied. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yuqing felt as though his heart had shattered. Had Yu begun to find him bothersome? It felt as if a cold wind were blowing through a hole in his chest. Yet, in the next moment, a single statement from Ling Yu mended that wound. Tomorrow, I'll find the time to make you one too, so you won't have to lie at the cave entrance to sleep. Ling Yu had no intention of crafting a mat that could accommodate his beast form. Rather, she planned to create one for his human shape. With the experience gained today, she was confident that her work tomorrow would be significantly improved. With this thought, Ling Yu closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Bai Yuqing set out with the beast men for a hunting expedition. Along the way, he seemed to hear a female's distress call. Curiosity piqued, he moved to investigate. But the beastmen accompanying him quickly surmised who the female might be, urging Bai Yuqing to focus on their mission. Chief, today we need to gather those peculiar smelling grasses for Yu. We should hurry and continue on our way. Upon hearing Ling Yu's name, Bai Yuqing dismissed his earlier concern. Reassured by the growing abundance of resources in their tribe, which might lead to many tribes offering females in exchange, Ling Yu was weaving a grass mat while attending to the mermaid egg delivered by Hylon that morning. In contrast to the lively little snake, this mermaid egg left her somewhat perplexed regarding its proper handling. If carelessly placed on the ground, it risked attracting small creatures eager to feast on it, which would mean the mermaid royal would meet the beast deity far too soon. Her younger sibling, who had only recently transformed into human form and was still grappling with speech, could only express his desires through a few monosyllabic utterances. Ling Yongyong's gaze followed the direction indicated by the small snake, revealing a struggling mermaid egg attempting to surface from the water. That one was inedible. Gently, Ling Yongyong shifted the small snake's hand away from the mermaid egg, redirecting it towards her meager assortment of snacks. How about I offer you some treats? She proposed, with 2 remaining packets of dried pork and a small box of M&Ms at her disposal. She intended to share some M&Ms with this little creature today, hoping to coax it into refraining from incessantly climbing onto her neck. Since the small snake had transformed into human form, its weight had noticeably increased, resting on her neck with a heaviness that was somewhat tolerable. However, should it continue to grow at this pace, Ling Yongyong feared for the safety of her neck under the pressure of the small snake. After savoring a single M&M, the small snake's eyes narrowed in delight at the delectable treat, a flavor it had never experienced before. Just as it yearned for another bite, it met Ling Yongyong's gaze. Ultimately succumbing to the allure of the the small snake acquiesced to Ling Yongyong's request, promising not to clamber onto her neck again. Yet, it still wished to engage with the mermaid egg. However, Ling Yongyong misinterpreted the small snake's intention, believing it sought to reach the snake instead, when in truth, it desired to consume the mermaid egg. Consequently, she took both the small snake and the mermaid egg outside to play. Recently, the tribe had seen an influx of visitors, necessitating that most of the beast men venture out to hunt. Fortunately, it was just before the warm season, ensuring ample food and a bountiful supply of fruits. Moreover, under Ling Yongyong's suggestion, you and the others had gathered several pearls from the sea to give to the females of the Great Lake tribe in exchange for food. Especially you, with her amiable demeanor and generosity towards the other females, secured the greatest harvest of fruits. Initially, Hailan had harbored concerns that did not materialize. The mermaid females and those of the Great Lake tribe coexisted harmoniously, with only 2 days remaining until the Beastmen's exchange meeting. It was fortunate that Bai Yu and his companions worked diligently, with Mo Xing's assistance, to gather enough game to trade at the event. This time, their tribe had acquired salt, eliminating the need to exchange their limited game and hides for salt stones as before. These hides could now be bartered for unique items from other tribes, such as ceramic pots. Ling Yoyo had always desired to savor soup, yet lamentably, there was but one stone pot, and the great shaman cherished his ceramic vessel dearly, using it solely for storing salt. Ling Yoyo wished to borrow it for her soup. But this infuriated the shaman, who resolutely refused, promising instead that he would procure another for her at the upcoming exchange fair. Chapter 58. The green ability. As they prepared to depart for the exchange fair, Ling Yoyo had to bring along both the little snake and the mermaid egg. The former was a task entrusted to her by Mo Xing, who insisted that only she could calm the small serpent, which was yet to reach the height of Mo Xing in human form. Otherwise, if Ling Yoyo were absent from the tribe, the creature might ascend to the heavens. As for Mo Xing himself, he needed to return to the serpent clan, at least to bring back the good news of the egg hatching, which would surely delight the chief and his wife who had raised him. Perhaps they could even bring along the serpent clan. Compared to the lethargy of the serpent tribe, he preferred the vigorous spirit of the orc inhabitants of the Great Lake tribe, who tirelessly strove for a better existence. Thankfully, Mo Xing kept these thoughts to himself, otherwise, he might have faced a collective reprimand. The Great Lake tribe did not need to exert themselves to such extremes, primarily because they differed from the serpent clan, who could sustain themselves for an entire season with just one meal, whereas the orcs sometimes struggled to make a single meal last a day. This time, Lu accompanied them to the Orc Valley's exchange fair. In contrast to Lan, Lu was a mere bystander, emerging only to broaden his horizons, particularly due to his supernatural ability. This gift was a boon from the beast god, bestowed only upon exceptionally fortunate or powerful orcs. Lu's ability allowed him to condense water. Though the merfolk regarded this talent as somewhat trivial, nonetheless, they held Lu in high esteem. He occupied a significant position among the merfolk, having been chosen as the successor by the great shaman, and as long as he remained by the shaman's side without error, he could potentially become the right-hand man of the future mermaid king. On this occasion, Shiryu was also brought along. As they set off, Shiryu couldn't shake the feeling that the chief's gaze upon him was rather unfriendly. Originally, a hefty burden was to be carried by another bear orc, but Bai Yuqing had split the load, assigning a portion to Shiryu. When Shiryu contemplated protesting, Bai Yuqing swiftly reminded him of his defeat from the previous day, leaving him speechless and compelled to comply. The journey to the Orc Valley would take an entire day, so they set out early and arrived at the entrance the following morning. At that moment, 2 tall and robust orcs stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Bai Yuqing's group, one of them waved in greeting. As the tribe's chief, Bai Yuqing was expected to carry more supplies. But since he had to bear Ling Yoyo and Lu, he naturally required Shiryu to shoulder a greater burden. After Bai Yuqing set Ling Yoyo down, he transformed into human form and engaged in conversation with the orc who had waved to him. How many orcs from the Man Yo tribe have arrived? Bai Yuqing inquired, as he had a good rapport with the Man Yo. The orc scratched his head, admitting, I'm not quite sure. Meng, do you know? Meng averted his gaze, and Bai Yuqing handed a piece of meat sufficient for an adult orc's meal to him. Brother Meng, we simply wish to inquire if any other orcs have arrived, so we can ascertain how long we should remain here, Bai Yuqing stated with a smile. Upon receiving the meat, Meng's expression softened significantly. His previously taut lips relaxed into a smile. The Great Lake Tribe's chief speaks wisely. You arrived neither early nor late. All the tribes that were supposed to come have now arrived. The rest either won't come, or if they were truly coming, they should all be here by today. After absorbing this useful information, Bai Yuqing was about to depart when he overheard a quiet warning from Man Yo. By the way, you must exercise caution. I've heard that both the Serpent and Tiger clans are also coming. Typically, the exchange fair at the Orc Valley attracted only those from mixed tribes. Clans like the Serpent and Tiger rarely attended. Purely single-species clans were stronger and had an easier time acquiring elusive prey. Thus they usually preferred to conduct exchanges in the Beast King City. Chapter 59. Chilled Coconut Juice. Although the Great Lake Tribe was merely a small tribe, it held a respectable position among those present at the Orc Valley's exchange fair. Thus they secured a favorable location at the center of the fair. They were allotted 4 caves, 1 for storing food and the remaining 3 for sleeping. Typically, the Great Lake Tribe would receive 5 caves, but this time, a few orcs from the Serpent clan required accommodation, necessitating that they be prioritized. Fortunately, the caves were situated a fair distance from where the Great Lake Tribe resided, ensuring that Ling Yo-Yo did not encounter them. Lu also set up a stall, using his ability to produce ice blocks, placing them inside half-open coconut shells as instructed by Ling Yo-Yo. She took one and began to drink, but alas, there were no straws. Otherwise, enjoying a cold beverage on a sweltering summer day would have been a true delight. Lu had been dispatched by Hai Lan to assist Ling Yo-Yo, and before leaving, Hai Lan had emphasized in front of everyone that he must heed Ling Yo-Yo's words. Thus, when she requested him to make small ice cubes, Lu complied, albeit uncertain of their purpose. Upon witnessing Ling Yo-Yo enjoying her chilled coconut juice, Lu felt a pang of envy. He too yearned for a taste. However, they had only brought 12 coconuts, all for Ling Yo-Yo. Lu had initially thought he would be able to indulge on the shore, neglecting to bring provisions. Moreover, the coconuts they typically consumed were scavenged from the ground, yielding juice that was exceedingly sour, starkly contrasting with the delightful flavor Ling Yo-Yo had previously allowed him to sample. Consequently, it was only natural that Lu had not brought any coconuts, and the other merfolk had not either. The only items they remembered to bring were the fish scale and the luminous pearl, one intended for trading food and the other for personal enjoyment, with the female merfolk believing it would be well received by those on land, thereby fostering friendships. The sound of Ling Yo-Yo sipping her coconut juice echoed softly as she reclined against a stone in the shade, sitting comfortably on the ground. Watching her, Lu felt a surge of longing. He too desired to lounge like Ling Yo-Yo. However, as he contemplated moving, a sharp glance from Bai Yuqing rendered him immobile. He resigned himself to assisting the orcs of the Great Lake Tribe in organizing the goods they had brought. This time, Lu's primary merchandise consisted of fish scales, along with some seafood delicacies that Ling Yo-Yo had instructed him to sell. She had specifically told him to inform the orcs that these dried fish contained salt, which would justify a higher price. As for the rationale behind the salt, Ling Yo-Yo indicated that Lu should explain it himself. If any orc was skeptical, they could take a few small pieces of seafood to cook with water and see for themselves. Lu deemed this task manageable, as it merely involved conversing with others. Surely it wouldn't strip him of his scales. At this moment, El had no inkling of the scenes he would soon face. Typically, those responsible for selling were Orcish beings, who, after a single experience, were generally reluctant to undertake a second. This time, 2 females from the Great Lake Tribe had arrived, Ling Yo-Yo and Luo Bing. Originally, Luoya had intended to attend the Orc Exchange meeting last year, but due to her pregnancy, she was compelled to send other females in her stead. Bai Yuqing, noting the amicable rapport between Luo Bing and Ling Yo-Yo, decided to bring her along as well. Observing Ling Yo-Yo in her leisurely demeanor, Luo Bing approached her, having finished counting the items assigned to her Orcish companions. Seizing a moment of distraction, she playfully lifted the coconut shell from above Ling Yo-Yo's head. The coconut shell felt delightfully cool in her grasp, prompting Luo Bing to gently rub it against her face, reveling in the sensation. She mused whether Yo-Yo could persuade Elle to procure one for her in exchange for some fruits upon her return. With a surplus of females in the tribe, fruits were prioritized for their consumption, while the orcs subsisted mainly on meat and wild vegetables. Elle, disliking the bitter taste of wild greens, found himself pitifully awaiting the charity of the moon. Chapter 60. The little snake in distress. Heisei had deliberately brought Z out to see the world. Previously, due to the matter of the snake egg, Z's spirit had waned. Fortunately, Heisei sought the wisdom of the tribe's grand shaman, who predicted that their child would indeed survive. And upon hatching, would emerge as a warrior even more formidable than Mo Xing within the snake clan. Upon hearing this, Heisei harbored doubts about the shaman's honesty, while Z, disregarding all else, seized Heisei's hand and hurried to find her child. When Heisei first considered discarding the snake egg, it was Z who implored Mo Xing to take it away from the tribe, hoping that the shamans of other clans might provide a better chance for her child's survival. Initially, Mo Xing had been found by Heisei, and Z had shown him little regard, merely treating him with fairness. However, when Z sought Mo Xing's assistance, she had not anticipated his willingness to leave the snake clan for her child's sake, despite the fact that, had Heisei remained childless, Mo Xing would undoubtedly have been the next clan leader. After Mo Xing took the egg away, Z unleashed her fury upon Heisei, which only softened upon learning that their child would live. Z's presence here was at the behest of the Grand Shaman, who had mentioned that a chance awaited them at the Orc Exchange in the valley, potentially freeing their clan from the sorrow of incomplete hatching. Thus, upon hearing this, the snake clan leader set forth with Z and several unpaired snakes. They arrived with remarkable speed, yet Z, yearning to see her little one, found herself disappointed as 3 days passed without sighting a single offspring from any race, let alone her own. As she contemplated the possibility of not encountering her child soon, a sudden, piercing scream pierced the air. The sound suggested a child in distress. Z's eyes narrowed. Generally, orcs did not bring their young offspring out. So this child must be. Without a moment's hesitation, Z dashed towards the source of the commotion, leaving Heisei behind, who was engaged in discussions about the upcoming exchanges for their clan. Chapter 61. The altercation let him go. Z shouted as she approached the female who had been tugging at the little snake's ear. Taken aback by the sudden outcry, the female instinctively released her grip, allowing the little snake to scurry behind Z, while several of the fruits he had gathered fell to the ground. Witnessing one fruit splatter upon impact, the little snake felt a pang of sorrow. Those fruits were meant for Sister Yuyo. Frustration bubbled within him as he peeked from behind Z, glaring at the females, determined to have Sister Yuyo seek vengeance on his behalf. Though Ling Yuyo was but one individual, the little snake firmly believed her to be the mightiest and capable of teaching these females a lesson. The sudden appearance of Z startled the 3 females, who glanced around for other orcs, relieved to find none. The female had never encountered Z before and assumed she was not from a significant tribe, likely someone who had waited many years to experience the outside world. As soon as she noticed the exquisite attire Z wore, a sense of unease crept into her heart. It seemed they had provoked someone they ought not to have. Yet, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that if Z were truly formidable, Gray would have forewarned them. Quickly, she resolved to pull the little snake out from behind Z, but Z was resolute, having found her child at last. There was no way she would allow him to be bullied. As the female reached out, Z unsheathed a bone knife given to her by Heisei for protection. With a swift motion, the female's hand was pierced, blood gushing forth as she let out a horrified scream. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyo and Luo Bing, still savoring their coconut meat, looked up, realizing it was indeed in the direction where the little snake had ventured. Ling Yuyu swallowed the coconut flesh in her mouth, leaving the rest uneaten, and hurriedly trotted over. That was the little snake she had watched grow up. She must not allow that careless group to bully it. Ling Yuyu was relatively close, and after a few moments, she arrived amidst the crowd. At the same time, He Eyes rushed over. Upon seeing Z within the throng, he noticed a small child peeking out from behind her. When he caught sight of the bone knife in Z's hand, He Eyes felt as though his heart might cease to beat. He pushed through the surrounding people and approached, enveloping the trembling Z in his arms. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. Don't worry, he murmured softly, gently patting her back in a soothing manner, reassuring her of his presence. Ling Yu took advantage of the passage opened by He Eyes to enter, and soon found herself face to face with the little snake cub, who was still clutching 3 strawberries. Come here and let me see if you're hurt, she said, her voice laced with concern. She had only intended for the little snake to experience the outside world, never expecting this incident to occur. Upon seeing a familiar face, the little snake cub immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah, sister." She pulled my ear and crushed the fruits I picked. The little one pointed at the ground, indicating the squashed strawberries, which indeed lay there, their remains scattered. How dare you pull my child's ear? Ling Yuyu's fierce gaze swept across the group, causing the 3 of them to instinctively take a step back. Shiqing soon realized that retreating was a mistake. What of it if we pulled his ear? Shiqing retorted defiantly. The daughter of the chief of the Stone Tribe, she was accustomed to being pampered by the beast men and harbored disdain for any female who outshone her in beauty. He stole our fruits first. Her words were bold, enough to silence the weeping little snake cub, who now stared at them with wide eyes. At that moment, Ling Yuyu's presence instilled a sense of danger in Shiqing. She was determined to find a way to mar the beauty of this female, ensuring that Bai Yuqing from the Great Lake tribe would never lay eyes on her, lest he be enchanted. Sister, I picked these myself. They wanted to eat them, but I refused, so they tried to steal my fruits. The little snake cub recounted the events. Noticing that the majority of the beastmen were leaning towards Ling Yuyu, Shiqing signaled one of her companions, who suddenly charged at Ling Yuyu. Before Ling Yuyu could react, the female lunged at her, brandishing a spiked fruit. Go help her. Z urgently tugged at Hei's beast skin, insisting he assist Ling Yuyu and prevent this beautiful female from being bullied. Hei's was reluctant, fearing that Ling Yuyu might take a liking to him and wish to return to the snake tribe, but under Z's insistence. He was about to intervene when a white figure dashed out from the distance. In an instant, the female who had charged at Ling Yuyu was knocked back, colliding with the two other standing females. Chapter 62. Shiqing's Fear You. Are you all right? Bai Yuqing assessed Ling Yuyu, anxious for her well-being. She merely shook her head. Didn't you say you were going hunting? Why are you back so soon? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's inquiry about his early return, Bai Yuqing scratched his head and smiled. I caught a cow, the one you mentioned before, so I thought I would bring it back for you to see. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyu felt an overwhelming desire to ascertain whether the creatures in question were indeed cows. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to. She strolled over to the three females who had just encountered Bai Yuqing. When he had approached them in his beast form, the trio realized they were confronting a female from the Great Lake tribe, and thus fell into a hushed silence. Although the Stone tribe possessed greater strength than the average tribe, they were no match for the Great Lake tribe. The latter boasted a significant number of formidable beastmen, nearly all of whom were skilled hunters, had it not been for the prevalence of elderly beastmen in the Great Lake tribe. Along with their former chieftainess' habit of bringing young ones back to the tribe, they would not have faced such financial constraints. Now, those young ones had matured, and the Great Lake tribe was growing increasingly powerful. The Stone tribe barely matched half of the Great Lake tribe's strength should a conflict arise. It was likely that the females would be dragged out to appease the Great Lake tribe. Yet, Shiqing remained discontent, particularly after witnessing Bai Yuqing's evident concern for Ling Yuyu. Ling Yuyu's heart raced uncontrollably. When Bai Yuqing approached her just moments ago, she felt an instantaneous surge of hormones, perhaps akin to what Yue had described. The misconception that heightened hormones during moments of excitement equate to love. Be resolute. You desire only his physique, not the man himself, she mentally reiterated, yet her slightly flushed ears betrayed her. So it is you few who have mistreated my little snake? Stepping forward to confront the three females, Ling Yuyu spoke coldly. Upon hearing the term snake offspring, Zi's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed this truly was her family's little snake. And disregarding the presence of Hei's, she was ready to rush forward for a mother-son reunion. Fortunately, Hei's was aware of the current situation and recognized that Ling Yuyu was determined to deal with those three females first. He pondered how she would seek justice for their son. With that thought, he firmly grasped Zi's arm, urging her to focus on the incapacitated females still lying on the ground. Ling Yoyo did not overlook the malice lurking in Shiqing's gaze, an overt and unmasked malevolence that was unfamiliar to her. Oh, it seems you harbor considerable discontent towards me, she remarked, tilting her head with a smile, though her eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness that sent a shiver down Shiqing's spine as their gazes met. As Ling Yoyo advanced, Shiqing instinctively retreated step by step, truly feeling the grip of fear for the first time. The surrounding beastmen, realizing the situation, attempted to intervene. However, before they could reach out to assist the fallen Shiqing, they were struck by an icy, penetrating gaze emanating from afar. The chill crept up their arms, prompting them to instinctively withdraw their hands and look in the direction of the unsettling gaze, only to find Bai Yuqing staring intently at them. In an instant, the beastmen hesitated, fearing they might incur Bai Yuqing's wrath on their way back, knowing well that he was meticulous in his dealings. Should they find themselves at the receiving end of his ire, they would have no ground to argue their case. Seeing that her fellow beastmen dared not approach her, Shiqing resolved to rise and flee on her own. Yet, she barely managed to take 2 steps before a stone struck her calf, sending her crashing to the ground. At that moment, Ling Yoyo's footsteps sounded like the ominous approach of a hellish specter to Shiqing's ears. Chapter 63. The arrogance of Shiqing. Realizing her escape was futile as Ling Yoyo drew closer, Shiqing felt a pang of regret within her heart. Had she known she would provoke such a terrifying woman, She would never have acted on her gluttonous impulse to snatch a few fruits from that child. However, no matter how deeply she lamented her choices at this moment, it was far too late. The surrounding beastmen gazed at Shaman in confusion, questioning why she displayed such fear towards this petite female. From their vantage point, it appeared that Ling Yo-Yo had no intention of harming Shaman. On the contrary, she had reached out to help her rise. Yet, Shaman, oblivious to the kindness, continued to retreat, uttering threats that Ling Yo-Yo must perish. Consequently, the beastman's expressions towards Shaman shifted to one of growing hostility. Generally, beastmen were known for their simplicity and compassion towards the weak. Ling Yo-Yo had long been aware of her striking beauty, which often incited envy in others, yet she never concealed her brilliance. Rather than shroud her appearance, she chose to wield it to her advantage. Deliberately feigning an intent to assist Shaman, Ling Yo-Yo slowly extended her hand towards Shaman, only to have her skin grazed by the stone Shaman clutched. To an onlooker, the injury appeared severe as blood streamed down her hand and dripped onto the ground. Bai Yuqing, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to intervene but was instructed by Yo-Yo to tend to the little snake while she handled the situation herself. However, upon seeing Ling Yo-Yo injured, Bai Yuqing could no longer remain passive. "Is this truly the female of the stone tribe?" he murmured coldly, his gaze fixed on Shaman as if she were merely a lifeless body. Shaman felt as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. At that moment, the chief of the stone tribe rushed over, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon seeing his precious female lying on the ground, her eyes devoid of life, his heart ached profoundly. He, alongside Shaman's mother, attempted to lift her. Like Shaman, her mother possessed a fiery temperament. Upon witnessing her daughter being wronged, she could hardly contain her fury, her gaze darting around until it landed on Ling Yo-Yo's face. With only two females present, and Ling Yo-Yo standing beside Bai Yuqing, Shaman's mother perceived Ling Yo-Yo as the most likely aggressor. Yet, knowing they were not yet a match for Bai Yuqing's tribe, her thoughts turned to targeting the weaker adversary. She believed that one day, the stone tribe would surpass the lake tribe in strength, at which point they could claim not only the men their daughters desired, but also women like Ling Yo-Yo, who appeared flawless without a single blemish. Ling Yo-Yo disliked being scrutinized with greedy eyes, and feeling no desire to waste any more time in that place, she turned to stand behind Bai Yuqing, urging him to handle the situation. Meanwhile, He-Eyes was utterly dismayed. As the leader of the serpent clan for so long, he had never encountered such blatant provocation. At that moment, a female was pointing accusatorily at He-Eyes, demanding an apology from Z. "Me?" Z pointed at herself, incredulous. "Are you certain you want me to apologize?" Her voice rose in pitch as she spoke the last words. The female, however, appeared dissatisfied, sharing the sentiment of Shaman, who believed that Z must be a female from that small tribe, emboldened by the rare opportunity to attend the exchange meeting, hence her audacity. Consequently, Shaman's mother puffed out her chest, completely ignoring the fact that her beastman partner was rendered speechless by He-Eyes' imposing presence. The chief of the Shur tribe found himself unable to voice a word under the weight of He-Eyes' aura, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he strained to remain upright. It wasn't until Shaman's mother finished her final word that the chief succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the chief's fall, Shaman's mother noticed the peculiar expression on her beastman's face. "What is the matter?" she gasped, fear gripping her as she shook the chief, urging him to rise. "Do you still wish to hear my apology?" Z approached the tear-streaked female, her voice chilling as a specter. Has the Shur tribe grown so brazen? Chapter 64, The Serpent Clan's Z. Upon hearing Z mention the Serpent Clan, the previously tearful female's face turned ashen, realizing she had provoked a formidable adversary. Z had no intention of dealing with matters here. Her primary concern was to see her little offspring. Thus, when the chief of the Shur tribe, along with his female and child, knelt before her, Z merely waved her hand regally, dismissing them. She then fluttered like a delicate butterfly to her little snake offspring, who had just begun to speak to her, only to witness Ling Yo-Yo calling the little snake over, prompting it to affectionately address another sister. A pang of jealousy gripped Z's heart as she watched. Rubbing the little snake's head, Ling Yo-Yo sensed something and glanced up at Z, who instinctively turned her head, unable to meet Ling Yo-Yo's gaze. "Sister, would you like some fruit?" The little snake offered the remaining 3 fruits in its hands, distributing one to Ling Yo-Yo and Luo Bing before taking the last for itself. "Sister, this fruit is so sweet," the little snake exclaimed, squinting in delight. Observing the little snake from a distance, Z quickly tugged at Hei's skin. Did you see? The little one can feed itself now. The ones in the tribe of similar age still rely on their parents for food. Hei's, with a resigned expression, suggested. Shall we go greet the little one? He urged Z to hurry over, as Bai Yuqing and Ling Yuyu had long been aware of their presence, though their own female believed she was well hidden. But we haven't brought anything. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to visit empty-handed? Z pondered, feeling it essential to bring some food, considering they had entrusted the care of their child to them for so long. I am the leader of the Serpent Clan. I can promise them something later. Hei's assured her confidently, encouraging Z to follow him. They could take advantage of the midday sun's mildness to invite the little snake to play in the cave. Z nodded in agreement, realizing it would be unthinkable not to see her child now that they were so close. Ling Yuyu finished the enormous strawberry in her hand, and then proceeded to wipe the face of the little snake. Being still a juvenile, the little snake had only developed 2 tiny fangs, which meant that when he attempted to eat the strawberry, he was merely pressing it between his upper and lower gums. After a considerable duration of effort, he had managed to create just 2 small holes in the large strawberry with his gummy teeth. When Ling Yuyu extracted the strawberry, she could hardly contain her laughter. The little snake felt a twinge of sadness, for without teeth, he could not enjoy the delectable fruits. Sister, you eat. He seemed to convey, as he nudged Ling Yuyu's hand towards her mouth, indicating that she should partake first. Ling Yuyu smiled as she gently patted the little snake's head, saying, Sister won't eat. Let me help you with something delicious. Grasping the little snake's hand, she felt a twinge of regret that the 2 young ones she had found were both scaled creatures. She preferred the soft, furry ones over the slick. After stroking the little snake's head, Ling Yuyu intended to pass by Ji to seek out Lu, but suddenly, she called out to the little snake in urgency. Young one, my dear offspring, I have finally found you. Ji cried, yearning to embrace the little snake. However, the child, who had been stationary just moments before, swiftly transformed into a snake and slithered towards Bai Yuqing, seemingly mistaking Ji for a member of the previous female group. Ji found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Little female, we mean no harm, she said, extending her hand and producing her bone knife. We arrived in haste and did not bring much. But this bone knife has accompanied me for a long time. I gift it to you. Should you ever require assistance, seek us in the Serpent Clan. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyu was slightly taken aback. She had anticipated that this female would at most offer them a token of gratitude. There's no need for this bone knife. Just remember that if the Great Lake Tribe needs assistance in the future, we will rely on the Serpent Clan's support. After finishing her conversation with Ji, Ling Yuyu prepared to return and make strawberry smoothies for the little snake. Ji followed closely behind, nodding eagerly at Ling Yuyu's words. Though uncertain if she could converse with the little snake, Ji longed to draw near and observe her offspring, and Ling Yuyu nodded in understanding, continuing forward. She intended for Ji to fetch food for the little snake. Upon receiving Ling Yuyu's nod, Ji's eyes sparkled with joy. Chapter 65. He also has a mother. Before the little snake could reach the large white tiger basking in the sun, it was swiftly swatted away by Bai Yuqing's tail. The little snake hissed, feeling a hint of grievance, yet still made its way closer to Bai Yuqing. It sought proximity to Bai Yuqing for protection. As long as he was nearby, troublemakers would not dare approach. Seizing an opportunity while Bai Yuqing was distracted, the little snake wrapped itself around his paw. Bai Yuqing tested the grip, but found it unshakable. Rising to his feet, he transformed into his beastman form and, without casting a glance at the little snake, headed straight for Ling Yuyu. What are you doing, Yuyu? Bai Yuqing inquired upon seeing that she had brought Lu along. I'm preparing food for the little snake, she replied. She blended strawberries into a smoothie and added some icy concoction created by Lu, resulting in a delightful strawberry coconut smoothie. Of course, Ling Yuyu had not included any coconut meat, as the snake cub could not manage hard food. It had previously consumed roasted meat whole, slowly digesting it afterward. The food was ready, but the little snake, intimidated by she, did not dare to approach Ling Yuyu, standing afar and gazing longingly in her direction. Ling Yuyu tilted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if she were questioning why the little snake did not approach. Hissing, there were villains nearby, which deterred the creature. However, Ling Yuyu raised the delectable item in her hand, which appeared incredibly tempting, especially during the warm season. A taste of ice would be utterly delightful. Noticing that the little snake remained hesitant, she handed the coconut to Z, gesturing for her to deliver it to the little serpent. Upon seeing the coveted food held by the female, the little snake was filled with trepidation, fearing it might be consumed by her. In a surge of anxiety, he momentarily forgot his fear and transformed into a small beast man, dashing toward Ling Yuyu and Z. He was still reluctant to snatch the coconut from Z's grasp, instead opting to run to Ling Yuyu's side, tugging at her hand, urging her to retrieve it for him. Yet, Ling Yuyu had initially intended for the little snake to meet Z, and naturally, she would not assist him at that moment. Go and ask for it yourself. I assure you this kind female looks exceedingly benevolent, and she would surely oblige, she encouraged the little snake. While Z was eager to hand over the coconut, unable to bear witnessing his longing yet timid demeanor. Nevertheless, Ling Yuyu shook her head at Z, signaling her to wait. Ultimately, when the little snake realized Ling Yuyu was resolute in not returning the coconut to him, he grasped her hand tightly and cautiously took a small step toward Z. Observing that Z had no intention of attacking him, he continued to inch closer. Eventually, Bai Yuqing, unable to tolerate the sight of the little creature clinging to Ling Yuyu's arm, swiftly tossed him beside Z, admonishing him to hasten and reclaim his food before the ice melted. In truth, Bai Yuqing was more distressed by the thought that he had not tasted the coconut that Ling Yuyu had prepared, only to see it go to this little snake. Just the thought of it stirred his irritation. Yet, in order to maintain his image in Ling Yuyu's eyes, Bai Yuqing had to endure. Indeed, he found the snake clan quite detestable. At this moment, he declared that aside from the snake named Mo Xing, this little serpent was his second most disliked. The little snake, now frightened into immobility, was fortunate that Z quickly reacted, cradling him in her arms and gently offering the coconut, whispering soothingly, "Do not be afraid. I am your mother." The last few words were spoken through tears, her voice so soft that had the little snake not been in close proximity, he might have nearly missed them. Mother? Does he have a mother too? Chapter 66. Bai Yuqing is jealous again. I do not know you. The little snake, upon receiving the coconut, immediately wished to rush back to Ling Yuyu, but it was evident that Bai Yuqing stood beside her, unwilling to let him approach. Upon hearing the little snake's words, Z's tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she seemed to lose her strength, leaning against Hei's chest. Hei felt a sense of obligation toward the young one, yet when it came to choosing between the child and his partner, he would prioritize the latter. Your life was spared thanks to your mother. Is this how you repay her? Hei gently comforted Z, but he was less courteous toward the little snake. The little serpent paused, his dark, grape-like eyes darting, and he clutched the coconut, intending to seek out Luo Bing. Luo Bing's beastman, who shouted, was equally unwilling to allow this little creature to approach his partner, but he was firmly pinched by Luo Bing, rendering him unable to act. His expression strained under the pressure of her grip. Bai Yuqing happened to catch a glimpse of Hu Zhao's changing countenance, and silently resolved to keep the little female away from the one named Luo Bing, ensuring she did not pick up any bad habits. Unbeknownst to Bai Yuqing's inner thoughts, Ling Yuyu remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps even if she were aware. She simply smiled, not taking it to heart. The little furry creature was far too adorable for her to entertain any ill will. Seeing the little snake approach another female, Z understood that they could not rush the matter of recognizing the little snake. After all, the snake clan had no pressing concerns at present. They could return to the Great Lake tribe together and take the opportunity to foster a good relationship with him. With this thought, a smile graced Z's lips. As Z ceased her tears, Hei's expression softened somewhat. His gaze shifted to Bai Yuqing, who was currently opening a coconut for Ling Yuyu. Hei had briefly observed this beastman's beast form and found it somewhat familiar. It did not resemble an ordinary white tiger, but rather bore a resemblance to a lesser evolved beast man he had encountered in the Beast King city. However, this was merely Hei's conjecture. Most tribes were aware of Bai Yuqing's background, and his mother, Meilin, was indeed an exceptional female. There was no beast man who did not cherish their offspring, let alone one who would deprive their young of sustenance simply to satisfy their own hunger, thereby risking their child's survival. Sensing Hei's gaze upon him, Bai Yuqing instinctively looked up, meeting Hei's eyes. He frowned slightly, observing that Hei's was merely watching without any ulterior motives, before returning to his task of slicing the coconut for Ling Yuyu. The coconut he held was already drained of its juice, the shell still adorned with a layer of pulp. Ling Yuyu, lacking a sharp tool, was unable to extract the coconut meat herself, so she relied on Bai Yuqing to skillfully scrape the shell with his claws, allowing her to enjoy the coconut meat akin to savoring watermelon. Ling Yuyu eagerly anticipated indulging in coconut meat. Upon encountering Z, she instinctively offered a small piece of coconut meat from her hand. Z graciously accepted it, curious to taste the delicacy favored by the little serpent. Together, They had opened 2 colossal coconuts, with Ling Yo-Yo and Luo Bing each enjoying half, while the little serpent consumed another half. The remaining half was intended for Bai Yuqing. However, it seemed necessary to open yet another coconut, just in time for Z and He Eyes to each have one. Naturally, Ling Yo-Yo was not one to offer such treats without expecting something in return. She planned to exchange for additional goods on her return journey. And if they were unable to manage, she contemplated borrowing a few beast men from the serpent tribe to assist her, ideally serpentine beasts similar in size to Imo Xing. Initially, Z intended to venture to the Great Lake tribe with He Eyes alone, but upon hearing Ling Yo-Yo's request for assistance from the serpent folk, it was decided that all 5 of them would go. He Eyes had no objections to this, nodding in agreement. After savoring the refreshing sweetness of the coconuts, Z admired Ling Yo-Yo's deft hands, realizing why the little serpent often gravitated toward her. The time spent outside had been sufficient, and as noon approached, the heat began to rise. The serpent tribe was not fond of the sweltering sun. Therefore, He Eyes planned to return for a brief rest. But Z was reluctant to leave so soon after reuniting with her young. Ultimately, He Eyes returned alone, while Z followed Ling Yo-Yo and the little serpent back to the marketplace of the Great Lake tribe. Chapter 67. Mooing Beast. A striking black and white cow appeared before Ling Yo-Yo. Resembling her previous speculations, it was indeed a dairy cow, seemingly 3 to 4 times larger than any she had encountered in her past life. Though the quantity of milk it could produce remained uncertain. Is this the mooing beast? Bai Yuqing inquired of Ling Yo-Yo, who nodded affirmatively, confirming, yes, this is the mooing beast. The beastmen were often at a loss for names for such creatures, typically opting to name their prey after the sounds they made. Seeing Ling Yo-Yo's nod, Bai Yuqing felt a surge of joy, as this meant their tribe now had an additional food source for the young ones. However, with Z still present, they refrained from discussing the matter openly, instead strategizing on how to transport the dairy cow back home. Upon hearing Ling Yo-Yo's suggestion to have the serpent tribe assist in hauling the mooing beast, Z silently rejoiced that He Eyes had not volunteered to carry the goods himself. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to demonstrate consuming the mooing beast right then and there. Why not slaughter the mooing beast here instead of transporting it back to the Great Lake tribe? Z questioned Ling Yo-Yo with a puzzled expression. Ling Yo-Yo was momentarily taken aback, hesitant to inform Z that they intended to bring it back for milk production. Yet, upon encountering Z's earnest gaze, she ultimately succumbed to the temptation and quietly divulged the matter of the milk. Z, upon hearing this, was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Really? She exclaimed, struggling to comprehend that the Great Lake tribe had discovered a food source suitable for female cubs. This revelation reminded her of the serpent clan, where a particular serpent egg had proven difficult to hatch. Much like other beastman tribes, a significant number of female cubs perished due to the lack of edible sustenance. Now, hearing Ling Yo-Yo state that they were bringing back the mooing beast to provide nourishment for the female cubs, and that all the female cubs in the Great Lake tribe had survived thanks to this substance called beast milk, she felt a flicker of hope. Then, Yo-Yo, could your tribe possibly share some of this beast milk with our serpent clan? Z whispered softly into Ling Yo-Yo's ear. Ling Yo-Yo pondered for a moment, realizing that this matter required the counsel of the great shaman, as she could not make a unilateral decision. Although she had been deceived by the great shaman in the past, matters involving exchanges between tribes necessitated his guidance. Z understood as well that this exchange transcended the mere transaction between her and Ling Yo-Yo. She nodded in acknowledgement. Her perception of Ling Yo-Yo evolving from viewing her as a mere pet snake to recognizing her as a formidable female in her own right. Bai Yuqing, the chief, felt rather neglected throughout the discourse, sensing that he was not in a position to assert his authority. With a deep sigh, he mused that it was indeed best for the great shaman to confer with him, though he felt a twinge of frustration. When Ling Yo-Yo finally noticed Bai Yuqing's presence, she was greeted by an expression that exuded both anger and indignation. Suppressing a laugh, Ling Yo-Yo swore she wasn't intentionally being amused. It was simply irresistible. What is it, Yo-Yo? Bai Yuqing inquired, tilting his head, oblivious to the fact that his ears had perked up and his tail was drooping behind him. Instinctively, Ling Yo-Yo stood to reach for his ears. Despite feeling a bit bashful in public, Bai Yuqing complied, lowering his head to allow her the gesture. Upon touching his soft ears, Ling Yo-Yo's eyes squinted with delight. Bai Yuqing's ears were remarkably plush, the fur even softer than that on his belly. Had he not withdrawn his ears, Ling Yo-Yo felt she could have indulged in this sensation for an entire day. Just the thought filled her with joy. And at that moment, an orc approached their stall. What is this? The orc inquired, picking up the mat that Ling Yu had crafted during her moments of boredom. She had contemplated making an additional one to bring to the orc exchange, hoping to trade it for something of value. Indeed, it had not been long since they arrived when an orc approached with interest in her creation. Ling Yu approached with joy, introducing the mat, which would provide a refreshing respite during the warm season. As she spread the mat out for the orc before her, he was initially merely curious. However, he was taken aback by the stunning female presenting it. Observing his dazed expression, Bai Yuqing spoke up, his tone laced with discontent. If you wish to exchange, do so. If not, return swiftly. Have you consumed all the branch trees of your tribe? Surprisingly, the orc did not take offense at Bai Yuqing's blunt remarks. Instead, he turned to summon a female companion from behind him. Tuan Tuan, come here. This is the big cat that your brother mentioned, the one with an extraordinarily fair coat. It was at that moment that Ling Yu noticed the female who had been trailing behind the orc. At first glance, Ling Yu was captivated by the female's smoky makeup. It was strikingly unique. Recalling Bai Yuqing's earlier mention of consuming branch trees, she realized this must be the giant panda. The more she observed, the more she found herself drawn to her. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing's aura darkened, nearly coalescing into a tangible form. He despised being referred to as a big cat and was irked that Ling Yu's attention was diverted to another. Seeing her gaze land on the panda, Bai Yuqing wished he had never been so impulsive. Had he known, he would have preferred to let the wretched black and white creature sink into the water. Does this orc not appear white to you? Tuan Tuan remarked, scrutinizing Bai Yuqing before turning to her brother to express her thoughts. Her brother scratched his head. No, I saw his beast form while he was in the water, and he was quite pale indeed. Bai Yuqing's expression darkened further as the realization struck him. How could a perfectly good water source suddenly harbor a drowning orc? It turned out this fool had been spying on him, only to become ensnared by the aquatic vegetation and nearly drown. Will you trade or not? He contemplated seeking an opportunity to teach this oblivious creature a lesson, as it was intolerable for a proud orc to be spied upon by another. The very thought sent waves of embarrassment coursing through him. How do we proceed with the exchange? The orc scratched his head, belatedly realizing the implications of his previous words. Raising his gaze, he met Bai Yuqing's penetrating stare, which instilled a sense of fear in him. In truth, his intention had not been to spy on Bai Yuqing bathing. It was merely a chance encounter while he was fetching water when he spotted a brilliantly white tiger entering the water. He had been so mesmerized that he lost track of himself. Ling Yu had originally intended to trade for a piece of animal skin similar in size to the mat. But upon encountering the panda tribe, she shifted her desire to exchange for some bamboo shoots instead. I would like to trade for some small branch trees, she conjectured, assuming that was their proper name. The orc, not thinking much of it, informed Ling Yu that they had not brought many branch trees, as only their tribe consumed them. If the young female trusts me, I will bring 3 small branch trees for you at the next trading fair. Ling Yu nodded, picking up the mat from the ground, carefully binding it with straw to facilitate their transportation of items. I certainly trust you. After exchanging their belongings, she swiftly rolled and ran with her sister. As if pursued by a phantom, Bai Yuqing squinted, somewhat appreciative that this foolish creature possessed a modicum of sense. With a cold snort, his arm was grasped by Ling Yu, urging him to sample the delicacy. At that moment, she held out a piece of coconut meat toward him. Strangely compelled, Bai Yuqing did not reach out with his hand. Instead, he bent down and bit into the coconut meat she offered. Seeing him lean in to eat, Ling Yu thought little of it, merely feeling that the cat she had raised had finally grown accustomed to her, eating from the hand of its caretaker. Bai Yuqing's ears subtly flushed, cautiously glancing at Ling Yu's face, eager to decipher her expression. To his dismay, he overheard the voice of Lu, who exclaimed, "Ah, you two are indeed as insufferable as my brother. We had an agreement. I would help you make ice blocks in exchange for half a coconut. Yet here you are, feeding each other coconut meat while I am left with nothing but an empty shell." Lu was visibly irate, her voice rising in volume, soon drawing the attention of the orcs from the Great Lake tribe. Upon witnessing the chieftain indulging in the food from the small female's hand, they all broke into smiles. Chapter 69. The fruit in an instant. Ling Yu withdrew her hand, only then realizing the foolish act she had just committed, feeding food to the humanoid Bai Yuqing. The scene appeared strikingly reminiscent of actions typically reserved for couples. Ling Yu's cheeks were gently flushed, and the sunlight cast delicate shadows upon her face, creating a captivating sight. Bai Yuqing was momentarily entranced, instinctively reaching out to stroke Ling Yu's head. Caught off guard, she did not evade him. allowing Bai Yuqing to gently caress her hair. A sense of satisfaction washed over him, and his gaze subtly swept over the onlookers, silently vowing to remember each of them for future reckoning. Who shall? Recalling the chief's spirited discussions about females in the past, couldn't help but smirk. The chief had once asserted that if he were to seek a partner, he would not choose one who was overly delicate, preferring someone who could manage her own affairs rather than relying on his assistance for every little task. However, the current reality was starkly different. The chief seemed to wish to spend every moment beside the young female. Just earlier, when she suggested he assist her in opening a coconut, the chief had fretted over her possibly tiring herself out. Afternoon saw nearly every orc in attendance, drawn by the intriguing array of unfamiliar items displayed at the Great Lake Tribe's stall. Most approached out of curiosity, yet many had no intention of trading. The majority of the orcs present were primarily there to exchange essential goods from their tribes. Conversely, Ling Yuyu's creations, consisting of dried vegetables, were largely shunned by the carnivorous orcs. Those orcs possessing surplus food were predominantly the more robust ones, aside from the long-nosed elephants. The herbivorous tribes had little more to offer than some grass seeds and a handful of appealing fruits, as most tribes had yet to organize their offerings. When Bai Yuqing inquired if Ling Yuyu wished to explore the surroundings first, she declined, expressing her desire to revisit the spot where the little snake had once gathered the dot fruits. In this region, the orcs referred to strawberries as dot fruits. Ling Yuyu had paused in surprise upon hearing the name, only to realize that strawberries were indeed called dot fruits. This endearing title felt quite fitting. Unlike the smoothness of apples and tomatoes, strawberries were indeed covered in tiny dots, and the name dot fruit suited them perfectly. Ling Yuyu brought Bai Yuqing along on this outing, fearing that they might encounter some unseeing individuals along the way, though she was reluctant to admit it. She felt like a mere waste compared to the females in the orc world. Do you enjoy eating dandan fruits? Bai Yuqing inquired. If you do, I can hunt and trade with the Jumping Clan. The Jumping Clan? Surely, they can't be rabbits, Ling Yuyu pondered. If you like them, shall we first go and see the dandan fruits? She intended to dig up a few to cultivate at home. In a moment of whimsy, she had once nurtured a strawberry plant, researching that a single strawberry seedling could thrive for 3 to 4 years. Regrettably, the one she had cared for produced only 2 fruits before it withered away. Bai Yuqing led Ling Yuyu to the grove where the dandan fruit trees flourished. Upon seeing the towering trees, nearly 5 meters tall, Ling Yuyu fell into an unusual silence. Are all these trees this tall? Bai Yuqing wiggled his ears before replying. Not necessarily. Look, there are shorter ones nearby. Following his gaze, Ling Yuyu spotted a smaller tree that had just begun to bear fruit. While it was indeed shorter, it still stood over 3 meters tall. There are no red strawberries left on this tree, since we are not returning just yet. Can we take this tree back with us? Ling Yuyu reached out to touch the fruit tree before her, casting a cursory glance over the patch of trees. She observed that this particular tree bore a more abundant harvest compared to the others. It was likely that the fruits would not ripen before their return. But if they took some back to plant, they could enjoy another crop later. The thought made her mouth water. The strawberry she had just tasted was delightful, and she yearned for more. Bai Yuqing, almost as if he were a worm in her stomach, quickly grasped her unspoken desire. Let us head to the Jumping Clan. Perhaps the females there have yet to consume the dot fruits they gathered this morning, he suggested. Upon hearing that there might still be dot fruits to eat, Ling Yuyu's eyes brightened, and she silently urged Bai Yuqing to hasten their journey back. Bai Yuqing, smiling, led Ling Yuyu toward the Jumping Clan. Herbivorous beastmen lacked the hunting prowess of their carnivorous counterparts and faced the risk of becoming prey themselves. While they could sustain themselves on grass, a prolonged diet of it would gradually weaken them, potentially leading to their extinction. Thus, herbivorous tribes often endeavored to capture some game to meet their community's needs. Chapter 70. The Jumping Clan. I am Bai Yuqing of the Great Lake Tribe. We have come to trade for some fruits. Please summon your chief. Bai Yuqing announced as he brought Ling Yuyu to the Jumping Clan. It was only upon seeing a massive kangaroo bounding toward them that Ling Yuyu realized Bai Yuqing's reference to the Jumping Clan was not what she had envisioned. Despite the transformation from rabbit to kangaroo, Ling Yuyu felt no disdain. Turning to Bai Yuqing, she inquired, "We have not brought any meat to trade. What can we offer in exchange?" She had heard that kangaroos could deliver a painful kick, and unease crept in. Bai Yuqing offered her a reassuring glance. The kangaroo that approached was indeed the chief of the clan, and soon, a tall man emerged from a tent crafted of animal hides. Meeting Bai Yuqing's gaze, the kangaroo chief wore a conciliatory expression. He rubbed his hands together and quietly asked, May I inquire how many fruits Chief Bai intends to trade for? We have an ample supply here. If you require more, we can arrange for delivery to the Great Lake Tribe. The chief, not wishing to miss the opportunity to exchange goods with the Great Lake Tribe, felt fortunate. The beastmen of his clan were not suited for hunting, and their catches were dismally few. Fortunately, they could trade some of their fruits for salt from the merfolk, preventing their tribe from suffering a salt shortage. How many fruits do you wish, Lingyo? Bai Yuqing asked softly, without addressing the chief. The kangaroo chief realized that the petite female accompanying Bai Yuqing held the decision-making power, and a tinge of disappointment washed over him. If she desired fruits, it likely wouldn't amount to what an entire tribe would require. Despite his disappointment, the chief patiently guided Ling Yuyo and Bai Yuqing to view the fruits their tribe had brought, including the dot fruits specially gathered by the females that morning. Overwhelmed by the sight of such an abundance, Ling Yuyo's eyes sparkled. She had never seen lychees and longans larger than her fist, along with some fruits whose identities were uncertain, perhaps peaches or plums. Are all these fruits for trade? Ling Yuyo inquired. The chief felt a flicker of hope at her question and nodded eagerly. Yes, we intend to exchange all of them. If you desire, I can offer you even more fruits. Realizing she had yet to inquire about the price, Ling Yuyo wondered if she might be able to trade some of her supplies, such as powdered milk, in addition to the fruits. How much meat do you wish for these? She asked the chief. The chief felt as if the beast god favored him today. He had captured a sizable bird and now had the chance to exchange all the fruits they had brought. We require only a modest amount of meat, roughly equivalent to the fruits, he replied, keenly observing Ling Yuyo and Bai Yuqing's expressions. Noticing a slight change in Ling Yuyo's demeanor, he quickly added, we can also gift you some of our remaining fruits. With that, the chief led Ling Yuyo and Bai Yuqing into the tent from which he had emerged. Inside, Ling Yuyo spotted some imperfect fruits, likely intended for personal consumption. Can we trade for these? She asked uncertainly, glancing at Bai Yuqing. With a firm nod, he indicated that the exchange was indeed possible. Chapter 71. Trading for powdered milk. Thus, on the very first day, Ling Yuyo had already secured a substantial haul of fruits. Due to the sheer quantity, Bai Yuqing and the chief arranged for the fruits to be delivered to the Great Lake Tribe. As they brought the fruits, the chief discreetly observed the wonders of the Great Lake Tribe's goods, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to him. Carefully completing the delivery, he was approached by another beastman holding a small wooden jar, inquiring about the contents. It was then that the chief realized the beastman selling goods was a member of the merfolk. The merfolk appeared quite displeased. And when the beastman asked about the white powder, the merfolk merely glanced dismissively and coldly replied, "This is powdered milk, suitable as nourishment for female offspring." Upon hearing the terms female offspring and nourishment, the beastman paused in surprise and sought clarification. The merfolk, growing impatient, reiterated, "It is food for female offspring." Enough with the questions. This jar is all I have. You may take it home since you have a young one. You need not trade food now. This jar suffices for 3 days. When the time comes, you may return to the Great Lake Tribe, and I shall arrange for further exchange. These matters have all been previously conveyed by Ling Yuyu, who indicated that the orcs must first be led to believe that the milk powder is a gift from the merfolk. Only in this way can we prevent the Great Lake Tribe from becoming the object of covetousness for outside orcs. As for the green substance, merely the fact that the merfolk can provide the orcs with the essential salt they require ensures that the orcs will think twice before offending the merfolk. At that very moment, upon witnessing Green's escalating anger, the orc dared not express his own frustrations. He quietly mentioned that he had a female cub at home who had gone without food for 2 days and was on the brink of starvation. Upon seeing what Green had, he felt a glimmer of hope for the survival of the little female. This orc had never entertained the thought that Green might deceive him. The orcs are devout followers of the beast god, loyal to their deity, and naturally abide by the edicts set forth by the beast god, treating females and cubs with kindness. In truth, the orcs had previously managed to procure food for the cubs by trading with the bear tribe for their sweet beast honey. When mixed with water and given to the cubs, this concoction could help the more vigorous ones survive the cub stage, although the weaker ones still faced dire straits. Generally, orcs would not choose to barter for sweet beast honey, as it was deemed impractical. Sweet beast honey merely extended a female's life relative to beast blood. Moreover, females subsisting solely on sweet beast honey typically struggled to reach maturity. This time, however, Bao Jie had brought his female cub with him, hoping to exchange for some beast honey to sustain her and see if it could help her survive. Even if he expended a significant amount of beast hides and she ultimately did not reach adulthood, he would accept that fate. I wish to exchange for a jar. Baojia stated. Green hesitated, primarily because he pondered the possibility of consuming the milk powder himself on the return journey if it remained untraded here. Remember to prepare it with warm water, he instructed, noticing that the orc, clutching a small wooden jar crafted in Bayou City, was about to make a hasty retreat. The orc paused momentarily, perplexed by the term warm water. At that moment, his female approached him, urging, Baojia, we must hurry to trade for some beast honey. Look, our little one no longer has the strength to cry. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her fear of losing her cub. Did we not trade for beast honey this morning? Upon their arrival, Baojia had hastily exchanged a substantial piece of Tata beast hide for a small jar of beast honey. Knowing that even when trading with the merfolk for salt, he could have acquired 3 jars of honey instead. It was precisely because he had managed to find food for the little female that he had ventured out to search for additional sustenance. Leah, bring the cub here. Baojia resolved, determined to first exchange the substance referred to as milk powder in hopes of a pleasant surprise. Merfolk, could you enlighten us on what warm water is? Baojia asked softly, concerned that he might irritate Green and jeopardize their exchange. In truth, Green was most vexed by this inquiry. He too was unaware of what warm water entailed and could only call upon Ling Yuyu, who was foraging for fruit. This is a female from the Great Lake tribe, and she will be the one you can approach for milk powder in the future. She knows how to prepare it, Green stated, scowling as he attempted to depart. Before he could leave, however, Ling Yuyu thrust a piece of fruit into his hands. As Ling Yuyu passed by Green, she whispered, I heard you enjoy sweet fruits, so I specifically selected these for you. Chapter 72, Feeding the Cubs with Beast Milk. Satisfied, Green departed, leaving Ling Yuyu to converse with the beast man before her. Observing the small cub, nearly faint from hunger, Ling Yuyu sighed softly. Please hold her securely and follow me. This was her first encounter with a cub in such dire need. Previously, she had only heard of Gui Dwudwa's offspring. Now, witnessing the deep-set eyes of the starving cub, her heart ached for these innocent creatures of the beast world. She could only strive to do what little she could for them. Fortunately, they had coconut shells available. Ling Yuyu had previously boiled some water in a coconut shell, initially intending to quench her own thirst, but it now served a purpose. She retrieved the leftover coconut shell from the small snake, cleaned it, and added some cold water, mixing it with the hot water. After testing the temperature, it was just right, and she added some milk powder. For the first attempt, Ling Yuyu did not prepare much. She fashioned a simple spoon from a clean twig and gradually fed the small cub. Upon tasting its first morsel, the cub smacked its lips and instinctively reached for the spoon, only for Ling Yuyu to withdraw it, causing the cub to wail even louder. Ling Yongyong briefly instructed the female of the leopard and, after handing over the items, departed to enjoy a cup of warm water. Having just savored an exceptionally sweet fruit, she nearly rendered her throat hoarse. Mixing hot and cold water, she eagerly gulped several mouthfuls. Upon finishing and removing the coconut shell, she was met by the pair of beast men who had been feeding their cubs moments earlier. Hongya intended to prepare more milk powder for the cubs, only to discover that the little female had consumed all the hot water. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she wished to inquire if any hot water remained. To be honest, Ling Yongyong had not anticipated such a situation and felt somewhat embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she addressed them. The amount I prepared earlier is more than sufficient for the little female. There is no need for further feeding at noon, as it may overindulge her. At this juncture, the little female in the embrace of leopard had dozed off after a hearty meal. Upon hearing Ling Yongyong's assurance that the little one had consumed enough, Hongya refrained from requesting more hot water. However, after pondering in silence for a moment, she slowly spoke. Could we exchange for a few more cans of milk powder to take back? Hongya found the milk powder exceedingly beneficial. It was evidently more effective for the cub than beast honey. The little one appeared to be sleeping soundly. Her complexion markedly improved compared to when she had consumed beast honey. To exchange for a bit more? Ling Yongyong contemplated, tapping her chin. It was not entirely out of the question. However, she had only brought 3 cans of milk powder. These were the remnants from the cubs in the tribe who had not finished their goat milk that day, repurposed into milk powder. She needed to prioritize the resources for her own tribe's beastmen. While it is feasible, we can only part with 2 cans for now. The remaining can is reserved for Green, she stated, though she acknowledged that Green could be rather finicky at times. Nevertheless, she was generous with what was owed to him. Upon learning that she could exchange for 2 cans, Hongya felt a surge of joy, but then remembered to ask how much they should offer in exchange. How many animal skins should we bring to trade, little female? A flicker of unease crossed her eyes, for she and Leopard had very few animal skins left. They had nearly exhausted all the skins they could carry from home, and if they could not secure sufficient food for the little female, they would be at a loss. Ling Yongyong was uncertain about this matter. She wished to seek assistance, but Bai Yuqing was busy battling a panda in the distance, while Green was relishing the fruit. And Luo Bing was grooming her beastman companion. Ling Yuyu could only assess the situation alone for the time being. What do you think would be the most appropriate way to make the exchange? Noticing that no one was looking their way, Ling Yuyu posed the question to the two individuals before her. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's inquiry about how they should proceed with the exchange, Hongya felt a surge of joy at first, but then recalled that they would subsequently need to barter for baby formula from the little female, and it was imperative not to undervalue their offer. How about I trade half a piece of tarta beast hide for a can? Hongya tentatively suggested to Ling Yuyu. Ling Yuyu calculated in her mind that Bai Yuqing had previously mentioned that exchanging a piece of beast skin for salt from the merfolk would yield 3 jars of the salt equivalent to her smaller containers. Thus, this modest amount of milk powder could be deemed equivalent to 1.5 jars of salt in the beast realm. In contrast to the modern price of 2 yuan per bag, salt in the beast world is exceedingly precious. Reflecting on this, Ling Yuyu nodded, acknowledging that she wasn't attempting to deceive. Rather, she possessed little milk powder to barter with, having expended considerable resources to produce these few jars. Typically, young cubs can be fed rice porridge once they reach around 1 year of age while consuming milk powder. It is not entirely true that cubs cannot eat solid food. It merely depends on the type of food. Directly consuming raw blood might leave even an adult like her starving. Chapter 73. The white tiger strikes the panda. The grateful beast couple departed, and at that moment, Bai Yuqing had finished dealing with the panda, rolling away the one that had attempted to bask in the sun beside him. Upon witnessing Bai Yuqing toss the panda aside, Ling Yuyu nearly felt compelled to urge him to retrieve the creature, for it was indeed a panda, one she had never had the chance to caress throughout her life. Rolling Chong, on the other hand, felt somewhat wronged. He had no desire to observe the large white tiger basking in the sun, yet he had been unjustly punished by Bai Yuqing. He resolved to dissuade his sister from developing any affection for this heartless individual, for the beating he received was excruciating. Hearing the distant whimper of the panda, Ling Yu almost found herself rushing to comfort it with a warm bottle of milk. Fortunately, she was now a caretaker of a large feline herself and realized she could not jeopardize her own beloved cat for the sake of an outsider. What was Yu gazing at? Bai Yuqing had approached her unnoticed, and, upon observing her focus on Rolling Chong, felt that his previous actions had been too lenient. Ling Yu noticed a few females in the distance preparing a meal, indicating that it was nearly lunchtime. However, since her arrival, her mouth had scarcely been idle, and she was not yet hungry. The others, having not stopped for a meal during their morning journey, were in a different situation altogether. As the time for dining approached, the beastmen who had ventured out to hunt returned. Ling Yu found herself pulled by Bai Yuqing to sit by the fire, where everyone awaited the shared feast of roasted meat. In contrast to the others who gathered close to the fire, Lu chose to sit at a considerable distance, as if regarding the flames as a ferocious beast, resolute in his desire to keep his distance. Ling Yuyu was reluctant to approach, as the weather had become increasingly warm. She was still clad in a skirt made of animal hide. Though she could have donned the previous garment of fish scale silk, she had hesitated to do so. Furthermore, she had yet to find suitable thread and needles for sewing the fish scale silk. The merfolk had mentioned that only the mermen themselves could craft the fish scale silk to perfection. Thus, Ling Yuyu planned to wait until she encountered a merman, hoping to request their assistance in creating several garments akin to modern styles. Ling Yuyu, feeling quite bashful, had barely spent a moment warming herself by the fire before her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Bai Yuqing, noticing her discomfort, suggested, Yuyu, why don't you keep an eye on our belongings? He gestured towards the spot where they had placed their catch, indicating that she might find it much cooler over there than in their current location. As Ling Yuyu rose, Bai Yuqing's voice echoed behind her, promising to bring her roasted meat shortly. Upon hearing his intention, Ling Yuyu expressed her refusal, believing that while Bai Yuqing's cooking might suffice for feeding a tiger, it was hardly suitable for human consumption. You enjoy it. I'll just have some fruit later, she insisted. Indeed, she was not hungry and had little desire for roasted meat, having consumed it so often recently that she felt as though she might transform into one herself. You must eat. You are far too slender, Bai Yuqing countered, mistakenly assuming her reluctance stemmed from an aversion to the meat of the mooing beasts. I shall catch you a long-eared beast instead. Ling Yu had sampled the long-eared creature once before. It resembled a rabbit, yet boasted incredibly tender meat. The first time she tasted it, she found it delightful and casually mentioned it, prompting Bai Yuqing to remember her preference. Consequently, whenever he had the opportunity, he would bring her long-eared beasts. I truly cannot eat any more. Perhaps we could roast it later? She suggested, concerned that Bai Yuqing might inadvertently turn her into a plump individual during their time at the Great Lake Tribe. Observing her genuine disinterest, Bai Yuqing reluctantly returned to his seat and resumed roasting his own meat. As it was time for the feast, Z felt it inappropriate to linger any longer at the Great Lake Tribe. She intended to return to the Serpent Clan for a brief rest and planned to seek out the little serpent again in the evening. Upon seeing her child alive and thriving, her heart was instantly at ease. She wished for her offspring to grow up carefree and joyful. Deciding that the matters of the Serpent Clan would be best handled by Mo Xing, who appeared far more capable and astute than the little serpent. Chapter 74 can be exchanged for salt. Ling Yu's heart has always been expansive. Upon noticing that Z had departed, she felt an urge to venture forth and discover if there were any intriguing novelties in this place. Of course, she was aware of her own capabilities and did not dare to stray too far from her tribe. She began by surveying her immediate surroundings. Her curiosity particularly piqued by the alluring presence of the Rolling Bear clan, renowned for their giant pandas. However, perhaps due to the sweltering midday heat, most of the beastmen had retreated to their caves, leaving only a handful stationed at their stalls. When they noticed the young female approaching, some of the beastmen did not even bother to move, allowing her to browse at her leisure. As they encouraged her to look around freely, Ling Yu took the opportunity to reach out and touch a vibrant red pelt, which felt exquisite to her touch, surpassing anything she had encountered before. She yearned to possess it, yet lamentably, she had no resources to barter with, having arrived empty-handed. Even in the Great Lake Tribe, she owned nothing of value. Suddenly, she recalled the beastmen's pressing need for items that could sustain female offspring. How could she trade for this pelt? Ling Yu was utterly enamored by it. Believing she could still make an attempt, she had heard that winters here were extremely harsh, and thus, she must prepare in advance for the cold. This particular pelt would be perfect, suitable for crafting a blanket just right for her. Upon hearing her inquiry about the pelt, the beastman raised his eyelids slightly and straightforwardly replied, "This requires 2 complete Tatar beast pelts or 3 other animal skins." Ling Yo smacked her lips, contemplating the piece of beast skin she possessed, though it was merely a single fragment and far from complete. "May I offer you this piece now, and bring the remaining 2 during our next exchange meeting?" she proposed, eager to test whether credit could be extended in the world of orcs. Upon hearing her desire to barter, the orc's spirits were finally lifted, and he gruffly inquired, "Can you truly present 3 pieces of beast skin?" The next exchange gathering would coincide with the peak of summer, and the hides of the Tarta beasts were primarily utilized by the orcs to fashion tents and bedding for the harsh winter. The greater the quantity of Tarta beast skins a tribe possesses, the fewer females would succumb to the cold during the winter months. Ling Yu nodded. Presently, the Black Panther clan had already bestowed upon her a piece of beast hide. Moreover, according to her estimations, it would take at least another year for the young female to reach maturity. Thus, her exchanges with that couple would yield no less than 3 pieces of beast hide. At present, I possess only 1 piece. Might we exchange it now? The orc narrowed his eyes, contemplating Ling Yu's words. Typically, tribes would not permit females to squander beast hides in such a manner, merely for the sake of acquiring a firefox hide. "Which tribe do you hail from, female?" It seemed the orc had not spoken so much in quite some time, his voice hoarse, causing a slight discomfort to Ling Yu's eardrums. "I belong to the Great Lake Tribe. We could have our chieftains vouch for us. During the next exchange meeting, I shall certainly bring you the other 2 pieces of beast hide." Ling Yu spoke with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing that this female was from the Great Lake Tribe, the orc's eyes widened in astonishment. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Is it not true that the Great Lake Tribe scarcely has enough beast hides for themselves?" He recalled that in the past, the Great Lake Tribe had very few Tarta beast hides, as they nearly exhausted their supply in exchange for salt. How could this female now present 3 pieces? Ling Yu nodded, recalling the past. "Look at who is seated in front of our tribe." The stall was positioned directly across from Green's, and as the orc lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Green, who appeared exceedingly impatient at that moment, his distinctive fin symbolizing his identity. "A merfolk?" the orc inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. "What brings him to your tribe?" He was aware that most merfolk harbored disdain for land-dwelling orcs, but due to certain necessities that could only be acquired from them, they were compelled to engage in exchanges. The sight of a merfolk at the Orc Valley's trading fair intrigued Leopard Han immensely. Did he bring salt to the exchange? Upon mentioning salt, Ling Yuyu suddenly remembered that she possessed something far more valuable to barter with the orcs, rather than merely the Tata beast hide. May I trade this fox fur for salt? Chapter 75. Discovering new opportunities. Leopard Han and his leopard tribe had initially planned to trade beast hides for some salt. And upon hearing Ling Yuyu's proposition, they considered the possibility of such a trade. That is acceptable, but I require 6 jars of salt. Can you provide that? Leopard Han maintained his gaze fixed on Ling Yuyu's face, fully prepared to discern any deceit from the female. We did not bring that much salt with us this time, but I can speak with the merfolk and arrange for you to receive an additional 6.5 jars when you go to trade with their clan. Hearing that Ling Yuyu could procure more salt for them stirred a sense of shameless excitement within Leopard Han. Really? Ling Yuyu nodded, affirming the truth of her words. For what reason would she fabricate a lie? You may take this, said Bao Han, feeling it inappropriate to take advantage of the young female. Noticing a few fish nearby, he casually handed one to Ling Yuyu. This is a small silver fish unique to our tribe. I offer it to you as a trade for the excess half jar of salt. A fish that could still flick its tail was thus tossed before Ling Yuyu. She sensed that this beast man might harbor some misunderstanding regarding her youth, for it was evidently clear that the fish had little to do with her. Nevertheless, since it was given, she felt inclined to accept the favor. Thank you for the fish. We have powdered milk suitable for female cubs in our tribe. Would you care to have a look? Perhaps other beastmen of the leopard clan might be in need as well? Ling Yuyu gestured for the orc to accompany her back. Just then, Leopard Jia, who had stepped out to fetch water, hurried over upon hearing her words. How many do you have, little female? Our tribe could take them all. Do you fancy this red fox fur? I also have some purple ones. If you could exchange a few more cans of milk powder with me, I would be willing to part with them all. Leopard Jia spoke swiftly, eagerly awaiting Ling Yuyu's response as he gazed at her face. Ling Yongyong never anticipated that she would suddenly become so popular, leaving her momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she found her voice. I currently have only 1 can, which is intended for the orc to sample. However, you may come to our Great Lake tribe to exchange after the trading event concludes. May I accompany my female back with you, and when our tribe's orcs arrive at the Great Lake tribe, we will follow them back? Upon hearing the orc's inquiry, Ling Yongyong pondered for a moment. Their tribe had recently welcomed the merfolk, and it was likely that the serpent tribe's leader would also join. If the leopard tribe were to come as well, the Great Lake tribe would no longer deserve its name, as its status would surely elevate. I believe the milk powder you possess is sufficient for the cubs to reach our Great Lake tribe. I sincerely apologize, but for the safety of our tribe, you cannot accompany us. Mainly because they would also bring along the great serpent from the serpent tribe. Just the thought of Mo Xing's size made her feel that not utilizing him as a transport serpent would be a grave mistake. Had she known that the serpent tribe's leader would arrive in Orc Valley, Ling Yongyong would have never allowed Mo Xing to return to the serpent tribe. She now suspected he was merely seeking to evade work. Upon arriving at the serpent tribe transformed into orcs, Mo Xing sneezed twice in succession. The patrolling orcs, upon seeing him, immediately teased, "Does young Master Mo have a female longing for him?" Mo Xing's expression darkened. He had not thought of Ling Yongyong just moments ago, but now it seemed likely that she was berating him. He felt compelled to retort. It was the first time he had encountered such a diminutive female, clearly suffering from malnutrition. Ling Yuyu, after contemplating Mo Xing, returned home clutching the vibrant red fox pelt. To her, this transaction was immensely profitable, not only because she acquired a pelt that felt exquisite to the touch, but also because she had disseminated the news of the Lake tribe's salt gifted by the merfolk. However, she could not afford to be complacent. The Lake tribe remained too weak. Should a more formidable race or tribe covet their salt, it would undoubtedly instigate a bloody conflict among the tribes. The orcs held a profound reverence for their beast deity, yet disparities existed among their beliefs. As Ling Yuyu had previously heard the shaman mention, some orcs believed that the beast deity desired harmonious coexistence among them, while others interpreted the deity's will as a disdain for the existence of weaker races on the orc continent, inciting war to enslave the frail tribes and the less powerful orcs. Chapter 76. Selective Eating. Yuyu dined on roasted meat. Bai Yuqing naturally took the beast's skin from Ling Yuyu's hands, along with the fish that had been dragged back to the ground. Despite Ling Yuyu expressing her aversion to roasted meat, Bai Yuqing feared she might go hungry and remain undernourished. Thus he prepared a sizable piece of meat for her. Holding the roasted meat, which glistened with rendered fat. Yu Yu felt no appetite whatsoever. I'm not hungry. Shall I set the meat aside for later? Although she posed the question to Bai Yuqing, her actions were swift as she placed the meat on a leaf laid upon the stone. Witnessing Yu Yu's series of actions, Bai Yuqing remained silent, contemplating how she ought to consume the roasted meat. However, seeing her set it down, he refrained from further comment. He weighed the fish in his hands. Had Yu Yu exchanged it with the Black Panther tribe? He recalled hearing from Gun Chung that the fish was exceptionally delicious and devoid of small bones. Although Bai Yuqing possessed ample food, he considered the needs of the entire tribe. Now, seeing Yu Yu return with a fish piqued his curiosity regarding what she had exchanged. This fish was a gift from the Black Panther tribe. She indicated the fox pelt in Bai Yuqing's grasp. That was the trade. The beautiful fox pelt, resplendent and alluring, made Bai Yuqing think how lovely it would appear draped over Yu Yu's form. Yet, he realized he lacked sufficient beast pelts to trade with the Black Panther tribe. Gritting his teeth, he was about to seek out other tribes for a few pelts when Ling Yu Yu continued speaking. Previously, a Black Panther brought his partner to trade for milk powder, giving me a Tata beast pelt. When the time comes, I shall exchange this pelt for something to gift to those responsible for milk production in our tribe. They will need to work hard, as we must prepare ample milk before the arrival of the cold season. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yuqing inquired, Yu Yu, what did you exchange for this firefox pelt? Having heard Yu Yu mention trading the Tata beast pelt for goods, he presumed the firefox pelt was not obtained through that means. Oh, that, Ling Yu Yu replied, realizing she had yet to share her newfound opportunity with Bai Yuqing. I traded it for the salt from the merfolk. Initially, upon hearing of the salt exchange, Bai Yuqing felt a pang of regret, but he quickly recalled that their tribe had the means to produce salt themselves. Instantly, he recognized Yu Yu's cleverness. My Yu Yu is truly astute, Bai Yuqing praised, and Yu Yu felt a sense of pride akin to that of a cat receiving its owner's admiration, puffing out her small chest. As she noticed Luo Bing approaching to take the fish, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her and ceased her display of confidence. Upon returning, she resolved to provide all the females in the tribe with proper breast coverings, ensuring they no longer wandered about draped in mere beast pelts, as it could be quite cumbersome if they needed to run. Ling Yo-Yo vowed that her small stature was not the reason for others to conceal their own. Should I take this fish to roast for Yo-Yo? Luo Bing had heard of the delectable nature of silverfish, yet her intention in coming over was merely to assist Ling Yo-Yo with the roasting. After all, their tribe had salt, and it wouldn't be long before she could gather some animal hides or food to trade with the Black Panther tribe for fish. Let us postpone the fish roasting. I am truly not hungry. Ling Yo-Yo felt a tinge of urgency, perplexed by how both of them assumed she was ravenous and in need of fish. Just gazing at the roasted meat brought by Bai Yuqing, Ling Yo-Yo thought that even if she had not eaten anything all morning, consuming such a substantial piece of solid meat was out of the question. Quickly shifting the topic, she asked Luo Bing, do you know if there are any other edible fruits or plants nearby? She wished to see if she could find some other fruits, as there were only a few strawberries. According to Luo Bing, the Dondian fruit could last a few days, and she intended to bring some back for Luo Ya and the others to taste, unwilling to consume them all herself. Thus, Ling Yo-Yo planned to explore the vicinity in search of some fruits to satisfy her palate. Chapter 77. Human Yo-Yo, walk this way. As Ling Yo-Yo was about to head toward the snake tribe, Luo Bing hurriedly called out to her, the fruits we seek are closer to the sunlight. The snake tribe preferred the shade, so their dwelling places were mostly devoid of fruit-bearing plants, or it was simply not the season for fruit to ripen. All right, I shall come right away. Just moments ago, Ling Yo-Yo had spotted a plant resembling a sunflower, but upon closer inspection, she discovered it was an unknown wildflower, leaving her with a faint disappointment. She had hoped to snack on sunflower seeds. Nevertheless, the large flower head, reminiscent of a sunflower, was still quite beautiful, prompting her to pluck the flower and proceed toward the source of Luo Bing's voice. Upon reaching the location where Luo Bing was, Ling Yu Yu was astonished to discover an entire cluster of cumin. To confirm her perception, she plucked one from the tree and brought it to her nose for a whiff. The familiar aroma dispelled her earlier disappointment regarding the sunflowers. Ling Yu Yu then presented the cumin to Luo Bing. Let us gather all the fruits from this tree, she declared, expressing her desire for cumin roasted meat, cumin roasted fish, and a dish of coconut fish. Despite bringing numerous coconuts, Ling Yu Yu found that the local orcs were entirely unacquainted with how to consume them and showed no curiosity about their flavor. Each time an orc inquired about coconuts, upon learning they were merely food, they promptly sought out other items. This realization led Ling Yuyu to contemplate consuming all the coconuts herself, fearing they might spoil if taken back. Of the 12 coconuts, a few had found buyers, specifically Z and Hei's, who promised to exchange items with her once they returned to the snake clan. With the little snake still present, Ling Yuyu felt assured they would not deceive her. This one is unpalatable. It has a peculiar taste, Luo Bing remarked as she bit into one, quickly spitting it out, for indeed, human is hardly enjoyable when consumed alone. Spit it out. Ling Yuyu was taken aback by Luo Bing's unexpected boldness, as she had not even voiced her thoughts before the girl dared to taste one. Thankfully, it was not poisonous. She had observed small animals eating nearby, though she wondered if those creatures had been flavored by the cumin. This is not how it should be eaten, and you seem unconcerned about toxicity, Ling Yuyu teased, noticing Luo Bing's face contort in response to the strange flavor. After several retches, Luo Bing managed to converse, stating, "I am aware of the poisonous fruits here. This one is harmless. No wonder no orc has picked it." The vicinity of Orc Valley was routinely cleared by the orcs, minimizing the presence of large wild beasts, and any toxic plants would be promptly reported by them. Thus, Ling Yuyu's concerns about Luo Bing consuming something toxic were unfounded. Such occurrences were virtually impossible for orcs. Once Luo Bing expelled the unpleasant taste, she joined Ling Yuyu in gathering the fruits. Although she remained uncertain about the purpose of this distasteful fruit, she felt compelled to assist since Ling Yuyu had expressed her intent to collect them. The cumin tree was not particularly tall, only about a meter, and they swiftly stripped it of its fruits, planning to take the tree back with them, anticipating the arduous task ahead for the snake clan's transport. When Bai Yuqing arrived in search of the two, he was greeted by the sight of Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing cradling a pile of dark fruits. He wrinkled his nose and sneezed. "What are you holding, Yuyu?" He covered his nose, attempting to distance himself from the pungent odor. Upon hearing his inquiry, Ling Yuyu instinctively explained, "This is cumin. It can be used for roasting meat." Bai Yuqing, still pinching his nose, expressed disbelief, his gaze fixed on the fruits, as if he wished to discard them immediately. "This is a valuable item. In winter, some orcs experience fevers. Consuming more of this can help prevent that," Ling Yuyu insisted, adding that it truly enhances the flavor of roasted meat. Seeing Bai Yuqing's expression, which clearly communicated skepticism about whether it could prevent fevers and enhance the taste of meat, Ling Yuyu could hardly suppress her laughter. Ignoring his still pinched nose, she thrust a leaf filled with cumin into his hands. "Hold it firmly. If you drop it, it will be gone." Observing her surroundings, Ling Yuyu noted that this was the only tree of its kind, having thoroughly stripped it clean, leaving no remnants on the ground. With a leaf of cumin in hand, Bai Yuqing followed reluctantly behind Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing. Fortunately, the path back to the Great Lake tribe was mostly deserted, ensuring that no orcs witnessed their gathering of cumin. As they collected the cumin, a significant portion was dried. Fortunately, Ling Yuyu had brought an ample supply of colorful fruits, so she decided to grind the dried cumin into powder to test its flavor on roasted meat. While Bai Yuqing doubted the wisdom of this endeavor, he could not resist the desire of the small female to try it, and thus he enlisted Hu Shao to assist in grinding the cumin powder. Ling Yuyu, accompanied by Luo Bing, ventured to the riverside to catch fish. Of course, it was not solely their effort. They were hastening to prepare the fish soup. Quickly, quickly. If we finish soon, we can start boiling the soup earlier," urged Luo Bing to the sluggish Green, who wore a grim expression, nearly abandoning the task altogether. As a merfolk, why should he come ashore to toil for these females? However, Ling Yuyu's promise of a bowl of fish soup upon their return brightened Green's mood considerably, and the prospect of a meal made him willing to work. Luo Bing, on the other hand, scoffed. The silver fish were hardly substantial, and she dared not ask Yuyu for any to eat. Yet, here was this orc, audaciously seeking to partake of Yuyu's catch. Did he not see how slender the young female was? Luo Bing resolved to discuss this with Hu Shao, suggesting he ought to educate this orc properly. It was no wonder that, despite being of age, he had yet to find a female companion. Subsequently, Green found himself inexplicably on the receiving end of a thorough beating from Hu Shao. When he sought solace from his elder brother in tears, Lon merely advised him to seize the opportunity to retaliate. If he was unable to defend himself, it was a testament to his own ineptitude. Upon hearing his brother's cold and indifferent words, Green felt a profound sense of despair. Surely, his sibling had been replaced. As Green proceeded to the water's edge to prepare the fish as instructed, Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing utilized the coconut shells they had brought to scoop water from the river, preparing for the fish soup. They collected 4 coconut shells in total, 2 for Luo Bing and Green each, while Ling Yuyu took responsibility for transporting the fish back. Using pre-cut, even branches, they skewered slices of fish and placed them on leaves, sprinkling a small handful of fine powder that Bai Yuqing had labored to grind. By afternoon, when hunger struck, they would roast the fish over the fire. As for the fish soup, Ling Yuyu intended to simmer it gently for a while, allowing it to turn a milky white before serving. Perhaps she should also prepare a bowl for the leopard clan female who had recently given birth. The silverfish, in comparison to the coconut shells, appeared rather diminutive, with all the flesh removed, leaving only the bones and head behind. Ling Yuyu placed the fish bones into one coconut shell, while the fish head was set aside in another shell. The remaining bones, along with those left from lunch, were intended for a nourishing bone broth. When Ling Yuyu inquired with Bai Yuqing about the leftover bones from lunch, Bai Yuqing mistakenly assumed that she desired the bones to craft a bone knife. He spent considerable time explaining that the small-footed beast they had for lunch, though possessing relatively large bones, was exceedingly brittle and could easily be shattered with a simple twist of a beastman's hand. After listening to the situation, Ling Yuyu felt overwhelmed. Bai Yuqing was unwilling to take her to find it, and only after much persuasion was she able to retrieve it through Luo Bing. Ideally, these bloodied remnants should have been disposed of at a greater distance. However, having just finished lunch and with a hunting trip planned for the evening, they decided to wait until after dinner to discard them. Thus, when they searched, they found them easily. This time, it was Ling Yuyu who washed the bones herself. By the water's edge, she spotted several plants resembling leeks. After snapping one and taking a whiff, she concluded that it indeed might be leek. Yet, uncertain of the toxicity of wild plants, she decided to bring it back for Luo Bing to examine. If it turned out to be leek, it would complement their roasted meat delightfully that evening. Ling Yuyu picked a few, ensuring to leave the roots for regrowth. Upon her return, after what seemed like an eternity, Luo Bing approached and took the clean bones from her. The bones still bore traces of flesh, presenting a rather gruesome sight. However, seeing Ling Yuyu's composed demeanor, Luo Bing realized she had underestimated her. While she herself struggled to maintain her composure in the face of such a sight, Ling Yuyu handled it as if it were nothing at all. The bones were somewhat large and could not fit entirely into the coconut shell. Bai Yuqing came over to assist her, and with a swift crack, Ling Yuyu heard the sound of bones breaking. Her eyes widened in disbelief. These bones were astonishingly brittle. With an abundance of bones at hand, she added some to the fish bone soup, intending to provide nourishment to the female creature. In the beastly realm, a female who had just given birth was best advised to rest for a while. Chapter 79. Leaks. As Luo Bing noticed all 4 coconut shells placed over the fire for roasting, she finally saw what Ling Yuyu was holding. "What is this?" Luo Bing inquired, perplexed by the leaks in Ling Yuyu's hands. "You always seem to find these peculiar items. Are they poisonous?" Ling Yuyu did not offer an explanation but instead asked if they were toxic. Luo Bing, seemingly at a loss, shook her head. "I've never heard of this being poisonous. If you're worried, you can always consult the clan leader." Bai Yuqing had been lingering nearby and, upon hearing his name mentioned, quickly approached. "You called for me, Yuyu? What is it?" he inquired, akin to a cat eager to please its master. Ling Yuyu placed the chives in front of Bai Yuqing's nose, successfully provoking yet another sneeze from him. "You always seem to seek out the most peculiar things," he remarked, rubbing his nose and assuring Ling Yuyu that the chives were harmless. After listening to the delightful news, Ling Yuyu's almond-shaped eyes gleamed with joy, for it meant she could indulge in roasted leeks. "This roasted dish is truly delectable. Luo Bing, would you care to taste it?" she inquired eagerly. However, upon hearing Ling Yuyu mention roasting, a flicker of doubt clouded Luo Bing's eyes. "Is it really that delicious?" she asked hesitantly. Typically, wild vegetables are either bitter or astringent, and she was not fond of them, neither were the orcs in their tribe. During the frigid season, when the females had no fruits to consume, they were compelled to resort to the meager wild vegetables that barely survived the cold. Now, witnessing Ling Yuyu's intent to start consuming wild vegetables during the warm season, Luo Bing began to question why Ling Yuyu appeared so frail. Surely, it must be due to her aversion to roasted meat, opting instead for wild greens. Instantly, the orcs and Luo Bing cast sympathetic glances at Ling Yuyu, believing that her previous life in a less fortunate tribe had forced her into such a diet, which might explain her distaste for roasted meat. Overwhelmed by her own imagination, Luo Bing felt tears welling up. Grasping Ling Yuyu's hands firmly, she vowed, "You need not worry. Yuyu, as long as I have a morsel of meat, I shall ensure you to partake in it. Therefore, let us forego the roasted wild vegetables." Ling Yu was utterly perplexed, pondering the nature of the situation before her. All she desired was to savor a skewer of grilled leeks. Yet, she sensed a shift in the gazes of the orcs directed towards her. "Let us first enjoy our meal," she declared. "I assure you, the majority among you will come to adore these grilled leeks." With that, she resumed her task of preparing the leeks, unwilling to further explain herself to the orcs who seemed solely enamored with roasted meat. She felt that if she continued, the sun would set before she could finish. Bai Yuqing, who had intended to speak, fell silent, sensing that further explanations might provoke Yu's ire. With the afternoon free, Ling Yu reclined under a great tree, indulging in a peaceful slumber, while the great white tiger lay beside her. Bai Yuqing had initially wished to rest against her as well, but was dissuaded by her remark about his thick fur, compounded by the fact that the furry creatures were shedding their coats. She didn't want to end up consuming wild grass to regurgitate the fur from her stomach later. Consequently, Bai Yuqing reluctantly settled beneath another tree, not far from Yu. Of course, Green had no opportunity for rest that afternoon. His identity as a merman stood out conspicuously among the terrestrial orcs, prompting numerous inquiries regarding salt, with the most common question being whether he had brought any salt to shore this time. Green's patience had waned long ago, yet he remained compliant, aware that defying Yu could lead to severe repercussions from the great shaman and his brother upon their return to the tribe. Though his expression soured, the orcs' desperation for salt was palpable, their persistence unwavering. He disclosed that there was indeed salt among the fish, which could be taken back and experimented with in cooking, and that the meat could be preserved for the cold season. This suggestion was prompted by Yu when she awakened and instructed Green to inform any orcs inquiring about salt of the fish's seasoning properties. Upon hearing that the meat could be stored for the cold season, the orcs' eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets. While some expressed skepticism, Green lightly remarked that they were free to believe as they wished, for his merman tribe valued integrity. Ultimately, a number of orcs opted to exchange a portion of fish for coconut shells, although they lacked pots for cooking. Green kindly advised them to trade with the mole tribe for pottery or seek Yu for coconut shells. Notably, coconut shells were far less costly than pots, and if they procured sufficient goods from the Great Lake tribe, they might even receive half a coconut shell at no charge. Consequently, many orcs exchanged fish for coconut shells, including some from the snake tribe. This interest was sparked when a snake orc returned from a hunt and learned of the salted meat, prompting their participation. The snake tribe, often comprising large individuals, found hunting effortless, and many among them possessed venom, deterring other orcs from provoking them. Their formidable reproductive capabilities had solidified their status as one of the 4 major tribes. As twilight deepened, the orcs of the valley lit their fires, illuminating the dark expanse like a constellation in the night sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Ling Yu's bone broth has been prepared, and her grilled leeks are also placed over the fire, though not by her own hands. Rather, Bai Yuqing has offered to assist her in grilling them. Ling Yu expressed her profound skepticism regarding Bai Yuqing's culinary skills. Nevertheless, she intended to deliver a coconut shell filled with fish soup to the recently delivered female of the leopard tribe. The creamy fish soup, still steaming, was adorned with several morsels of meat. Gu Qinglong, upon glimpsing it, felt an irresistible urge to indulge. However, Ling Yu insisted that the limited soup should primarily serve the newly pregnant female. Consequently, Gu Qinglong only savored a small sip of the fish head soup they had left behind, relinquishing the remainder to Bai Yuqing, who claimed he would reserve it for Ling Yu's return. Bai Yuqing, not lacking in generosity, also ladled a modest bowl for Luo Bing, just enough to barely cover her coconut shell. Hu Xiao, observing this, was almost amused to the point of laughter. When did the once magnanimous tiger become so miserly? Without hesitation, he approached, poured more into Luo Bing's coconut shell, and then returned it to the rather stingy tiger. Of course, Ling Yu remained oblivious to the happenings within the tribe while she was en route to deliver the soup. Initially, Luo Bing had intended to accompany Ling Yu, but noticing the proximity of the leopard tribe and recalling that Luo Bing had not rested all day, while she herself had managed a brief nap in the afternoon, Ling Yu graciously declined her offer. She urged Luo Bing to return and enjoy the roasted meat, reminding her to keep a vigilant eye on her chives, ensuring that Bai Yuqing wouldn't deplete them entirely. Ling Yu approached the leopard tribe's stall, where she had seen some exquisite furs earlier in the afternoon, now regrettably absent. She felt a twinge of disappointment, having fondly caressed the textures of those furs, which she had quite liked. Yet, with her limited possessions, She had to make a painful choice and select the one she desired most. Soon, Leopard Han of the leopard tribe noticed the young female who had come to exchange items earlier that afternoon. He rose with a smile and walked towards Ling Yuyu, holding a piece of roasted meat in his hand. "What brings you here at this late hour?" he inquired, his gaze drifting to the imposing figure of Bai Yuqing, the chief of the Great Lake tribe, who was intently staring in their direction, clutching a skewered, charred item that Leopard Han suspected might be burnt wild vegetables. "I have come to deliver something to a female who exchanged for milk powder in our tribe today." Upon hearing her mention him, Hongye handed her child to Leopard Jie and approached Ling Yuyu. "Ah, it's you, young female. Thank you for the milk powder. What brings you to me now?" Upon learning that her child would continue to thrive, Hongye's demeanor visibly brightened, as if life had returned to her. Previously shrouded in a pallor of despair, she now stood before Ling Yuyu, towering over her by a head's height. "I've brought you fish soup," Ling Yuyu said, presenting the coconut shell she had been holding. A few drops of the soup spilled onto the ground as she made the gesture. "Is this something suitable for the young ones?" Leopard Han asked. Eyeing the substance that resembled the milk powder Hongye had just received, his curiosity piqued. Ling Yuyu paused for a moment at Leopard Jie's question, then quickly clarified. "This is for Hongye. The young one is still very small and cannot consume solid food until she turns 1 year old. For me?" Hongye pointed to herself, clearly taken aback that Ling Yuyu would bring her food. "Thank you, young female." Not yet aware of Ling Yuyu's name, she could only refer to her as the young female. "Yes, you have just given birth and your body has yet to fully recover. This soup will help replenish your strength," Ling Yuyu explained, detailing that the soup was made from fish bones with some meat added, with everything except the bones being edible. As Chapter 81 unfolded, revealing that the white tiger could not roast leeks, Hongye expressed her gratitude and reached to offer Ling Yuyu something in return. However, she noticed that Ling Yuyu was already making her way back. When Ling Yuyu returned, she could hear Luo Bing calling Bai Yuqing from a distance. Ling Yuyu heard Luo Bing say, "Tribe leader, you cannot continue to roast this. Let me watch you. If you keep roasting, there will be nothing left for me to eat." Concerned about the fate of her precious chives, Ling Yuyu hastened her steps and soon returned. Indeed, she discovered that what had once been a small pile of chives was now nearly depleted. "I shall roast them myself," she declared with a stoic expression as she took a skewer of chives from Bai Yuqing's hands. Just the sight of Bai Yuqing carelessly handling her chives made her heart ache. Did this old rascal truly comprehend the effort it took for her to gather so many chives? Noticing the displeasure on Ling Yuyu's face, Bai Yuqing refrained from further insisting on roasting and obediently returned to his meat. Roasting chives directly on skewers proved somewhat challenging. She believed she lacked the skill to manage the smaller chives effectively. However, the chives in this world were remarkably large, nearly the length of her arm and as wide as her wrist. To enhance their flavor, she meticulously sliced a few slits into the chives. As the group enjoyed their roasted meat, a delectable aroma suddenly wafted through the air. Hu Shao sniffed the air, his mouth watering uncontrollably as he looked around. Eventually, he traced the enticing scent back to Bai Yuqing's side. Naturally, Hu Shao would not hesitate to approach Bai Yuqing, intending to barter for some food. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of the mouth-watering aroma was not Bai Yuqing's cooking, but rather the small female. Seeing the dark substance sprinkled atop Ling Yuyu's roasted meat, Hu Shao scratched his head in confusion. "Yuyu, there seems to be sand on your meat." Ling Yuyu was taken aback. What did it mean that there was sand on her barbecue? She took a closer look and discovered that it was actually cumin powder. This was not sand. Rather, it was a spice that would enhance the flavor of the grilled meat. Ling Yuyu, after adding a dash of seasoning to the roasted meat she had brought for Hu Shao, urged him to take it back and try it out. Upon hearing her explanation, Hu Shao hurried back, eager to discover whether the addition of the dark powder would indeed imbue the meat with the delightful aroma she had described. The evening breeze carried the scent of their roasting meat, wafting it toward the nearby smaller tribes of the Great Lake tribe, who caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance. These tribes, however, lacking in strength, dared not approach the Great Lake tribe for a taste of their roast. In contrast, the leopard tribe reacted differently. Upon catching the scent and confirming it emanated from the Great Lake tribe, the leopards could hardly contain themselves. They found their own roasted meat suddenly unappealing and were compelled to investigate what delectable fare the Great Lake tribe was enjoying. Consequently, Hongye proposed exchanging silverfish with the Great Lake tribe for some of their food. The orcs readily agreed, and soon a few leopards dashed off at full speed, anxious not to miss out on such a scrumptious feast. Having already dined, Hongye was content, having savored the delicious fish soup that Ling Yuyu had sent her. For the first time in her life, she experienced a flavor so exquisite that it felt as though she might swallow her own tongue in delight. Meanwhile, the surrounding orcs watched enviously as Hongya finished every last drop of the coconut shell of fish soup, leaving not a trace behind. They were already itching to taste the soup themselves, but in order to maintain their aloof image, they refrained from approaching the young female for an exchange. After all, she had mentioned that the fish soup was specially prepared for females nursing their young, and they felt it inappropriate to intrude. However, the situation had changed. This was roasted meat they were dealing with. After years of consuming meat, the orcs could not mistake the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh. They quickly gathered 3 silverfish to trade with Ling Yuyu. Chapter 82. The irresistible aroma of grilled chives. Ling Yuyu's chives were indeed delectable. Once the chives were grilled to perfection, she first offered a piece to Luo Bing before indulging herself. The moment she took a bite, Ling Yuyu felt as if she had truly come alive for the first time during her time in the beast world, finally savoring a taste that was familiar to her. Luo Bing, with grease dripping from his mouth, yearned for more, but Ling Yuyu had only grilled 1 skewer of chives, leaving the rest as slices of meat. The golden sheen of the meat was enough to whet Luo Bing's appetite, prompting him to express a desire to sample the grilled delicacies. In total, 3 skewers of meat had been grilled, and this time, Bai Yuqing was included. Ling Yuyu distributed 1 skewer each to Bai Yuqing and Luo Bing, instructing them to eat first while she finished her grilled chives before turning to the roasted meat. Green, feeling disgruntled, shouted in frustration, protesting, "Why was I left out?" He had assumed that among the 3 skewers, 1 would surely be his, yet, to his dismay, none were. Ling Yuyu touched her nose and remarked, "Haven't you finished your bone broth yet? The remaining portion is still being roasted." She gestured towards the slices of meat that had just been placed on the grill. "Then I shall have 3 skewers," Green declared, adding, "And what about that tiger? Has he not done anything? Moreover, he completely charred your chives. Why does he get to eat before me?" Green was aware that mentioning Luo Bing would incur the wrath of Hu Xiao, but he couldn't comprehend why Bai Yuqing, being of the same gender, was afforded the privilege of eating before him. Ling Yuyu pondered for a moment, and then suddenly recalled that Bai Yuqing was indeed her cherished furry companion. Implicitly, it meant that she was not a mere outsider, thus she could not indulge herself first. At that moment, Lu felt a surge of resentment, wondering why the scales of mermaids were not fluffy, while the seals were indeed soft and furry. "I can take you to find a fluffy fish," Lu exclaimed to Ling Yuyu, casting a glance at the remaining leeks in her hand. "As long as you add another skewer of leeks for me." Taken aback by Lu's words, Ling Yuyu questioned, "Are there really fish with fur? What kind of fish has fur? I cannot believe it. If it had fur, wouldn't it be a dead fish? Humph, the ocean is vast. And surely there exist fish with fur." "You land-dwelling beastmen simply lack experience," Lu replied, tilting his head skyward in exasperation. "It wouldn't be a great trouble to roast another skewer." Ling Yuyu nodded in agreement. "I shall roast it for you. But can you now tell me what kind of fish possesses fur?" After Ling Yuyu placed a skewer of leeks over the fire, Lu settled down on the opposite side. He emphasized, as if fearing Ling Yuyu might change her mind midway, "Rest assured, I will definitely bring the fish for you to see." He continued, "The seal clan is rather averse to heat, hence they dwell in frigid realms. However, during the cold season, they migrate to our mermaid territory to endure the winter, for their females cannot withstand the extreme cold. At that time, I shall come ashore and bring it to you." Ling Yuyu nodded, acknowledging her newfound knowledge. At this moment, she pondered whether seals were fish. Forgive her, prior to arriving in the beast realm, her understanding was limited to a few medicinal names and their applications, as well as acupuncture techniques. Beyond that, her knowledge was scant. Oh, and she was aware that seals were mammals, bearing live young. Upon hearing Green's intention to bring a beastman to see the little female, Bai Yuqing sensed a looming threat. His gaze towards Green grew increasingly fierce, for this creature seemed intent on taking away his little female. Once he returned to the tribe, he would surely be the first to drive this vile fish back to the sea. Ling Yoyo handed a beautifully golden skewered piece of grilled meat to Green, intending to roast the remaining portion slowly. Bai Yuqing watched as the young female prepared the fish, while he had only sipped from half a coconut shell of broth. Feeling an overwhelming pang of sympathy, he seized the skewer from her hands and declared, "Allow me to grill for our mermaid friend. I am certain my culinary skills will yield a delightful flavor as well." Just as Green was about to remark that his grilling could not compare to Ling Yodo's delectable creations, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Looking up, she met Bai Yuqing's unwavering gaze, which seemed to suggest he intended to roast her instead. Startled, Green shivered and promptly fell silent. Ling Yongyong rubbed her wrist, observing the suddenly quiet Green, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This individual was evidently cherished within her clan, which accounted for her remarkable innocence. However, she was fatigued from roasting, so she decided to let Bai Yuqing assist Green with grilling a few skewers. It would also provide an opportunity to teach Bai Yuqing the art of barbecuing meat. After all, should the two of them become a couple in the future, she certainly did not wish to endure Bai Yuqing's undercooked offerings. During the grilling process, it is essential not to place one side directly over the flames, as this often results in the exterior cooking while the interior remains raw. Fortunately, Ling Yongyong was working with slices of meat, but typically, the orcs grilled large chunks, leading to a charred exterior and an uncooked interior. Noticing the little female placing her hand atop his, Bai Yuqing nodded, indicating his understanding, though internally he had retained nothing, preoccupied solely with the softness and smoothness of her hand. Chapter 83. The stingy tiger Luo Bing and Green, who were mere observers, quickly noted that Bai Yuqing was not paying attention. However, Luo Bing was pleased with the development, while Green, fearing she might become grilled fish, remained silent. Luo Bing retrieved a skewer of roasted meat for both herself and Green, adhering to Ling Yongyong's advice to roast it slowly over the fire. Upon returning with spiced grilled meat, Hu Xiao was met with curious inquiries from the orcs. Didn't you mention you were going to trade for grilled meat with the clan leader? Why did you come back with your own? Another orc chimed in, teasingly questioning whether the clan leader had indeed become so stingy as to refuse a single piece of meat for exchange. Their banter was met with laughter from the surrounding orcs, who believed the clan leader truly favored that little female, likely preparing that meat specifically for her. Hence the refusal to trade with Hu Xiao. While they were all present during the soup distribution, only 2 females had come this time, so no orc contemplated tasting the fish head soup. However, they had all witnessed the clan leader's miserly nature. Hu Xiao waved his hand, asserting he had indeed acquired the fragrant grilled meat, stating, "Of course, I traded for it, but it has nothing to do with the clan leader. It was made by the little female." As he spoke, Hu Xiao presented his grilled meat for all to see. "You have something dirty on your meat, Hu Xiao. Why don't you wash it before continuing to eat?" Lang Ben suggested, cautioning Hu Xiao against consuming unclean meat, as it could lead to illness, a specific warning from the shaman. Hu Xiao swatted dismissively at the speaker, declaring, "What do you mean by dirty? This was given to me by the little female. Her grilled meat is made using this delightful seasoning." Despite this, some orcs remained skeptical, convinced that Hu Xiao must have sought out the clan leader for a trade and, upon being refused, had scavenged dirt to sprinkle on his meat in an attempt to deceive them into eating it. Hu Xiao, uninterested in further explanation, pushed past those obstructing his path and returned to the fire to grill his meat. Gradually, those who had earlier accused Hu Xiao of having dirty meat began to seek out the little female in hopes of acquiring some of her seasoning. The aroma of Hu Xiao's grilled meat was simply irresistible. Upon taking a bite, Hu Xiao's eyes widened with delight, prompting Lang Bin to eagerly seek the little female for some seasoning to enhance his own grilled meat. Before he could make it over, he was followed by 6 orcs, 2 of whom were carrying skewers of grilled meat. They conferred among themselves, agreeing to bring some fruits back to the little female once they returned to their tribe. However, before they could act on their plan, they received a warning from the clan leader, who coldly gazed at them, seemingly reminding them to keep their distance. Otherwise, they would face consequences upon returning to the tribe. Thus, while enjoying his grilled meat, Hu Xiao noticed the group of orcs returning empty-handed, their skewers clean, evidently having failed to acquire any of the seasoning. "Where's your seasoning?" Hu Xiao, mouthful of grilled meat, asked somewhat indistinctly. The orcs, realizing they had come away without food and had been reprimanded by the clan leader, suddenly made a collective decision to rush Hu Xiao and seize his grilled meat. However, Hu Xiao, well acquainted with the personalities of these orcs, was not about to remain passive. He deftly evaded them while continuing to eat, occasionally turning back to exclaim how delicious the meat was. Once he finished, he paused to extol the virtues of the grilled meat to those who had missed out on its delightful flavor. A group of orcs who had not savored the delectable grilled meat felt a surge of frustration, determined to confront Hu Xiao. Yet Hu Xiao was no pushover. In the end, none of the orcs gained anything from their pursuit. After finishing his meal, they resolved to return to their cave for a rest. Ling Yongyong also intended to sleep, but prior to that, she resumed her usual position atop Bai Yuqing's abdomen, searching once more, yet still failing to discover the 6 distinctive markings characteristic of mammals. Meanwhile, the white tiger lying at the mouth of the cave assumed the little female was simply playing with him, contentedly emitting soft purring sounds. Undeterred by her lack of success, Ling Yongyong decided to try again next time. Nestled upon her tiger-patterned blanket, Ling Yongyong propped her head on her hands, contemplating that it was indeed time to arrange for her own small pillow. Otherwise, sleeping on a tiger might lead to a stiff neck. As the moon gradually ascended the sky, its pristine light illuminated the earth, allowing the weary orcs to finally enjoy a good night's sleep, some of whom were already softly snoring. Meanwhile, several pure white creatures darted through the depths of the forest, seemingly heading toward the Orc Valley. Chapter 84. Arrival of the White Tiger Clan. The long-anticipated arrival of the Tiger Clan had finally come to fruition. The sudden appearance of the White Tigers amidst the orcs was impossible to overlook. Ling Yongyong, having heard earlier rumors of the White Tiger Clan and the Snake Clan's arrival, had not seen the White Tigers and assumed it was merely a ploy to vex Bai Yuqing. To her surprise, the White Tiger Clan had indeed arrived, and judging by their fur, they were likely associated with Bai Yuqing. Ling Yongyong recalled Luo Yi mentioning that Bai Yuqing was the son of the former clan leader of the White Tiger Clan. Following the death of the clan leader in battle, the relationship between the current and former clan leaders soured, leading to neglect of the former leader's offspring. This had resulted in the White Tigers being scattered, and now, as Ling Yongyong observed the White Tigers passing by Bai Yuqing, it seemed they were not seeking him out, which relieved her. Otherwise, regardless of their intentions, it would undoubtedly bring calamity to the Great Lake tribe. Leading the group was Bai Han. But they had come in search of the Snake Clan. Previously, one of the White Tigers had inadvertently entered the Snake Clan's territory for hunting and, unfortunately, had fallen victim to their venom. If it were merely ordinary snake venom, they would not have needed to undertake this journey. However, it was the venom of Hei's, the Snake Clan leader. Compared to some snakes that deliver fatal bites, Hei's venom was relatively mild. While it would not immediately claim the victim's life, it would induce prolonged discomfort, and without swift treatment, the victim would likely perish shortly thereafter. Several days prior, Bai Han and his companions had ventured to the Snake Clan in search of Hei's, only to be informed that Hei's had traveled to the Orc Valley with his partner. Consequently, Bai Han had followed to the Orc Valley, intending to arrive a day earlier, but had encountered a woman he wished never to see again. To avoid her, they took a detour, allowing them to arrive at the Orc Valley by the following morning. Upon arrival, Bai Han immediately sensed the presence of his half-brother. However, Bai Han did not intend to acknowledge Bai Yuqing. He believed their current relationship was quite satisfactory, characterized by mutual non-interference and tranquility. Should Bai Yuqing require assistance in the future, Bai Han felt certain he would return to lend a hand. As he watched Bai Han and his companions hasten towards the Hei's cave, Bai Yuqing turned back, his lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a single word. Ling Yao Yao, under the impression that he was feeling disheartened, had gone to great lengths to prepare fish delivered early that morning by the Red Leaves. Here, enjoy my roasted fish. It's imperative you remain cheerful throughout the day, Ling Yao Yao encouraged, offering a skewer of grilled fish to Bai Yuqing. A smile, the first of the day, broke across his face as he lowered his head to take a piece of the fish, leaving the remainder for Ling Yao Yao. His beast form was so immense that this morsel would hardly suffice to satisfy him. Yet he appreciated the kindness of the female and consumed a piece to acknowledge her gesture. He had hunting to attend to that morning, with plans to capture several moo beasts to exchange for more furs and fruits for the young female. The fruits acquired yesterday had been preserved by Ling Yao Yao using the green ice technique, while the remaining ones were intended to be consumed on the spot. Yao Yao, you should eat. I must go hunting now. If you desire more fruits, we could take a detour to the Jumping Clan after the exchange concludes, where there are plenty of fruits available. Ling Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and soon witnessed Bai Yuqing and another orc transforming into their beast forms to venture out for a hunt. Observing that they had left early in the morning, it was evident they intended to hunt throughout the day. Ling Yu carried a skewer of roasted meat in search of Luo Bing, hoping to share the meal with her. The skewer was laden with approximately a pound of fish, far more than she could consume alone, hence her desire to find Luo Bing. Meanwhile, Luo Bing was engaged in a discussion with Hu Xiao, calculating what items they had sufficient to trade. They had 3 young cubs and planned to exchange goods for some exquisite animal hides to take back. Once the cubs transformed, they would don the hides, becoming the most splendid offspring in the tribe. Ling Yongyong noticed that everyone was occupied with their own tasks, so she decided not to impose on them and returned after delivering the grilled meat to work on her shoes. Chapter 85. the mermaid egg hatched. Here, she found no materials that she required, so she could only contemplate in her mind how to craft a pair of sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing shoes. Her thoughts soon began to drift, initially considering how sandals were made, then wandering to sneakers and high heels. Ultimately, a sudden crack jolted her back to reality. Ling Yo-yong lifted her gaze and glanced around, but found nothing amiss. Just as she was about to recline again, she suddenly remembered the mermaid egg. Oh heavens! Could that sound have come from the egg? The thought of it breaking made her heart feel as if it would shatter alongside it. Carefully, she unwrapped the beast skin bag containing the mermaid egg, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the egg had indeed cracked, though not completely. To her relief, she could still see a tiny head peeking out from the broken shell, curiously gazing around. Upon catching sight of Ling Yong-yong, the little infant, who had been on the verge of tears, instantly broke into a smile. Ling Yu felt a throbbing pain in her head, prompting the sudden hatching of the mermaid egg. She couldn't shake off the feeling that it was somewhat mystical. Little one, why have you chosen this moment to emerge? There are no kin of yours nearby. She carefully cradled the tiny creature in her hands, amused by how it clumsily flapped its little tail against her palm. The world was indeed wondrous. A minuscule life had come to existence within her grasp, its tail a pristine shade of blue, still glistening with remnants of the egg's membrane. Ling Yu found a few clean leaves to gently wipe the little mermaid, and halfway through, a thought struck her. Green. How foolish she was. Wasn't Green already here? Why not summon him to inquire about the hatchling? Without hesitation, Ling Yu cautiously carried the little mermaid in search of Green, who was busy washing his tail. Thanks to Green's mermaid heritage, he had brought with him a bounty of saltwater goods, which had all been sold out in a day. Now, Green seemed content to remain submerged in the water, surfacing only for meals, having little desire to leave the depths. Stop calling. I can hear you. Green's voice echoed from afar, having caught wind of Ling Yu's summons. Typically, her calls heralded trouble, and he responded with irritation. As Ling Yu approached, Green directly inquired, "What is it? Speak quickly, for my time is exceedingly precious." Ling Yu did not engage in further conversation with him. After glancing around and confirming that no beastmen were observing, she offered the item in her palm towards him. As a result, cough, cough, cough. Green, startled moments ago, had forgotten to lower his tail and ended up choking on a few mouthfuls of water. What is this? Don't tell me this is the fierce Merfolk King. Otherwise, my illusions about the mighty Merfolk King would surely be shattered. What else could it be? It's merely a mermaid egg. Ling Yu brushed aside Green, eager to touch the small merfolk, and gently placed the little creature into the water. Observing Ling Yu's careful demeanor, Green couldn't help but remind her, "You needn't be so cautious. The Merfolk King is." Yet, he watched in disbelief as the formidable Merfolk King sputtered in the water, relieved that Ling Yu's quick actions saved it. "What were you about to say?" Holding a handful of water, Ling Yu spoke slowly once the little merfolk seemed to be adjusting well. Green struggled to swallow back the words that had nearly escaped his lips, finally replying, "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that newborn merfolk are extremely delicate. So please be extra careful." After hearing Green's words, Ling Yu sensed that his initial intention was something deeper, yet he chose not to elaborate. So she refrained from pressing him further. "What do merfolk eat?" Changing the subject, Ling Yu inquired about the diet of the little merfolk. To her surprise, Green appeared deep in thought, clearly unsure himself. "Are you telling me you don't know?" Her words were blunt, but it was clear that Green had never held back with her either. "How could I possibly be unaware?" Green retorted loudly. "I am destined to be the future shaman of the merfolk." After declaring this, he conjured a chunk of ice roughly the size of the little merfolk and placed it beside it. "It's too warm here. Merfolk thrive in water. I'll go fetch a coconut shell." With that, Green dashed away, realizing that had he known the egg would hatch upon their arrival at the Beastman Valley, he wouldn't have been so eager to come. Chapter 86. Iced Mermaid Soup. Are you certain this is truly okay? Ling Yu began to doubt Green's capability to care for the little merfolk as she observed the small ice block within the coconut shell alongside the seemingly lifeless creature. The environment appeared far from suitable for a newborn. It resembled some bizarre culinary concoction, akin to chilled live fish soup, transforming here into a coconut-flavored little mermaid. Green, with a childlike disposition, immediately offered his personal experience when Ling Yu questioned his competence in raising the creature. "Look at me. I raised myself to this size. When my brother and I were born, our father tossed us into the sea, expecting us to catch our own food." "Oh." Ling Yu nodded apathetically, neither affirming nor denying his account. Regardless, she retrieved the ice from the coconut shell and crafted a small resting area in the water for the little merfolk. Suddenly feeling a sense of purpose, Ling Yuyu instructed Green to watch over the little merfolk while she sought beast milk. Although Green had mentioned that merfolk could consume raw fish from a young age, Ling Yuyu preferred to follow her instincts. Recalling how beastmen directly fed raw blood to female cubs, had she not known better, she might have assumed that the newborn should drink raw blood immediately. Upon observing Ling Yuyu's departure, the little merfolk leisurely climbed onto a floating piece of wood within the coconut shell, prompting Green to mischievously tip it over. The little creature splashed back into the water and emerged with a disgruntled expression, shooting Green an exasperated look that filled him with amusement, making him wish to ruffle the little merfolk's hair. However, disaster struck. Before his fingers could even approach, a burst of flame unexpectedly singed him. Fortunately, he withdrew his hand quickly enough to avoid a severe burn. It seemed this little creature was genuinely angry. Finding this even more entertaining, Green, whose healing was rapid, soon felt his hand fully restored. This time, he wised up and encased his hand in a layer of ice before attempting to touch the little merfolk's head. As expected, the little merfolk released flames again, but they were thwarted by Green's icy barrier, allowing him to successfully stroke its head. Infuriated, the little merfolk's scales bristled, and fireballs began to materialize around Green. Perhaps due to its recent birth, despite the numerous fireballs it conjured, they were insufficient to breach Green's defenses. When Ling Yuyu returned with the beast milk, she was greeted by an amusing standoff. What is going on? The scene made her feel that once the little merfolk matured, Green would undoubtedly face severe reprimands from the merfolk king. The thought made her reluctant to observe the smug expression on Green's face. The more prideful he appeared now, the more dire his fate would be once the merfolk king grew up. Enough of this commotion. Come drink some milk. She poured 2 servings, knowing there was plenty of beast milk to spare, so sharing with Green would not go to waste. Wait, I get some too? Green initially objected, feeling he was no cub in need of milk, but the enticing sight of the white liquid made him relent. Then I shall not be polite. Ultimately, his craving overcame his principles. After all, he was still unpartnered, making him somewhat of a large cub. With this thought, he indulged, gulping down the milk greedily. The little merfolk, encountering this food for the first time, hesitated at first, but, seeing Green enjoy it so heartily, soon climbed into the coconut shell to partake as well. Ling Yu naturally did not allow him to climb inside. Instead, she scooped a spoonful of beast's milk and placed it before the little mermaid, serving it as a bowl. A stray lock of the little mermaid's azure hair inadvertently fell onto the milk spoon. Once Ling Yu removed the hair, she noticed that the little mermaid's fair face was adorned with a layer of creamy bubbles, rendering him exceptionally adorable. Just as Ling Yu intended to offer a cloth to wipe the little mermaid's face, Green, having finished his own beast's milk, hurried over to mock him. Ha ha, look at your face, covered in beast's milk bubbles. It's truly amusing. Soon, the fireball that had vanished earlier reappeared. Green scrutinized the little fireball in front of him, sensing it was slightly larger than before. Suddenly, he could no longer laugh. The little mermaid's unique ability was growing at an astonishing rate. How long had it been since his birth? It was remarkable to witness the evident growth of his fireball. It was Green's earlier hesitation that led to the fireball reaching him, and he finally realized he needed to intervene, though it was a tad too late, as the fireball had already singed his hair. Chapter 87. The Mysterious Fruit. What is this? By Yuqing, upon returning to the cave, caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Turning to Ling Yuyu, he inquired about it. Ling Yuyu walked over to the coconut shell housing the little mermaid and announced, "He is hatched." Ling Yuyu raised her hands in exasperation. Throughout the day, she had remained within the confines of the cave, attending to the needs of the little mermaid, receiving updates about the outside world solely from Luo Bing. So soon? Even Bai Yuqing expressed astonishment at the rapidity of the hatching. Was it not said that it would not occur until the cold season? Yet, there was no sign of winter in sight. Ling Yo-yong spread her hands, gently placing the little mermaid, who was about to tumble into the water, back onto the small wooden bed. Awu. The sound of the mermaid's cry echoed once more, causing Ling Yo-yong to feel a throbbing headache. After all, she was merely a fish. Why was her first utterance awu awu? Had she perhaps learned this from the large cat outside? Upon hearing the mermaid's peculiar sound, Bai Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Why would it say awu? How could it not speak? This question stumped Ling Yong as well. She was equally perplexed. Perhaps it was simply due to being in our Great Lake tribe that her first words were awu. Bai Yuqing extended his hand, gently nudging the little mermaid into the water, allowing it to refresh its mind, and suggested they take a stroll outside while its kin watched over it. Clearly, Bai Yuqing had already been informed by Luo Bing that Ling Yongyong had hardly ventured outside all day. Ling Yuyu also yearned to venture outside, and it was imperative for the little mermaid to remain in the company of another mermaid. Otherwise, it might result in the emergence of a mermaid from their Great Lake tribe that would incessantly wail. Very well, let us seek out the tribe that sells pottery, as I wish to exchange for a few ceramic vessels to take back. Ling Yuyu took the lead and soon beckoned Green to join them. Let us first visit the jumping tribe and see if they have any new fruits. Bai Yuqing stepped forward, guiding the way. Ling Yuyu felt somewhat perplexed. Hadn't she already traded with the jumping tribe before? Why was there a need to go to the jumping tribe again? You may not be aware, Bai Yuqing explained. The fruits from the jumping tribe are not brought all at once. The orcs who come here to trade are primarily from the jumping tribe and the mole tribe, as they are the closest. Hence, the mole tribe will not arrive immediately, and the jumping tribe also cannot bring all their fruits at once, as some fruits are not suitable for preservation and are in limited supply. As Bai Yuqing finished speaking, Ling Yuyu approached the stall of the jumping tribe. Just as Bai Yuqing had indicated, despite having traded away most of the fruits earlier, the jumping tribe surprisingly had an abundance of fruits now. At that moment, a female was exchanging fruits with the jumping tribe. I'll have one of those fruits as well, Ling Yuyu said to the orc facing the female. Intrigued, she recalled that although it seemed she had traded for many fruits before, they were actually quite limited in variety, primarily those that could be preserved for an extended period. Hence, Bai Yuqing had not discouraged her during the previous exchange. Now, seeing Ling Yuyu's eagerness to trade again, Bai Yuqing promptly cautioned, do not exchange for too many. They are not easy to store and tend to spoil. Hearing Bai Yuqing's voice, Ling Yuyu nodded, all right. Before Ling Yuyu could approach, she heard a jubilant shout from an orc of the jumping tribe. Little female, you've arrived. Our tribe has acquired a plethora of delectable fruits this time. Would you like to trade for some? Upon seeing the little female, the orc's expression was akin to that of a beastman greeting a generous provider of meat, filled with warmth and familiarity. Meanwhile, Gun Cheng, who had been counting fruits not far away, immediately set aside his task and hurried over. Oh, it is you, he exclaimed, holding a particularly exquisite fruit in his hand. Upon spotting Ling Yuyu, he promptly extended it towards her. I was just about to bring this to you, little female, he said, placing the fruit before Ling Yuyu. However, she did not take it. Instead, Bai Yuqing accepted it and then placed it into Ling Yuyu's hands. Here, eat this. I traded for it from the jumping tribe last time. It is truly delicious. Ling Yuyu gazed at the fruit before her, momentarily incredulous. The fruit was crystalline and translucent, with its core visible within. This fruit must be quite rare to grow, Ling Yuyu thought, hardly believing her eyes. The wonders of creation were indeed remarkable. Before Bai Yuqing could respond to Ling Yuyu's observation, a small female rushed over to Gun Cheng. This fruit is not particularly difficult to grow. What is truly challenging is the harvesting of the fruits, she explained. She was quite pleasant to behold, though her darker skin rendered her less visually appealing. If you desire it, we can trade for some during the next exchange, she added. Gun Cheng attempted to pull his sister back, urging her to remain silent, as he noticed the powerful orc's expression darkening. Chapter 88. The molehill Ling Yuyu, much like the previous young female, exchanged one fruit for another. This time, she did not acquire much, thus a mere piece of meat sufficed for the exchange. Ling Yuyu only took the translucent fruit from earlier, leaving the rest to be delivered to the Great Lake tribe by the jumping clan. This time, the Great Lake tribe exchanged a considerable amount of goods with other tribes. However, they refrained from trading some particularly valuable items. For instance, the animal hides that Ling Yuyu traded were primarily exchanged by the Luo family, as they had a young beast man on the verge of transformation. Moreover, within the territory of the Great Lake tribe, there were no suitable animal hides available for the little cubs to wear. Ling Yoyo changed her attire, and most of the orcs saw nothing amiss, primarily because the surplus goods in their tribe were largely thanks to the little female. Luo Bing felt that even if the little female were to retrieve all the animal skins from the leopard clan, she would wholeheartedly support her. What does this fruit taste like? Ling Yoyo inquired, her feet moving briskly as she followed Bai Yuqing toward the mole clan, continuing to question him about the flavor of the fruit. Bai Yuqing cast a casual glance at the fruit, stating, the one in your hand is green. I have previously heard the jumping clan mention that green fruits can preserve a female's youthful appearance for a year. Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's assertion that it could maintain her youth for a year, Ling Yoyo was taken aback. Really? That is more miraculous than the cosmetics I encountered in the modern world. Indeed, it is true. Yo-Yo, you should consume this before we proceed to the mole clan. Bai Yuqing urged, halting his steps to prompt Ling Yo-Yo to eat the fruit swiftly, fearing that if the moles saw it later, they would devise ways to trade for it. However, before Ling Yo-Yo could voice her hesitation, Bai Yuqing swiftly placed the fruit into her mouth. Ling Yu felt a wave of sweetness surge into her throat, only to realize, when she attempted to spit out the fruit pit, that she had consumed the entire fruit. Was the pit really gone? Grasping Bai Yuqing's hand, Ling Yu scrutinized it closely, but indeed, there was nothing discernible in his palm. Never mind. Let us continue our quest to exchange with the mole for the ceramic pot, Ling Yu declared, moving forward. However, Bai Yuqing did not follow. After she had taken a few steps, he chuckled and gently reminded her, "You seem to have taken a wrong turn, Yu." Ling Yu immediately turned around, following Bai Yuqing. Her small face slightly flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. It seemed that Yu had a bit of a temper. Bai Yuqing, walking beside her, pondered this for a moment before suddenly realizing that they had passed their intended route. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Yu, we have gone too far." On the way back, Ling Yu teased Bai Yuqing incessantly, while he chose not to explain himself, allowing her to laugh at him. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction in knowing that he could bring her such joy, interpreting it as her acknowledgement of him from another perspective. Unintentionally, his tail emerged, cracking loudly through the air, and a hapless beastman was inadvertently struck and sent flying by the formidable tail, greeting Bai Yuqing mid-air, "Long time no see. Bai Hu of the Great Lake Tribe. Once again, it is your tail that has sent me flying." Bai Yuqing and Ling Yu stood in place, waiting for the mole to return. Last year, Bai Yuqing had brought food to trade with the mole tribe for a pottery jar. Their tribe had always been short on food and hides, so they prioritized urgent exchanges. At that time, they needed a jar for salt, prompting his visit to the mole tribe. During his first attempt to trade, Bai Yuqing had hovered around the trading spot for quite some time without encountering any moles, which made him anxious, causing his tail to emerge. In a moment of carelessness, he had sent the mole tribe leader flying while seeking him out. When the mole leader returned, Bai Yuqing grumbled, "Why didn't the mole leader transform into a beast man? That way, he wouldn't have been struck and sent flying." Bai Yuqing did not consider it his fault. After all, when he had first sent the mole flying, he had ended up losing quite a bit in the exchange. Upon inquiring later, he learned that many beastmen had also been taken advantage of by the mole leader in a similar manner. "Did I not just emerge from the burrow? I barely had time to transform into a beastman before I was sent flying by your powerful tail," the mole leader replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuqing's expression softened a bit. As long as the mole did not act excessively this time, he would turn a blind eye and pretend he had not seen anything. Chapter 89. Another sales pitch for milk powder. Do we truly need so many hides? Ling Yu placed a dozen peculiar pottery jars before her. Though their shapes were somewhat unusual, they were still functional. However, compared to the jars that could easily be purchased for a few dozen coins previously, these were being sold at exorbitant prices. The smaller jars required one piece of Tata beast hide, while the larger ones demanded four, prompting Ling Yu to contemplate crafting her own jars. Bai Yuqing also found the pricing of the pottery jars excessively high. Had not the large jars previously only cost 3 hides? The mole tribe leader, sensing Bai Yuqing's inquiry, stroked his whiskers, adopting an expression of reluctance. "We moles have recently welcomed several young females, and we wish to trade with the bear tribe for some honey to provide them as sustenance. Thus, we must acquire more hides." Ling Yu's expression darkened. This was not how the moles conducted their trade. Just because their tribe had acquired a few more female members, they decided to inflate the prices of their pottery. She had no intention of acquiescing to such practices. After all, purchasing the pottery was not her only option. She could always seek out a stone pot instead. Ling Yu grasped Bai Yuqing's hand and said, "Let us depart. These ceramic pots are far too costly to barter." Although Bai Yuqing found it perplexing that the young female had insisted on trading for a small pot earlier, only to reject the idea now, he nonetheless followed her towards his tribe. As for the chief shaman's earlier instructions to procure a large ceramic pot, Bai Yuqing had long since forgotten, or perhaps he simply had no desire to fulfill that request at this moment. The leader of the mole clan was taken aback to witness that the orc was indeed leaving with the young female. As he observed them walking away without a glance back, he became anxious and called out, "I misspoke earlier, for animal skins can be exchanged for a large ceramic pot. I will also offer you a small pot." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu paused her steps and inquired, Would 5 animal skins procure 3 small pots along with 1 large pot? We can provide you with a small portion of food suitable for the young female. Initially, the mole clan leader had no intention of making such a trade, but upon hearing the young female's assurance that the food was genuinely suitable for a young one, he felt a flicker of doubt. Nonetheless, Ling Yuyu was unconcerned with his skepticism. As long as their young female consumed the food, they would inevitably return to the Great Lake tribe seeking milk powder. Indeed, you may take it back to feed the young female. If it proves effective, you can then exchange the pots with us. The mole clan leader, though still somewhat dubious, was swayed by her confidence. He decided not to adhere strictly to the young female's suggestion of taking their goods first, reasoning that their small tribe would not attract the greed of a larger tribe like the Great Lake tribe. Choose a few pots to take back with you. I will accompany you shortly to procure that beast's milk powder. Ling Yuyu nodded and swiftly selected the finest ceramic jars from the collection. Observing that she had taken all of the best ones, the leader of the mole clan felt a pang of regret. Had he known this female possessed such keen eyes, he would have brought fewer jars. However, it was too late for regrets, and he could only hope that the beast milk powder she was preparing would indeed suffice for the younglings. Yet, the beast milk powder crafted by Ling Yuyu would undoubtedly meet the expectations of this beast man. In total, she exchanged for 4 ceramic jars, which truly astonished Bai Yuqing. It was worth noting that during their last encounter, he had been swindled out of 4 animal skins for merely 1 large jar and 1 small jar, despite having offered additional meat to the mole clan as compensation for having struck their leader. Now, witnessing how effortlessly Yuyu had secured items that had eluded him the previous year, Bai Yuqing felt a surge of admiration, causing his tail to sway involuntarily. Soon after, he sensed a small hand grasping his tail, prompting him to turn around and recall the moment. Ling Yuyu suspected that the mole must have forgotten. If he remembered upon seeing Bai Yuqing's tail, it would likely be impossible to easily exchange for so many ceramic jars. Bai Yuqing was taken aback and quickly retracted his tail. Ling Yuyu felt the sensation in her hand vanish, and a fleeting sense of loss washed over her. How adorable and fluffy it was. Unfortunately, she could no longer indulge in its softness. Soon, they arrived at the Great Lake tribe, where Ling Yuyu handed the remaining half jar of beast milk powder to the accompanying mole tribesman. Chapter 90. The pitiful lion moon. The exchange meeting concluded swiftly. To maintain a low profile, they agreed to part ways with the serpent tribe and meet by a small stream after leaving the Beastman Valley. He-Eyes needed to discuss some matters with the beastmen managing the valley and deliver the antidote required by the White Tiger tribe, causing him to arrive slightly later than expected. Bai Yuqing surveyed their surroundings and picked some fruits for Ling Yuyu, while Hu Shao mimicked Bai Yuqing and ran a considerable distance to bring back her favorite sweet fruits to Luo Bing. Ling Yuyu tasted the fruits Bai Yuqing gathered, which she suspected were wild black-skinned pears. Although they lacked sweetness, they were abundant in juice, almost like sipping from a small jug of water. Seeing Ling Yuyu nibbling on the tasteless fruit, Luo Bing offered her a small bunch of sweet fruits, saying, "You should try this, it's quite sweet." Upon seeing the vibrant red fruits, Ling Yuyu eagerly accepted the small bunch from Luo Bing, plucking one to taste. To her delight, she discovered it was indeed a persimmon. Though not comparable to the larger varieties, these small wild persimmons were sweet despite their large seeds. This reminded Ling Yuyu of persimmon cakes. "Where did you find these?" "Luo Bing, can we take the tree back to plant?" Luo Bing, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm, replied, "I can't have Hu Shao dig up a tree for us, but I fear we might struggle to cultivate these plants." Concerned that Ling Yuyu might be heartbroken if they failed to grow the plants she wished to bring back, Luo Bing thought it prudent to offer a gentle warning. However, Ling Yuyu remained optimistic, recalling her past experiences cultivating difficult herbs with her grandfather. Before Ling Yuyu could respond to Luo Bing, the serpent tribe approached, riding atop a serpent laden with goods while the others sat on its back. At that moment, Hu Shao returned with a wild persimmon for Ling Yuyu. Upon seeing the serpent tribe's arrival, everyone began tying their belongings to the serpent. He-Eyes had brought 3 serpents from the serpent tribe, sending 1 back with the tiger tribe, leaving 2 behind. They initially thought it sufficient to carry the Great Lake tribe's goods, but to their surprise, there was an abundance of items this time around. Even He-Eyes had to bear some weight on the way back. Seeing everyone burdened with goods, Luo Bing felt relieved that the tribe would endure the harsh winter more easily this year, hoping that the female beastmen in the tribe would safely weather the season. A group of 4-legged tigers, lions, and 3 serpents raced towards the Great Lake tribe, with Lion Moon nearly collapsing under the weight. He pondered in frustration. unable to comprehend why he, a lion, was being made to struggle when they had serpents to assist them. After joining the serpent tribe, the burdens on most of the tribe members had lightened considerably, yet to Lion Moon's astonishment, the chief had insisted on loading him with even more goods under the pretense of needing to enhance his physique. As they jogged back to the Great Lake tribe, Lion Moon was panting heavily, and it was only then that Ling Yu noticed how much more he was carrying than the other beastmen. Unfamiliar with the endurance of beastmen, she recognized that he had been injured previously, and seeing him so exhausted, she decided he could no longer bear such a heavy load. He has too much weight to carry. You should assist him, she said, tapping Bai Yuqing's head to indicate he should help ease Lion Moon's burden. Having led the way earlier, Bai Yuqing only realized the unfairness of the situation once they stopped to rest. Reluctantly, he approached, tapping Lion Moon on the head to prompt him to rise. Lion Moon merely turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Bai Yuqing. The latter's expression darkened, and he considered knocking Lion Moon down entirely, but Ling Yu was standing right behind him. Chapter 91. The Merfolk King's abilities. Bai Yuqing immediately withdrew his hand and gently inquired of Lion Moon, "How are you? Would you like me to help carry some of that?" Though the mighty white tiger spoke kindly, his gaze betrayed a different sentiment, clearly suggesting that Lion Moon should reject his offer, or else he would find a way to make Lion Moon regret it. Lion Moon felt troubled, still baffled by the chief's recent fixation on him. His thoughts were muddled, and he declared, "I'm not tired, and will be at the tribe soon. I can manage." Yet deep down, he longed for the petite female to recognize his vulnerability and prompt Bai Yuqing to take some of his load. Perhaps Lion Moon's silent prayers were answered, as Ling Yu approached him. "You must push yourself, Lion Moon. You need to take care of your health. Your claws have only just healed." She then tugged at Bai Yuqing's foreleg, urging him to help Lion Moon carry some weight. Ultimately, Bai Yuqing grimaced but ended up helping bear a significant portion of Lion Moon's burden. Upon their return to the Great Lake tribe, the High Shaman was alarmed, especially upon noticing the 3 large serpents following Bai Yuqing and the others, mistakenly believing the serpent tribe was attacking. Even Bai Yuqing was thought to be captured by the serpents. Once Bai Yuqing approached and explained to the guards, the shaman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Green had just arrived at the Great Lake tribe and quickly grabbed a coconut shell, racing towards the merfolk's waters while calling out for the shaman, Hylon. Hylon, irked and awakening from his slumber, splashed water on Green, grumbling, "What are you doing? Don't you know I need my beauty sleep?" His cold voice echoed from beneath the water. Usually, Green would recognize his error and fall silent, but today was different. "Great Shaman, come quickly. I have something to show you," Green called out, ignoring Halen's irritation. Seeing Green's persistence, Hylon growled, hoping it was something of importance, and decided to surface. "What is it?" Hylon asked, still somewhat annoyed. Upon surfacing, he saw nothing remarkable, just a dull coconut shell in Green's hand, which elicited no interest from him. "Great Shaman, look at this," Green exclaimed, opening the coconut shell and observing Halen's expression closely. To his delight, he saw Halen's face shift from surprise to disbelief, and finally to exuberance. Had it not been for the coconut shell still in Green's possession, Hylon might have snatched it away and swum off joyfully. "This is the Merfolk King?" At this moment, Halen's fingers trembled slightly as he observed the little mermaid attempting to peek out. His disbelief lingered. How could it have hatched so swiftly? Previously, they had always awaited the cold season to sense the hatching of the Mermaid King. Hylon sincerely regarded this little female as the savior of their Merfolk clan. Seizing the moment while both LV and Hylon were distracted, the little mermaid leaped into the water. Having just laid eyes on the Mermaid King, Hylon was immediately alarmed and desired to plunge into the water to retrieve the king, fearing for his safety. It was only when LV restrained him that Hylon realized the absurdity of his concern. Merfolk were the sovereigns of the sea, and the Mermaid King's existence was akin to that of a divine beast for ordinary merfolk. As he watched the little mermaid swim joyfully, LV smiled blissfully. When the little mermaid had hatched, they had to wait several days before returning, thus they had to confine her within a coconut shell to prevent her from swimming freely, lest she be discovered by malevolent beastmen. Lost in thought while gazing at the Mermaid King, LV was abruptly nudged by Hylon, who urged him to stop laughing and discuss matters regarding the king. Upon hearing the great shaman inquire about the Mermaid King, LV recalled that the king's unique abilities were indeed extraordinary compared to those of the merfolk. "Great Shaman, do you know what abilities the king possesses?" LV asked timidly, fearing his ignorance would be exposed. The great shaman pondered for a moment, stating that the king typically wielded water-based powers, though occasionally some previous mermaid kings had manifested ice abilities. After recollecting this, Hylon shot a glance at LV, seemingly questioning how he could be unaware of such basic knowledge. LV lowered his gaze, reluctant to admit his lack of understanding. However, the revelation that a fish could possess fire abilities was utterly beyond his expectations. No, I am aware of the abilities of past mermaid kings, but this time, the king's power is inexplicably fire-based, LV stated slowly. Hylon remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. No wonder the king hatched during the warm season. It turns out to be due to fire abilities. Hylon felt he could accept this, yet he found it exceedingly preposterous. As he caught sight of the little mermaid swimming back, small flames began to flicker around LV. Realizing the precarious situation, LV attempted to escape, only to be swiftly apprehended by the quick-witted Hylon. Chapter 92. The Great Shaman's Scheme in Just a Few Days. Ling Yongyong noticed that the little mermaid was growing at an astonishing rate. What had once been the length of her forearm was now nearly the length of her calf. Of course, this growth did not occur in the Beastman Valley, but rather took place after LV had allowed the little mermaid to enter the water that morning. Ling Yuyu observed with curiosity. This fish truly grows at an astonishing rate. Is it really devoid of any issues? During lunchtime, the little mermaid recalled the sweet, white substance that the young female had previously offered him. As mealtime approached, he abandoned his kin from the merfolk and hurried over to Ling Yuyu in search of food. Due to the relentless efforts of Bai Yuqing and Hu Xiaoxiao, they successfully captured 4 mooing beasts, all of which were capable of providing milk. While in the Beastman Valley, they lacked the means to transform the milk into powder and could only allow Green, the little mermaid, and Luo Bing to drink it directly. Now that they have returned to the tribe, aside from the portion designated for the young, all the rest will be converted into milk powder, reserved for the offspring during the cold season. Upon hearing that Ling Yuyu had returned, Guiduo rushed over with her young ones to seek Ling Yuyu. At that moment, Ling Yuyu was busy preparing mooing beast milk for the little mermaid. Upon seeing Guiduo arrive with her young ones, Ling Yuyu welcomed her to join in for the milk. Guiduo had come to share her latest discovery, playfully urging Ling Yuyu to guess what it might be. Ling Yuyu attempted to guess, perhaps a delectable fruit? Guiduo shook her head, reaching for the half-coconut shell of moo beast milk that Ling Yuyu offered, carefully feeding it to her offspring. Noticing the addition of a bowl of moo beast milk before her, the little female drank eagerly. Ling Yuyu continued her conjecture. Could it be that you have another cub, Duo? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's suggestion of her having another cub, Guiduo's cheeks flushed slightly. While she believed both she and her beastman could indeed strive a little harder, it was not the moment for such discussions. Yuyu, my beastman has found sweet beast honey. Thanks to your beast milk powder, we plan to give all the sweet beast honey to you. Hearing Guiduo's willingness to offer her the sweet beast honey, Ling Yuyu felt that her efforts to save the people of the Great Lake tribe were not in vain. However, she understood the preciousness of the sweet beast honey and could not accept it. Duo, you can trade this sweet beast honey for some hides for the little female. You need not give it to me. I appreciate your kind gesture, and as a member of the Great Lake tribe, aiding you is only right. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, Guiduo resolved to gift the sweet beast honey to Ling Yuyu only strengthened. Yuyu, please do not refuse. I have consulted the Great Shaman, and he insists on giving this to you. If you truly feel uncomfortable, the Great Shaman mentioned that you could also turn it into food that lasts long. Should we run out of beast milk powder in the cold season, we could still use it to feed the little female. The latter remarks were specifically conveyed by the Great Shaman for Guiduo to share with Ling Yuyu. Currently, the tribe had little use for sweet beast honey, and if they exchanged it all, the Great Shaman was uncertain of what they might receive in return. Previously, they could at least trade for some salt. But the situation had changed. The Great Lake tribe now possessed their own salt. The remaining items, in the Great Shaman's view, were not deemed essential and would be better given to the beast goddess messenger, allowing them to produce more beneficial items for the tribe. After delivering her message, Guiduo's sun-kissed skin displayed a faint blush, clearly feeling quite embarrassed. She quickly waved her hands before Ling Yuyu, saying, Yuyu, the latter part was what the Great Shaman wanted me to tell you. But do not worry, you may consume all the sweet beast honey. We will not object, as you have already provided us with ample gifts. Guiduo hastily explained. While Ling Yuyu maintained a composed demeanor, her actions of feeding beast milk to the merman pausing, evidently unable to comprehend the Great Shaman's peculiar insistence. It was not that he was wrong, he merely loved his tribe too fiercely, leading him to speak in such a manner. This time, Ling Yuyu resolved not to indulge the Great Shaman's whims. Very well. Sweet beast honey is not meant for prolonged storage. I plan to make sweet beast honey-roasted chicken wings. And you must remember to bring the little female along to enjoy it." Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's willingness to converse with her, Guiduo let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 93. The green that almost became grilled fish. Guiduo wholeheartedly endorsed Ling Yuyu's decision to consume the sweet beast honey immediately rather than following the great shaman's suggestion to create long-lasting provisions. "Yuyu, we ought to do it this way. We cannot allow the great shaman to bully you." Guiduo encouraged Ling Yuyu, "Both my beast man, and I will support you." After bidding farewell to Guiduo, Ling Yuyu's face bore no trace of a smile. The great shaman was indeed overly demanding. Previously, when she brought back the snake tribe members, Ling Yuyu had felt a hint of displeasure. And now the great shaman sought to request yet more assistance from her for the Great Lake tribe, a true embodiment of greed. After ensuring the little mermaid was well fed, Ling Yuyu intended to check on her wild persimmon tree, human tree, and fruit tree, determined not to let anyone dampen her spirits. Meanwhile, the little mermaid, who longed for a hug and some affection, watched helplessly as the warm female figure walked away, only to be approached by the cold-hearted Green and Hailon, who shared the same icy temperament. Seeing Green, the little mermaid displayed no signs of friendliness. A small flame erupted from him, swirling around Green. Green, already bearing the marks of a recent confrontation, felt a surge of anger upon realizing the little mermaid wished to burn him. He was about to confront the little mermaid when the voice of the great sorcerer Hailon echoed behind him, invoking memories of past encounters with authority. "What do you intend to do?" Hailon's water-based powers exuded an even colder aura due to his anger, chilling the air as if it might freeze. Green, daunted, hesitantly turned to Hailon, expressing his desire to question the little mermaid about the flames. Observing Green's pitiful state, Hailon felt a pang of regret for having chosen him as his successor. Hailon understood Green's stubborn nature. He would never acknowledge his faults. If you do not provoke the king, would he ever burn you for no reason? At that moment, a thought crossed Hailon's mind. Could it be that the king's powers shifted from water and ice to fire due to Green's provocations? If that were the case, Hailon feared that Green's future might lead to a fate of being roasted, albeit the king still displayed some consideration for the little mermaid. Hailon had noticed Green's subtle actions. He could tell that the little mermaid was particularly sensitive about how others perceived his tail. Unlike adult mermaids, young ones had short, thick tails, and the young king, still cherubic with baby fat, appeared quite adorable. Green had entered the scene, mockingly gesturing toward the little mermaid's plump tail, thus inviting the flames upon himself. Initially, Hailon aimed to shield Green from the little mermaid's fiery onslaught, but upon witnessing the size of the fireball, he surmised it might serve as a training opportunity for the king to hone his powers. Now a mature mermaid, Green believed he had been careless during a previous encounter with fire. Today, however, he surrounded himself with a transparent water barrier, striking what he considered a dashing pose and patting his long, slender legs. In an instant, the previously small fireball doubled in size, charging recklessly toward Green's water barrier. Initially, Green thought the little mermaid had lost his wits. As a mere observer, Hailon began to gather a water sphere in his hands, ready to act upon Green's inevitable cry for help. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Green's laughter faded. He felt the water barrier heating up around him. Though the temperature was not yet high enough to scald him, he understood that becoming a roasted fish was only a matter of time. If the barrier were breached, he would surely become a casualty, while remaining intact would lead to a fate of boiled fish. Just as Green grappled with this dilemma, Hailon's water sphere intervened, rescuing him. "Your Majesty, I will take care of him," Hailon assured. Upon hearing this, the young king merely let out a couple of growls and ceased his fiery assault. At that moment, Green dared to remove the water barrier, only for disaster to strike. A clump of his hair was singed away. After Hailon escorted the young king away, Green fumed, exclaiming in frustration, "It's not that I can't defeat him. I was merely being accommodating." To his dismay, the little mermaid had burned his hair, unaware that he lacked the ice powers to extinguish flames as Hailon could. If he unleashed his powers directly, the little fish would surely be harmed. Green envisioned the aftermath of injuring the little mermaid, knowing that Hailon would not hesitate to retaliate. After contemplating, he decided that rather than being the first fish to drown, it would be preferable to be a roasted fish, as at least that would be a more conventional demise. Ling Yong ventured out to plant trees, intent on embedding her fruit trees firmly into the soil. Each tree bore its share of fruits, be it the dotted fruits or the wild persimmons. Thus, after just a few days of planting, she could relish an initial harvest. when she later sought her own fruit trees. Luo Bing and Luo Yo arrived with their little leopards and tigers to join Ling Yongyong in her playful endeavors. Upon seeing Ling Yongyong, Luo Ya immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, while the three little leopards leapt up, joining in the affectionate display. The petite Ling Yongyong found herself momentarily overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, but fortunately, a small tiger behind her provided a cozy, furry cushion to soften her fall. This brought a sigh of relief from Ling Yongyong, but before she could fully regain her composure, the little tiger emerged, eager to snuggle up alongside the leopards. The warmth of the moment was almost stifling, akin to being ensconced in a furnace, leaving her nearly breathless from the heat. Ultimately, it was Luo Bing who intervened, rescuing Ling Yongyong from the fluffy pile. She lay sprawled on the ground, her earlier mood, which had been somewhat grim when leaving the cave, now completely transformed by the comforting presence of the soft creatures. If only being surrounded by such fluffiness could be accompanied by a cooler temperature. After a brief respite, Ling Yongyong rose to resume her tasks. One of the few advantages of the animal kingdom was that she did not have to dig the holes herself. The small cubs managed the work with delightful eagerness. However, the golden leopard had turned a muddy gray, and the white tiger's paws were now a cheerful yellow, creating a comical sight. Typically, Ling Yongyong would not have laughed, but upon witnessing the bewildered expression of the little yellow tiger staring at its own yellow paws and belly, she finally burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It's all right. It's just a bit dirty. Once I finish planting, I'll take you all for a bath. She adored these fluffy creatures and planned to take all six for a delightful washing session. When she had gone shopping earlier, her household supplies of shampoo and shower gel had run out, prompting her to purchase a bottle of each. Now, the timing was perfect for a grooming session for her beloved fluffballs. Yet, upon hearing the mention of a bath, the little white tiger and leopards immediately sprawled out in protest, feigning death and declaring their refusal to be washed. Observing this, Luo Ya picked up one little leopard and gave it a playful reprimand, leaving the previously energetic cub now devoid of interest. Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing first placed the cumin tree into the excavated pit, then signaled the little white tiger to come over and cover the soil. After planting one cumin tree, both Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing were utterly exhausted, primarily due to their lack of suitable tools. The little tiger, being so diminutive, could barely scratch the earth, and it was not until their hands ached from the labor that the roots of the tree were reluctantly buried. After toiling for so long, the little white tiger was also tired, panting with its tongue out. Ling Yuyu decided against planting the remaining 2 trees for the time being. She intended to wait until evening when the heat subsided. Alternatively, she might wait for the large white tiger to return, who could plant them in his beast form, as the strength of one of his paws could easily match several strikes from the little tiger. Observing the little female in a state of exhaustion, Luo Bing quietly touched her own dry forehead, harboring a vague concern for the little female's frail constitution, wondering if she would be able to endure the sweltering summer. Ling Yu was oblivious to what Luo Bing was contemplating. She resembled a dog on the verge of melting in the heat, scurrying to the shade of a tree to seek refuge from the sweltering sun. Upon noticing Luo Bing glancing her way, she waved her hand, beckoning her to join in the coolness. Heeding the call, Luo Bing approached, intending to have a serious conversation with the young female regarding the impending scorching season. It would be prudent for her to commence physical training promptly, ensuring she would not succumb to the extreme heat when the season arrived. Chapter 95. The scorching season that could be lethal. Ling Yo-Yo, upon noticing Luo Bing's approach, did not rise, but merely turned over, creating space for Luo Bing to take a seat. Observing such a lazy demeanor in the little female, Luo Bing found it amusing and mischievously edged closer, leaving the little female with no retreat. When Ling Yo-Yo finally became aware and opened her eyes, Luo Bing remarked, "Little female, this won't do. The peak of summer has yet to arrive, and if you are already this averse to heat, what will you do when the sweltering season truly sets in? Will you not be able to emerge from the cave at all?" Ling Yu lay still, reluctant to speak, her eyes open to gaze upon Luo Bing. How did the orcs endure the sweltering summer? She mused that if even the orcs, clad in their furry garments, could withstand the heat, then she had little to fear. The warmth she felt was merely a consequence of her recent exertions beneath the relentless sun. Upon hearing Ling Yu mention the orcs, Luo Bing took a seat beside her. Orcs were inherently different from females. They were remarkably resilient. For instance, the chieftain could bask in the sun all day during the hot season without feeling discomfort. Ling Yongyong believed she could manage, But Luo Bing's subsequent remark jolted her into reality. During the sweltering season, even a gentle touch against the stone walls could blister one's hands. After a moment of silence, Luo Bing spoke of the heat, cautioning that if one wished to venture out for gathering, Haida and Yong would need to wrap their feet, lest they tread upon the ground as if stepping onto a blazing fire. Is it truly that dreadful? Ling Yong exclaimed, rising abruptly from the ground, realizing that she might very well succumb during the hot season. Then why are the beastmen not afraid? One would think that their furry coats would render them more susceptible to the heat, and their paw pads directly contacting the ground seemed illogical. The young beastmen certainly felt the heat, but adult beastmen developed a thick layer of calluses on their feet from years of contact with the ground, which rendered them less sensitive to the heat. Luobing, Luoya, we must swiftly gather materials to make shoes, otherwise we shall be confined during the hot season. Ling Yong resolved to rise and commence her shoemaking efforts. She had previously believed her sneakers could last a few more days, but who could have anticipated such dire news? Earlier, she had observed the thick calluses on Luo Bing's feet. If even such robust calluses were vulnerable to heat, then she, as an outsider, would likely hesitate to even step outside. The materials were gathered by Luo Bing, who guided Ling Yong to a location where they found small tiger cubs using their paws to sever leaves, subsequently collecting a good amount of tree bark to bring back to the cave. This time, they were not heading to anyone's personal cave, but rather a communal one. As they approached, they could hear voices emanating from within. Ling Yu discerned from the voices that they were likely elder orcs and females from the tribe. However, due to her slightly slower pace, as she wished to listen more intently to their discussions about the tribe, she found herself the subject of their conversation. Ling Yong was taken aback, pondering whether this could be considered a case of the melon-eating weasel tasting its own melon. One of the elder beasts, named Lion Dream, was the father of Lion Moon, who had initially rescued the young Lion Moon and brought him to the Great Lake tribe. Lion Dream was conversing with the female present about his offspring's infatuation with the newcomer. Alan, you may not be aware, but that little lion has recently reached the age to seek a female. He had injured his forepaw and was rather despondent for a few days. Yet he quickly recovered thanks to the little female's care and has now begun to pursue her. Lion Dream shook his head as he spoke. Alan, who was listening attentively, interjected, indeed, that little cub remains as clumsy as he was in his youth. It is apparent to everyone that the tribe leader has a fondness for that little female. Yet he mistakenly believes the leader is merely fulfilling his duty to care for her. Lion Dream stroked his beard, recalling how Lion Moon had carried more than the other beasts when they left, genuinely believing that the leader was merely training her. At that moment, Ling Yong was nearing the cave entrance, caught in a dilemma of whether to enter or remain outside. Just as she was about to make a decision, a loud voice from Luya broke the silence. Alan, mother, please hurry and help me carry this. I am utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Luya's voice, Alan immediately dashed out of the cave and collided with the little female. Fortunately, Ling Yong was not burdened with too many items, so nothing was scattered. She felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that her previous actions could be construed as eavesdropping. Upon seeing the little female, Alan reacted as if she had encountered her own offspring, promptly taking the items from Ling Yong's hands and signaling for Luya to catch up. Originally, Luya had called for Alan to assist her with the materials, but upon seeing the little female, Alan completely overlooked her request. Chapter 96. Am I incompetent? Ultimately, it was Luya who huffed and puffed as she carried the materials inside. Upon seeing the supplies, the beast still within the cave quickly grasped what Luya and her companions intended to do. Luya, are you planning to make some boots? Lion Dream inquired while helping to categorize the various materials. Have you gathered too much? Typically, a female only needs to make 3 pairs of boots to endure the scorching season, yet the materials brought by Luobing and Luaya seemed sufficient to craft a dozen pairs. He recalled that last year, Luya had managed to get through the hot season with just a single pair of boots. Uncle Lion Dream, we are not making them for ourselves. We are making them for the little female, Luobing clarified, noticing that all the materials were ready. Just as she was about to start, the little female suddenly asked, is there something missing from these materials? Can bark and logs, along with a bit of vine, truly make shoes? Wouldn't it be a bit challenging for Ling Yong to wear them? She recalled her attempts to walk barefoot like the beasts. Feeling the prickly grass beneath her feet and the sharp sting from minor cuts, she felt it was not an option for her. Luaya confirmed after a careful inspection that there seemed to be nothing lacking and then looked up at Ling Yong. Yong, our boots are made this way. You need not worry. Mother Alan's hands are exceptionally skilled. The boots she crafts are not only beautiful but also comfortable to wear. With that, Luoya cheerfully began to measure Ling Yongyong's foot size alongside Alan, intending to create a pair for her. Ling Yoyo hesitated, expressing her concern that her feet bore no calluses and thus she could not wear shoes crafted from tree bark and vines. She felt disheartened, perceiving her body as a burden since arriving in the land of the beastmen. In a historical or parallel modern era, she believed she could toil and live like an ordinary person. However, this realm was different. It was a world of beastmen where she could not even best the simplest of rabbits, rendering her reliant on the beastmen and females for assistance in all matters. Tears began to accumulate in her eyes, and upon touching her face, she realized she had been crying. Luo Ya and Luo Bing stared at Ling Yoyo in bewilderment. They could not fathom why this typically resilient female would weep over something as trivial as a pair of shoes. Yo-Yo, please don't cry, Luoya exclaimed. Flustered as she attempted to wipe away the tears, only to find that, like a newborn female, Ling Yoyo's tears flowed even more profusely. Shall we forego making the boots? Luoya assumed that the shoemaking had upset the young female and decided they should wait for the clan leader's return to have her measured for a pair. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Ling Yoyo shook her head. Her tears were not shed over the shoes but stemmed from a profound sense of inadequacy. After finishing their work, Luo Bing appeared unfazed, while Ling Yoyo was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, still struggling to recuperate after their long rest. Am I truly so useless? She asked, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. Although she had managed to wipe away her tears, her voice remained choked. I am so weak that I cannot lift even the slightest of burdens. When I worked alongside Luo Bing, I became exhausted in no time. With each word, her voice grew more strained, and by the end, her utterance was scarcely audible. Luoya and Alan began to understand why the young female was so distraught. As a male, Lion Dream found it perplexing that she would harbor such feelings. After all, she had contributed immensely to their tribe. Moreover, feelings of inadequacy were typically more prevalent among males. He recalled that his own little lion cub had once lamented after losing fights against a young white tiger, crying to him about feeling useless. Lion Dream stroked his chin, reminiscing about how he had dealt with the sobbing cub. Yes, he recalled, he had scolded the cub sternly, which prompted the little lion to vow to grow stronger, intending first to defeat Lion Dream before taking on the white tiger. However, Lion Dream hesitated, raising his hand toward the young female as if to gesture. He pondered whether striking her would lead to him and his cub being expelled from the Great Lake tribe by the clan leader. Chapter 97. The Revelation of Fertility in the End. Ling Yoyo accompanied Luo Bing for a stroll to clear her mind. Yoyo, why would you think such things? Luo Bing gently grasped Ling Yoyo's hand, leading her deeper into the woods while engaging her in conversation. Look at our Great Lake tribe. Everyone is well fed. And that is thanks to your efforts. Now, we can not only feed ourselves but also store provisions to exchange for furs for the newborn cubs. Gradually, Ling Yoyo's spirits began to lift, though she sensed her emotions were still somewhat off-kilter, unable to pinpoint the cause. As they walked, she suddenly felt an unusual sensation in her abdomen. A few days prior, when she experienced stomach pains, she had dismissed it as merely a result of adapting to the local environment or perhaps a bad meal. But now, Luo Bing, I need to return. Ling Yoyo nearly jogged back to the cave, rummaging through her meager belongings until she found her sanitary pads, letting out a sigh of relief. No wonder her emotions had been so erratic. Her menstrual period had arrived. Yet, as she gazed at the dwindling supply of sanitary pads, a frown creased her brow. It seemed insufficient. If she were to conserve them, perhaps they would last through this cycle, but for the next, she would be left at the mercy of fate. Affected by her menstrual mood swings, Ling Yoyo felt a sense of hopelessness regarding her future, perceiving the path ahead as fraught with thorns. She yearned for solace but felt incapable of moving forward. The dual fatigue, both physical and mental, overwhelmed her, and she laid the animal skins she had brought back on the stone bed, succumbing to sleep. When Bai Yuqing returned, as he approached the entrance of his cave, he was met with a metallic scent of blood wafting from within. Initially, he feared that Yoyo had been injured and rushed inside. There, he found the small female curled up on the animal skins, clutching her abdomen, her face pale and repeatedly calling out for her grandfather. Bai Yuqing was convinced that the young female was in pain and quickly scooped up the still sleeping Ling Yoyo, intending to take her to the shamaness cave. Ling Yoyo slept lightly. She awakened at the slightest movement of Bai Yuqing. Her stomach still ached, a condition likely linked to her recent lifestyle choices. Consuming cold water and seafood could hardly be deemed wise. Yoyo, Is your stomach injured? Bai Yuqing's worried gaze fell upon her abdomen. Let us consult the great shaman. I recall he possesses a rare herb known as Red Dream. Shaking her head, Ling Yoyo felt she could endure a little longer. Moreover, she had witnessed the female shaman disdainfully retrieving the Red Dream from her own animal hide, which did not inspire confidence. There's no need. I'm not injured. It's merely a normal occurrence. Yo-Yo, you need not fear. Although the great shaman may seem unreliable at times, his extraordinary abilities can alleviate your discomfort. Without further argument, Bai Yuqing scooped up Ling Yoyo and made his way outside. Ling Yuyu barely had time to explain. Before Bai Yuqing had taken 2 steps, he noticed Luo Bing, Luo Ya, and Alan's mother had all arrived, along with the great shaman and the singed-haired green. What on earth was happening? The great shaman, seeing Ling Yuyu's pale face cradled in Bai Yuqing's arms, mistakenly thought she had sustained a grave injury and immediately approached to examine her. Bai Yuqing stepped forward as well, allowing the great shaman to scrutinize Ling Yuyu more closely. What is wrong with her? He inquired after the great shaman had finished her examination. The great shaman's expression was somewhat peculiar as she glanced at Bai Yuqing after assessing Ling Yuyu. She is fine. It is simply the time for her to give birth. Upon hearing the great shaman's reassurances, Bai Yuqing initially felt a small sense of relief, but as the implications of her next words sank in, he realized he had exhaled too soon. What did you just say? Bai Yuqing nearly kissed Ling Yuyu in his excitement, but restrained himself, mindful of not startling the delicate female. The great shaman utilized her abilities on Ling Yuyu, and soon, she felt the sharp pains in her abdomen begin to subside, allowing her to think more clearly. What were you discussing just now? Ling Yuyu gestured for Bai Yuqing to set her down. She did not require being held at the moment, though Bai Yuqing hesitated to release the soft female from his grasp. He dared not defy her gaze and gently placed her on the ground. You are ready to bear young, little female, the great shaman remarked, a smile dancing in her eyes. She believed that after this cold season, their tribe would surely welcome several formidable little tigers. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback by the great shaman's words. She was 18 and had always been capable of bearing children. But no, she almost allowed the great shaman to lead her astray again. What does my ability to bear young have to do with you, great shaman? She had yet to confront the great shaman regarding the sweet beast honey from earlier, and now, the great shaman had taken the liberty of seeking her out. Noticing the change in Ling Yuyu's tone, Bai Yuqing looked on in confusion, while the great shaman's expression stiffened. Well, this does indeed not concern me. But you must consider our tribe leader, who is the most eligible bachelor in the tribe. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuqing's ears flushed crimson, but before he could respond, Ling Yuyu interjected, that is a matter between Bai Yuqing and me. Great shaman, you are overstepping your bounds. She then realized that the great shaman had been discreetly glancing at Bai Yuqing and suddenly recalled that he might not yet be aware of the situation regarding the sweet beast honey. Chapter 98. The mermaid wept, seeing the faint smile at the corner of the little female's lips. The great shaman felt a sense of foreboding and instantly transformed into a white wolf to flee. However, Bai Yuqing seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly morphing into a white tiger twice the size of the white wolf to pursue her. Why are you running, great shaman? The great white tiger pinned the little white wolf beneath its paw, rendering it momentarily immobile. Ling Yuyu approached, observing the pitiful wolf, and couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. The great shaman knew he had acted inappropriately. He uttered as Ling Yuyu angrily seized the wolf's ear, yanking it to reveal its large, floppy features. Although Bai Yuqing expressed a desire for the little female to caress him, it was not in this particular manner. Even from a distance, he could sense her fury. Recalling that she had been perfectly fine before he left for the hunt that morning, he gazed at her, perplexed. It was only when a considerable amount of white wolf fur littered the green grass that Ling Yuyu finally released her grip. For the sweet beast honey. You indeed are quite greedy, great shaman, expecting me to help you create something that can last for ages. The disheveled wolf's head felt utterly defeated upon hearing her words, realizing he was surely in for a reprimanding from Bai Yuqing. Naturally, Bai Yuqing did not disappoint. He swiftly swatted the white wolf away with a powerful paw, sending it crashing into a nearby tree before it finally came to a halt, leaving the great shaman with a plaintive howl. Bai Yuqing then transformed back into his human form and approached Ling Yuyu. Noticing her expression devoid of any emotion, he gently enveloped her in his embrace. It's all right. Little female, I have returned. I shall deal with him shortly to avenge you. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Ling Yuyu found herself yearning for his comfort. All right, but I wish to observe. Ling Yongyong had not yet calmed her anger. She wished to witness the great shaman receiving a beating. Upon seeing the small female, a smile finally graced her lips. Bai Yuqing immediately thumped his chest, declaring that he would bring the great shaman over right away, but it could not take place here. They needed to head to the arena. At that moment, the white wolf had just risen from beneath the tree, intending to seek out Hatchling to plead his case. Otherwise, given Bai Yuqing's strength, he would surely endure some pain, though he would not be severely injured. However, before the great shaman could escape the tribe, the white tiger came rushing over. The great shaman, feeling somewhat despondent, exclaimed, "Bai Yuqing, I am doing this for the good of the tribe. You cannot strike me." He had overheard Bai Yuqing state that in order to please the female, he intended to take him to the arena to perform the act of beating the white wolf. Yet, Yongyong was also a member of the tribe. One could not compel her to do anything in the name of the tribe, especially since she had already contributed significantly. After finishing his words, Bai Yuqing grasped the great shaman by the tail and began to drag him towards the arena. Hatchling and Lu coincidentally arrived as well, and, upon seeing the white tiger carrying a wolf, inquired with confusion, "What is happening? Is that not the great shaman of our dog tribe?" Bai Yuqing, of course, would not divulge that the great shaman had upset the small female. Instead, he concocted an excuse. The great shaman felt his strength was insufficient and thus challenged me, wishing to defeat me in the arena. After stating this, Bai Yuqing continued to carry the great shaman towards the arena. Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Hatchling could not help but scold Lu, saying, "Look at the great shaman. Now look at yourself. You ought to strive harder." Lu, who had just witnessed the entire affair and sought Hatchling to watch the spectacle, lamented that the fish in the sea knew the cries of the merfolk who came ashore. Chapter 99. The discolored leopard indeed. No one knew of Lu's tears, but he could see the sorrow of the white wolf. If fur could change color with the emotions within, the white wolf would be a vivid blue at this moment. Had he known that the small female would indeed hold a grudge, he would have refrained from such actions. The last time he had brought Xing back, Ling Yongyong had said nothing and even assisted in caring for the small snake, leading him to believe she would not be angry. However, it appeared that she was not devoid of anger. Rather, she was merely suppressing it. Bai Yuqing would certainly not hold back against the great shaman, but he would not inflict serious harm. After all, he was dedicated to the Dao tribe. Still, he felt that the great shaman seemed to be overwhelmed by the weight of his responsibilities. Ling Yuyu's willingness to contribute to the tribe is a desire born from her heart rather than an obligation imposed upon her. They do not embody Ling Yuyu. Hence, they possess no authority to demand her service. Coming from the realm of the beast god, she naturally possesses her own considerations. For instance, when she first encountered the injured lion moon, she refrained from intervening. Yet when Ming Shuang encountered complications during childbirth, Ling Yuyu stepped forward to safeguard them. Hatchling merely followed to observe, while the little mermaid, upon spotting Ling Yuyu, promptly rushed over to grasp her hand, inadvertently causing the tiger, still engaged in its scuffle, to lose control of its strength. In a swift motion, the white wolf was struck, eliciting a howl of pain, which caused Ling Yuyu to wince. However, the blow delivered to the grand shaman brought her immense satisfaction. Observing Ling Yuyu's delight, Bai Yuqing mistakenly attributed it to the little snake, which ignited his fury, causing his already fluffy fur to become even more unkempt. Once the grand shaman was dealt with, Bai Yuqing hurried down, feigning an intention to pass between Ling Yuyu and the little mermaid, only to separate them and position himself between the two. The little mermaid, who had initially worn a smile, instantly dissolved into wails of sorrow. Ling Yo-Yo heard the mermaid weeping and crossed over to observe her. While the great shaman atop the arena felt a profound weariness, he realized that none of these individuals had noticed his presence, despite his numerous sacrifices for the tribe. The current scene left him disheartened. With a mournful howl, he transformed into an orc, his face marred with bruises, and contemplated returning. Yet, before he could make it halfway, Loya came rushing toward him, cradling a pristine white leopard cub. The shaman instinctively sought to evade her, but his injured foot throbbed with pain, preventing him from moving swiftly. Consequently, he collided directly with Loya. "What brings you here, great shaman?" Loya asked sheepishly. She had intended to seek out Yo-Yo, as this path was typically devoid of others, allowing her to run briskly. To her surprise, the shaman had blocked her way. "Am I not allowed to be here?" he retorted, feeling the ache in his rear from the impact. It was audacious of this young female to question his presence. He raised his voice in indignation. "Why are you running so fast? Do you not see there are others about?" Loya touched her nose, realizing she had indeed been oblivious. However, Upon noticing the bruises on the shaman's face, she exclaimed, "Great shaman, are those injuries from the tribe leader?" Initially, Loya had planned to visit, but her little leopard had suddenly urged her to return home. Upon her return, she discovered a white leopard cub resting in her cave, while one of her own cubs was missing. Assuming her cub had been stolen and replaced, she was about to inquire when she heard the cub calling her mother. Upon hearing this, Luaya recognized it as her second cub and wondered why it had lost its color and beautiful spots. Thus, she hurried to find Ling Yo-Yo, fearing that any delay might endanger her little one. "I need to speak with Yo-Yo about something," she murmured, hesitant to reveal to the shaman that her cub-esque transformation was due to the shampoo Yo-Yo had given her. As the shaman and Luaya conversed, Bai Yuqing noticed Luaya approaching with the white leopard cub, having collided with the shaman along the way. "Luaya, did you not say you were going back to check?" Ling Yo-Yo said. The mermaid had already been soothed. Previously, he was merely upset that the foul tiger had pushed him away from his sister Yo-Yo. Had he been able to speak, he would have scolded that foul beast. Chapter 100. The White Leopard Cub. Upon hearing the leader's inquiry, Luaya instinctively concealed the little leopard cub behind her. She felt it best not to disclose the cub's discoloration to the gathering crowd. "And no, it's nothing," she stammered. Just then, the cub slipped from her grasp and scampered over to Ling Yo-Yo, sniffing curiously at the exquisitely delicate child. Eventually, it reluctantly withdrew its mouth from Yo-Yo's arm after some playful nudging. "This is our companion. You must not bite him," Ling Yo-Yo admonished, gently grasping the cub by the scruff of its neck to pull its head away. Initially, she intended to lift the cub off the ground but soon realized her own strength was overestimated. Merely prying open the cub's mouth proved a considerable challenge. "Is this your leopard cub?" Luo Bing observed the cub closely, recognizing it as leopard too. Upon hearing her sister's words, Leon nodded gravely, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, it has lost its color," she sobbed. "Could it be that it played too long with your little white tiger and thus changed?" At Luoya's nonsensical remark, Luo Bing's forehead twitched with irritation, and she promptly gave Luoya a light smack on the head. "What are you saying? Can't you see everyone is here?" Luo Bing chided. Realizing the crowd's presence, Luoya lowered her head and murmured, "I didn't mean to. It just lost its color." At this moment, Ling Yu also realized that something was amiss. She grasped the small leopard by its two front paws and pulled it closer to examine its condition. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yu discovered that it indeed resembled the leopard from the morning, yet it was perplexing how such a transformation could occur in such a short span of time. "What is happening?" Ling Yu inquired. Seeing that Yu had finally spoken, Luoya immediately pulled her aside. "I don't know why either, but the little leopard said it used the fragrant items you provided, and while washing, it turned white. If it weren't for the fact that this little leopard was her own offspring, La would have been tempted to use those items herself, perhaps hoping to transform her own fur. Fortunately, the little leopard was oblivious to his mother's unreliable thoughts. Instead, he was fixated on the scrutinizing gaze of the clan leader, cautiously shifting his attention to a nearby child. "It's not that," he thought, "but this child smells delightful. If not for my self-restraint, I would have pounced on him to give him a lick." Meanwhile, Luo Bing observed the drool on the ground and speculated that this leopard had inherited her sister's penchant for food, becoming immobilized in the presence of something delicious. "Close your mouth," she commanded, personally shutting the leopard's jaws and allowing the drool to drip away, lest a fish decide to take advantage of the situation. "Mew." The little leopard protested, while Bai Yuqing lifted him to inspect closely. "What happened? Why are you so white? You bear no resemblance to the grayish leopard Feng." In this beastly world, the concept of infidelity was virtually non-existent. Bai Yuqing merely pondered if the little leopard had been secretly given to Lia and Feng to raise. Before Bai Yuqing could unravel the mystery, Feng had just returned to the tribe and heard that his cub was in trouble. He immediately dashed over. The onlookers then witnessed the anxious leopard searching frantically around, failing to locate his offspring. Just as he was about to leave, the little leopard called out, successfully stopping him. However, rather than receiving his father's concern, he found himself overlooked once more. Feng felt he had heard the cries of the cub, but upon searching diligently, he found nothing. Soon after, he encountered Luoya and Ling Yu returning. Transforming into his beastman form, Feng approached Luoya. "Aya, do you know where our cub is?" Earlier, he had seen two cubs in the cave and later learned that Luoya had taken one out to observe. That little one had appeared quite anxious, prompting Feng to instinctively assume that something had gone awry with his child. Now, seeing no cub with Luoya, he genuinely feared that something had happened and felt an urgent need to find his offspring. Luoya pointed towards Bai Yuqing, saying, Look at that white leopard. Doesn't it resemble our second cub? After hearing Luoya's words, Feng stepped closer for a better look. Upon confirmation, he noted that apart from the color, it was virtually indistinguishable from his own young one. So, he has eaten the white kai fruit, Feng mused, now feeling relieved that he had found the little leopard and turned his attention back to Luoya. Upon hearing Feng mention the kai fruit, Luoya recalled the tree and thought there were no white kai fruits. Feng, however, expressed disbelief. Then how did he change color? I remember seeing a spotted leopard before I left, and now he has returned as a white one. It appeared that he must have always been a snow leopard. Through careful observation, Luoya discerned that Feng must possess some snow leopard genes, but due to neglect and grooming, his fur had become muddled, leading others to naturally perceive him as a spotted leopard rather than a snow leopard. Upon hearing the term snow leopard, Feng nodded, acknowledging the prowess of the beast god's messenger, realizing that even a name could be more melodious than he could have ever imagined. Would you like to wash your fur as well? Ling Yuyu suggested to Feng. Upon hearing this, Feng froze. He despised bathing. The sensation of wet fur during hunting on rainy days made him feel as though he were not wearing his beast's skin. No, it's unnecessary. I feel quite clean, he insisted, attempting to flee. However, Luoya, having lived with him long enough, quickly recognized his subtle movements. Clan leader, he wants to run, Luoya shouted. Just as Feng turned back, he caught the eye of his little female companion, reminiscent of his childhood when he too sought to escape his father's bathing rituals, only to be reported by her each time. Watching as the large leopard was held underwater for washing, Ling Yuyu felt an itch to join in and help clean the furry creatures. While Feng was submerged, mewing in protest, Bai Yuqing, initially reluctant to undertake this task, decided to lend a hand after hearing the little female suggest assisting Luoya with Feng's bath. Thus, he stepped forward to personally wash Feng, ultimately in the presence of all. The spotted leopard indeed transformed into a white one. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, with the greatest surprise emanating from the shaman, who was well aware of the snow leopards and snow wolves inhabiting the snowy mountains. He himself was a white wolf, having been separated from his biological parents during childhood and later discovered by a shaman in Beast King City, who taught him survival skills. His ascension to the role of shaman was due to his unique abilities, awakening a healing power upon reaching adulthood, which led him to become the great shaman of the Lake Tribe. Upon seeing the white leopard, the shaman felt an immediate kinship, akin to reuniting with family. However, before he could thoroughly observe, the now clean leopard was suddenly splashed back into the water by a white paw. There stood the impatient clan leader, and the shaman felt a profound camaraderie with Feng. Meanwhile, as Feng emerged from the water, Luoya beamed with joy, eager to see what her partner now looked like. Yet, before she could approach, Feng was shaking off his fur, inadvertently splattering Luoya, who had come too close. A few minutes later, Ling Yuyu captured a picture of the little leopard's discontented expression. What are you staring at? Hurry up and lie down, she commanded, as Luoya was drenched by Feng's shake. She unceremoniously instructed him to lie on the grass, his limbs splayed and tail curled around them, witnessing the pitiful sight of the leopard. Both Ling Yuyu and Luo Bing could not help but burst into laughter. Feng, feeling wronged, protested, I didn't want this either. It's because you came too close. Luoya squinted her eyes. Do you think it's my fault? The once defiant leopard now lay flat, feeling utterly defeated. Luoya playfully swatted his belly with the tail he had left on the ground. Feng ceased his struggles, wrapping his tail around Luoya's wrist, reminiscent of the furry creatures that would offer their bellies as an apology to their caretakers when they misbehaved. Seeing Feng's earnestness and making amends, Luoya decided to relent. Remembering the two remaining leopards at home, she wondered aloud, should we bring the other leopards over for a wash as well? Luoya's gaze fell upon Ling Yongyong, who believed that the jar in Yongyong's hand was indeed useful. Chapter 102, Cleansing the Wolf. Upon hearing that she could wash the leopard, Ling Yongyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could not wash the grand leopard, at least she could wash the little one. The mere thought filled her with joy, and she immediately decided to accompany Luoya in search of the small leopard for its bath. Luoya then turned to her sister. Sister, should we wash your big and small tigers as well? Upon hearing Luoya's suggestion to wash the tigers, Luo Bing hesitated. She recalled her mate carefully and realized that he was not a white tiger, but rather a yellow-striped one. Shaking her head, Luo Bing declined, stating that they did not need a wash, and she would wait by the river for them to bring the small leopard. Luoya and Ling Yongyong set off to find the small leopard. Meanwhile, Leopard Maple, who had been lying on the ground like a leopard pancake, suddenly felt invigorated and wanted to see how the small leopard would look after its wash. Just as he was about to leave, the urgent call of a small leopard halted him. His second cub was being lifted by the chief by the scruff of its neck, appearing quite pitiable in the air. Instinctively, Leopard Maple wanted to run, thinking that the chief, being so large, would not harm his cub. Fortunately, the small leopard immediately recognized its father's intention and began to meow urgently, wanting Bai Yuching to set it down quickly. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuching not only refused to let go but also beckoned Leopard Maple over. "You come here too." Bai Yuching's tone was rather flat. Yet Leopard Maple sensed the chief's low spirits. With his limited intellect, Leopard Maple pondered and concluded that he must not have offended the chief. What was this all about? The great shaman stepped forward to take the small leopard and then inquired, "Since we have noticed some beast men with unusual fur colors, why don't we have all the beast men from the tribe take a bath together?" Upon hearing this, the astute shaman quickly deduced Bai Yuching's intentions. It seemed that Ling Yongyong had just mentioned helping Leopard Maple wash, but had neglected to offer assistance to him. Hence, the somewhat petty tiger felt quite unsettled and decided to drag the entire tribe of beast men into the water. Meanwhile, Leopard Maple, who had already endured a wash, was elated. "All right, Chief, I will take responsibility for gathering those beast men." Just as Leopard Maple was about to leave, Bai Yuching quickly called him back. "Come back. When you go to find them, remember to say I have important matters to relay." "Understood." Leopard Maple cheerfully ran off. While the only other beastman present from the Great Lake tribe, the White Wolf Shaman, felt he should accompany Leopard Maple. "You all wash well. I will head back first. I just remembered I have some herbs to tend to." The shaman attempted to leave, but Bai Yuching would not allow the wolf to escape. He grabbed the shaman's tail and dragged him towards the water. The water was quite deep where they were, while the area where Ling Yongyong and Loya had gone was shallower, featuring a small platform at the shore for females to drink water when thirsty. Since the shaman had arrived, the chief naturally intended to personally ensure he was well washed. Bai Yuching unceremoniously tossed the white wolf into the water. Typically, the shaman did not need to hunt and therefore seldom got dirty, but due to not being cleaned for an extended period, his fur had lost its luster. In the Great Lake tribe, Bai Yuching boasted the most striking coat. His robust physique shone with health from regular hunts, making his fur exceptionally glossy and smooth, seemingly irresistible to touch. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound emanating from the shaman's mouth as he was thrown into the water indicated he was not particularly skilled at swimming. And with Bai Yuching having injured his foot, it wasn't long before he began to sink. Fortunately, Bai Yuching did not intend to let him drown, quickly pulling him back up and washing him with his tiger paws. As the beastmen began to gather, they were greeted with the astonishing sight of their chief washing the shaman's fur. Could it be that there was some unspoken relationship between the chief and the shaman? The single beastmen began to ponder what would happen if the chief and shaman were indeed involved. Would the young females then have no suitors? Did this mean they had a chance? However, Bai Yuching had no intention of allowing them much time to speculate about his young females. Once he confirmed that the white wolf was sufficiently clean, he hurled him towards the group of beastmen on the shore. Consequently, a few beastmen inadvertently transformed into their beast forms. Upon examining the group with a discerning eye, it was evident that apart from one pangolin, the fur of the other beastmen was riddled with tangles, and several bore dried blood on their claws. Chapter 103. What color do you like? Bai Yuching directly seized the two dirtiest bears from the group, noticing leaves entangled in their fur. He wondered how these beastmen could endure such filth. He thought to himself that if his own fur became dirty, unless he were out hunting, he would certainly clean it thoroughly. The two beastmen being dragged by Bai Yuching were still oblivious to the situation, simply staring blankly as they drew closer to the lake's surface. One of them, who despised water, immediately began to struggle to escape. Yet, this only resulted in Bai Yuching tossing him into the water, prompting the remaining beastman to follow suit. Ling Yuyu and Luoya brought the little leopard along, while Luo Bing stood by the shore, observing as the two of them tossed the little leopard into the water. Initially, the little leopard struggled to swim, bubbling and floundering. Fortunately, it eventually managed to paddle its way back to the surface using its claws. The little snake also arrived, intending to share its new name with Ling Yuyu, only to discover the others frolicking in the water. Being a water-loving little snake, it naturally joined in. With a swift motion, Zi watched as her little black snake entered the water. At first, she worried it might frighten Ling Yuyu and Luoya. However, upon seeing Luoya grasp the little black snake to fashion a black scarf for the little leopard, she realized her fears were unfounded. Meanwhile, the little black snake was having the time of its life. Ling Yuyu took a moment to gently clean the scales of the little snake, clearly treating it as an ordinary young creature. Both Z and Heezy were aware that the serpent clan was generally not favored by female beast men, typically. Only females who had grown up alongside the serpent clan would not feel fear when choosing a partner. Evidently, Ling Yuyu and Luoya were among those rare exceptions. After they had thoroughly washed the little snake and the small leopard, Ling Yuyu lifted the impeccably clean snow leopard, intending to carry it ashore. Just then, a heart-rending scream echoed from downstream, piercing the heavens and stirring the souls. Ling Yoyo and Luo Bing both turned their gazes towards the sound, while Luoya discerned the familiar roar of the tiger from the Luo Bing family. Luo Bing, too, recognized it and squinted in the direction of the sound, only to discover that the tiger, which had been standing there foolishly moments ago, was now in the middle of the lake. Meanwhile, another white tiger was attacking the hapless yellow striped tiger. The earlier cry had indeed been emitted when the striped tiger was kicked into the water. Presently, the tiger roared in a manner reminiscent of a frightened cat. Upon seeing Bai Yuqing approaching, the tiger began to feign bravado, clearly disliking baths just like Leopard Maple. If it had known that Bai Yuqing had summoned it for a bath, the tiger would have resolutely refused to comply, preferring instead to venture out for a hunt. Ultimately, the tiger was thoroughly cleaned, with Leopard Maple even having to pull it from the water. The tiger felt as though its fur was nearly being yanked off by the beastmen. Amused by the disheartened tiger, Luo Bing approached and playfully kicked its plump leg, chiding it not to lie on the ground and dirty its fur, lest the clan leader summon the beastmen to wash it again. Upon hearing Luo Bing's words, the tiger quickly sought a secluded spot to shake off the water, transforming into a beast man before scampering back to Luo Bing, seeking closeness. Displeased by the warmth emanating from him, Luo Bing pushed him away, to which the tiger responded with a look of grievance, reluctant to leave. Luo Bing suggested he bring the little white tiger over for a bath. Upon hearing the prospect of tricking his offspring, the tiger dashed away in a flash. That evening, nearly all the beastmen of the Great Lake tribe took a bath, while the snake tribe, naturally fond of water, and the merfolk, who resided in it, found no such necessity. As night fell, bonfires ignited within the Great Lake tribe, with an array of prey being cut and roasted. Finally, everyone savored the cumin and colorful roasted meat, and as they feasted, the once distinctly colored furry beasts and snakes transformed into a rainbow of hues. Only Ling Yoyo remained unchanged, pondering the reason, likely due to her prior consumption of spicy peppers. While enjoying the roasted meat, Ling Yoyo observed the little white tiger frolicking around and then glanced at the tiger that trailed Luo Bing like a devoted spouse, her heart filled with curiosity. She approached Bai Yuqing and quietly asked, "Since Tiger Roar is a striped tiger, why does the little cub resemble you in color?" Bai Yuqing found the young female's question somewhat perplexing. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to speak the truth. Tiger Roar's father is indeed a striped tiger, but his uncle is a white tiger. Perhaps the little cub simply favors a color similar to mine. Ling Yuyu found Bai Yuqing's explanation rather far-fetched. In Chapter 104, Can Snakes Eat Spicy Food? The little snake finally recalled what it had intended to convey during its previous visit to Ling Yuyu. "Sister Yuyu, I have a name now," the little snake exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with joy. Had it not been for the absence of its tail, it would have undoubtedly begun to wiggle with excitement. "What is your new name?" Ling Yuyu inquired, gently patting its head. Before the little snake could respond, Ji, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Her own offspring had never shown her such affection and even refused her touch, claiming it would hinder its growth. He-Eyes, aware of his mate's feelings, believed it prudent to keep the female away from the male offspring. He found a measure of satisfaction in observing the furious expression on the face of the female leader of the Great Lake tribe, who was clearly frustrated yet unable to voice her displeasure. The white tiger and the white wolf had caused considerable losses to their snake clan, depleting their supply of beast skins to an alarming extent. Upon noticing the spectacle in which He-Eyes was immersed, Bai Yuqing felt a surge of irritation. He stepped forward, scooping up the little snake and effectively separating it from Ling Yuyu's hand. He then brought the little creature closer to the warmth of the fire. "Let us not stand idly by. Let us eat while we converse." With that, he offered a skewer of roasted meat seasoned with chili to He-Eyes, inviting him to sample its flavor. Faced with the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat, He-Eyes instinctively questioned Bai Yuqing's benevolence, suspecting ulterior motives. However, upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss with the meat. Meanwhile, Ji had already settled beside the little female and began to enjoy a skewer of roasted meat that had been handed to her, praising its deliciousness. "I have never tasted such delectable grilled meat," she exclaimed. Having quickly finished her skewer, He-Eyes followed suit, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. Yet, after just one bite, he transformed into a massive black serpent and swiftly darted toward the water's edge. Witnessing this, Ling Yu noticed the skewers scattered on the ground, heavily coated with chili. She recalled that she had prepared the intensely spicy meat for herself, as she had a penchant for spicy food. Previously, she had dined on mildly spicy dishes with her furry companions and found it unsatisfactory, prompting her to add extra chili. Little did she know that Bai Yuqing had offered it to the leader of the snake clan. It seemed the spice had proven too much. Concerned for his eyes, Ling Yu looked to Bai Yuqing, who waved her off, reassuring her to sit down and not worry. The leader of the snake clan is the mightiest beastman of his time. How could he be bested by mere grilled meat? She chimed in, attempting to soothe Ling Yu. It's nothing to fret over, little female. He is likely cooling off in the water. I will prepare a few skewers of meat without that spicy seasoning for him. Ji, uncertain of the names of the dark and colorful ingredients, could only vaguely refer to them. Ling Yu noticed that she could no longer see the black snake from her position, so she decided to sit down as well. Dismissing thoughts about whether snakes could handle spicy food. Instead, she continued to prepare another batch of extremely spicy skewers for herself. Upon witnessing Ling Yu create such a fiery dish, Z, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Yu, can you really eat that? Won't you end up like the black snake, rushing out due to the spiciness? In response to Z's concern, Ling Yu confidently assured, no need to worry. I have a remarkable tolerance for spicy food. It was true that during her grandfather's time, they maintained a rather bland diet for health reasons, allowing her only occasional indulgences. Now that she finally had the chance to feast freely, how could Ling Yu possibly forego such a splendid opportunity? She was determined to relish every bite. However, Bai Yuqing observed Ling Yu's skewers with apprehension, fearing for her well-being. While he himself found the colorful fruits quite spicy, he hadn't consumed as much as the black snake, so he didn't feel the need to rush for water. Yet, he was concerned that the little female might face unexpected consequences. Yu, let us take it slow and not add too many colorful fruits at once, he suggested, gently removing the seasonings from her grasp and encouraging her to nibble on some cooling fruit instead. Chapter 105. The Little Black Leopard. The next morning, before Ling Yu had fully awakened, she was greeted by the ethereal voice of Guiduo, as if it had emerged from a dream. The previous night, while enjoying her skewers, she had indulged a bit too much and found herself suffering from an upset stomach in the middle of the night. She solemnly vowed that next time she savored hot skewers, she would refrain from consuming them alongside raw fruits. Ling Yu had hardly slept well that night, and it wasn't until Guiduo came to seek her out that she stirred from her slumber. However, she had no desire to rise. Upon seeing Guiduo's face, she rubbed her eyes and, pulling the animal hide over herself, resolved to continue her sleep. Oh, how delightful it felt to be enveloped in the soft, furry hide. She almost believed she was being sealed within her bed. Yet, it wasn't long before Guiduo's persistent nudging broke through her dreams. Wake up, Yu. There's a leopard here to see you. Guiduo tugged at Ling Yu's hide, but Ling Yu nearly rolled over, clinging to the hide as if it were her lifeline, which elicited laughter from Guiduo. Bai Yuqing had also returned to find Ling Yu. During his morning hunt, he had spotted several black leopards lingering at the entrance of their tribe. He recalled that Yu had previously mentioned trading with the leopard clan and that they would likely come to seek her out. However, Bai Yuqing had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. It seemed they had barely entered their own territory before darting over. After giving a brief explanation to Hu Shao to take the beastmen hunting, he returned, determined to ensure that Yu would not be mistreated. Hu Shao nodded, acutely aware of his fur, fearful that he might accidentally dirty it and be forced into the water for a bath. Observing the meticulousness of the striped tiger, a bear beast who usually loved to play with Hu Shao suddenly pounced on him, rolling him around on the ground. By the time Hu Shao realized what was happening, the other beastmen had already dashed off to their usual hunting grounds, their laughter echoing in his ears. Frustrated, Hu Shao's tail stood straight. Little did they know how hard it was to keep his fur clean. Moreover, his female companion was quite fond of his pristine appearance. She had insisted on cuddling with him all night. In Hu Shao's opinion, it would have been even better if she preferred to embrace his human form instead. While the beastmen ventured out to hunt, Bai Yuqing, alongside Guiduo, attempted to rouse Ling Yu from her slumber. Bai Yuqing was aware of her discomfort from the previous night, so he had deliberately let her sleep in that morning. However, with the approaching negotiation with the leopard clan, it was evident that Ling Yu possessed the most expertise in handling such matters within their tribe, as evidenced by her ability to trade 3 ceramic jars from the mole. Yu, please wake up. The Black Leopard clan has arrived, Bai Yuqing whispered in her ear. At that moment, Ling Yu was lost in a deep slumber, indifferent to the presence of any leopards. So what if they have come? Let me sleep, she murmured, rolling deeper into her hide. With her physiological cycle and disrupted nighttime routine, it was indeed a miracle that she managed to awaken at all. She recalled the last time she had to explain to a pure white tiger what a physiological cycle was, and how it had evolved into a lengthy discussion that only ended when she lost her patience. But they have brought a little black leopard. Bai Yuqing, familiar with Ling Yu's preferences after spending so much time together, knew precisely what intrigued her. Their tribe possessed white leopards, but none were black. The moment she heard Bai Yuqing mention the black leopard, her drowsiness evaporated, and she lifted her head, searching for the elusive little black leopard. Instead, she stumbled upon a large white tiger with a black face. Yu, aren't you tired? Bai Yuqing thought he might just wither from jealousy. What was so captivating about a little black leopard? After all, he was a remarkably clean white tiger. Did he not have the tribe's interests to consider? Ling Yu nudged Bai Yuqing's waist, urging him to leave quickly, as she too needed to rise. At that moment, she was clad in the garments she had brought with her, and she intended to don her animal hide before stepping outside. As she changed her attire, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Once so fair, she now found herself with a sun-kissed complexion, though she still held a shade lighter than the native females. Noticing that Ling Yu had indeed risen, Bai Yuqing refrained from calling her again and set off with Guo to meet the leopard clan. This time, for pure black leopards had arrived first, accompanied by 2 females and a female cub. As for the little black leopards, Bai Yuqing scoffed. Even if they brought them, he would demand that the leopard clan return with all of them. Bai, the stingy tiger, thought to himself. Chapter 106, Deceived? By the time Ling Yu arrived, it was no longer early morning but rather a late morning. She held a large fruit resembling an apple, crunching down on it with gusto. She scanned the unfamiliar beast men but found no sign of the black leopard. However, given the atmosphere, she felt it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. Instead, she approached Bai Yuqing, listening to their discussions about the exchange. Ling Yu felt like an outsider, believing it best not to involve herself too deeply. Yet, as she leaned closer to Bai Yuqing, she noticed that all eyes had suddenly turned toward her. Ling Yu touched her nose and took a step back, intending to claim she had forgotten something in the cave. At that moment, the mischievous shaman, who often played tricks on her, dashed in front of her, blocking her path to retreat. Ling Yu. Very well, she understands now. This is simply a ruse to lure her over with the little black panther to assist them. Humph. Casting an annoyed glance at Bai Yuqing, Ling Yu felt quite discontent. It was one thing for the Grand Shaman to deceive her, but for Bai Yuqing to do so as well was intolerable. Bai Yuqing rubbed his nose, brushing aside the Grand Shaman to prevent him from obstructing the little female, and then inquired of the 4 black panthers. Is there another little black panther among your group this time? The 4 panthers, puzzled yet compliant, nodded affirmatively, confirming that indeed there was one little black panther, albeit yet unborn. Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's question, Ling Yu found herself not wanting to flee but rather lowered her gaze, searching for a hole in the ground to burrow into. It was truly mortifying. How could Bai Yuqing ask such a thing so directly? Where could she hide her face? In this beastly world, a little leopard was akin to a young boy, and she felt no different from those eccentric ants in modern times, coveting someone else's young offspring. However, she mused that if she could play with a little leopard, it might not be so bad after all. Noticing Ling Yu's eager demeanor, Bai Yuqing pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Look no further. The little leopard is still behind, and hasn't he arrived yet?" Upon hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Ling Yu finally ceased her search for the black leopard in the trees and shifted her attention to the beast man in front of her. Previously, she had discussed with Leopard Chung the possibility of exchanging salt and beast milk powder. What do you think about that? The beast men, upon hearing that this tribe could trade salt, were initially intrigued, but then recalled that the salt from the Great Lake tribe was obtained through exchanges with the merfolk, leading them to prioritize the exchange for beast milk powder instead. We are here to trade for beast milk powder. I would like to inquire how you intend to facilitate this exchange, little female. Leopard Han stepped forward to converse with Ling Yu. Although Bai Yuqing felt a twinge of displeasure, he did not intervene, recognizing that Yu was exceptionally talented, surpassing even the Grand Shaman in this regard. Thus, he had no choice but to present Ling Yu to others. Moreover, the thought that such an extraordinary Yu was his partner filled him with immense joy. Previously, We discussed that one piece of beast hide could be exchanged for 6 jars of salt. If we are now to consider beast milk powder, it would only amount to 4 jars. Ling Yuyu gestured with her hand to signify 4. Leopard Han appeared taken aback by the high value of the beast milk powder. Having previously received half a jar from the little female with ease, he had assumed it would be a simple trade, only to discover that it required such a substantial amount of beast hides. Ling Yuyu initially intended for the exchange rate of the beast milk powder to be equivalent to that of sweet beast honey, 2 cans of beast milk powder for a piece of fox fur. However, reflecting upon the plight of the children in the beast world, she reconsidered. If she set the price too high, it might render the milk powder unaffordable for some beast men, potentially leading to the tragic fate of their offspring. Having witnessed numerous heart-wrenching separations, she believed her heart had hardened sufficiently. Yet, when it came to those newly born souls who had yet to lay eyes upon this world, her heart softened. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the true significance of her presence here. The beast milk powder was not any easier to procure than the sweet beast honey. Furthermore, since the leopard tribe had ventured to the Great Lake tribe, they must be aware of the milk powder's value, thus eliminating the need for subterfuge. It was best to speak plainly. Upon hearing the young female's words, Leopard Han recalled the sweet beast honey previously exchanged with the bear tribe and suddenly found the price of the young female's beast milk powder to be less exorbitant than he had initially perceived. Chapter 107. Another task for her? Hongya, along with Leopard Jie and another female accompanied by her beast man, was en route. To accommodate the needs of the female and her cub, they did not rush as Leopard Han and his companions did. However, by mid-afternoon, they were nearing the territory of the Great Lake tribe. While out hunting, Hu Xiao bore a Tatar beast upon his shoulders, followed closely by a bear beast also carrying a Tatar beast. The other beastmen maintained a vigilant watch to prevent any predators from ambushing them on their return. This was how Leopard Jie and his group encountered them. Hu Xiao, his vibrant tiger skin stained with blood, recalled that their tribe had previously suffered a salt shortage. Beastmen had to drink the blood of their prey before bringing it back to the tribe, but now, with an ample supply of salt, they no longer needed to resort to such measures. Upon meeting Leopard Jie and his companions, Hu Xiao's powerful frame shook as he shook off the Tatar beast and obstructed their path, questioning their intentions. His gaze swept from the 2 black leopards to the 2 females. However, before he could scrutinize them further, the bear behind him nudged him, urging him to cease staring, as they were there to find the young female. Previously, the black bear had missed out on the leopard tribe's silver fish, but he had heard of the young female's conversation with the chieftain, wherein it was agreed that the leopard tribe would offer them silver fish and would return to the Great Lake tribe to exchange for provisions. Hu Xiao wanted to say more, but at that moment, one of the females clinging to the black leopard suddenly cried out, clutching her belly. To Hu Xiao's astonishment, the 2 black leopards disregarded him entirely and sprinted past. He longed to call out and halt them, but he quickly realized that the female in distress was clearly about to give birth, making their haste understandable. Shouldering the Tatar beast once more, Hu Xiao and the bear beast hastened back towards the tribe. Ling Yuyu found herself unable to take her afternoon nap once more, as a female was about to give birth. In the past, such matters would typically be entrusted to the great shaman in the Great Lake tribe. However, after the last time he assisted Ming Shuang, this responsibility had fallen upon her shoulders, leaving Ling Yuyu feeling quite troubled. Reluctantly following the great shaman to the entrance of the tribe, she beheld the female with a notably protruding belly, clearly indicating that she was carrying more than one offspring. At that moment, Ling Yuyu cast aside her earlier concerns about her interrupted rest and grasped Bai Yuqing's hand, urging him to swiftly find someone to assist in transporting the female to the cave. Bai Yuqing, of course, complied without hesitation, and the female's beastman partner accompanied her as well. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's request, he promptly took charge, carrying the small female towards the cave that Bai Yuqing had indicated. Ling Yuyu also followed suit, instructing the orc to fetch some hot water and warm milk from the Momo beasts. Recently, the tribe had been blessed with an abundance of beast milk, far exceeding the consumption capacity of the young females. Consequently, a portion of this milk was transformed into powdered form, while the remainder was reserved for Ling Yuyu and the young females to drink. Ling Yuyu was also entitled to her share, a decision made specifically by the great shaman, though she remained unaware of this. The great shaman believed that in the realm where the beast god's emissary resided, they would certainly not lack for beast milk and an array of sweet delicacies. What Ling Yuyu had just proposed was to set aside her portion for this female to consume. In this place, there were neither ginseng nor other life-sustaining substances available. leaving them with no choice but to allow the female to drink something easily absorbed, thus preventing exhaustion during labor. She placed her hand gently on the female's abdomen, quickly discerning that the offspring within were huddled closely together, indicative of a multiple pregnancy. This presented a complication, as it was customary for doctors to recommend a cesarean section at this stage. Ling Yuyu felt that she might be unable to save her. Just as she was about to suggest that the great sorcerer give it a try, she heard the great sorcerer's soft reminder from behind her that this female was carrying 3 little black panthers and 1 female cub within her. Ling Yuyu. So this is her little black panther and the mother panther? However, Before Ling Yuyu could finish her words, the shaman's hand hovered over the forehead of the female. In that moment, Ling Yuyu witnessed the seemingly lifeless female spring back to life. Is it time now? Perhaps due to exerting her powers to save the female moments ago, the shaman appeared somewhat drained, her voice lacking the strength it had moments before, and she seemed to have lost some of her vigor. Noticing that the female could now open her eyes to gaze at her with those glistening eyes, Ling Yuyu was momentarily reminded of a little rabbit she had once cared for. At this moment, Ling Yuyu nodded, indicating her readiness. Just moments ago, the female had been on the verge of death, and now she had revived, making it a perfect opportunity to adjust the position of the young ones within her womb. Chapter 108. Is this a paranormal incident? As soon as her hand made contact with the female's abdomen, the female surprisingly spoke. I know you. Ling Yuyu froze, thinking to herself that perhaps she had mistaken her identity, for she hailed from the distant eastern wind continent, regrettably not a divine dragon. Fortunately, after uttering that statement, the female fell silent, leading Ling Yuyu to surmise that she must have realized her error. Thus, she began to patiently adjust the position of the unborn. Ling Yuyu speculated that there were 3 leopard cubs together, with 1 little female accompanying them. However, she could not help but marvel at the scene, particularly at the display of prowess the great shaman had just exhibited. If such a feat were to occur in modern times, it would be akin to a resurrection. Yet unfortunately, in this beastly world, it merely served to prolong the lives of the beast men, delaying their demise rather than preventing it altogether. Previously, during Ming Shuang's ordeal, the great shaman had made an effort but was ultimately unable to save her. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. This time, one could not help but wonder if the great shaman had even made an attempt before her arrival. Had he been privy to her thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. After all, he had merely arrived a step ahead of Ling Yuyu, yet had not fully grasped the condition of the female before she followed him. After adjusting the positions of the little leopards, the burden now lay solely on the female to strive on her own. Noticing that she seemed inclined to sleep, Ling Yuyu gently roused her, urging her to remain awake, instructing her to exert herself when the moment came. Her soft, soothing voice was somewhat familiar to Ling Yuyu, but before she could ponder this further, she needed to keep a watchful eye on the situation. The cub was proving difficult to deliver, unlike the last time when Ming Shuang had summoned her. This little female's cervix had yet to open, necessitating a period of waiting. Thus, she waited until the following morning, by which time her eyes felt as if they were filled with twinkling stars, and finally, the female was able to commence the birthing process. A series of escalating cries of anguish escaped the female's lips, and merely listening made Ling Yuyu wince in empathy. It was unfortunate that she was carrying 4 cubs, one of which was a female, and this little one was even larger than the 3 leopard cubs combined. She endeavored to soothe the female's distress, and the first to emerge was the sole little female. Ling Yuyu carefully cradled the newborn, still wrapped in its amniotic sac, and handed it to Luo Bing, who was assisting her from behind. Ling Yuyu continued to aid in the delivery of the adorable leopard cubs. Ultimately, with her assistance, all 5, mother and cubs, were safely born. Observing the female's serene expression in slumber, Ling Yuyu couldn't help but reflect that this female did not resemble the indigenous inhabitants of this beastly realm. She did not delve deeper into this thought and instead instructed the beastmen to fetch some beast milk powder for the little female, for she was ready to return and get some much-needed rest. Ling Yuyu staggered back to the cave, her steps unsteady. With a soft thud, she collapsed face down into her fur blanket, only to kick it off moments later, overwhelmed by the heat. She felt that she could not endure it for long. Upon waking, she planned to ask Green to make some ice to cool down. As the afternoon faded into evening, the newly delivered female slowly regained consciousness. Her name was Gu Jingyu, and she had once encountered Ling Yuyu in her childhood. It was Ling Yuyu's parents who had saved her life. She had not been compelled to come here, but had chosen to do so of her own volition. The world she had once known was filled with malevolence, and rather than succumb to despair in that bleak existence, she believed it better to seek a new place, where she could bring a touch of sunshine to the lives of others. In the afternoon, Ling Yuyu had rested sufficiently and promptly sought out the female. Upon her arrival at the entrance of the cave where the female resided, she heard the gentle inquiries emanating from within, asking where she had gone. Following this, a deep male voice instructed the female that she would arrive shortly, suggesting that she should rest for the time being. The female had mentioned earlier that she intended to return to sleep, potentially emerging later in the evening for a meal. Upon hearing the beastman's words, the female chose not to pursue her questions any further. Ling Yuyu, unable to remain in the cave any longer, deliberately made some noise to announce her arrival. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu, the female attempted to rise from her position on the animal hide to utter a few words. Ling Yongyong hurriedly gestured for her to calm down, instructing her to remain seated. Upon hearing Ling Yongyong's words, the young female indeed ceased her earlier agitation and quietly observed Ling Yongyong. Finally, she uttered a simple phrase, "It's been a long time." Ling Yuyu. Ling Yuyu expressed that if it weren't for the sun still lingering in the sky, she might have thought she had wandered into some frightful place. Chapter 109. Make a wish, transform into fluffiness. Once the others had departed, Ling Yuyu approached the female and took a seat upon the animal hide, slowly speaking, "What is it you wish to discuss?" If possible, she truly wished to plead, "Please, do refrain from mentioning how long it has been since we last met. It nearly drove me to flee just moments ago. Have you forgotten the girl who once offered you candies?" Gu Jingyu inquired. Ling Yuyu carefully recalled, as if a fragment of memory between two girls surfaced in her mind. "Are you that girl?" Ling Yuyu felt a sense of unreality. Yet, Gu Jingyu nodded. "I am she, though I never expected you to arrive here as well." Gu Jingyan had met Ling Yuyu when she was very young. At that time, she was merely a frail little girl on the brink of death due to a terminal illness. Her parents, knowing she was destined to depart this world before them, had withdrawn their affection, attending only to her financial needs. Fortunately, she encountered Ling Yuyu's parents, a truly remarkable couple of doctors, who offered her a semblance of familial love, alleviating her despair before her demise. However, as she felt the essence of life gradually ebbing away, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind, asking whether she wished to journey to a place that genuinely needed her. Upon hearing the girl's reminiscence, Ling Yuyu fell into deep contemplation, astonished by the extraordinary nature of such an experience. She recalled that when she first met that little girl, she was merely 13 herself, and that child within her. Ling Yongyong dared not imagine that if this were to happen to her, it would constitute a crime. Noticing Ling Yongyong lost in thought, Gu Jingyu surmised that she must be contemplating her own age. She covered her mouth with a soft laugh, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am nearly 21 now." Ling Yuyu felt a sense of disbelief. How could it be that someone who was once younger than her had now become older? "Are you familiar with the beast god?" she inquired. Ling Yoyo nodded in acknowledgement, yet she harbored a lingering doubt about the existence of a true beast god. "I had once engaged in a pact with him. He bestowed upon me a new lease on life, enabling me to acclimatize to this realm, while my obligation was to assist the beastmen in wielding fire. Our original agreement stipulated that upon the completion of my tasks here, I would be allowed to return to my former world, reappearing at the precise moment of my arrival. Yet I would live out the remainder of my days free from affliction." Upon hearing such favorable terms, Ling Yoyo found them rather appealing. Indeed, this beast god exhibited a commendable sense of fairness. "Then why have you not returned?" she queried, perplexed. If she were in the same position, she mused that she might choose not to go back, for neither world held her in its thoughts, and this side boasted the delightful company of oversized, furry creatures. Upon hearing Ling Yoyo's words, Gu Jingyu cast a tender gaze upon the little leopards that were climbing onto her sister. Suddenly, Ling Yoyo, a solitary soul, grasped the reality. It was because she felt unworthy. Seizing the nearest little leopard, she nestled it in her arms, stroking its soft fur with fervor. The newborn leopard's body was delightfully pliable, and its fluffy coat offered an exquisite sensation. If one were to compare, it might rival the softness of Bai Yucheng's belly fur. Its tiny nose and paws were a charming pink, inviting gentle caresses, yet Ling Yoyo remained mindful of moderation, alternating between the little creatures to ensure that all received equal affection. As she observed Ling Yoyo's eyes squinting in bliss while petting the leopards, Gu Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle before addressing the matter that had brought her here. "Originally, your parents had shown me kindness, so when your home caught fire, I utilized one wish to save you. Now, you have rescued us in turn, and I still possess one wish promised by the beast god. Do you wish to return now?" Ling Yuyu was still perplexed by the incident of the house fire when she heard the question of whether she should return home. Instinctively, she rejected the suggestion almost without thought. Then, as if a thought struck her, she wondered if it could enhance her physical abilities. Ideally, she wished to transform into a creature akin to a beast man. If that were possible, she fancied becoming a magnificent white tiger. Gu Jingyu smiled faintly, realizing how amusing it was that the aloof sister she had encountered years ago had grown into such a playful individual. While a complete transformation into a beast form was unattainable, her body could gradually evolve, the extent of which would depend on her own capabilities. Gu Jingyu silently granted her final wish and then expressed her fatigue, seeking rest. Upon learning these revelations, Ling Yuyu felt a sense of enchantment. Gu Jingyu had previously mentioned having 3 wishes, of which 2 had been used. Suddenly feeling indebted to Gu Jingyu, Ling Yuyu resolved to take charge of their meals moving forward. Chapter 110. The Pitiful Great Witch. What do you have in your hands? As Ling Yuyu entered the cave, clutching a large piece of animal hide, which appeared to be bulging and seemed to contain something moving, Bai Yuqing noticed a small black tail protruding from the hide. He promptly tugged at it. A plaintive mewl from the little leopard followed, which earned him a glare from Ling Yuyu, clearly indicating that he had hurt the creature. Receiving Ling Yuyu's stern look, Bai Yuqing rubbed his nose, acutely aware of his precarious standing in her eyes. He hastily resolved to urge the leopard clan to return the little leopards. 1 would have been tolerable, but 3 felt excessive, especially since they would need to be fed and cared for by the Great Lake tribe. In that moment, Bai Yuqing resembled a jealous white tiger, entirely overlooking the offerings brought by the leopard clan and the goods they were to exchange with the Great Lake tribe. The little leopards, sensing the tension outside through the hide, began to mewl loudly, one after another. Ling Yuyu believed they were merely hungry, and immediately abandoned her intention to share the discovery of a bamboo similar to that of the rolling clan, known as Bai Yuqing. Left alone, Bai Yuqing, beautiful in the wind, turned toward the Grand Witch's cave, feeling he could not remain idle and must seek the Grand Witch for advice. The Grand Witch was indulging in roasted fish, a small silver fish gifted by the leopard clan. As the tribe's Grand Witch, he was fortunate enough to have received a small silver fish, sparing him the embarrassment of having his meal snatched by a female should he encounter one during the evening. Thus, he resolved to secretly roast the fish while everyone else was busy. However, he did not anticipate that Bai Yuqing, who usually hunted or distributed prey at this hour, would suddenly visit him today. Grand Witch? Upon seeing the Grand Witch with his back turned, seemingly preoccupied with something and murmuring the name of a female, Bai Yuqing felt a twinge of curiosity. The Grand Witch was so absorbed that he failed to notice Bai Yuqing's approach until he called out softly. Startled, the Grand Witch nearly dropped his perfectly roasted fish. He had just been contemplating the cumin and fruit powders Ling Yuyu had prepared last time, which indeed enhanced the aroma of the fish. Bai Yuqing's nose twitched as he quickly identified the source of the delightful scent emanating from the Grand Witch's hands. Perplexed as to why the Grand Witch was roasting fish in the afternoon, he barely had time to ponder before the Grand Witch leaned in closer to the fish. In a swift motion, Bai Yuqing snatched the fish away, preventing the Grand Witch from taking a bite. "Why are you so eager?" he questioned, holding the fish at a distance. The Grand Witch was nearly incensed, exclaiming, "That is my fish. Return it to me." He was on the verge of transforming into a white wolf to reclaim his meal. "I understand, it is merely a roasted fish. But why must you consume it in secret?" Bai Yuqing reflected that he had never been stingy with the Grand Witch before. Yet the sight of the Grand Witch secretly savoring the fish in his cave struck him as rather pitiable. Exasperated, the Grand Witch thought, "Is this merely a roasted fish?" It is, in fact, the most delectable and plump small silver fish, of which only 10 exist in the entire Great Lake tribe. A portion must be reserved for the pregnant and nursing females, while the remainder is for the young females. I, as the Grand Witch, have this fish solely due to my esteemed position within the tribe. Given Bai Yuqing's tone, the Grand Witch suspected that if he did not reclaim the fish, Bai Yuqing might suggest giving the small silver fish away in exchange for some common lake fish. The Grand Witch's exasperation was evident, yet Bai Yuqing was merely teasing him, having no true intention of taking his fish. After returning the fish to the Grand Witch, Bai Yuqing posed a question that had been on his mind. When will those leopards return? The Grand Witch paused, recalling that Bai Yuqing had previously deceived Ling Yuyu into believing there were small leopards. This had prompted Ling Yuyu to engage with the leopard clan. And given that only 3 small leopards had been born, was Bai Yuqing feeling jealous? "That is a question for the leopard clan, not for me," replied the Grand Witch, savoring the fish with oil glistening on his lips. Were it not for the fact that Bai Yuqing was his leader, he might have remained silent. Bai Yuqing squinted, his gaze fixed on the roasted fish. Stop, do not speak. Let me finish eating first, and then I shall devise a plan. The Grand Witch, feeling disgruntled at being commanded by Bai Yuqing, hastened his pace in consuming the fish. Bai Yuqing, unwilling to let the Grand Witch finish before formulating a plan, seized the half-eaten fish and stood before him, insisting, think first and eat later. There will be no one to snatch it away. The Grand Witch mused that although no one else might claim it, Bai Yuqing was hardly inconsequential. Ultimately, they sat beneath a tree together, with the Grand Witch doubting he could come up with a solution. Why not return and take a look? If they are large leopards the size of young cubs, sending them back would be fine, but these are merely newborns. They would likely perish en route. Bai Yuqing scoffed, shaking the roasted fish in his hand. The Grand Witch, at a loss for words, continued, Did you not mention finding the bamboo that Ling Yuyu desired? Did you not inform her? Bai Yuqing suddenly realized he had not, as Ling Yuyu had been too preoccupied to listen. Have Luoya escort the small leopards back to their mother. Let the Black Leopard clan's beastmen keep a closer eye on their own, ensuring they do not leave their offspring to be cared for by other females. Then, you can tell her that you intend to take Ling Yuyu to see the bamboo. Before the Grand Witch could finish his sentence, Bai Yuqing returned the fish to him and dashed away, convinced that this plan was indeed feasible. The priority was now to ensure that Luoya took the troublesome leopards out of his cave. The Tiger King's cave was no place for others to slumber, with the exception of his mate. Suddenly tasked with this responsibility, Luoya appeared bewildered, but complied with the leader's wishes to return the small leopards to their mother. Ling Yuyu felt a sudden sense of idleness as she watched the little leopard being taken away. Her thoughts drifted to the few birds she had been nurturing recently. As she needed to leave, she entrusted her avian companions to the care of the elder beastman in the tribe. It was a fortuitous moment to visit them now. This elder, a member of the avian clan, had been abandoned by his original tribe due to an injury to his wings, which led him to the Great Lake tribe. Once, the Great Lake tribe had benefited from his kindness, and thus took him in. Yet, he had long made plans. As long as food remained sufficient, he would stay. But once provisions dwindled, he intended to depart and find a place to perish in solitude. When the newly arrived young female had asked him to care for the birds, it had rekindled a sense of purpose within him, prompting him to suppress his emotions to avoid tears. Now, upon seeing the young female return, Elder Jiangying promptly led Ling Yuyu to the birdcage. Chapter 112. The Cursing Bird. The birdcage had been constructed under Ling Yuyu's instructions. Originally designed to house one bird per room, she had thought that as long as the birds survived, the beastman was tending to them adequately. To her surprise, upon inspection, she discovered an unexpected delight. Of course, the very bird she had released, only to have it recaptured for cursing her, began to berate her anew the moment it laid eyes on her. Given the fervor of its outrage, had the cage not confined it, it likely would have engaged her in a battle of wits for hours on end. Noticing the bird's animated reaction, Jiang Ying remarked to Ling Yuyu, It seems this bird still holds a preference for you, young female. Ling Yuyu touched her face, sensing that the bird's demeanor was not one of affection but rather an expression of disdain. Yet, she remained silent, her gaze drifting to the other birds perched beside the cage, nestled comfortably in their nests. Ling Yuyu pointed at the birds and inquired, Why are they not moving? If all the birds had been stationary, she would not have posed such a question. However, it was rather peculiar that these 5 birds remained perched while the others were flapping against the cage. Noticing Ling Yuyu's gesture, Jiangying scratched his head and replied, No, they are incubating eggs. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Yuyu then glanced at the birds' abdomens, pondering whether they could procure some eggs for roasting. The size of these birds resembled that of pigeons. Perhaps the taste of their eggs was similar as well? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu express her desire to eat the eggs, Jiang Ying was taken aback. Just as Ling Yuyu assumed the birds might find the idea of consuming their kin distasteful, Jiang Ying interjected, stating, The eggs of this little female are just as foul-smelling as the others and are quite unpalatable. He attempted to dissuade Ling Yuyu from entertaining thoughts of egg consumption, sharing his own experience of eating eggs atop a cliff. I once tasted a bird's egg at the cliff's edge, and the flavor has stayed with me ever since. Jiang Ying approached the nearest cage, which happened to be the one closest to the bird that had first squawked at Ling Yuyu. Shall I retrieve an egg for you to see? He offered. With a swift motion, he reached in and, before the bird could react, extracted an egg from beneath its belly, placing it gently into Ling Yuyu's hand. Ling Yuyu gestured slightly, and indeed, the size of the egg aligned perfectly with her expectations. It was approximately the same size as a pigeon's egg, albeit appearing somewhat dull and lacking the smooth roundness characteristic of a pigeon's egg. Ling Yuyu held the egg in her hand and gently shook it. The first bird she had raised was so agitated that its eyes nearly bulged out, chirping incessantly and causing the cage to sway slightly, clearly displaying heightened excitement. Ling Yuyu glanced at the egg, then at the bird. Could this truly be its egg? If so, she contemplated the possibility of returning the little gray bird's egg to it and opting for another bird instead. At that moment, she heard Jiang Ying state that it was not its egg. None of these eggs belonged to it. I perceived that this bird possessed the most temperamental disposition, which is why I chose to raise it separately while allowing the other birds to coexist. Ling Yuyu expressed her understanding and instructed Jiang Ying to retrieve an egg from each nest. She clarified that her intention was not to consume them, but merely to engage in a form of literary appreciation, ensuring an equitable distribution. Ultimately, Ling Yuyu departed with satisfaction, while Jiang Ying followed her, leaving behind only the mournful cries of the bird beneath the tree. It had just witnessed the theft of its eggs, several of them at that. Jiang Ying, accompanying Ling Yuyu, was curious to ascertain whether the eggs she had taken were indeed edible. That evening, Bai Yuqing arrived with the bamboo he had gathered to show Ling Yuyu, only to find her accompanied by a beast man. Before he could ponder how to dissuade the beast man, he realized, to his surprise, that it was none other than Jiang Ying. He recalled that since Jiang Ying had joined their tribe, he seldom ventured out. Now, however, he seemed quite intrigued by the items in Ling Yuyu's possession. Bai Yuqing placed a segment of bamboo into Shi Yu's hands and stepped forward to take the items from Ling Yuyu. When Ling Yuyu noticed Bai Yuqing taking the 5 eggs, she softly cautioned him, "Be careful." Bai Yuqing gazed at the eggs, then at Jiang Ying, and an absurd thought sprouted in his mind. Could these eggs be Jiang Ying's? Observing Bai Yuqing's scrutinizing gaze shifting between himself and the eggs, Jiang Ying pondered how the young clan leader, who had previously seemed quite astute, now appeared somewhat lacking in intellect. Before Bai Yuqing could voice his questions, Ling Yuyu led them to the bonfire designated for their tribe, where she found her coconut shell already simmering with fish. She instructed Lu to assist in washing the eggshells with water before placing them into the coconut shell to commence boiling the eggs. During this gathering around the bonfire, Bai Yuqing introduced the tribe to a novel culinary technique, roasting bones over the fire and subsequently simmering them into broth. Remarkably, not a morsel of food went to waste. Previously, Ling Yuyu had mentioned to Bai Yuqing the possibility of gathering animal entrails to create additional dishes. However, before she could complete her suggestion, the shaman dismissed it, citing the tribe's current abundance of food and the presence of sharp spines and certain entrails, rendering them inedible. Consequently, Ling Yuyu refrained from further advocating for consuming entrails. Yet she did not neglect the fish. Chapter 113. Finding sugarcane? Ling Yuyu only boiled half of a small silver fish, opting to roast the remainder over the fire, as she had long desired to savor roasted fish infused with colorful fruits. Now, she seized the perfect opportunity to experiment. The shaman stood to the side, bamboo in hand, watching Ling Yuyu grill the fish with drooling anticipation. Had he known that Bai Yuqing would not seize his roasted fish, he would have taken his time eating earlier in the afternoon. Now, he felt as though he was on the brink of forgetting the flavor entirely. 3 of the 6 leopards from the Black Panther clan arrived, all engaged in roasting meat, while before them sat 2 coconut shells, each simmering with bone broth and fish soup. This was a specific request from Ling Yuyu, instructing the Black Panthers to prepare the dishes for the females in their clan, as well as for the newly born cubs who might require either milk or some meat broth. Consuming blood directly might not be advisable. Ling Yuyu had just begun to savor the grilled fish when she noticed that the great shaman seemed rather still, holding what appeared to be a stick. A stick? What is it that you are grasping? As Ling Yuyu gazed at the stick, a sense of familiarity washed over her, yet she remained uncertain. For if it truly was what she suspected, it was rather thick. This is the bamboo that the chieftain procured for you. Although it may seem somewhat peculiar, its appearance is quite similar to that of the bamboo from the Rolling clan, the great shaman remarked, twirling the stick in his hand to illustrate that it resembled the bamboo of the Rolling clan. Place it on the ground so I can examine it closely, Ling Yuyu requested. She made room for the great shaman to set it down. However, upon being placed on the ground, it lay horizontally. Ling Yuyu attempted to alter its position by lifting it upright, only to discover that it was far too heavy for her to manage. Observing her struggle, the great shaman expressed confusion. Was this not bamboo? He recalled witnessing Bai Yuqing carry it effortlessly earlier, and when he had held it, it felt as if he were lifting a cauldron filled with water. No, please assist me in setting it upright so I may have a better look. Ling Yu gestured at the stick before her, prompting the great shaman to lift it. Following her instructions, the shaman stood the stick upright, revealing a cross-section reminiscent of sugarcane, albeit the size of a small tree, nearly 10 centimeters in width. She extended her hand, attempting to pry off a piece, but despite her utmost effort, she was unable to inflict any damage upon the stick. It was only when Bai Yuqing discerned her intention that he assisted her in breaking off a chunk. The previously exposed cross-section had dried out after being transported for an extended period, yet the piece now in Ling Yu's possession was freshly broken, with glistening juice trickling down. She contemplated tasting it, but hesitated, fearing it might be toxic, which reminded her of the bird. Bringing it closer to her nose, she inhaled, and a sweet, fragrant aroma wafted from the piece of sugarcane in her palm. Ling Yongyong found a leaf and carefully wrapped the sweet sugarcane in it before resuming her task of grilling fish, while others indulged in roasted meat. The great shaman stood empty-handed, gazing longingly at Ling Yongyong, his eyes seemingly pleading for a chance to assist her in grilling fish. "No," Ling Yongyong replied firmly. "I fear that if I let you help, there will be nothing left but fish bones." The great shaman, visibly disheartened, clutched his belly, conveying his hunger. Just as he was about to transform into a furry creature to win Ling Yongyong's favor, Bai Yuqing intervened, delivering a playful slap to the shaman's head. "Didn't I catch fish for you this afternoon?" Bai Yuqing recalled, remembering how the great shaman had suggested ideas to benefit the tribe. Considering the shaman's diligent efforts, Bai Yuqing had indeed caught over 100 fish for him. However, upon mentioning the fish from earlier, the great shaman's expression soured. "Do you honestly believe I can consume so many fish in a single day?" It had taken him quite some time to return all the fish to the lake, nearly cramping his foot in the process. "Isn't it to prevent the great shaman from going hungry?" Bai Yuqing remarked, glancing at Ling Yongyong. "Otherwise, he might constantly seek out Yongyong." The latter part of his statement was laced with a chilling undertone of discontent. He would not hesitate to make the great shaman dive into the water to catch fish for the entire tribe should he trouble Ling Yongyong again. "The eggs are ready," Ling Yongyong announced, observing the eggs nestled in a coconut shell. She called over Bai Yuqing, the great shaman, and Jiang Ying, inviting them to taste one by one. The bird eggs were still somewhat hot, so Ling Yongyong scooped one out and placed it on a stone to cool, recalling that cat tongues were particularly sensitive to heat. However, before she could issue a warning, Bai Yuqing picked up an egg, intending to pop it directly into his mouth. Having previously tasted eggs, Jiang Ying wondered if there was still a shell on the outside. Ling Yongyong contemplated that eating the shell was not entirely problematic, as it could provide calcium, albeit with an unpleasant texture. "This one needs to be peeled." Yet, it was too late. Bai Yuqing bit into the egg and quickly spat it out, extending his tongue in evident discomfort from the heat. Ling Yu pressed her forehead, realizing that the orcs had previously subsisted solely on roasted meat, never having tasted even a broth. Naturally, they were unaware of the scalding heat of freshly cooked food. Upon witnessing Bai Yuqing sticking out his tongue, Ling Yu observed him carefully and, relieved to see no signs of burns, gestured for him to peel the shell before indulging. She too gently blew on her morsel before tasting it, discovering its flavor surpassed even that of pigeon eggs. It was exceptionally tender and refreshing, and the yolk was not at all suffocating as she had often experienced. The egg white had a slightly translucent quality. After finishing one egg, Ling Yu yearned for another, but calculating the need to offer one to Gu Jingyu, she decided against it, opting instead to deliver it to Gu Jingyu first. She resolved to wait until more birds could be nurtured in a few days before indulging further. Jiang Ying, too, was astonished by the unexpectedly delightful flavor of this unassuming gray egg. He mentioned that he had more bird eggs on his side, which he could boil, and any leftovers could be managed by capturing more birds later. Noticing Ling Yu's desire for more, he suggested returning to fetch the eggs. However, Ling Yu remained discerning about the distinction between a satisfying meal and perpetual indulgence. She believed it prudent to reserve the eggs for hatching, as one was sufficient for now. Just as she contemplated reminding Jiang Ying to take the fruit flesh of the sugarcane back, she noticed, to her dismay, that a multitude of enormous ants had swarmed over it, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Ling Yu felt fortunate that she had glanced down instead of reaching out directly. Now she confirmed that it was indeed safe to consume. However, the food atop Yu was crawling with numerous insects, leading her to believe it was inedible. Luoyo approached Ling Yu to play, holding a half coconut shell filled with roasted meat and wild fruits, which appeared almost comparable to modern cuisine. "Luoya, how is it that your belly is so large?" Ling Yu's gaze swept downward, noticing that Luo Ya's abdomen resembled that of a woman 3 months pregnant. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu inquire about her belly, Luo Ya patted her stomach, saying, "Isn't there a little one inside? You've never seen a female with young, have you?" Biao Feng, following closely behind Luo Ya, felt a sudden pang of anxiety upon witnessing her patting her belly, fearing that something might be amiss. "Please stop patting. That's a little one, not roasted meat." Biao Feng grasped Luo Ya's hand, guiding it back to the coconut shell, signaling her to eat promptly. Ling Yuyu felt that Luo Ya's speed was rather astonishing. Hadn't she just left a short while ago? How could she return with such a noticeable belly? Upon reflection, Ling Yuyu recalled that when they set out, Leia had planned to join them, but had to decline due to some urgent matter. She wondered what could be so significant that it was unknown to everyone in the tribe. Now it dawned on her that Luo Ya was pregnant. "Luo Ya, would you like a bowl of fish soup?" Seeing Luo Ya's condition, Ling Yuyu felt compelled to prepare some for her. "What kind of soup?" Luo Ya leaned in to take a whiff, only to recoil in disgust. "Quick, take it away." Leopard Feng stepped forward to support Luo Ya, guiding her to a nearby seat. Ling Yuyu could not comprehend why the elderly Luo Ya would behave in such a manner. It appeared as though she had vomited. Could it be that the fish soup she had prepared today was unpalatable? Ling Yuyu was perplexed, while Luo Ya, after expelling her discomfort, approached Ling Yuyu and noticed that she appeared startled. Luo Ya reassured her, "Do not worry, Yuyu, this is a normal phenomenon." With a pained expression, Luo Ya lamented that she hadn't felt this way during her previous pregnancies, but now, the cravings were indeed overwhelming. In Chapter 115, titled Blue Crab, Ling Yuyu sought out Gu Jingyu later in the day. While retrieving sugarcane, Ling Yuyu felt that Gu Jingyu had been deceived. "You have been tricked by that beast god," she whispered to Gu Jingyu as she watched her peel an egg. Just as Gu Jingyu was about to place the egg, about the size of a pigeon's egg, in her mouth, she narrowly avoided choking. How was I deceived? If Ling Yuyu had once appeared to Gu Jingyu as an aloof older sister, her current demeanor resembled that of a little girl who, having failed to procure sweets, resorted to complaining to an adult. "Didn't he, the beast god, say it would help my body acclimate to this world?" "Humph." Ling Yuyu huffed indignantly, continuing, "Yet at night, I can barely lift a stick." Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's grievances, Gu Jingyu considered the possibility that the stick she attempted to lift was simply too heavy. She gently analyzed the situation with Ling Yuyu, who seemed to be making a fuss without reason. After nearly a month in this place, she was eager to converse with someone from her homeland. However, Ling Yuyu's aspirations were naive, as Gu Jingyu's kin and offspring were unwilling to let their females and mothers be taken away. Consequently, after a brief stay of less than 10 minutes, Ling Yuyu was politely escorted out by a member of the Black Panther tribe, who handed her a small bead. It was said that consuming this bead would render one impervious to the scorching sun of the hot season. Ling Yuyu, skeptical yet hopeful, swallowed the bead, only to feel her stomach churn violently, prompting her to hastily seek out a restroom. Once she emerged, she felt as though all the food she had consumed that evening had been expelled. Determined to return to her roasted meat, she noted the scarcity of fresh provisions nearby and wished to avoid troubling Bai Yuqing. After contemplating her options, she resolved to hunt birds instead. With the female birds nesting, she decided to pursue the males. Thus, late at night, around 11 or 12 o'clock, 2 of the 4 male birds raised by Jiangying fell victim to Ling Yuyu's cunning. She directed the operation, while Bai Yuqing took on the task of preparing the birds. The feathers proved abundant, leading to the decision to skin the birds directly, resulting in 2 bloodied carcasses. In the end, Bai Yuqing successfully processed both birds, carrying them back to their cave, where he set a small fire outside. Ling Yuyu skewered the birds with branches and placed them over the flames, while she returned to seek out the sweet beast honey delivered by Guiduoduo. The beehive from which the sweet beast honey came appeared impressively large, seemingly capable of yielding a dozen jars of honey. Ling Yuyu took out a jar of sweet beast honey, intending to prepare a roasted gray bird infused with this delightful nectar. She initially anticipated that Bai Yuqing would exhibit a hint of reluctance, but to her surprise, he was swifter in his enthusiasm, inquiring whether 1 jar might suffice. Ling Yuyu gazed at the wooden jar, which was larger than those typically found in modern society, and shook her head, assuring him that it would indeed be ample. "You apply the honey to the bird's skin, we shall each enjoy one." While Ling Yuyu relished the thought of the sweet beast honey, Bai Yuqing felt no pangs of guilt at the prospect of her indulging in it. However, if he were to partake, he would feel as though he were consuming not mere roasted meat, but rather the most treasured delicacy of their tribe. He waved his hands in protest, declaring, "I am not hungry, and this bird is too small. There is hardly any meat for a beast man. Indeed, Ling Yuyu glanced at the bird and then at Bai Yuqing. Her mind recalling the formidable form he assumed in his beastly state, the bird was scarcely larger than his claw. With this thought in mind, she resolved to roast one bird to satiate her own hunger, planning to prepare the remainder for Guoduo the following morning. It had only been a month since their young offspring arrived, and she thought they might enjoy a taste of the sweet beast honey. Of course, Ling Yuyu did not intend for the sweet beast honey to serve as the primary sustenance for the younglings. Rather, she planned to make some candied fruits, hoping to preserve them for consumption during the cold season. This morning, while washing her face, she noticed that the blemishes that had appeared on her skin due to the excessive consumption of roasted meat had significantly diminished. Furthermore, her complexion had improved markedly compared to before. Had it not been for a mole at the corner of her eye, she might have believed she had transformed into a different person. Ling Yoyo, with a berry in her mouth and roasted gray bird in hand, was making her way to Guoduo's house when she encountered Leopard Maple, who was carrying a small leopard towards the water's edge. What happened to the little leopard? Ling Yoyo pondered, unable to discern the circumstances that had led to the young creature's current state. Leopard Maple, on the verge of explaining, was interrupted by the distant voice of Luya. With a resigned sigh, he suggested, "You might want to ask Luya. I'll take him for a wash first." He gave the little leopard a gentle shake, prompting an indignant growl from the young creature, who attempted to claw at him. However, upon meeting Leopard Maple's stern gaze, the little leopard instantly became the epitome of obedience, truly a paragon of submissiveness among leopards. Luya arrived at Ling Yoyo's side and, upon noticing that Leopard Maple had already taken the little leopard away, burst into a fit of giggles. Chapter 116. Truly delightful. While laughing, she playfully patted Ling Yoyo's arm. Fortunately, Ling Yoyo had anticipated this and managed to keep her roasted meat and fruits intact. "What happened to your little leopard?" Ling Yoyo inquired, signaling Luya to cease her laughter and provide an explanation. After a considerable pause, Luya began to recount the tale of the little leopard. "You should have seen it. This morning, Leopard Maple went out hunting, and the little leopard insisted on following him. Unfortunately, while crossing a muddy area, it miscalculated its jump and fell right into the mire. Thankfully, Leopard Maple sensed someone trailing behind him and instinctively turned to look. Otherwise, the little leopard might have been stuck there for the entire day." Ling Yuyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. After her laughter subsided, she bid farewell to Luya and departed, intending to seek out Guoduo. However, before she could reach Guoduo's residence, Guoduo dashed past her with remarkable speed, closely followed by a crab measuring over 10 centimeters in length. Ling Yoyo. What a colossal crab! Ling Yoyo stood frozen, her mind already concocting 100 delectable ways to prepare the crab. However, before she could finalize her thoughts, Guoduo, who had just dashed past, returned to seize Ling Yoyo's hand, urging her to flee together. "Yoyo, run faster. If that clawed beast catches us, it will surely draw blood." As they sprinted, Guoduo spoke, while Ling Yoyo glanced back at the crab, pondering, "Why are we running? That is food." Moreover, she felt they were nearing the settlement of their tribe. Surely, this audacious crab would not dare to act defiantly before the orcs, would it? Indeed, in the next moment, Ling Yoyo witnessed a gray figure leap down from the trees, striking the vibrant crab with a single paw, rendering the once menacing creature immobile. Yet, that gray silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the little leopard from the Luo family. "Shall we return to take a look?" Ling Yoyo suggested, her desire to savor the crab intensifying. It appeared utterly delectable. "Ah, and this was the sweet beast honey-roasted gray bird she had promised to prepare for you." Ling Yuyu handed the roasted bird to Guoduo, who then glanced at the small leopard and the blue crab beneath its feet. At that moment, the crab appeared quite indignant, ready to confront the small leopard in a fierce battle, its claws snapping in vain as they were too small in comparison to its massive shell. Consequently, it failed to grasp the small leopard. "Aren't you afraid it will pinch your hand?" Guoduo asked, observing how unfazed Ling Yuyu was as she extended her finger to poke the clawed creature. She instinctively reached to pull Ling Yuyu's hand away, concerned for her safety. Perceiving Ling Yuyu as a delicate young female, akin to a fragile cub, what if, in a moment of carelessness, the clawed beast managed to seize her hand? In response to Guoduo's skepticism, Ling Yuyu proceeded to demonstrate the art of crab catching with her bare hands. Naturally, due to the crab's considerable size, she could only grasp it briefly before swiftly finding some grass to securely bind the creature, rendering it harmless once its claws were also restrained. The flavor of this delicacy was undeniably delectable. Reminded of the crab she had enjoyed during her last salt-making venture by the sea, Ling Yu anticipated a similarly delightful taste. Her mouth watering in anticipation. You should sample the roasted bird first. I will prepare the crab, she suggested. While the finest method for preparing crab is steaming. The current circumstances were less than ideal. Having savored roasted crab previously, she opted to try boiling it this time. Though Guaduo was uncertain of its edibility, Ling Yu's confidence convinced her to accompany her to investigate. As they walked and ate, Guaduo took her first bite of bird meat, her eyes widening in delight at the sweet, succulent taste, a flavor she had never encountered before. Was this what Ling Yu had meant when she spoke of roasting meat with sweet beast honey? Guaduo savored each bite cautiously, arriving at the spot where Ling Yu was boiling the crab, having finished her meal. After licking her lips, still relishing the previous flavors, she noticed Ling Yu placing the entire crab into a coconut shell. Aren't you going to deal with that clawed beast? Guoduo instinctively remarked upon seeing the crab still wriggling. Indeed, it was still moving. Had it not been for the tight bindings, it might have escaped. No worries, a swift blow will suffice. It dared to pursue you, Ling Yu declared, decisively striking the crab with a stone, rendering it unconscious. The once menacing clawed beast now appeared subdued in Ling Yu's grasp, which struck Guido as surreal. Yet, recalling the roasted fish and then the roasted bird, she felt her mouth watering uncontrollably at the thought of the crab. Chapter 117. The leopard's belly gets pinched. The crab was not large, and soon Ling Yu, Guaduo, and the small leopard had finished their meal. However, midway through, Luaya came searching for the small leopard and discovered them secretly enjoying their feast without her. She was immediately incensed, insisting on snatching the remaining piece of crab leg from the small leopard's mouth. Before she could make her move, the small leopard swiftly gulped down the shell with a slurp. This prompted Luaya to burst into tears. Ling Yu keenly observed that no tears fell, but leopard foams. Having just finished washing, the other two leopards rushed towards the source of the crying upon hearing his young female's distress. He could hardly neglect his child. And upon spotting her, the small leopard exchanged a knowing glance with her mother. Realizing her impending fate, she took off, but ultimately could not escape being seized by the scruff of her neck and brought back by the large leopard. Leopard Fong set the small leopard down and spat out several mouthfuls of sand before inquiring, "Has this little rascal misbehaved again?" Transitioning into a beastman, he stepped on the small leopard's head to prevent her from fleeing. Guodo noted that the small leopard's earlier behavior towards the clawed beast mirrored that of her father. Was this a cycle of sorts? Luaya shook her head, stating, "No, it's just that he didn't call me when he was enjoying his meal." The small leopard mewed incessantly, and had she not been pinned down, she would have surely argued her case with her mother. Ling Yu stifled a laugh. For Luaya was indeed a lively spirit, playfully teasing her own offspring. In the next moment, she beheld the little leopard being hoisted by Baofeng by its hind legs, suspended in midair. Ling Yu noticed that the little leopard appeared somewhat disoriented, evidently experiencing such treatment for the first time. Its tail flicked wildly, as if imploring Baofeng to set it down. Yet, how could Baofeng easily relent? "Come with me at once to wash away the dirt from your fur, or else you shall await the chieftain's return to do it personally." The dust from the little leopard triggered a sneeze from Baofeng, revealing his genuine irritation. The final words were almost ground out between clenched teeth. Ling Yu believes that the little leopard's actions are indeed testing the great leopard's paternal love for him. As for Luaya's maternal affection towards the little leopard, it may exist, but it is rather scarce. Ling Yu did not immerse herself in the water to wash the little leopard this time, as she felt a lingering discomfort in her abdomen. Standing by the shore, she observed Leopard Feng rudely toss the small leopard into the water. When he eventually retrieved it, she noted that this particular leopard was indeed considerably plumper than its counterparts. The stout little creature, upon entering the water, hardly shed any weight. Its pudgy belly made a resounding splashing sound. Leopard Feng, clearly aware of this, grew even more agitated. "How can you eat so much and still claim to be hungry? It turns out you have secretly grown so corpulent behind our backs." In his exasperation, Leopard Feng inadvertently caused the little leopard to gulp down several more mouthfuls of lake water. Although it had already been cleaned, the little leopard, fearing a reprimand from its father upon reaching the shore, opted to paddle around a bit longer. To everyone's surprise, frantic mewling echoed from the little leopard, which had managed to climb onto the bank only to find itself ensnared by several clawed beasts clinging to its tail and belly. Loya, filled with concern for her cub, cast a worried glance at it, and, noticing Leopard Feng still lost in thought in the water, shouted in frustration, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help our cub get rid of those wretched clawed beasts. Feeling scolded by Loya, Leopard Phone, feeling quite wronged, lowered his head and hesitantly made his way to the shore, intending to let the most disobedient of the bunch, Leopard San, face the consequences. After all, the clawed beast could no longer pierce the little leopard's skin. At most, it would only cause some discomfort. Unbeknownst to the little leopard, which sensed its father's intentions, it began to cry out even more fervently, nudging closer to Ling Yuyu. When Loya attempted to assist, the little leopard swatted her away. Ling Yuyu observed the little leopard approaching and glanced around. She spotted the stone she had previously used to incapacitate the clawed beast. With precision, she struck each of the 3 clawed beasts attached to its tail, swiftly rendering them unconscious, leaving only the one on the little leopard's belly. Ling Yuyu and the little leopard exchanged gestures, prompting him to lie down and allow her to remove a portion of the pincered beast from his abdomen, thereby facilitating her task. Yet, a chasm always exists between aspiration and reality. In this instance, Ling Yuyu anticipated that the pincered beast would reveal a part of itself for her to manage, only to discover that the creature was wholly unyielding. Clamping tightly onto the little leopard's belly, Guduoduo and Luaya, the 2 females, dared only to stand by, watching as Ling Yuyu endeavored to assist the little leopard with the pincered beast affixed to his abdomen. Ultimately, it was Leopard Feng who managed to capture it, albeit not entirely, for 2 pincers still clung to the little leopard's belly. Meow meow. The little leopard nuzzled against Ling Yuyu, exposing his belly in a plea for her assistance in removing the remaining pincers. Ling Yuyu exerted considerable force to pull a pair of pliers, but instead of succeeding, she inadvertently caused the little leopard to mew pitifully, appearing quite forlorn. Chapter 118. A Craving for Seafood. Ling Yuyu could only raise her hands in a gesture of helplessness towards the little leopard, indicating that she too was at a loss and could only rely on his father for assistance. Upon receiving her implication, the little leopard mewed sorrowfully. He had previously witnessed his father effortlessly extricating himself from a similar predicament, unlike his own situation where the pincers remained attached. Luoya, feeling sympathetic, embraced his leopard head, soothing him with gentle words, "It doesn't hurt, dear. Soon, I shall fetch your favorite sweet fruits." The little leopard, still feeling discomfort, expressed his desire for the pincers. With great effort, he raised his belly and slowly approached the now defenseless pincers beast, swiftly revealing his claws to sever the remaining small pincers. He did not spare the last 3 pincers beasts either, showcasing a rather greedy demeanor. Amused by the little leopard's antics, Ling Yuyu chuckled and, after inspecting his belly to confirm it was merely red and not severely harmed, affectionately ruffled his head. "How about I roast them all for you?" Upon hearing her words, the little leopard licked his lips, clearly intrigued, mewing in agreement. "Yes, I want the pincers beast with the pincers on its belly." There were 5 of them, yet only 4 pincers beasts available. Eventually, under Luoya's persuasive gaze, Leopard Feng submerged his tail into the water to catch a pincers beast. Shortly after, a pincers beast took the bait, and Leopard Feng clutched his tail, seeking comfort from Luoya, who was previously gazing at him lovingly. However, Luoya offered him no attention. Instead, it was Leopard San who cautiously patted his tail, noticing the little leopard's rare compliance. Leopard Feng helped him remove the small pincers and placed them on his back, suggesting they roast them together. Ling Yuyu did not intend to squander the morning, planning to check on the fruits she had exchanged and ask Green to prepare some ice for storage. Meanwhile, Green was sprinting furiously. Sensing the malevolent intent of the Merfolk King, he had merely tugged at the king's chair, but the king retaliated without hesitation, hurling fireballs at him. Now, he could only dash from the cave towards the water, while the Merfolk Shaman, Hylon, not only refrained from aiding him, but also instructed the young Merfolk on mastering their abilities, guiding him to transform fireballs into rockets aimed at Green. When he spotted Ling Yuyu, Green cowardly hid behind her, which halted the young Merfolk's assault. Once the young Merfolk ceased pursuing him, Green promptly abandoned Ling Yuyu, yearning for a refreshing dip in the water, feeling as if the moisture on his scales was nearly scorched away by the young Merfolk's flames. However, before he could escape, Ling Yuyu called out to him, "Could you please stay a moment? I need to discuss something with you regarding the shaman." The Merfolk had been residing with them for quite some time, and their salt supplies were dwindling, necessitating a return trip for the Merfolk. However, not all should return, and if they could bring back some seafood, that would be splendid. Green sensed something amiss in Ling Yuyu's gaze and, unwilling to engage in discussion, knowing it would lead to trouble, he attempted to flee. Yet, as he turned, a wall of fire unexpectedly rose behind him. With a wry smile, Green thought to himself, How considerate of the Merfolk king. He mused that he might as well be considered part of the Merfolk clan. Come, let me take you to the Merfolk king. Discussing matters with the shaman is less advantageous than speaking directly with him. Ling Yuyu agreed, recognizing that seeking out Hai Lan was indeed less effective than approaching the young Merfolk, as the entire clan heeded his command. However, she wondered if the shark people also listened to him. Chapter 119. A Day at the Sea. Sister, you've arrived. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu enter, the young Merfolk leapt from the ice-filled stone bucket, splashing water everywhere. Green felt a pang of regret. Half of that water was a result of his powers, while the other half was carefully transported by him during the evening. Now, it was all being squandered by the little Merfolk, and he longed to scold her. But with Hai Lan constantly by his side, he found no opportunity. As Ling Yuyu stepped into the cavern, a refreshing chill enveloped her, revealing that nearly half of the cave was filled with blocks of ice. How delightful this coolness is, she mused, finding a clean spot to sit and alleviate the summer heat. However, she pondered whether the Merfolk intended to return home soon. Without beating around the bush, she addressed the Merfolk directly. The Grand Shaman of the Merfolk, Hai Lan, looked at Ling Yuyu with a puzzled expression, seemingly inquiring why she posed such a question. We may need to wait until the onset of the rainy season to return, Hai Lan explained after a moment's contemplation. During the rainy season, certain regions receive ample rainfall. And as long as we bring sufficient salt, we can manage by soaking in salt water whenever we feel our bodies lacking in salt, thus enabling us to continue our journey. Ling Yuyu pondered the necessity for the Merfolk to frequently immerse themselves in salt water, which left her with a throbbing headache. However, the salt supply in their tribe had dwindled significantly, prompting a plan to visit the Merfolk. She inquired if Hai Lan wished to return and see for himself. Upon hearing this, Hai Lan hesitated for a moment. He realized he had been away for quite some time and was uncertain whether the Merfolk would cause any trouble in the absence of his supervision. Nodding in agreement, he expressed his willingness to return, asking about the departure time. Seeing his readiness, Ling Yuyu promptly confirmed that they should embark the very next day. As the weather was not overly hot, Hai Lan acquiesced to the plan, but insisted on bringing the Merfolk king along. He worried that leaving the little mermaid behind might lead to unfortunate consequences. Considering the heat, he mused that if he returned, Lu would undoubtedly accompany him. Leaving Lu behind without ice or water would not bode well. He concluded that it was best to bring the Merfolk king along, rather than risk any mishaps. Ling Yuyu accepted Hai Lan's suggestion to include the Merfolk king, but expressed her preference for Lu to remain in the tribe. Upon hearing this, Lu stormed into the cave of Bayuching that evening, exclaiming, "You little female, I knew you harbored ill intentions. Even before we left the tribe, you declared I wouldn't be joining." Observing Lu's dramatic demeanor, Ling Yuyu covered her face in exasperation. "Why wouldn't I take you? Don't you have any self-awareness?" she retorted. The last time Lu had accompanied her, he had fainted from the sight of a tiger and a wolf, insisting on riding a bear, which stubbornly refused to carry him. Bayuching had to assure the bear that Lu had no romantic inclinations, which alleviated its concerns. However, since that incident, very few beastmen were willing to carry Lu, fearing he might develop an attachment. Hai Lan seemed to share this concern, contemplating that Lu's behavior could be addressed. As a male of the Merfolk, Lu should confront his challenges head-on. Ultimately, Hai Lan and Ling Yuyu agreed that Lu would accompany them, but this time he would have to sit on the back of whichever beastman was willing to carry him. Upon hearing Hai Lan's decision, Ling Yuyu concurred. The beastmen accompanying her on this journey were primarily those capable of transporting goods. They had also made arrangements with the snake tribe to set off 2 days later to collect items. The reason for not traveling together was twofold. They wanted to avoid encounters with other tribal beastmen along the way, and they intended to gather salt and coconuts during their journey. The little snake, who had accompanied them previously, wished to join again but was returned to Zi by Yuching, who instructed him to keep an eye on the little snake, reminding him that they were not merely going for leisure. Chapter 120. Departure. Before embarking, Ling Yuyu made a special trip to consult Gu Jingyu, informing her of the upcoming sea expedition and asking if there was anything she desired to eat. Gu Jingyu graciously accepted Ling Yuyu's enthusiasm and expressed a craving for scallops. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyu nearly pounded her chest in assurance that she would bring back a bountiful supply of scallops. Soon after, Ling Yuyu set off, with Lu reluctantly following, perched upon the back of a leopard. Although initially resistant, Lu had no choice but to comply to avoid being left behind. Ling Yuyu intended to follow the direction of the flowing lake, hoping to discover a route convenient for the Merfolk to descend into the sea. Along the way, Lu swam in the water, which relieved the leopard who had yet to find a mate. He certainly did not wish to return home only to be ridiculed by his kin as a foolish male beastman. The merfolk returned with 4 individuals, Lu, the little mermaid, along with Hylon and a golden mermaid, renowned for her hunting prowess in the ocean. Their journey was purposeful and with ample provisions. They did not need to pause for hunting until they caught the scent of the sea breeze. Lu felt a surge of excitement. Once they reached the Great Lake tribe, they would no longer need to rely on beastmen or soak in salt water. However, before the merfolk could revel in their joy, Lu encountered a merman he detested immensely. Oh, is that not Lu from the merfolk? The merman tribe and the merfolk often intermarried, but tensions frequently arose, as was the case now with the merman named Haijiao, who had a long-standing feud with Lu. The root of their animosity lay in an incident from Lu's childhood when Haijiao mistakenly deemed him a beautiful female and boldly approached him with romantic intentions. Before Lu could clarify, Haijiao attempted to take him back to his tribe. Ultimately, he failed and was instead met with a beating from Lu's elder brother. As time passed, Haijiao nearly forgot the incident, feeling only discomfort in his heart. Yet, after being bested by Lu, they had become adversaries who would clash whenever they met. Lu had not anticipated such misfortune. Having only just arrived in the sea, he found himself within the territory of the merman tribe. Fortunately, Hylon was also present and promptly intervened, negotiating with Haijiao and his companions. I am Hylon, the great shaman of the merfolk. We come in peace and are merely passing through the outskirts of your hunting grounds. We hope you will not impede our passage. After Hylon spoke, Haijiao and his companions had no choice but to respect his authority, sparing Lu from further trouble. However, as Lu passed by, Haijiao made a face at him and remarked that he was increasingly resembling a female. This infuriated Lu to the point where he almost retaliated. But it was the golden mermaid who swiftly yanked him away by his fishtail. Ling Yoyo and her companions deliberately distanced themselves when they encountered Green and the few merfolk, choosing not to involve themselves in the conflicts of their aquatic kin. In the end, they awaited Hylon and Green at the location where they had previously harvested salt. Green returned first to procure some provisions, while Ling Yoyo and Bai Yuqing ventured to gather coconuts and subsequently stumbled upon several unique fruits native to the area. Ling Yoyo conducted some research but failed to comprehend fully. Those peculiar fruits bore a striking resemblance to the taste of boiled egg yolks, albeit somewhat larger, and they almost caused her to choke. Ultimately, she took a couple of bites before casting the remainder into the sea to feed the fish, as she found them unpalatable. The flavor was simply too bizarre for her, and the dry texture was far less satisfying than simply consuming egg yolks directly. Coconuts, on the other hand, were delightful. Ling Yoyo had nearly 100 coconuts piled at her feet, one upon another, while behind her, a leopard was diligently descending a coconut tree. Their decision to bring this leopard was premeditated. Although they had encountered a leopard previously, it was not the agile tree-climbing species, but rather a foolish one that could only run. Therefore, while they had resorted to chopping trees to gather coconuts before, the situation had now changed. Upon spotting the green coconuts, Ling Yoyo instructed her companions to open just enough for everyone to enjoy, binding the excess with grass rope. When the cargo truck arrived, they would load it directly. Afterward, they would await the mermaids to come ashore and retrieve the salt that the mermaids had previously dried, while they themselves would procure some seafood to take back. Ling Yoyo took a sip of coconut juice, her gaze fixed upon the horizon. The orcs beside her were unable to venture into the sea, as the tide had yet to recede. They were akin to great cats and dogs of the land, helplessly watching. Chapter 121. Another day of being beaten. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. Just after finishing a coconut, Bai Yuqing caught a whiff of the pungent scent of sea fish. Soon, a few small figures began to swim towards them from the distance. As they drew nearer, Ling Yoyo realized that they were orcas adorned in black and white, accompanied by merfolk riding upon their backs. Ling Yoyo observed the immense body of the orca, surmising that it would be unwise to approach too closely to the shore. They halted in the direction nearer to the coast, as the merfolk gracefully leaped from the back of the orca. Subsequently, a multitude of earthen jars filled with salt were positioned atop its back, while Green drew near, clutching an enormous bag fashioned from seaweed. Before Ling Yoyo could fully comprehend the situation, Green abruptly flung the leather pouch before them, splashing a cascade of seawater and sand, all the while laughing merrily from a distance. Ling Yoyo narrowly escaped the calamity behind Bai Yuqing, who transformed into his beast form to shield her. However, as a result, half of his tiger body was now drenched, with conspicuous grains of sand clinging to his pristine white fur. A roar erupted from Bai Yuqing's mouth, and upon witnessing this, Lu immediately contemplated fleeing. Yet, before he could turn, the white tiger, who had been stationary moments before, materialized before him, startling Lu to the point where he nearly sank his fish tail into the depths of the sea. Before he could collect his thoughts, Bai Yuqing delivered a swift slap, sending him crashing onto the kelp he had just tossed ashore. Observing this, Ling Yuyu promptly wrapped the mermaid in the kelp, fashioning a mermaid roll. Seeing the little female being bullied while he felt too intimidated to retaliate, Lu's face turned a shade of green with indignation. Extending his hand, he swiftly transformed, shredding the kelp that ensnared him into tatters. Witnessing the once whole kelp being reduced to fragments, Ling Yuyu felt a pang of sorrow. She had intended to sun-dry it for a nourishing soup. "You owe me for that kelp," she exclaimed, picking up the scattered pieces and placing them carefully on a rock. Then calling out to Lu. A small piece of kelp still clung to Lu's webbed hand, leaving him puzzled. It seemed he had brought this seaweed along. So how had it become hers? Before Lu could ponder the matter further, Bai Yuqing emerged from the water upon hearing Ling Yuyu's call, accompanied by Hailon, who carried a salt jar on his back. He set the jar down in the sand and joined the other merfolk to assess Lu's condition. The other merfolk gathered around as well aware of Lu's penchant for trouble, particularly with females, often inciting them to yell in frustration, only to be met with retaliatory strikes from the female beastmen. Of course, Lu was not one to learn from experience, although he felt the pain at the moment. He would inevitably repeat his transgressions. "Oh dear, how could such a lovely little female be bullied by Lu?" remarked an elder among the merfolk, a mark on his arm suggesting he bore the scars of a past encounter with a fish. Upon hearing the voice, Lu glanced around nervously. Seeing that only a few merfolk had arrived, he considered making a run for it. However, Hailon was not about to allow his escape, swiftly conjuring a wall of water to apprehend him. "What are you running from? What have you done to anger the little female?" Hailon demanded, standing before Lu, who felt utterly wronged. What did they mean by asking what he had done? "I merely tugged on a piece of seaweed. It's nothing rare. I could easily find another for her." In a fit of anger, Lu leaped into the sea. Ling Yuyu reflected that she had indeed been somewhat excessive earlier. She had only felt pity for the large kelp and wanted to explain to Hailon that she had merely been playfully teasing Lu. However, Hailon interjected, stating that the kelp had been specifically gathered for Ling Yuyu, as he had heard her express a fondness for the seaweed. "I went to the surface to find the largest, most complete piece, and now it's all ruined by that brat." Well, Ling Yuyu retracted her earlier guilt towards Lu, realizing it had inadvertently become his fault. Nearby, Lu was incensed upon hearing the words of the elder and Ling Yuyu, his tail slapping the water's surface in frustration. Before he could voice his displeasure, a small stone hurled by Haimu struck Lu on the head, prompting him to bare his teeth and huff at Haimu, who often bullied him. Now, he dared to throw stones at him. With no weapon at hand, Lu spotted a sea turtle nearby and seized it, aiming to hurl it at Haimu on the shore. However, he missed, and the turtle landed near the elder and Ling Yuyu instead. Realizing he had caused trouble, Lu attempted to flee, but before he could take a step, he was toppled by a surge of seawater. Chapter 122. Lu's Foraging Adventure. "What are you staring at? Hurry and find some seaweed," Hailon barked. Reluctantly, Lu complied, muttering under his breath as he searched for seaweed, grumbling, "You want me to gather seaweed? Just wait until I stuff you with it." After some time had passed, Ling Yuyu grew increasingly concerned for Lu's safety. What if something happens to him? She voiced her worries. Hailon shook his head, assuring her that merfolk generally do not encounter trouble in their waters. Before he could finish, Haimu interjected, "No need to fret. That rascal is likely contemplating how to bring back a bounty to stuff you with." Ling Yuyu recalled Lu's unreliability, pondering if Haimu's words held truth. Perhaps Lu was indeed thinking of gathering more than he could handle, leading to his own undoing. Shaking her head, she picked up an octopus from the ground, roughly preparing it with a sharp shell before roasting it over the fire to dry. They would not linger long, so there was no time to wait for the seafood to dry fully. Roasting it for transport was the best option. She hoped the serpent clan would bring plenty of snakeskin bags upon their arrival, or else they would lack storage. Thus, the day's labor became a collaborative effort. The merfolk caught fish while the beastmen dried the fish, and Lu focused on gathering kelp for Ling Yuyu. As night fell and the tide receded, Ling Yuyu joined the beastmen in foraging along the shore. Lu, spotting an abundance of shells and clams that could be collected in baskets, felt his eyes widen with excitement. These were his favorite treats, but previously, he had to toil for ages to gather just a few, never managing to satiate his hunger. Now, he merely had to bend down and collect them, popping them straight into his mouth. The other beastmen busily gathered food while Lu, in his eagerness, munched away, outpacing even those who were solely collecting. Eventually, after picking up his third empty clamshell, Ling Yuyu tossed it at Lu's head, instructing him to eat elsewhere or risk becoming a roasted mermaid. Her ominous tone, combined with her expression, caused Lu's tail to tense in apprehension, compelling him to cease his antics. He glanced around at the diligent foragers and joined them. However, Lu did not merely collect those that had washed ashore. He dug into the sand wherever he detected a breathing hole, his hands moving with remarkable speed as he unearthed his finds, instinctively tossing the first catch into his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly enough to catch it with his other hand. He then began excavating the long, sand-dwelling long-nosed snails with newfound expertise. Lu's speed surpassed that of the merfolk who specialized in hunting large fish, demonstrating his adeptness at capturing smaller shellfish. As the tide began to rise, Ling Yuyu observed that the once empty fire pit was now brimming with shellfish and the clams Lu had gathered. Several beastmen were astonished, having only just begun foraging yet managing to collect such a bounty. Among them, a few small octopuses caught by Hai Mu attempted to crawl back into the sea, but Bai Yuqing's paw held them firmly in place. Seeing everyone return, Ling Yuyu commenced instructing them on how to handle their catch. Some clams, which would typically be stir-fried with colorful fruits, had to be opened and the edible flesh roasted instead, given their lack of cooking equipment. Upon hearing they would be roasted, Lu immediately expressed his discontent. Shouldn't we eat them all at once? He protested. Hai Mu glanced at Lu, assessing his size and commenting, "You'd probably stuff yourself silly trying to eat them all." Lu felt indignant. He had worked hard to gather these treasures, so why should they all be roasted for transport? Ling Yuyu felt that this was exceedingly unfair to Green. Although Green truly could not consume everything, she advised him to eat at his own pace and not to overindulge. Once he had eaten his fill, they could dry the leftovers and take them home. Initially, Green felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was quite touching that this little female was considering his needs. However, the next moment, the great shaman coldly stated a fact. There was no need for questions. He simply could not eat anymore. They should hastily prepare everything for drying, and everyone should have a taste. Yuyu had mentioned they could still catch more in the morning. Upon hearing this, Green suspected the shaman was being disingenuous. He felt he could still eat, but after consuming a couple of clams, he realized he was completely stuffed. In Chapter 123, Fresh Jellyfish, Green found himself watching as Ling Yuyu and the others roasted and enjoyed their meal while he busied himself shelling for them. The enticing aroma of the grilled seafood made him wish he could partake, but alas, he was too full to manage even a morsel. Had he known that the seafood would transform into such a delightful flavor under the care of this little female, he would have refrained from overindulging initially. Now, memories of their first encounter flooded his mind when the delectable scent of crab roasted by Yuyu had lured him in. Despite his regrets, he could not alter the present reality. He was unable to eat anymore. Green's speed in shelling was remarkable, just sufficient for the group's needs. At first, he was reluctant to assist in cracking the clams, but he had no choice under the shaman's imposing presence and had to watch, albeit with a heavy heart, as others enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyu recognized another of Green's admirable traits, his knack for beachcombing. She began to anticipate tomorrow's low tide, hoping to encounter a few large crabs, or perhaps persuade the merfolk to dive for some substantial seafood to bring back and freeze. As Green cracked shells, he felt a chill creeping up his back. Glancing toward Yuyu, he saw her holding a clam in her mouth while sipping fish soup from a coconut shell, living quite the luxurious life. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion that she might be plotting against him. It must have been a mere figment of his imagination. However, the following morning, Green realized it was no illusion. "You woke me up this early just to see this?" He pointed at the still dim sky, questioning the necessity of being summoned to witness the ocean, although he occasionally found it a bit bothersome. Ultimately, Green was compelled to join the beach expedition, quickly digging for the treasures Yuyu sought. He was remarkably swift, managing to catch whatever she pointed out. When confronted with sea anemones, his claws inadvertently ruptured one, necessitating that the beast folk who followed excavate the remaining portion. As he dug, he listened to Yuyu as she named various objects. He found the plethora of names overwhelming, particularly for the small shells, and decided to cease memorizing them, mechanically repeating his actions instead. "Hurry over here. There's a large jellyfish," Yuyu exclaimed, urging Green to follow. Upon spotting the jellyfish, he dashed away in alarm, reminding her, "Be careful. That thing can sting." and I want to be catching it. Despite his disdainful remarks, Yu, eager for jellyfish, would not accept his refusal. She proposed, "If you help me catch this jellyfish, I'll prepare something delicious for you." At the mention of a delectable reward, Green felt his mouth water, yet skepticism clouded his mind. "Really?" he asked, instinctively inching closer to the jellyfish, ultimately suffering a sting that left his hand swollen before he managed to bring it back to Yu. Upon seeing the sizable jellyfish, Yu hesitated, contemplating how to handle it. She feared it would dissolve before reaching the Great Lake tribe, and with only a few colorful fruits and cumin on hand, she realized it was time to prioritize finding more spices. Eventually, she transformed the jellyfish into a cold dish, incorporating the colorful fruits, which resembled the jelly she had once purchased, topped with some rainbow candy. Green eyed the dish with suspicion. "Can this really be eaten?" he wondered, taking the coconut shell from her and studying its contents, worried that Yu was perhaps trying to trick him. Noticing his hesitance, Yu remained silent and began to eat with gusto. It must be said that the fare of the beast world was notably less polluted. After taking a bite of the jellyfish, she found its texture crisp and delicious, regretting the lack of additional seasonings that could enhance the flavor. Observing Yu devour her meal with fervor, Green felt compelled to join in, while the other beast folk had already begun eating. By the time the merfolk returned, only a small piece of jellyfish remained, and everyone had developed a fondness for this creature known as jellyfish. However, the merfolk felt they had barely had a taste before it was all gone. Yu also cautioned that some jellyfish in the sea were poisonous, advising the merfolk against catching them themselves, as it was not worth endangering their lives for a mere morsel. In Chapter 124, The Beast Folk of the Merfolk. The catch brought in by the merfolk was abundant, including a single fish that required 5 beast folk to lift. Yu gestured to the fish and then to herself, estimating that if she were to consume it all alone, it would take her several years to finish. After all, who had ever seen a fish larger than a whale? "How do we eat this?" Yu pondered aloud, having only heard of whales being edible, but never having tasted whale herself. Now, confronted with such a sight, she felt bewildered. Hylon patted the fish's belly and suggested, "Let us cut it open first, then we can turn it into dried fish to take back." Yu nodded in agreement, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. Soon, Bayuching and several other beast folk transformed into their beast forms and began to slice the fish. The scene turned quite bloody, but at last, the fish was successfully opened. Yu marveled at the sight within. It contained a singular massive fishbone, with the remainder filled with meat and entrails, which struck her as quite extraordinary. "Do the merfolk typically catch such large fish?" she inquired, placing a piece of nearly dried meat on a nearby rock to sunbathe while chatting with Hylon. Hylon did not shy away from her probing. "We generally do not hunt this type of fish, but this one was injured and nearing death. Rather than let it go to waste for another creature, it is better for us merfolk to consume it ourselves." Ling Yu pondered the situation. Such a large fish could indeed pose a danger if captured by Hylon and his companions. They had spent the entire afternoon preparing jerky, and as the sun began its descent, the weary orcs finally collapsed after a day of labor. Now, all they awaited was the arrival of the Serpent Clan to transport their gathered provisions. In contrast to the orcs' exhaustion, Ling Yu felt considerably better. At least she could still stand and walk over to Bayuching, lying on his white fur as they discussed the plans for the following day. "We should take back 20 earthen jars of salt, along with some meat from the sea fish and shellfish, plus the kelp we collected, and don't forget the coconuts." Ling Yu recounted their collected items. Bayuching's tiger head nuzzled against her, brushing against her cheek. He found her remarkably soft, though her face itched from his whiskers. She gently pushed his large head away and resumed discussing the next day's arrangements. "The Serpent Clan will be coming tomorrow, but some items may not be convenient to place directly on their backs. Perhaps we should consider a way to secure them," she suggested. However, Ling Yu realized that since the serpents slithered on the ground, any rope tied around their bellies might easily wear through. Bayuching contemplated this and proposed creating a bundle that the serpents could hold in their mouths, or sending a few orcs to support the load on their backs. After sharing his idea with Ling Yu, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, having the serpents carry it was feasible, but the specifics could wait until their arrival. Having concluded their discussion, Ling Yu fell silent, overcome by fatigue to the point where her eyes could barely remain open, drifting off into a light slumber. With the moon shining bright and the stars sparse, the sun rose the next day, casting its light upon Bayuching and his companions, rousing Ling Yu from her pleasant dreams. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was startled to see a large crowd of orcs before her. "Bayuching, Ling Yuyu instinctively wished to retreat behind him, bewildered by the sudden presence of so many orcs overnight. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Yuqing immediately appeared before her. Concern etched on his face. "What's wrong, Yuyu?" he asked softly and tenderly. Ling Yuyu glanced at the individuals before her, then turned her gaze towards Bai Yuqing, seeking an explanation regarding the origins of these people. Bai Yuqing scratched his head and replied, "They are merfolk, wishing to engage in trade with you." "What sort of trade?" Ling Yuyu questioned, feeling perplexed as she believed she possessed nothing of value that would entice them. "Do not be afraid, little female, we mean you no harm." One of the females at the forefront observed Ling Yuyu's evident fear and stepped forward, attempting to reach out and touch her head. However, before her hand could approach, Bai Yuqing intervened. "She does not appreciate contact with strangers, so please retract your hand." Complying with Bai Yuqing's request, the female withdrew her hand to avoid causing further discomfort to the young female. Chapter 125. Resistance to the merfolk. Yet Ling Yuyu had no desire to engage with these merfolk at all. Compared to the enchanting appearance of mermaids, the merfolk before her were rather difficult to describe favorably. The mermaids were undeniably more aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, the middle-aged female standing directly in front of her instilled a sense of discomfort in Ling Yuyu. Before she could articulate her refusal, the female advanced another step closer. Reluctantly, Ling Yuyu retreated once more, stating, "Please do not come any closer. I am not inclined to converse with you at this time." Ling Yuyu glanced around in search of the merfolk and soon spotted Green, who stood at a distance. Observing the spectacle with keen interest, Ling Yo-Yo could hardly endure the situation. She immediately sought to redirect the calamity. "Aren't you quite familiar with the merfolk? I only wish to converse with that fish. You may first engage in discussion with him." Upon noticing the small female pointing at him, Green sensed something amiss. The scales on his tail bristled, and he instinctively sought to flee, his sixth sense warning him that the little female was once again plotting against him. However, the physical prowess of the merman tribe naturally exceeded that of the merfolk, and before he could swim 100 meters, he found himself confronted by a merman he least wished to encounter. The sea merman gazed at the increasingly exquisite Green and mused that if this fellow were devoid of a mouth, he might regard him more favorably than his own brother. Alas, he was cursed with a mouth. At that moment, upon seeing the sea merman blocking his path, Green was poised to retaliate, but alas, the disparity in their strengths rendered him helpless. Within moments, he was ensnared by the merman's kelp and dragged onto the shore. Though a few mermen stood beside Ling Yo-Yo, the burden of the situation fell squarely upon Green. Meanwhile, Hai Lan and others had risen early to gather their belongings, intending to venture forth together. As for Green, he had never anticipated being of any assistance. Each visit to the clan invariably devolved into chaos. Previously, he had the oversight of Lan to temper his antics, but now he could only rely on Hai Lan to manage him. When Hai Lan returned, he heard Green bellowing, "I will never assist you. It is utterly impossible. Cease your futile hopes." Upon hearing Green's declaration, the sea merman's fury ignited. He swiftly grasped Green's face, intending to press him into the sand. The other merman observed the scene, pondering whether such treatment might be excessive. Yet, the sea merman wiped his brow and recounted how Green had treated him in the past. "No worries. He was the same with me before, wouldn't you agree?" Green, his mouth covered, attempted to protest that it was inaccurate. He had not truly resorted to violence, merely had his brother act on his behalf. Now, he could not allow those events to be attributed solely to him. Hai Lan approached, and the mermen parted to allow him through. Upon seeing Green's face covered in sand, he let out a heavy huff and utilized his abilities to cleanse Green's visage, urging him to follow promptly. This time, Hai Lan's primary objective was to procure some luminous pearls, as their females struggled to see at night. The possession of luminous pearls would greatly facilitate their endeavors, and one of the trading conditions with Ling Yo-Yo was 10 large luminous pearls. Upon seeing Ling Yo-Yo, Green nearly succumbed to his anger and charged at her, but before he could approach, the merman near her instinctively stepped forward to block him. Infuriated, Green nearly advanced to teach those mermen a lesson. Before Green could utter a word, Hai Lan interjected, "Do the mermen seek the same as the merfolk?" The merman retreated, revealing the initial female who had spoken. Indeed, the desires of the mermen aligned with those of the merfolk, prompting them to inquire whether this young female might visit their tribe to meet their females. They promised substantial rewards in return. Ling Yuyu was enjoying her brunch. She had risen late that morning and had slept soundly. The merman clan had arrived early, but upon seeing Ling Yuyu in deep slumber, none dared to approach her to awaken her. Hai Lan and the others figured that since Bai Yuqing was there to protect Ling Yuyu, their assistance would not be required for the time being, so they decided to return, believing that by the time they finished their own matters, Ling Yuyu would likely have awakened. Bai Yuqing, after ensuring that these individuals posed no threat to Ling Yuyu, ventured away briefly to prepare her breakfast, so that upon her awakening she could indulge in the meal she had expressed a desire for the previous night. Upon encountering Ling Yuyu, Hai Lan brought the female closer and introduced her, saying, "This is the high priestess of the Merman clan. She seeks your assistance, dear female." Ling Yuyu still had coconut flesh in her mouth when, unexpectedly, Hai Lan brought her directly before him. Chapter 126, Hidden Intrigues. Ling Yuyu lifted the coconut shell to her lips and took a sip of the water within. After setting the shell down, she chewed the coconut flesh thoroughly before swallowing it. Only then could she speak. "I am but an ordinary young female, unable to assist you in any significant way." Ling Yuyu spread her hands, unsure of why she felt such a strong aversion to the sea people. She sensed that if she were to go there, she might encounter events that would not bode well for her. Observing Ling Yuyu's reluctance, Hai Lan naturally refrained from pressing her further. He hoped that this young female would assist the merfolk. The affairs of the sea people held no significance for him. Merely speaking on behalf of the sea people earlier had already been a concession to this willowy figure. Ling Yuyu, having spoken, was eager to depart, longing to await Shishi. Yet, before she could turn away, the female before her suddenly spoke up. "I am aware of your origins and can assist you in returning to your former place, provided you are willing to help me." Lu Yi confidently articulated these words, believing the young female would find the temptation irresistible. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow. "I think you have misunderstood. My reluctance to visit the Merman clan is not due to a lack of desire, but rather because I am unable to resolve the plight of the Merman clan." Ling Yuyu spoke softly and continued to turn away, heading towards the place where they stored their belongings to await Shishi. The female from the Merman clan was taken aback, realizing that Ling Yuyu was even more formidable than the previous female she had encountered. She had assumed this one would yearn to return to her rightful place, just as the other had. It was only when she could no longer see those people that Ling Yuyu sat down and patted her chest, relieved that she had fled swiftly. Otherwise, she would have fallen prey to that old hag's schemes. In truth, it was only after meeting that female that Ling Yuyu recalled Gu Jingyan's warning about being cautious of a female from the Merman clan when arriving at the seaside. No matter what she said, not to be lured by her, lest she face eternal damnation. Initially, Ling Yuyu had intended to inquire further, but Gu Jingyu's agitation had compelled her to forego that line of questioning. True to Gu Jingyan's words, she encountered this female, who even articulated her original desire. With a shrug, she gazed into the distance, noticing some movement among the trees nearby, surmising that she had arrived. Overjoyed, she called out for Bai Yuqing. "Bai Yuqing, Bai Yuqing, the snake clan is here. Let us hasten to load the cargo onto their backs." Seeing that Ling Yuyu and her group were about to depart, Lu Yi remained unperturbed, slowly stepping forward to stand before Bai Yuqing. "I do not understand why the young female harbors such deep animosity towards me, but please believe me. Young female, my intentions are benign." With that, she extended her hand, revealing a lustrous orb, within which silvery light seemed to flow. Upon seeing the exquisite orb, Ling Yuyu felt a fleeting stir within her heart, but quickly retreated behind Bai Yuqing. Merfolk were adept at beguiling others, and hence, Gu Jingyu had advised Ling Yuyu to avoid gazing into their faces, particularly that of the female, for she might not even comprehend how her demise would come to pass. Previously, Ling Yuyu had considered this to be an exaggeration on Gu Jingyu's part, but now she was certain of her own ignorance. Just as she was about to leave, the female continued, "I hope the young female will accept this orb. It may prove useful to you in the future." Ling Yuyu glanced at the bead, then directed her gaze towards the individual standing before Bai Yuqing. She felt that if she were to believe in this, it would betray Gu Jingyu's trust in her. Just as she was about to decline, Hai Lan stepped forward to accept it on her behalf. "I appreciate the goodwill of the merfolk, however. I hope you understand that accepting this does not imply that the young female is obliged to assist you. We can offer our support in other ways." Hai Lan's tone was more solemn than usual. Lu Yi, on the other hand, merely smiled nonchalantly, confident that as long as the young female required the aid of the merfolk, she would seek them out. After Lu Yi departed, Bai Yuqing cast a cold glance at Hai Lan, questioning, "Why did you disregard Yuyu's wishes and accept that item on behalf of the young female?" Though the item was accepted by Hai Lan, it was in Ling Yuyu's name, and Bai Yuqing found this troubling, yet he could not resort to physically reprimanding Hai Lan. Ling Yuyu believed that since Hailon had accepted this pearl, it must hold significant meaning for him. Chapter 127. The Foolish Beast? Before Ling Yuyu could inquire, Hailon took the initiative to speak to her. This pearl is indeed a remarkable treasure. It possesses the ability to save the life of a beastman in critical moments and can also guide the evolution of either beastmen or females. Ling Yuyu could not comprehend the meaning of the term evolution mentioned later. She only understood the significance of the preceding words, which collectively conveyed an impression of exceptional prowess and utility, accompanied by a hope that she would graciously accept it. Bai Yuqing had also heard tales regarding the mystical pearls of the Sharkan tribe, yet he had never witnessed one with his own eyes. Ultimately, Ling Yuyu accepted the pearl, intending to present it to Gu Jingyu for her inspection. Even if it were a miraculous elixir, she had no inclination to utilize it herself, harboring a lingering suspicion regarding the ulterior motives of the Sharkman's female member. Fortunately, the serpent tribe arrived. 3 serpents came in total. Initially, He-Eyes had no intention of joining, but he could not resist the persistent curiosity of Zai and the little serpent, who expressed a desire to explore the nature of the ocean beyond. Thus, He-Eyes reluctantly accompanied them. Upon encountering Ling Yuyu, the little serpent immediately nestled beside her, its head resting against her arm, eager to discover what she held in her hands. Ling Yoyo crouched down to show the small snake what she held in her hands before entrusting it to Bai Yuqing for safekeeping. "All right, we must prepare to return now," she declared with a sweeping gesture, signaling the snake clan to move towards the designated storage area. Upon witnessing the considerable amount of items, nearly equating to the size of a snake, He-Eyes and Z were taken aback. "Yo-Yo, have you collected all this over the past few days?" Z inquired, picking up a large coconut from the ground. She recognized it as the sweet water she had previously enjoyed in the Beastman Valley. Assuming that Z intended to eat the coconut, Ling Yoyo promptly instructed Bai Yuqing to open one for her, suggesting that the small snake and Z find a shaded spot to enjoy the treat, while she kept an eye on Bai Yuqing and the others as they loaded the items onto the snakes' backs. However, after scanning the surroundings and noticing that Bai Yuqing and the others had yet to begin their task, she suspected they might be short on rope. Just as she was about to weave some grass into a makeshift rope, she was taken by surprise as Bai Yuqing suddenly transformed into a majestic tiger, picking up the items from the ground and placing them onto the back of a nearby red snake. Ling Yuyu pondered why Bai Yuqing had remained still earlier. It was because he had yet to find a suitable method to transport everything. After placing a portion of the items upon the serpent's back, he leaped down, and soon another orc climbed onto the serpent. Bai Yuqing directed the orcs from below, overseeing the organization of the goods, which were gradually secured with a lengthy leather strap. Ultimately, he had the orc transform into its beast form to press down on the cargo, signaling the serpent to shift slightly to test the stability. Once assured that nothing would fall, Bai Yuqing proceeded to load the next serpent. By the time all the items were stowed away, it was nearly noon. The orcs hastily consumed a meal before embarking on their journey, while the serpents could sustain themselves for long periods without food. Thus, Bai Yuqing and Ling Yuyu led the way, with the remaining orcs seated atop the serpents. Their return journey was swift. The merfolk traversed the waterways, whereas they followed the path Ling Yuyu had taken on her previous return. In less than 2 days, they arrived at the tribe. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Yuyu noticed what seemed to be black and white figures among the distant trees. But Bai Yuqing moved with such speed that she had no time to verify before they entered the tribe. The serpents were nearly exhausted. Typically, they would merely find a sunny spot to bask in after a hearty meal, awaiting their next opportunity to hunt. However, upon arriving at the Great Lake tribe, they faced relentless travel and were compelled to assist in transporting the food they had discovered. Haishi resolved never to accompany the chieftain back to the Great Lake tribe again, feeling as if the tribe did not regard them as outsiders. Had it not been for the absence of slaves within the tribe, he might have almost believed he was on the verge of becoming one himself. Once the 3 serpents had discharged their cargo, they vanished from sight, leaving only Z and the little serpentling trailing behind Ling Yuyu. Z, intrigued by the multitude of unfamiliar items, inquired about each one as Ling Yuyu picked them up. "What is this, Yuyu?" Z asked, pointing at a massive octopus tentacle before her, which bore an uncanny resemblance to circles adorning the serpent's tail. Ling Yuyu paused for a moment, her hand holding an octopus leg, and then imagined what if Mo Xing's tail sprouted a few circles. Shaking her head, the thought was too beautiful for her to contemplate. It was best to organize these items first. She opened a coconut for the little snake and Zio, setting them aside to eat. while she and Bai Yuqing meticulously sorted through everything. Oh, they had also brought back a gigantic turtle this time. Chapter 128. The white tiger's heavy blow to the rolling bear. It might be inaccurate to call it a turtle. Upon closer inspection of its shell, Ling Yu realized it was likely a sea turtle. It appeared rather large, probably weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. When it was accidentally tossed ashore by Lu, it had struck a rock and tragically met its demise. There was no choice but to bring this unfortunate sea turtle back as a source of sustenance. She knocked on the 2-meter-wide shell, pondering that she should no longer bully Lu indiscriminately. That fellow possessed considerable strength. Meanwhile, Lu meandered over, savoring the taste of the jellyfish, and inquired of Ling Yu whether this clumsy beast was delicious. Clumsy beast? Ling Yu was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it customary for beastmen to name animals according to their calls? Why, then, did Lu refer to the sea turtle as a clumsy beast? Indeed, with an air of certainty, Lu remarked, "Look how foolish it is. It doesn't even know to dodge from a formidable foe, always scuttling towards me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have perished before reaching adulthood." Ling Yu suddenly felt a profound sense of injustice for the deceased sea turtle, hoping that paradise was devoid of the color green. Green did not hear Ling Yu's remark about the turtle being delicious. Instead, it became entangled in a debate over its name. Assuming that Ling Yu was also uncertain about how to consume this foolish creature, consequently, it lost interest and decided to take a coconut back to the cave for a peaceful slumber. Ling Yu did not allow him to take the coconuts, primarily because there were only around 100 coconuts available this time, and that green, when it came to food, displayed no restraint. Was this truly called a foolish beast? She found it somewhat difficult to utter. Green cast a glance at Ling Yu and shook his head, explaining that merfolk generally do not consume such shell-bound items, as they are difficult to crack open and the flesh is exceedingly tough, rendering it nameless. The term foolish beast was, in fact, coined by Green. Upon hearing that it had no name, Ling Yu felt a sense of relief and proceeded to tell Green that this creature was called a sea turtle, which resides in the ocean, while a similar creature, the tortoise, lives on land. Green's face remained impassive, seemingly questioning the relevance of her words. He was not interested in the nomenclature. What he truly wanted to know was whether it was palatable and how much he could consume. Ling Yu's refusal to let him eat the coconuts left Green with a lingering grievance. He resolved that upon returning to the merfolk, he would indulge in coconuts to his heart's content. They are indeed quite delectable, remarkably nourishing, capable of satisfying one's hunger in a single meal, he mused. Upon hearing that they could satiate his appetite, Green felt content and suddenly recalled that there were similar creatures on land. Is there something akin to it here? Should I go find a few more? Green fancied himself adept at locating such shell-bound creatures, like clams, crabs, and cat's-eye snails. This prompted Ling Yu to think of the large crabs, lobsters, and clams found in the lake. A sudden craving washed over her. But given the abundance of food in the tribe and the rising temperatures, she hesitated. Before encountering Gu Jingyu, Ling Yu had felt that even a brief exposure to the sun might lead to heatstroke. Fortunately, things had improved significantly. Her condition was now comparable to that of other females, allowing her to sunbathe for half a day without succumbing to heatstroke, though it remained somewhat warm. And she had yet to tan. The thought of her untouched complexion brought her satisfaction, though she lamented the scarcity of seasonings. As Ling Yu contemplated how to procure some scallions, ginger, and garlic to prepare a sea turtle soup, a sudden roar of a white tiger echoed from outside the tribe. It sounded harmless, suggesting that it was likely not a significant matter. Ling Yu proceeded leisurely to investigate. Upon her arrival, she witnessed a scene that had become almost iconic, the white tiger soundly thrashing the panda. Initially, Bai Yuqing had been somewhat cautious upon encountering Gunqing, considering that this individual had come bearing bamboo for the young female, and thus should not be dealt with too harshly. However, the first words from Gunqing's mouth were a request for the young female to come out quickly, as he had brought her favorite bamboo. Moreover, upon seeing Bai Yuqing's white hair, Gunqing uttered a statement that left the entire Great Lake tribe in shock. Bai Yuqing's fur had become even whiter than the last time he had peeked. At that moment, those who had accompanied Bai Yuqing, Hu Xiao, Bao Feng, and others, could not contain their laughter, while Bai Yuqing scowled, dragging Gunqing to a cleared area, disregarding Gunqing's cries, and unleashed a flurry of blows. With each strike, his claws met flesh, causing the hefty panda to wail in distress, evoking a sense of pity among the other pandas for Gunqing. Chapter 129. The Little Black Panther. However, upon reflection, the onlookers believed that Gunqing had brought this predicament upon himself. In fact, They felt he deserved the punishment. The act of peeping on fellow beast men while bathing was utterly unforgivable. Had the roles been reversed, they speculated, the punishment would have been far more severe than even that of the tribe leader. The misdeeds of Bai Yuqing and thrashing Gun Cheng only ceased after Ling Yuyu's arrival. Upon seeing the young female, Gun Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears, his entire form collapsing onto the ground, resembling a flattened panda. "I have brought bamboo for you," he exclaimed, rolling over to rejoin his kin, retrieving a bamboo shoot from their backs. "Here's the little bamboo you wanted, specially dug up for you. However, I must inform you that bamboo is a delicacy that only our panda tribe can consume." Ling Yuyu nodded, "But bamboo can be fashioned into numerous other items. Would you like to stay in the Great Lake tribe for a few days?" she suggested. Upon hearing the possibility of a stay, Gongqing's eyes brightened. However, before he could respond, his companion, Gong Gong, stepped on his foot, urging him to gauge the chieftain's expression before making any commitments. Gongqing lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Bai Yuqing, whose pale golden tiger eyes scrutinized him intently. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if conceding would seal his fate and prevent him from returning to the Gong Gong tribe. Alas, he yearned to reside in the same tribe as the little female. "We must return soon, but if you have time, would you care to visit our tribe? There are many newly born little Gong Gong, and I assure you, they are all exceedingly adorable." Gongqing's voice dwindled to a whisper, fading into the frigid air around him. The atmosphere felt so cold that he suspected if this white tiger possessed any abilities, they would surely be of the ice or water variety, capable of producing such an icy aura. The other Gong Gong felt as if they were nearly suffocating from the oppressive presence of this large Gong Gong. "We must take our leave now." The little female bid farewell. A nearby Gong Gong reached out a paw to pull Gongqing away. Bai Yuqing watched the departing Gong Gong, who were clearly unwanted by the tiger, before shifting his attention to the little female. "Do you not feel a pang of longing for them?" he pondered, a twinge of jealousy bubbling within him. Why did the little Gong Gong hold such appeal? In his heart, he believed that the little white tiger was the most endearing of all. Yet, the little female was still so young. When would they be able to have tiger cubs together? Bai Yuqing felt a surge of impatience, his tiger visage tightening with concern. Noticing the large tiger's restless movements, Ling Yuyu playfully swatted his leg. "What are you thinking? You seem so engrossed that your tail is nearly tied in knots." Surprised by the little female's gaze upon him, Bai Yuqing momentarily froze, then shyly reclined as she pushed him, exposing his fluffy belly for her to nuzzle. Ling Yuyu could hardly contain herself. Just as she prepared to pounce and indulge in a hearty suckle, Luaya arrived just in time to halt her playful antics with the grand white tiger. "Yo-yo, Luaya," she called out, her voice elongated as she hurried towards them, cradling a dark object in her arms. From a distance, Ling Yuyu noticed it moving, piquing her curiosity as she tilted her head in inquiry about the object Luaya held. As Luaya drew closer, the mystery was revealed. It was a little leopard from Gu Jingyu's family. She was intrigued as to how it had come to be in Luaya's possession, especially since the little leopard appeared quite content in her embrace. When Ling Yuyu inquired about the little leopard's presence, Luaya raised it above her head, grinning. "Well, it seems my family has an abundance of delicious treats." Behind Luaya, Luobing, who had arrived a moment later, wore a stern expression as she recounted the events leading to the little leopard being in Luaya's arms. This was entirely because this one insisted on feeding the little leopard herself. Had it not been for that, how could the Black Panther tribe allow an outsider to nurture their young? As she spoke, she took the little Black Panther from the jaws of the small white tiger accompanying her. "We heard you returned and specifically sought out the little Black Panther to show you." Chapter 130. Gu Jingyu's warning. Ling Yuyu took the little Black Panther in her arms, secretly lamenting how swiftly the beastkin grew. It had only been a short while since their last meeting, and the little Black Panther before her had already matured considerably. However, before she could fully embrace the creature, Gu Jingyu appeared, carrying a small jar in her hand, seemingly having come out to fetch water. Ling Yuyu looked at Gu Jingyu in confusion as she handed over the jar in her hand. "What do you want me to do with this?" Ling Yuyu inquired. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu accept the jar, Gu Jingyu finally relaxed her grip. "It's nothing. I was just a bit tired holding it, and hoped you could lend a hand." Ling Yuyu. She found herself at a loss for words to convey the helplessness within her. Gazing at Gu Jingyu's face, she ultimately managed to utter a single word: "Get lost." Nevertheless, she still dutifully held on to Gu Jingyu's belongings, for she could not truly bring herself to discard them. She feared that Gu Jingyu might seek her out to settle the score. Ling Yuyu peered into the jar, only to find it shrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible details. After inquiring with Gu Jingyu, who offered no response, she decided to refrain from further questioning. Instead, she dutifully fetched items for Gu Jingyu. Bai Yuqing, observing the effort expended by Ling Yuyu, contemplated assisting her. However, Ling Yuyu waved him off, urging him to swiftly transport the bamboo to her dwelling. She was eager to examine the bamboo shoots, which might yield a delectable stir-fried dish. The mere thought of that flavor made her mouth water. Noticing that Ling Yuyu was managing well, Bai Yuqing chose not to insist on helping her, silently returning to the collective cave of the tribe with all the bamboo and bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, Ling Yuyu accompanied Gu Jingyu back to her cave, where Gu Jingyu sat upon the wooden bed crafted by Black Panther over the past few days. Ling Yuyu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the exquisite wooden bed. How had she not thought of this before? She resolved to have one crafted for herself upon her return. Ling Yuyu secretly resolved, and Gu Jingyu, noticing her gaze fixed on the wooden bed, immediately patted the bed and exclaimed, "Isn't it beautiful?" Ling Yoyo nodded, admiring the craftsmanship of the wooden bed, which would be considered exquisite even in modern times. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate patterns carved into the headboard. It is indeed beautiful. Did your orc craft this? Ling Yoyo couldn't help but recall the somber-looking Black Panther, realizing that one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Gu Jingyu, noticing Ling Yodo's confusion, smiled and confirmed, "Yes, he made it, and he's been working on it for quite some time." As she caressed the bed beneath her, she inquired about Ling Yoyo's recent trip to the seaside. "Did you encounter that group of people?" Though phrased as a question, Ling Yoyo felt it was more of a statement coming from Gu Jingyu. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, I met them, and they forced a strange bead upon me." As she rummaged through her belongings to show Gu Jingyu the bead, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, I gave that bead to Bai Yuqing. I'll ask him to bring it to you later." After expressing her thoughts, Ling Yoyo intended to leave, having yet to thoroughly examine the bamboo shoots gifted to her by the giant pandas. She mused that perhaps only she could receive such treatment, being presented with gifts from a national treasure. Noticing Ling Yoyo's intention to depart, Gu Jingyu called out, "I plan to return in a few days, and I would like you to accept this bed as a gift." Excited by this unexpected fortune, Ling Yoyo eagerly nodded in agreement. However, she then looked at Gu Jingyu, puzzled as to why she was returning so soon. "Why are you leaving so quickly?" At that moment, Ling Yoyo clearly caught a glimpse of disdain in Gu Jingyu's eyes. Was it disdain? What do you think? She mused. Ling Yoyo felt that perhaps there was no need to rush, yet she voiced her conjecture. Could it be that you miss home? Gu Jingyu was tempted to pry open Ling Yoyo's mind to understand her thought process. As she noticed Gu Jingyu's growing impatience, she finally asked, "Is it because of that woman?" Upon mentioning the woman, Gu Jingyu paused, gazing at her intently. "If possible, please stay as far away from her as you can," she advised, her silence conveying a deeper meaning. Eventually, observing Gu Jingyu's reluctance to continue speaking, Ling Yoyo contemplated for a moment before waving her hand in farewell, indicating that she truly needed to leave. Chapter 131. The bamboo shoots have arrived once Ling Yoyo departed. The cave was left with only Gu Jingyu and the Black Panther that had just entered. The panther, having been exposed to the sun, still radiated warmth from its sleek fur. Gu Jingyu, unable to resist, leaped onto the panther, causing it to sway slightly. In response, the panther nudged its large head against her face, prompting laughter from Gu Jingyu. "Stop licking. When did you return?" Transforming back into its humanoid form, the panther embraced Gu Jingyu and began discussing future plans for the panther clan. As the soft murmur of the panther's voice enveloped her, Gu Jingyu felt her eyelids grow heavier, eventually succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Ling Yoyo remained oblivious to the discussions between the panther and Gu Jingyu. She recognized that the massive bamboo was beyond her current capabilities to manage, and the abundance of bamboo shoots sent by the giant pandas demanded her immediate attention to prevent spoilage. Resolving to tackle the task, she rolled up her sleeves. But as she attempted to lift a shoot, she nearly got struck by a branch. Observing the bamboo before her, she realized her previous thoughts were rather fanciful. The process of crafting bamboo mats was intricate. It would be far more practical to learn from Gu Jingyu how to construct a wooden bed instead. However, before she could continue, a large black snake came racing towards her from the distance. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yoyo noticed the snake bore a resemblance to Mo Xing, and trailing behind it was a white tiger. She immediately concluded that it must indeed be Mo Xing. At that moment, He Eyes was conversing with the orcs he had sent to the snake tribe at the outskirts of the Great Lake tribe. The snake tribe possessed little in terms of goods, but they had a significant quantity of snake skins. Due to their size, these skins were quite substantial. However, apart from the molting that occurred during adulthood, the other sheds were not suitable for clothing. Thus, the remaining skins were traded with other tribes as they were sturdy and waterproof, making them excellent for storage. Consequently, Hiais had instructed his kin to bring some snake skins and unique fruits from their territory as a gesture of gratitude to the Great Lake tribe for caring for their young for so long. Just as Ling Yoyo was fretting over the excess bamboo shoots, she spotted a formidable laborer swiftly approaching her. Mo Xing had returned. Ling Yoyo greeted Mo Xing, watching as he passed by without stopping, while Bai Yuqing behind him paused to wave a claw in acknowledgement. As she observed the two figures recede into the distance, she began counting the bamboo shoots. Soon after, the two returned, looking weary. Upon seeing Ling Yoyo sitting despondently to the side, Bai Yuqing kindly arranged the bamboo shoots in front of her, transforming the chaotic pile into a neat assortment. Mo Xing, puzzled, questioned her decision to gather so many bamboo shoots. Bamboo from the Gungun tribe? He inquired, picking up a shoot and weighing it in his hand, only to set it down again, bewildered by the sheer size of the bamboo. Ling Yuyu did not respond to him, but contemplated the potential uses of the abundant bamboo. She glanced at the snake, then back at the bamboo, realizing it could be fashioned into a snake stick. Shaking her head, she decided to focus on the bamboo shoots first. The roots still bore traces of mud, suggesting they had been freshly dug up either yesterday or this morning. If she hurried to cook them all, they could be stored for leisurely consumption. Mo Xing, could you assist me in peeling these shoots? Ling Yu said, patting the nearest shoot. Mo Xing's lips twitched slightly. Do you truly believe I am the sort of snake who would labor for you? He retorted. As the mightiest warrior of the Serpent clan, he was the most likely candidate to awaken extraordinary powers, and it was beneath him to assist a mere female in her tasks. However, before he could voice his thoughts further, he spotted the little snakelets and Hiais in the distance. Instantly, the words he had intended to say about the female's fanciful demands lodged in his throat. The reason he had rushed back earlier, even fleeing from the white tiger, was due to having spoken ill of the female, claiming she favored him more. Now, confronting the female who seemed to expect his assistance as a matter of course, Mo Xing felt a sense of indignation. Upon seeing the little snakes, he recognized that he had no choice but to lend a hand, yet he was reluctant to acquiesce to the female's wishes. If Ling Yu could fathom Mo Xing's internal musings, she might find herself both amused and infuriated. Was it truly so presumptuous of her to expect his help? Chapter 132. Stir-fried bamboo shoots. Was it her entitlement in asking Mo Xing for assistance? It merely appeared that he and Lu were the only ones in the tribe with ample leisure time. Yet Lu's beast form was limited to catching fish in the water, hardly more useful than Mo Xing in the present situation. Ultimately, persuaded by Hiais and the little snakes as well as by Yuqing's request, Mo Xing consented to help Ling Yu peel the bamboo shoots, while the idler Lu was summoned to assist in heating the water in the turtle shell and ceramic pot. As the vast turtle shell began to bubble with boiling water, Ling Yu added the neatly sliced bamboo shoots, each piece cut with precision and uniformity, suggesting a hint of obsessive attention to detail on the part of the slicer. Ling Yu delicately lifted a piece of boiled bamboo shoot with her chopsticks and set it aside to dry. The little snake, unable to comprehend her actions, nonetheless assisted her by placing the bamboo slices under the sun. Sister Yu, what are we going to do next? He inquired, having transformed into his serpentine form. Unlike other beastmen, he was not particularly heat-resistant. After only a brief exposure to the sun, he sought refuge in the shade, flicking his tongue in discomfort. Observing this, Mo Xing, who was busy cutting bamboo, considered joining the little snake for some playful antics, but was promptly called back by Ling Yu, who insisted he finish cutting the bamboo first. As he continued his labor, he imagined the bamboo as if it were Ling Yu herself he was slicing. Green, tending to the fire, placed a layer of ice in front of him to stave off the oppressive heat, feeling as though he might be roasted alive. Noticing the ice, Ling Yu signaled for the little snake to bring a piece to the shade, providing herself with a modicum of relief as well. Purple, witnessing Ling Yu's thoughtful gesture amidst her tasks, felt an immense satisfaction towards her kindness. However, Green, feeling somewhat put upon, could not fathom how he had transitioned from a mere spectator of the white tiger and snake-esque skirmish to an unwilling laborer. Frustrated, he realized that returning to seek out the shaman was not an option, as neither Mo Xing nor Ling Yu would allow him to leave. Should he depart, Mo Xing would bear the burden of their remaining tasks, and Ling Yu would likely be delayed in her own endeavors. as the bamboo was finally cooked. The day had swiftly advanced from noon to evening. Ling Yuyu, exhausted from her labors, felt as though she had spent the entire day submerged in water. The Son of the Beast world was relentless, and the first batches of bamboo slices were nearly desiccated. To ensure a fresh dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots for the evening meal, she intentionally set aside some, deciding to use a massive turtle shell as a pot for the culinary creation. The turtle shell was impressively large, accommodating a whole bamboo shoot, several colorful fruits, and nearly 100 pounds of meat. Stirring the ingredients within the shell proved to be quite a physical endeavor for Ling Yuyu. Yet, she felt a gradual increase in her strength and an improvement in her physical condition, perhaps a result of her frequent exertions. It was only after several minutes of cooking that Bai Yuqing arrived, shouldering a hefty bundle of seaweed. He had been busy processing the previously acquired meat in the tribe, following Ling Yuyu's guidance to spread the semi-dried meat across hot stones, allowing the sun to dry it further, thus preserving it for the cold season. Upon witnessing Ling Yuyu, forehead glistening with sweat as she cooked, while the other beastmen stood idly by, Bai Yuqing could not help but express his frustration. He swiftly dealt with each of them, particularly Tiger Howl, whom he reprimanded most sternly. By the time Luo Bing arrived for a meal, the marks of Bai Yuqing's claws were still evident on his face. After explaining his plight to Luo Bing, he found himself chastised once more by his own mate, his ears drooping in a comical display of dejection. Now, with Ling Yuyu having temporarily relinquished her wooden spatula to Bai Yuqing, he approached with a determined demeanor, brimming with confidence. Ling Yuyu, though hesitant to refuse his offer, reminded him to handle her spatula with care, lest he break it. Upon hearing her words, Bai Yuqing promised to be cautious, assuring her not to worry. However, to Ling Yuyu's dismay, the very calamity she feared transpired. The spatula snapped in Bai Yuqing's grasp. Holding the broken utensil, he felt a surge of embarrassment, scratching his head and avoiding her gaze. "You need not fret, Yuyu. I shall fetch you a new one at once," he declared before transforming into a great white tiger and sprinting off in search of a replacement. Ling Yuyu, covering her face with one hand, could not bring herself to blame him for the mishap. After all, he was her beloved pet. And how could she fault him for breaking her belongings? She thought of the huskies that wreaked havoc in their homes, with their owners often forgiving them with a smile. Ling Yuyu consoled herself silently, ultimately resigning herself to pick up the broken spatula from the ground and clumsily stir-fry the vegetables in the pot. By the time Bai Yuqing returned with a suitable spatula, Ling Yuyu had already completed the dishes, even preparing a kelp soup alongside the neatly plated bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, all arranged meticulously in coconut shells. A total of 20 coconut shells were filled, and the enticing aroma drew the attention of the female beastmen, eager to sample the food. However, before they could approach, they were deterred by the frosty demeanor of Bai Yuqing. Among them was Luo Ya, whose eyes sparkled with a strong desire to taste the food. Yet she was unable to withstand the chief's cold glare. Meanwhile, Lu appeared unperturbed, brazenly reaching for the coconut shell brimming with meat and colorful fruits. But with a loud smack, Lu let out a shriek, revealing the force Bai Yuqing had exerted, causing Lu to feel as if his hand might fall off. "Why did you hit me?" Lu exclaimed angrily, but to his surprise, Bai Yuqing showed no remorse, instead threatening, "Not only can I hit you, but I can also cook fish if you push me." Lu, nursing his hand, fell silent, fearing that Bai Yuqing might indeed come to cook him one night. Before Lu could ponder further, Ling Yuyu announced that the food was meant for them, but required a trade. It was not free. However, since Lu and Imo Xing had assisted her in the afternoon, she would grant them food as compensation. Others, however, needed to bring something to exchange. Imo Xing was quicker than Lu, swiftly claiming the largest portion while Lu, lagging behind, obtained a smaller share. He grumbled to himself, blaming Bai Yuqing for hitting his hand, believing that had he not been struck, the larger portion would have been his. Upon hearing the little female's words, Z was the first to react, promptly offering a few fruits to the little female, initially intended as a gift to express gratitude for her daily treats for herself and the little snake. Now, exchanging them for food was acceptable. Z sighed inwardly, relieved that the little female was not the type to indiscriminately give things away, as that would surely burden her if she were to become the maid of a beastman in the future. Suddenly, upon hearing Ling Yuyu mention a trade for food, Luo Ya froze momentarily before starting to search her person after witnessing Z's gesture. Unfortunately, after thoroughly checking, she found nothing to exchange for the meat. Her large eyes filled with despair as she looked longingly at Baofeng. Baofeng felt a headache coming on. Regretting the indulgence he had shown Luo Ya during her childhood, now fearing she might be easily swayed by a mere morsel of food. "Don't look at me. I'll go fetch something for you to trade," he said, but before he could leave, Luo Bing approached and handed her fruit to Luo Ya, saying, "This fruit is quite rare. Take it and exchange it for food with Yu. I'll wait for Bao Feng to return before I eat." With tears in her eyes, Luo Ya gratefully accepted the fruit from Luo Bing, wanting to cling to her in affection, but was pushed away with disdain. "Hurry and go. If you don't, it might be gone." Following Luo Bing's gaze, Luo Ya saw Ming Shuang already exchanging grapes for a coconut shell of food. While the merfolk females had each secured their share, all engrossed in their meals, only a few coconut shells remained on the stone, prompting Luo Ya to rush over, trading her fruit for a coconut shell of food from Ling Yuyu. Upon seeing the fruit Luo Ya brought, Ling Yuyu's gaze shifted to Luo Bing, who was beckoning her from the crowd. Realizing the fruit must have come from Luo Bing, she took it in her hands, marveling at its weight and golden skin. Leaning in closer, she inhaled its fragrance, reminiscent of mangoes from her past life, though significantly larger than any she had encountered before. Ultimately, nearly all of Ling Yuyu's bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat filled the bellies of the females, with even the portion meant for Lu being shared with the merfolk king. After finishing their meal, the females approached Ling Yuyu, inquiring about how to exchange for the kelp soup. Witnessing their eagerness to barter for food, Ling Yuyu felt a sense of relief. She wouldn't mind providing food for free, yet she understood that while one meal could nourish a benefactor, the sustenance derived from regular meals was not guaranteed. Ling Yuyu generously provided kelp soup, ensuring that everyone present received enough, some with a coconut shell or a stone bowl of soup. This was also a precaution against the heat, and after Luo Ya enjoyed a bowl of soup, she found the flavor delightful. Leaning closer to Ling Yuyu, she whispered, "Can I come back tomorrow to trade for more food? I still want to eat the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat." Bai Yuqing, clearly disapproving of Luo Ya's request, had witnessed Ling Yuyu's exhaustion throughout the day. Before he could voice his refusal, Ling Yuyu preemptively responded, "I'm afraid that won't be possible. The fresh bamboo shoots have all been consumed today. What remains will be sun-dried for the cold season." Upon hearing this, Luo Ya ceased her insistence, licking the remaining soup from the coconut shell. Her actions prompted Luo Bing to feel quite embarrassed. If it weren't for the fact that she was pregnant, she might have scolded Luo Ya. "Stop licking. Look at the little leopards all staring at you." After Luo Bing's remark, Luo Ya promptly set down the coconut shell. Then, Ling Yuyu heard 3 small voices chiming in. "Luo Ya, you're licking the bowl." At that moment, she noticed that the 3 little white tigers, who usually stumbled behind Luo Bing, had transformed into 3 little boys. Their fur color closely resembled that of the tiger's roar, except one child possessed eyes as pure and black as Luo Bing's. "Have your little tigers turned into human forms?" Ling Yuyu exclaimed in delight. Had she known they would mature so quickly, she would have cherished the opportunity to pet them more. Now, faced with their curious gazes, she felt a bit hesitant. "Yes, they just transformed last night. This morning, they were still unstable, but now they seem to have settled," Luo Bing replied. "Does this mean the little tiger will start learning hunting skills from the older beastmen in the hunting team?" Luo Bing nodded, feeling a twinge of worry at the thought. She was concerned about her little tiger getting injured while hunting. Unlike her, Luo Ya appeared quite indifferent to whether the little leopards would go hunting at this moment. She was more preoccupied with whether she would have roasted meat to eat the next day. "Yuyu, can I come tomorrow to help you? Will you give me some delicious roasted meat in return?" Reflecting on the needs of her 3 little leopards, Luo Ya considered that Bao Feng would have to gather fruits for her as well, if she continued trading for food with Ling Yuyu. She feared the big leopard would be overworked. Ling Yuyu, who had initially planned to allow the females to trade with her to set a good precedent, ultimately aimed to have them assist her in exchange for food. This way, everyone would participate in the labor for food exchange, ensuring that the females were not solely reliant on the entire tribe's resources. If other females desired to enjoy delicious food regularly, they could come to help her or contribute to the tribe's work, and in return, she would prepare roasted meat or stir-fried dishes for them. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, Ming Shuang was the first to agree, followed closely by Guiduoduo, who immediately inquired what tasks Ling Yuyu had planned for them the following day. "You know we have little to do in the tribe. If you need assistance, feel free to seek us out." The remaining females chimed in unison. The atmosphere of the Great Lake tribe was distinct from that of others. Unlike tribes that enslaved individuals or regarded females merely as tools for reproduction, the females of the Great Lake tribe at least had the autonomy to rise each morning and gather fruit for themselves. After surveying the eager faces of the females volunteering to assist, Ling Yuyu felt completely reassured. All right, we shall rise early tomorrow to gather fruit. And I will teach you how to make dried fruit. Chapter 135. It's persimmons. The females were intrigued by this novel name, their hearts brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Consequently, the next morning, Ling Yuyu awoke to the lively sounds of the females. Among them, the most boisterous were Luoya and Guiduoduo. Yuyu, hurry and get up. The tribe leader said that those who rise early will enjoy the finest fruits. Come on, get up. Luoya's voice echoed through the entrance, making it impossible for Ling Yuyu to return to slumber. This marked Ling Yuyu's third visit to the area where the females typically gathered fruit. As she raised her gaze to the towering trees that reached for the heavens, she once again felt the insignificance of the beast men in the face of nature's grandeur. With the onset of the warm season, many fruits began to ripen. Previously, the females would only gather enough fruit for their day as consumption before ceasing further collection. However, with Ling Yuyu's promise to teach them how to make dried fruit, they would gather every ripe fruit they encountered, returning in the afternoon to create delectable preserves. During her last visit, Ling Yuyu had only noticed a few vividly colored fruits and those nearing ripeness. This time, however, she carefully observed and discovered a fruit she had once adored, the persimmon. Spotting a persimmon larger than a watermelon before her, Ling Yuyu felt a surge of desire for dried persimmons. She had never particularly enjoyed fresh persimmons, preferring them dried, believing they possessed a more satisfying chewiness than their fresh counterparts. Luoya, let us gather more persimmons, Ling Yuyu called out to Luoya, who was still intent on picking red fruits in the distance. These persimmons appeared to be quite large. To her surprise, Luoya hesitated upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, contemplating for a moment before ultimately approaching. Yuyu, I don't think this fruit is very tasty. However, in contrast to Luoya's reluctance, Guiduoduo and Ming Shuang rushed over eagerly. Yuyu, do you enjoy this fruit? Ling Yuyu felt a tinge of shyness. She merely believed that the fruits on this tree were abundant and quite red. Guiduoduo and Ming Shuang were both perceptive, understanding that Ling Yuyu was feeling bashful. However, Luoya was unaware of this. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's remarks, she immediately criticized the fruit's taste, claiming it was unpalatable. This fruit tastes strange, she stated, and then, with evident disdain, attempted to discard the one in Ling Yuyu's hand. Seeing her hard-earned fruit about to be tossed away, Ling Yuyu was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to throw Luoya herself. Luoya, do not touch the fruit in Yuyu's hands. We must trust her. Let us take it back and see, Guiduoduo interjected, gently removing Luoya's hand from Ling Yuyu's fruit, determined to prove that the persimmons were not always astringent. Nearly unripe at the time, Ling Yuyu found a flat spot, placed the persimmons down, and peeled one. Upon revealing its orange flesh, she could not resist tasting it herself. And indeed, it lacked the bitterness Luoya had described. Luoya, you should try this, Ling Yuyu urged, offering a piece of the fruit. Although Luoya initially hesitated, she felt compelled to taste it after witnessing Yuyu's enthusiasm. Upon taking a bite, her eyes widened in surprise. Yuyu, this orange fruit is delicious, Luoya exclaimed, quickly devouring the remaining pieces and eager to pick more from the tree. Fortunately, Ling Yuyu reminded her, this fruit is called persimmon. If you eat too many, it may upset your stomach. Upon hearing this warning, Luoya refrained from picking more and instead assisted Ling Yuyu in gathering quite a few. Observing Luoya, typically the most gluttonous among them, displaying a conflicted desire to eat, yet holding back, Ling Yuyu could not contain her laughter. All right, you may only have a quarter of this, she decided, scooping some fruit flesh for Luoya and then sharing the remainder with Ming Shuang and Guiduoduo. You may also have a taste, but refrain from eating the skin, as it can be quite astringent. Thus, the four of them shared a whole persimmon. And soon other females, seeing their enjoyment, approached to try the fruit as well. What began as a lively fruit-picking expedition transformed into a delightful persimmon feast, with the group mindful of Ling Yuyu's caution, ensuring they did not overindulge. Chapter 136. Cracking crabs. The persimmons had been carried back by the beastmen in their animal forms. Ling Yuyu had gathered all the ripe, nearly soft persimmons, which could not be turned into dried fruit but were suitable for the tribe as consumption. During lunch, under Ling Yuyu's guidance, they caught fish along with crabs and crayfish from the water. The crayfish and crabs were exceptionally plump. And before Ling Yuyu could instruct them on preparation, Luoya, who had previously shared a meal of crabs, was already in action. She seized a large crab, bound its legs, and set it on the fire to roast. In no time, the other females followed suit, roasting their crabs as well, while Ling Yuyu intended to prepare a crayfish. However, she found herself confronted by a feisty crayfish, which she had no means to subdue. Merely watching helplessly as it scuttled past her with bravado. Frustrated, she commanded the small leopards to stun the crafty crayfish. Ultimately, two females worked together to handle one. First removing its tail while it struggled, with one of them holding it steady. Ling Yuyu initially thought the head of the crayfish could also be consumed, especially in their current beastly existence, where concerns of parasites were minimal. However, given the difficulty in handling it, they decided to keep only the tail for now. As they examined the white, succulent meat of the crayfish tail, the nearby beastmen were tempted, but they realized that just crayfish would not sufficiently satisfy their appetites. Just as they contemplated hunting, Ling Yuyu reminded them that there were plenty of large fish in the water that they could catch and roast over the fire. Upon hearing the young female's suggestion, Leopard Chiu and Tiger Han hesitated. Both, being felines, had previously attempted fishing during the cold season when food was scarce. But after catching just one fish, the effort seemed disproportionate to the reward. Can we truly catch fish? Leopard Chiu inquired of Ling Yuyu, while Tiger Han, quicker to act, leaped into the water as soon as she finished speaking. In mere moments, a small mountain of fish began to accumulate on the shore. Realizing that they were on the verge of an excessive catch, Leopard Chiu called out, "Tiger Han, that's enough. You need not catch more." Upon hearing this, Tiger Han promptly returned to shore, shook off the water, and transformed back into his beastman form, trotting over to Ling Yuyu. "What should we do with all this, little female?" Tiger Han asked, standing before her. Ling Yuyu had just placed the food they were to eat over the fire, with Luo Bing offering to help monitor the cooking. First, scale the fish, then remove the gills. After that, split the belly and take out the entrails. The fish's innards can also be eaten, but I am unsure if you and Leopard Chiu indulge in that. Upon hearing that the red and black mass within the fish could be consumed, Tiger Han shook his head, expressing disinterest, while Leopard Chiu, busy scaling a fish, leaned in to see what was edible. The sight of Tiger Han shaking his head vigorously was quite amusing. "If you do not wish to eat it, then so be it." Ling Yuyu did not press the beastmen to consume the fish innards, but she explained to Tiger Han how to handle them without making the fish taste bitter. "There is a gallbladder within the entrails. Be cautious not to rupture it, for if you do, the fish will taste very bitter." Upon hearing Yo-Yo caution that the fish's gallbladder must not be ruptured lest it impart a bitter taste, Hu Han's expression grew grave. He was determined to avoid any mishap that could lead to the gallbladder's demise. Should such an unfortunate incident occur, he resolved to remember the fish in question and ensure that Leopard Chiu received his portion. Meanwhile, Leopard Chiu engaged in the task of scaling fish, sensed something amiss in Hu Han's gaze. However, upon looking over, he found nothing unusual and resumed his work, absent-mindedly pawing at his nose as he continued to scrape off the scales. While they were preoccupied with the fish, the female duo had successfully roasted a selection of small lobsters and crabs. Earlier, while binding the crabs, they had closely observed Luoya's techniques, securing the crabs tightly enough to quell any concerns of escape. The unbinding process proved somewhat time-consuming. For instance, Ling Yo-Yo, who had tied her crabs with the least amount of straw, quickly dismantled hers with ease. Chapter 137. Assisting the elderly beast, Ling Yo-Yo indulged heartily in the roasted crab meat. Previously, her experience had only extended to steamed crabs, making this her inaugural encounter with roasted crab in the beast world. Perhaps due to the crab's substantial size, the texture was exquisite, the meat tender and flavorful. Each bite was a generous mouthful of crab, eliciting envious glances from the nearby females still engaged in untying their crabs. They too yearned to partake, but the ropes binding their crabs were tied too tightly. Although the earlier flames had singed some of the bindings, many still clung stubbornly to the crabs. Finally, a particularly anxious young female approached Leopard Chiu, her eyes glistening with appeal, silently pleading for assistance in untying her crab. Without hesitation, the single Leopard Chiu lent a paw to the young female, and soon, others followed suit, seeking his help as well. Witnessing Leopard Chiu's popularity, Hu Han ground his claws in frustration. He was indignant. His claws were undeniably sharper than Leopard Chiu's, yet the young females chose not to seek his aid. Eventually, amidst Hu Han's simmering discontent, their roasted fish finally found its place over the fire. The females, having savored their crabs, turned their attention to the roasted small lobsters, this time requiring no assistance from the other beasts, as they adeptly extracted the succulent meat themselves. As they reclined, their bellies full and round, satisfaction radiated from their expressions. Luoya, already pregnant, felt the urge to retire for a nap after her meal. However, Before she could voice her intention to rest, Ling Yo-Yo waved her hand, suggesting that the females should return to rest and take a midday slumber, returning later in the afternoon when the sun was less oppressive to assist in processing the gathered fruits. Thus, the weary females returned to their abodes, while Ling Yo-Yo awaited Leopard Xiao and Huhan to finish their roasted fish before accompanying them to deliver the fruits to the elderly beasts and females of the tribe. Of course, Ling Yo-Yo had previously made it clear that her offerings were not to be freely given. Labor in return was expected. However, she had no intention of overburdening them. At most, the beasts would be tasked with transporting the fruits, while the females would assist in washing and sorting through the harvest, discarding any less desirable items. As word spread among the previously idle beasts and females of the tribe about the young female's request for assistance, they were so eager to lend a hand that they barely regarded the fruits they were to receive, instantly resolving to join Ling Yo-Yo in her endeavors. Ling Yo-Yo found herself unable to intervene, but fortunately, Leopard Xiao was there to explain that the midday heat was intense, and their belongings would not arrive until the afternoon. Consequently, the orcs and females ceased their insistence on joining them. One of the females, named Shui, gazed at the persimmons Ling Yo-Yo had handed her, tears welling in her eyes. In the days when they could still walk freely, they often picked fruits for themselves. However, now that she had grown old, it was nearly impossible to savor the sweet fruits unless accompanied by another female. Although there were plenty of persimmons, Ling Yo-Yo did not distribute them all. Instead, she chose to reserve a portion, fearing that if she gave too many to the orcs at once, they might overindulge and suffer digestive distress. Each person relished a small piece of persimmon, and one female recognized the fruit, exclaiming, "I remember this orange fruit was a bit astringent before. Why is it not today?" Just as Ling Yo-Yo was about to explain, Leopard Xiao interjected, eagerly recounting what Ling Yo-Yo had previously said to the elder female. After finishing, he asked the orcs and females if they understood. The indifferent orcs, even if they did not comprehend, showed no inclination to inquire further, while the females who grasped the gist nodded, returning to their enjoyment of the fruits. Who could tell how long it had been since they last savored sweet fruits? As the cold season approached, they feared for their lives, yet the thought of enjoying such delectable and sweet fruits before their demise filled them with profound satisfaction. Eventually, Ling Yo-Yo returned for a brief rest, only to be awakened by the restless Luaya. Given that Luaya was with child, Ling Yo-Yo did not intend to involve her in the handling of fruits and transportation. Instead, she assigned her to a spot already cleared by the elder orcs to keep a record of the total fruits processed and picked. Upon hearing Ling Yo-Yo's request for her to come early, Luaya felt a rush of urgency, realizing she was to be taught such an important task. Chapter 138. Heavy Memories. Yo-Yo, why not let the great shaman handle it? I believe you would do a far better job than I could, Luaya urged, tugging at Ling Yo-Yo's hand, eager to persuade her to call upon the great shaman for the accounting, nearly performing a dance in her enthusiasm. Speaking of the great shaman, Ling Yo-Yo recalled that she had 2 jars of sweet beast honey, which could be transformed into honey-flavored dried fruits to sell to the bear tribe. This could also entice the bear tribe to assist in constructing walls and developing the Great Lake tribe. Of course, Ling Yo-Yo harbored another thought, to integrate the bear tribe into the Great Lake tribe. This was merely conjecture on her part, based on what she had heard from Bai Yuqing and the great shaman about the bear tribe's perceived simplicity and susceptibility to deception. Initially, Ling Yo-Yo had been skeptical, but upon hearing of a bear that had been tricked into giving away a jar of sweet beast honey to members of another tribe, her doubts about the intelligence of most bears began to grow. There is no absolute need for the great shaman to come, Ling Yo-Yo said, grasping Luya's hand as she attempted to flee, pulling her back into the cave. Look at the great shaman. He is so busy and may not have the time to assist us. Moreover, this task is quite simple. Once you learn it, you'll master it. Upon hearing Ling Yo-Yo's assurance that it would be easy to learn, Luaya remained skeptical. Really? What if I can't master it? Then I won't learn it at all, she countered, bargaining with Ling Yo-Yo. Ling Yu nodded, believing that it was unlikely for someone to truly be incapable of learning. However, when she began to instruct Luaya, she soon realized that indeed, despite her best efforts, there were individuals who simply could not grasp the material. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she pondered where she might have gone wrong in her teaching approach. She had clearly intended to teach Luaya basic addition within 10. In her own world, such a concept was easily comprehensible to children, yet after half an hour of instruction, Luaya still struggled to understand. It was disheartening to witness Luaya on the verge of tears from her frustration. Ling Yu, considering that pregnant women should not be overly excited, devised a plan. She decided to arrange 10 persimmons and have Luoyao place them one by one. Once they were all set, she would tie a knot in the grass as a marker. Thus, in the afternoon, the females and the older orcs enthusiastically began making dried fruit. Upon hearing that the young females were preparing something new, the great shaman hurried over, only to find Ling Yuyu using precious sweet beast honey on the persimmons. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" The great shaman thought his heart was bleeding at the sight of the rapidly depleting sweet beast honey, yet having just been reprimanded by Bai Yuqing, he refrained from further protests. Instead, he could only tremble as he cautioned Ling Yuyu, who seemed oblivious to his concerns. When she saw Ming Shuang bringing her young female offspring, she called for her to bring her little one over for a taste. Ming Shuang was immensely grateful, and Ling Yuyu, naturally, would not limit the sweets to just one young female. She promptly announced to the other females that they would share the sweet beast honey with all the little ones, emphasizing that the honey had been brought back by the orcs from Guiduoduo. Instantly, the females expressed their gratitude to both Ling Yuyu and Guiduoduo. Only those who had raised young females understood how rare it was for them to enjoy sweet beast honey. Each child was a treasure in their parents' hearts, especially the weaker females, who were laden with their parents' and tribe's hopes from birth, hoping for their healthy growth, yet often facing disappointment. Thus, while the little females still lived, the females and orcs would do their utmost to provide them with the best they could find. However, upon seeing the sweet beast honey brought by Ling Yuyu, the females who once had young females could not help but choke back their emotions. If only little female Ling Yuyu had come a bit earlier, how they wished they could share the same fortune as Ming Shuang and Guiduoduo. In that case, their children might have found salvation, rather than gradually losing strength and warmth amidst cries, ultimately becoming cold corpses. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Chapter 139. The Working White Wolf. It will be all right. Let us not dwell in sorrow just yet. We have much to accomplish this afternoon, Ling Yuyu interjected, eager to shift the mood. She promptly led everyone in moving the persimmons to the water's edge for washing. Given the abundance and the presence of older orcs with physical impairments, she encouraged the younger orcs to assist as much as possible. Initially, she did not intend to seek the great shaman's help, but unexpectedly, he approached her. With the notion of not wasting any productivity, she instructed the white wolf to wash the persimmons in the water. The other orcs placed the persimmons in the water, while the white wolf ensured that crabs, fish, and shrimp did not steal them away. The great shaman's expression darkened, but he was at a loss on how to address Ling Yuyu. Observing her diligently moving persimmons while the others merely watched, he swiftly directed his ire towards the idling orcs, particularly towards Leopard Chio. "Leopard Chio, why are you still standing there? Do you not see that the little females are working?" the white wolf remarked, simultaneously retrieving the clean persimmons from the water and handing them to the waiting females on the shore. Typically, a female could only carry 2 persimmons at a time, making it difficult to manage more. Leopard Chio felt aggrieved, lowering his head in response. "I was just waiting for the females to bring the fruit over." The lakeside was a bit distant from their drying area, necessitating Leopard Chio's assistance, while Huhan worked to flatten the ground and gather enough stones for drying the fruit. Had he known he would be reprimanded, he would have swapped tasks with Huhan, as he was quite capable of moving stones. He merely thought there were too many females in this area. Hearing the great shaman chastise Leopard Chio, Ling Yuyu was not about to let him suffer in silence. She tossed the persimmons beside the great shaman, saying, "Great shaman, do not speak. Quickly retrieve all the persimmons from the water. We need to make dried persimmons. And did you not say you wanted to learn?" Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, the great shaman ceased his reprimand of Leopard Chio and hurriedly collected the persimmons from the water. He then leaped onto the shore, grasping a basket of persimmons, and rushed towards the central clearing of the tribe. In the clearing, Huhan was arranging stones with a group of orcs, attempting to cover as much vacant space as possible. Ling Yuyu, seeing their efforts, refrained from objections, merely asking them to leave some gaps among the stones to accommodate the dried persimmons later. After hearing the little female's request, Huhan thumped his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, little female, I will see this through." "All right," Ling Yuyu replied, turning to find a clean stone slab. "Leopard Chio, bring over all the persimmons for me to see." Leopard Chio complied, and the great shaman followed suit, witnessing Ling Yuyu pick up a persimmon. He immediately mirrored her action, and the remaining orcs did likewise. Ling Yuyu then produced her fruit knife. The great shaman searched but found nothing resembling Ling Yuyu's knife in the basket, so he turned to her for guidance. Ling Yuyu intended to test the orc's intellect, choosing not to disclose the knife's purpose just yet. She began peeling the persimmons. The great shaman, being astute, quickly emulated her, revealing his claws to join in the peeling. The other orcs followed suit, while the females, lacking claws or knives, could only watch enviously as Ling Yuyu and the orcs peeled the persimmons. Ling Yuyu realized that she had not adequately considered the situation. It was unreasonable to merely let the females observe the orcs at work while they waited to transport the fruit. After peeling a persimmon clean, she set it down and surveyed the orcs. "Have you all learned?" The orcs nodded in affirmation, signaling that they had grasped the technique. Satisfied, Ling Yuyu instructed them to continue peeling while she took the females to retrieve the fruits she had previously exchanged with the jumping tribe. The collection predominantly consisted of apples and pears, referred to collectively as red and yellow fruits in the beast world. Seeing a large red apple pulled out by one of the females, Ling Yuyu instructed them to wash the fruits thoroughly before handing them over to the orcs for peeling. Considering the orcs' skills, she decided against peeling the apples, fearing they would be left with only cores. "Are you going to make dried fruits from these?" Kay inquired, her eyes sparkling with longing for the delectable sight before her, reluctant to see such beautiful fruits dried up. Chapter 140. Fluffy paws cramping. Noticing K's eager expression, Ling Yuyu found it amusing. This petite young female, despite her small stature, was indeed an adult, as confirmed by the other females. Had they not mentioned her age, Ling Yuyu would have hesitated to invite her to assist. Why not take a small fruit and have a taste? Although it was a question. Ling Yongyong had already picked out a smaller fruit from within and handed it to Quebec. She glanced at it and estimated that this fruit was likely a plum from the beast world. Observing the fruit's reddish skin, she speculated that it would not be sour, though it was difficult to say for certain. Upon realizing she could eat such a beautiful fruit, Kay felt a tinge of shyness. She looked at the other females and noticed their gazes were quite amiable. Thus, she accepted the fruit. "All right, we shall commence gathering the fruits." Even the females should engage in more physical activity. This will enhance their health, ensuring that any offspring they bear will be robust. Ling Yongyong understood that if she emphasized the benefits of exercise for their own well-being, these females might not be particularly concerned. However, when it pertained to their future progeny, the sentiment was markedly different. The instinct to reproduce was almost ingrained in the very essence of these beastly females. The effect was immediate. Those females who had initially intended to seek assistance in transporting items sprang into action. Many were yet to bear young, or their offspring had grown sufficiently that they no longer required care. The thought of nurturing healthy offspring invigorated them, each filled with determination, eager to transform their bodies into optimal condition without delay. Ling Yuyu was certainly not going to allow them to overexert themselves to the point of injury. Instead, she reminded the females to engage in moderation when it came to exercise. The baskets she had previously woven were now insufficient. Perhaps in a few days, when the fruits were sufficiently dried, she could have the females weave more baskets. After all, as the heat of the season intensified, the females could scarcely venture outside. For a moment's carelessness could lead to heat stroke. Unbeknownst to the females, whose futures had already been predetermined, they were diligently working away for Ling Yuyu, wishing they had an extra pair of hands to carry things. Fortunately, there were not too many fruits. With the efforts of 10 females, they were all washed and transported to the place where the persimmons had been sliced. Upon witnessing the arrival of so many fruits, Huhan felt as if his claws were on the verge of cramping. Where on earth did this little female manage to procure such an abundance? Oh, there were even some that were barely the size of the tips of his claws. How was he to peel those? Internally lamenting, Huhan endeavored to place all the small fruits in front of Bao Qiu. However, by the time Bao Qiu picked up one of the diminutive fruits, it was too late. He gazed at the fruit, which was no larger than the palm of a female's hand, and felt compelled to inquire with the little female what he should do. Witnessing this scene, Huhan could not resist mocking Bao Qiu, which infuriated Bao Qiu to the point that he was ready to spring at Huhan with his claws. Fortunately, Ling Yuyu noticed and swiftly approached, instructing, "You don't need to peel it, just cut it directly." Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, Bao Qiu let out a significant huff, clearly directed at Huhan. Knowing Bao Qiu's temperament, Huhan, of course, did not respond in kind, merely scoffing in disdain. "Hurry up and cut. Can't you see the females are all waiting?" Realizing that a group of females stood beside him, Bao Qiu ceased speaking to Huhan and earnestly began to slice the fruits before him with his claws. He then placed the cut pieces onto clean leaves, which the females carefully transported to a stone slab to spread out for drying. Ling Yuyu, feeling a bit warm, plucked a leaf to fan herself. She sensed that the task of preparing tools was not solely reliant on the orcs. It was essential to assist the females in acquiring suitable implements. For instance, if she could find iron, that would be splendid. However, she merely entertained the thought. Without daring to truly hope for iron tools, bronze could be a feasible alternative. She toiled through the afternoon until Bayuching returned. The orcs were diligently slicing fruits, some already experiencing cramps in their claws, ultimately requiring the assistance of their own females to continue the task. Upon Bayuching's return, he observed an elderly solitary orc beside 4 widowed elder females who were engaged in cutting fruits. The small female he had been thinking of all day was sorting through some nearly dried fruit skins. Upon noticing his arrival, she greeted him with a smile that dazzled him, causing him to momentarily lose focus, allowing the small fox he had been holding to scamper over to Ling Yuyu, seeking her affection. Fortunately, the great shaman was nearby and swiftly kicked the fox onto a low-hanging branch. Ling Yuyu blinked, questioning whether she had truly seen what she thought she had, a white, fluffy creature that had suddenly dashed away. Bayuching, maintaining his composure, positioned himself in front of Ling Yuyu to obscure her view and signaled to the great shaman to promptly retrieve the fox from the tree. The great shaman wore an expression that seemed to convey, if you know Yuyu adores fluffiness, why bring the fox back? Ultimately, he acquiesced to Bayuching's insistence and carried the fox back to his cave, securing it away. Bayuching noticed a complete circle of fruit slices surrounding them and looked at Ling Yuyu in confusion, questioning why all the fruits had been cut. She replied, "Did I not mention before that I intended to prepare some candied fruits to reserve for the cold season?" Upon hearing her words, Bayuching's memory stirred. He recalled her previous mention of making candied fruits for the tribe, although he had thought it best to wait until the peak of summer when fruits were abundant. Nonetheless, beginning now was acceptable as some fruits were only available in the early summer, and if missed, they would have to wait until the next early summer to enjoy them again. Do we need to pick more fruits? Bayuching mused, considering that he would not lead the hunting team the following day. If the small female wished to gather more fruits, he could assist her in foraging for wild fruits. "No need," she replied. "Let's finish cutting these fruits first." The orcs had previously scraped the skins off the persimmons, but Ling Yuyu, considering the difficulty of drying the flesh, instructed them to cut the persimmons into quarters for drying. Thus, an afternoon of meticulous work left the young leopard Chio, Tiger Han, and the elder orcs utterly exhausted. Bayuching looked at leopard Chio and Tiger Han in disbelief, thinking it impossible that merely sitting and slicing fruits for an afternoon could induce such fatigue. It seemed they were merely feigning exhaustion. He contemplated taking them along for the hunt the next day, as they had likely rested enough recently. Unbeknownst to leopard Chio and Tiger Han, who felt a pang of tension at the thought of being chosen, they glanced up just as their leader's gaze shifted away from them. Leopard Chio scratched his head in confusion, turning to Tiger Han. "What was the leader looking at us for?" Tiger Han shrugged, yearning to lick the fruit off his claws, but remembering that the fruits were to be shared with all the females of the clan. He refrained. "Perhaps he noticed how hard we worked and wants us to join the hunt tomorrow," he speculated. This time, Tiger Han understood why the previous group of orcs had been reluctant to assist the small females in the tribe. Although they had been seated, their claws had remained active, and he felt as if his rear had become numb from the prolonged position. Leopard Chio nodded in agreement, contemplating the prospects of hunting and collecting skins, believing he might find a female companion this cold season. Upon witnessing Leopard Chio's incessant grinning, Tiger Han realized his thoughts and doused him with cold water. "In our tribe, nearly every female your age has orcs pursuing them. Do you think you stand a chance against them?" Hearing Tiger Han's words, Leopard Chio deflated. "I cannot compete." In despair, he reclined under a tree, exposing his belly to the sky. Just then, Bayuching threw a branch that struck his head. Startled, Leopard Chio dashed away, realizing the one who had hit him was the leader and refraining from further mischief. He yearned to lie down again, but Tiger Han crawled over and whispered, "When you were lying there, your belly was fully exposed." The small female almost saw. Leopard Chio swiftly covered his mouth, glancing at the leader's stern expression, and decided against lingering any longer, fearing that he might incur the leader's wrath under the cover of darkness. Observing Leopard Chio's hasty retreat, Tiger Han maliciously called out, "Slow down, what's the rush?" Chapter 142, The Twins in His Flight. Leopard Chio was momentarily startled by Tiger Han's sudden remark, nearly tripping over his own paws and performing an ungraceful tumble. "Why am I sprinting all of a sudden? Wasn't I just lying there basking in the sun?" Ling Yuyu intended to observe whether the leopard's belly was patterned, but to her surprise, the leopard bolted as if pursued by a specter. Bayuching's countenance darkened. It seemed he was eager to relieve himself. He forcefully turned Ling Yuyu's face away, positioning himself before her to prevent any further gaze upon the leopard. Shall we visit the merfolk females? Bai Yuqing approached with the intention of escorting Ling Yuyu to observe the mermaid clan's females. Since their arrival, the condition of the females had been steadily improving, prompting Ling Yuyu to refrain from intruding too frequently. Nevertheless, as the sole physician present, she felt compelled to check on them regularly. All right, let us go together. Ling Yuyu recalled you, realizing she had scarcely seen her venture out lately. Could it be that she was unwell? Upon finally encountering you, Ling Yuyu was struck by the formidable size of her belly, resembling a fully inflated balloon, which elicited a sense of trepidation, especially given Yu's petite stature. How did your belly grow so large so suddenly? Ling Yuyu nearly exclaimed. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had missed something significant in recent days. Hearing the young female's inquiry about her sudden enlargement, Yu shyly tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling a hint of embarrassment. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I have been eating a bit more than usual, she pondered uncertainly. Ling Yuyu gazed at Lan, who was assisting you in standing up. Do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Upon hearing the question from the young female, Lan first helped you onto the stone bed before responding, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it better for females to be plumper? Ling Yo-Yo felt utterly bewildered and profoundly shocked. Who claimed that female beings should only grow larger? She pointed at Yu's abdomen and inquired of Lan. Just take a look at how disproportionate her belly is compared to her body. Is this truly normal? Lan appeared somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. Isn't this quite normal? I observe that most females in our tribe gradually develop larger bellies. Is there something wrong? As the conversation progressed, fear etched itself onto Lan's face. Little female, you must help me save you. Just as Lan was about to kneel before her, Ling Yo-Yo felt a surge of exasperation. Wait, hold on. Do not kneel just yet. I haven't claimed there's a real issue. Allow me to examine you first. Ling Yuyu previously took a pulse on the moon, her expression transitioning from disbelief to a dazed countenance before finally turning her gaze towards Lan. Is it possible for the merfolk to give birth to two female offspring at once? Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's inquiry, Lan reacted as though confronted with an incredulous question. It seems that the merfolk have never been known to bear two female offspring simultaneously, though there have been instances of two beastmen being born at once. Ling Yuyu pondered, contemplating the unfortunate fate of those who bore two female offspring, either succumbing to difficult childbirth or losing their children due to insufficient maternal nourishment before they could fully develop. Recognizing the gravity of this possibility, she resolved to pay closer attention to these females, ensuring that no mishaps would befall them. Otherwise, she would struggle to reconcile her own conscience. When you inquired about this matter, a wave of concern washed over her regarding her own pregnancy. Is there something wrong with the child within me? Seeing Yu's anxiety, Ling Yuyu reflected carefully before reassuring her. You are not carrying just one child. Within you are two delightful little females. They are expected to arrive just as the scorching season comes to a close, and there is no need for worry. Both are in excellent health. After Ling Yongyong finished speaking, she reflected that perhaps it was due to being overly healthy. Both children were growing exceptionally well, and it might be necessary to manage their figures to prevent premature birth. Thank you, Yongyong. While Yu expressed her gratitude to Ling Yongyong, she gestured for Lan to retrieve a coconut and hand it to her. Ling Yuyu initially hesitated to accept the offering, but considering her prior exchanges while preparing food for others, it was only natural to receive compensation now. Fortunately, Yu merely presented her with a large coconut, which was not excessive. After accepting it, she handed it to Bai Yuqing, gesturing for him to hold it while she ventured out to observe the other merfolk females. Chapter 143, You shall bear one as well. After completing her inspection of the merfolk females, Ling Yuyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to question herself. Had she merely traversed realms to become a deity of childbirth? Ling Yuyu felt a sense of despair. Among the 5 pregnant females, one was still in the early stages of gestation, making it difficult to discern the number of offspring she carried. The remaining 4 were all expecting twins, and notably, they were all females. Fortunately, their bellies were not as pronounced as that of the month, but Ling Yuyu speculated that this was due to their early stage of pregnancy. As their gestation progressed, their growth would likely mirror that of the month, rendering them unable to venture out without assistance, even requiring support to walk. One could only attribute this to the slenderness of the merfolk females, who bore no extra flesh, explaining their inability to nurse their young. Reflecting on this, Ling Yuyu glanced down at herself. If she were to have children in the future, she would certainly ensure they received nourishment from her breast. Shaking her head, she wondered what thoughts had crossed her mind, quickly dismissing them as she continued onward, for just ahead lay the residence of Gu Jingyu. Bai Yuqing glanced in the direction of the large, foul-smelling leopard and its smaller companions, coming to a halt. Was Yuyo inclined to visit the leopards? At last, Ling Yuyo's mind seemed to align, noting the palpable disdain etched on Bai Yuqing's face, which brought a smile to her lips. I shall visit Gu Jingyu. Leopards cannot compare to the charm of a white tiger. Ling Yuyu, having spoken, did not wait for Bai Yuqing and proceeded to Gu Jingyu's cave, calling out her name in hopes of avoiding any awkward encounters. Fortunately, upon entering, she found Gu Jingyu seated on a wooden bed, cradling a small leopard and feeding it milk, while the little female had already drifted into slumber. Witnessing this tender scene, a flicker of warmth blossomed in Ling Yuyu's heart. This little female sleeps so soundly, she remarked. Upon hearing Ling Yuyu's words, Gu Jingyu glanced up at her and commented, "It is indeed quite adorable. Perhaps you should consider having one yourself." Ling Yuyu fell into a moment of silence, reflecting on Gu Jingyu's previous words. It was not without reason that no one had been there to converse with her in that other world. "When do you plan to set off back?" she inquired, wishing to divert the conversation from its earlier trajectory. Clearly, Gu Jingyu had no intention of continuing her playful teasing. After a thoughtful pause, she estimated, probably tomorrow morning. Then, as if recalling something, she added, "Could you bring back some milk powder for me?" Ling Yuyu felt a flicker of curiosity about why Gu Jingyu did not seek out a cow herself to make the milk, but seeing her reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further, simply nodding in agreement. "All right, I shall have someone bring it over shortly. By the way, how much do you need?" She was concerned there might not be enough, as the tribe's milk powder was currently extracted directly from the nursing prey. "Not too much. The leopard clan is rice, which will suffice until the little female grows her teeth," Gu Jingyu replied. Understanding this, Ling Yuyu said, "Very well, I shall return to find some for you. You should rest." She sensed that if she lingered any longer, the little leopard would soon demand her departure. Standing outside the cave, Ling Yuyu observed Bai Yuqing, who was cradling 3 coconuts, and her imagination conjured the image of a delightful little white tiger. The thought of possibly bringing forth a small white tiger for amusement crossed her mind, though it felt slightly disingenuous. As if she were merely with the great white tiger for the sake of creating a little one. Why not give those coconuts to the female? She pondered. Originally, there had been 5 coconuts, but since she had come to visit Gu Jingyu, it seemed unfitting to arrive empty-handed. Thus, she offered 2 coconuts, believing they would suffice for a meal for the little leopard and the small female. "No need. We shall drink them ourselves," Bai Yuqing replied, curious about when the great white tiger had become so generous. "Come, let us return. I shall prepare coconut for you." As they had yet to find any chickens, she could only make do with birds. Recently, the young tiger had been practicing its hunting skills, typically capturing small prey such as birds and little leap beasts. In the past, they would often release their captures, given the meager meat and plentiful bones, but now it was different. The young tigers were quite enthusiastic about bringing birds and little leap beasts to Ling Yuyu. Chapter 144. The Sugarcane Grove. Each time they received praise, the 2 young tigers would be elated, much to Luo Bing's bemusement. Thankfully, she was not the petty type. Otherwise, she might have felt slighted by Ling Yuyu's attention. As the little female intended to return, Bai Yuqing recalled the section of what Ling Yuyu had previously referred to as sugarcane that he had discovered. He immediately shared the news with her. "You mentioned sugarcane before, and today I stumbled upon a vast expanse of it. Would you like to see?" Upon hearing about the sugarcane, Ling Yuyu's eyes brightened. "You found sugarcane? This is indeed a delightful surprise." Bai Yuqing nodded, reveling in the way she looked at him with such admiration, making him feel as if he were the sole focus of her attention. Ling Yoyo caught sight of Bai Yuqing here, foolishly grinning, seemingly unaware of what brought him such joy and solitude. She began to ponder the various uses of sugarcane. Typically, sugarcane is processed into brown sugar, and of course, white sugar as well. However, her previous acquaintance with the process of decolorizing brown sugar to white was merely cursory. For now, she resolved to attempt creating brown sugar from the cane. Indeed, there is a place not far from the tribe. If you wish to see, we can go there immediately. Upon hearing that they could witness it right away, Ling Yoyo felt a surge of impatience and exclaimed, "Let us go at once. We can also harvest some to make juice." In the end, Bai Yuqing transformed into a magnificent white tiger, signaling for Ling Yoyo to hastily climb onto his back, as he carried her off in search of sugarcane. At the entrance of the tribe, a few orcs tasked with guarding its safety observed their leader sprinting out with his little female just as dinner time approached. As the leader ventured further away, One orc queried another, with dinner almost ready, why is the leader taking the little female out? The orc being questioned, who had a female, received only disdainful glances from his teammate, who lacked a female, suggesting his inquiry was unwelcome. It was only when his companion's patience wore thin that he remarked, "Did you not notice the sweetness between the leader and the little female? They seem to wish to be together constantly. It is evident the leader is taking her to his secret hideaway." The other orc, somewhat bewildered, felt unjustly criticized for merely asking. He promptly expressed his discontent, retorting, "Oh, just because you have a female, I will have one too. She will surely be as gentle as the little female." The surrounding orcs listened to his boastful declaration, offering him sympathetic smiles. Finding a little female of such temperament is a rarity. Even securing a female with a disposition akin to Luo Bing's is a challenge, let alone one as exceptional as Ling Yoyo. "Are we there yet?" Ling Yoyo mused, realizing that Bai Yuqing's notion of near differed from her own. Perched upon his back, she felt him sprinting for nearly 10 minutes before they finally encountered an expansive grove of sugarcane. Gazing at the towering stalks, reaching several meters high, Ling Yoyo could not help but salivate. How long does it typically take for these to grow? Ling Yuyu inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Bai Yuqing paused, gesturing for her to dismount first, while he took the initiative to sever a large sugarcane stalk before transforming into a beast man. As she observed the white liquid oozing from the freshly cut end of the sugarcane, Ling Yuyu felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have brought a jar to collect it, as this was far too wasteful. She extended her index finger to dab some of the translucent juice and brought it to her lips, savoring the sweet essence of the sugarcane. "Ah, how delightful. Let us take this one back to share with everyone." Ling Yuyu pointed at the large sugarcane before her, expressing that although there were many sugarcanes here, they could only carry one back. "Let us take a piece," she suggested. Bai Yuqing cut off the thickest segment, leaving the rest in the forest. Seeing the nearly 10-meter-long sugarcane left behind, Ling Yuyu felt a twinge of regret, wondering why they could not take it all. She believed it could be secured to Bai Yuqing's back, allowing him to drag it back effortlessly. "I'll take some back for you, Yuyu. While the others can manage on their own, or we can wait until tomorrow for the snake tribe to come," Bai Yuqing replied, ready to transform into his beast form. Noting that it was getting late, and Yuyu must be hungry. Chapter 145. Feeding the white tiger. Ultimately, Ling Yuyu conceded that they should take a portion back. After all, it was unreasonable to expect Bai Yuqing to do everything. In the nighttime of the Great Lake tribe, nearly all the female beastmen had gathered. They roasted meat over the fire while enjoying it, and the females munched on the wild fruits they had gathered earlier. Among the group, Loya was the most enthusiastic eater, and this time, Leah had also come out to bid farewell. Having been away from her tribe for too long, she was preparing to return with Gu Jingyu. Loya eagerly awaited Ling Yuyu's return. As soon as she arrived at the tribe, she began searching for Ling Yuyu, only to learn that the tribe leader had taken his little female out. Upon hearing this, Loya hesitated to seek out the little female, still somewhat intimidated by the leader's stern demeanor. Holding half of a yellow fruit in her hand, she felt a pang of hunger. Previously, when the tribe had dried fruits, several had been damaged and could not be made into quality dried fruits. Fearing they would spoil and go to waste, Ling Yuyu instructed them to set aside those fruits and give them to the pregnant females in the tribe, encouraging them to consume more fruit. "You and the leader, where did you go?" Leia squeezed past Luo Bing, rushing to the front, while Luo Bing helplessly tapped her on the head, prompting Leia to stick out her tongue at her. "We didn't go anywhere, just picked a piece of sugarcane." Ling Yuyu indicated for Bai Yuqing to set down the sugarcane in his mouth, then asked Green to use his abilities to create an ice bowl. In the presence of the crowd, Ling Yuyu placed the icy bowl beneath the towering sugarcane. With a gentle stroke across the cross-section of the cane, a stream of juice began to flow forth. Soon, a small portion filled the bowl. Witnessing this enchanting spectacle, Lu couldn't resist the urge to try it himself, only to have his paw swatted away by Bai Yuqing. "What do you think you're doing?" Bai Yuqing seemed to convey, as if to say that he was presenting a gift to the delicate female while dismissing Lu as a mere nuisance. Embarrassed, Lu retracted his hand, reflecting that had it not been for the prohibition of the great shaman, he would have long since encased this tiger in ice, allowing him to trouble him at his leisure. Lu had never encountered such a petty beastman before. Ling Yuyu naturally noticed the subtle interactions between Bai Yuqing and Lu. Yet as for her own feline companion, it was certainly her duty to shower it with affection. This was a discovery made by the clan leader not far from the tribe. Ling Yuyu lifted the bowl of cane juice and presented it before the group of females, allowing them to examine the contents closely. Guaduo, with her keen sense of smell, immediately detected the sweetness. The flavor of Yuyu's cane juice bore a resemblance to that of sweet beast honey diluted with water, exuding a delightful sweetness. Ling Yuyu did not anticipate that Guaduo had yet to begin drinking, yet she could already discern so much. The juice indeed tasted sweet. And we could even make candy. Do you wish to indulge in some sweets? This latter remark was directed at the young ones present. Subsequently, the little leopard responded with soft mews, seemingly expressing a desire for candy. However, in truth, they were entirely oblivious to the concept of sweets. Observing the group of fluffy creatures around her, who had no understanding of what candy was, she began to speak of wanting to eat. Ling Yuyu, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded at the restless little ones, allowing them to leave and play while she accompanied by Yuqing and the others to extract juice from the sugarcane. In her childhood, Ling Yuyu had quite enjoyed consuming several bundles of sugarcane to quench her thirst as summer approached. However, she later learned from an elder that excessive consumption might lead to facial deformities. To a certain extent, Ling Yuyu believed that her face would not undergo such changes. Nevertheless, she gradually lost her taste for sugarcane. It was not for any particular reason, simply a matter of preference. Yet, in this beastly realm, where sweetness was a rarity, encountering sugarcane could be considered a sign of the beast god's benevolence. Ling Yuyu held a bowl, presenting the icy delicacy to Bai Yuqing, encouraging him to take a taste. The sight of the young female offering him a drink brought forth an unexpected joy, causing his ears to perk up and his tail to swish uncontrollably, inadvertently striking Green as he passed by. With a sharp glance, Green bared his teeth, nearly incited to confront Bai Yuqing. Fortunately, Hailon was nearby, preventing any disruption to the atmosphere. After Bai Yuqing took a sip of the sugarcane juice from her hand, Ling Yuyu belatedly realized that the figure before her was not a mere kitten or a fearsome tiger, but a living, breathing person. She felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning whether she could provide the future this great tiger desired. However, retracting her hand abruptly now seemed inappropriate. Before Ling Yuyu could fully ponder her thoughts, Green, having prepared his icy bowls, called out to the two behind him, urging them to hurry and assist in moving things. At that moment, he was holding two bowls, searching for a place to set them down. Noticing the murderous intent in Bai Yuqing's gaze, Green waved his bowls, indicating his own reluctance, yet he was unable to free his hands. Witnessing Green's smug demeanor, Bai Yuqing cracked his knuckles, nearly ready to confront him on the spot. "I'll manage it," Ling Yuyu insisted, allowing Bai Yuqing to carry the bowl himself. As she made her way towards Green, she felt a sense of relief that Green had called for her. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Sensing the young female's hasty retreat, Bai Yuqing found the sugarcane juice in his hand less appealing than before, undoubtedly due to Green's presence, leading him to believe he ought to remain in the water indefinitely instead of venturing ashore. Ultimately, Ling Yuyu found a large wooden barrel to collect the flowing sugarcane juice, while Green had one bowl for each family member. As for the single beast men and females, they were required to bring their own bowls, of course, not too large as to fill them to the brim. Each individual could expect to receive a portion sufficient for several sips, the icy liquid proving immensely refreshing in the sweltering heat of the season. Luoya finished her bowl of sugarcane juice in one go and desired more. Knowing her inclination, Baofeng promptly offered his bowl to her. However, Luoya firmly declined, stating, "This is all for you. I cannot drink it." She turned her head away, displaying a demeanor that suggested she would not be tempted further. As Luoya's beastman, Baofeng was well aware of her thoughts. "I promise. Tomorrow I will accompany the chief to gather more sugarcane for you," he assured her. Upon hearing this, Luoya eagerly brought her bowl closer, requesting Baofeng to pour some into it. Meanwhile, the young leopard, having nearly finished his own, pushed his bowl forward, signaling his father to serve him as well. One little leopard received a gentle reprimand from Baofeng, who grumbled about their incessant desire for food from him. He too wished for another sip, had Luoya not been present. The little leopard might have struggled to keep his own portion. Luoya consumed 1.5 servings, complemented by the roasted meat and wild fruit she had previously enjoyed, leaving her utterly satisfied. Ling Yuyu gazed at the remaining sugarcane, its fibrous tubers still brimming with juice. Tomorrow morning, it would be interesting to see if the beastmen could extract every last drop, providing some tasks for the females. She intended to experiment with making brown sugar. As Green approached and noticed the abundance left, he immediately set about preparing an ice bowl, eager to pour some for himself. Naturally, his efforts proved futile. While he desired to partake, he would need to pay the price. Ling Yu stood before the wooden barrel, extending her hand towards Green, signaling him to offer something in exchange. Observing Ling Yu's delicate hand and recalling his outstanding debt to the great shaman for the fish, Green silently withdrew his hand. Just as he contemplated leaving, he suddenly remembered how he had been laboring for Ling Yu without compensation. I did help you make ice earlier, didn't I? Green spoke, a hint of embarrassment coloring his voice. Could that not be considered a form of labor? Upon hearing Green's words, Ling Yu reflected for a moment and realized that she had indeed enlisted Green's assistance while reaping the benefits for the merfolk. Very well, for any future assistance you provide, I shall ensure you receive due recompense. Upon hearing the young female's words, Green promptly reappeared with his bowl in hand. Does that mean I can have an extra bowl today? He asked cautiously. Ling Yu had encountered a man taller than herself, who regarded her with such an expression that it sent shivers down her spine. She immediately requested Bai Yuqing to pour him a bowl. In fact, they planned to venture out the next day to gather some of these trees, ensuring that there would be plenty to satisfy their needs. Ling Yu confided this to Green, who, however, insisted on drinking immediately, showing little concern for the abundance that tomorrow might bring. That night, nearly everyone in the Great Lake tribe slumbered with hopes for the future, their lips adorned with smiles. At the break of dawn, Ling Yu stood at the heart of the tribe, observing the persimmons and various apples that had nearly dried under the sun's embrace. Chapter 147. The Fire Singes Green's Hair. The diligent orcs began by slicing the fruits, while the females paired with their respective orcs to locate a sizable stone. They then proceeded to carve a cavity in the center of the stone. Ling Yu demonstrated this process, indicating to Bai Yuqing how it was done, allowing everyone to witness the method. Ling Yo pointed at the nearly completed stone tools crafted by Bai Yuqing. Consequently, the female orcs expressed their understanding and signaled that they could commence their work. Ling Yu, upon noticing the situation, first accompanied Bai Yuqing to harvest some sugarcane, leaving the remainder to the Serpent clan for transportation, as well as to the orc tribesmen to extract the sugarcane juice. When a large group of fluffy beings saw those towering, several meter long, and more than a meter wide stalks being brought back to the tribe, they were utterly astonished. Were these trees not excessively large? Green recalled a segment of the tree he had seen yesterday, which was so small yet yielded a juice quantity comparable to that of a tree. He immediately felt he could drink to his heart's content. However, before Green could revel in his excitement, he and Hyalon were conscripted to assist with the task, although their strength was limited on the shore. Their claws proved useful for peeling persimmons and slicing fruits. Observing the remnants of fruit flesh and peels clinging to his once pristine claws, Green felt overwhelmed. And before he could escape, he met the gaze of the shaman, who subtly indicated the distant pile of sugarcane. Ultimately, Green suppressed his discomfort, reassuring himself that it was merely a bit of fruit, confident he could finish it in no time. He quickened his pace, but soon found disappointment as he realized it was not a matter of quickly resolving the fruits, but rather being inundated with endless piles. How much more was there? While Green lamented vocally, his hands did not cease their movements, feeling as though he could hardly continue. Yet, before he could fully express his lament, the people in front placed another batch of fruits before him, kindly explaining that there was an abundance of fruits, and that some females were picking those on the verge of spoiling. Hearing this made Green want to dramatically collapse in resignation. Before he could even begin to express his desire to give up, Ling Yu had already commenced the extraction of sugarcane juice. Naturally, she believed she lacked the talent of her predecessors to create a stone mill, but she had at least exercised some ingenuity. Realizing that the contraption before her was substantially less laborious than directly smashing the sugarcane with two stones, although Green did not fully grasp the utility of this device, it did not deter him from stretching his neck to observe. He then witnessed an orc placing a piece of sugarcane into the stone apparatus and compressing it down, successfully extracting a sizable amount of juice. This sight filled Ling Yu with great satisfaction, while Green nearly reached for his bowl, eager for her to pour him a serving. The orcs, possessing considerable strength, could nearly extract all the juice from the sugarcane in a single press, after which Ling Yu instructed them to find a large wooden barrel to transfer the juice. Observing that the orcs were merely watching, Green urged them to add some ice to the sugarcane juice and then requested everyone to take a bowl each, to enjoy a refreshing sip of sugarcane juice and take a brief respite to avoid overheating. Bai Yuqing, who was diligently extracting the juice, believed the orcs to be less fragile, but upon noticing the fine beads of sweat forming on the little female's forehead, he reconsidered. Well, if the little female suggested a break, then a break it shall be. He then passed what he was holding to the next orc, hoisted the wooden barrel to the shade, and poured a bowl for the little female, allowing Green to add a piece of ice. The remainder was left for the orcs to serve themselves. Of course, none of the orcs intentionally overfilled their bowls. Each stopped pouring once they had filled their own, allowing the next person a turn. Sipping the icy sweet liquid, the orcs wished time could freeze at that moment, allowing them to remain together and savor a treat usually reserved for females. However, time would not conform to the whims of the orcs and females. Instead, it continued its steady march toward the future. The little merman, lacking ice in his bowl, extended it toward Green, requesting a bit of ice, but Green feigned ignorance. Ultimately, the result was that his hair nearly caught fire, only to be extinguished by the shaman. Chapter 148. Thorny Fruit. Ah, this is truly delectable. Green finished his bowl of sugarcane juice in one go and sought another, prompting the shaman to intervene. Are you still drinking? Did you not notice that everyone else is only having one bowl? And you wish for more? Are you not concerned about overindulging? Rubbing his head, Green felt certain that he could consume several more bowls without issue. Yet, feeling the oppressive humidity around the shaman grow heavier, he refrained from further protest, resignedly finishing the remains of his icy bowl while casting a glance at Ling Yu. How is the brown sugar made, as you mentioned earlier? He inquired, his curiosity piqued by the thought of tasting the sweet confection he had only heard about in the shaman's prophecies. Oh, Ling Yu, on the verge of reaching the foot of the tree, turned her head at Green's query, tilting it in curiosity. Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Green's immediate reaction was not to express his ability to acquire the skill, but rather to suspect that Ling Yu was plotting to ensnare him again. Hylon, however, had no such reservations and promptly pushed Green forward, urging him to accompany Ling Yu in her endeavor. You should assist the little female. Have you not noticed that you are the most idle in the entire tribe? After Hylon spoke, noticing the little fishman also wished to join, he smiled broadly. Oh, you wish to go and help too? Yes. I want to help Sister Yu. The little merman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the prospect of assisting Ling Yu. Bai Yuqing, witnessing this, felt a twinge of irritation. If Green were unwilling, he should have abstained from joining them, for their group was sufficiently populated. With a flick of his tail, he conveyed that he would promptly pull Ling Yu away should Green voice his reluctance. Just as Green was about to speak, he felt a sudden pinch on his thigh, looking down to discover the little merman tugging at the flesh of his leg. Hey, what are you doing? Green's fists clenched, nearly resorting to confronting the little merman. Nothing. You two should hurry and catch up. Hylon timely intervened, urging them to follow, as Bai Yuqing and Ling Yu were already fading from sight. All right. The little merman immediately ceased his quarrel with Green and called out towards Ling Yu, Sister Yu. Wait for me. Ling Yu, engaged in conversation with Bai Yuqing, halted upon hearing the voice, suggesting they wait for the little merman. The little merman, dashing towards them, was pursued by Green. However, Ling Yu decided not to wait any longer and instructed Green to lag behind slowly. Sister Yu, when shall we begin making brown sugar? He queried, his expression conveying a desire to taste it, even though he feigned indifference. Ling Yu could not resist running her fingers through his hair, which felt as luxurious as fine velvet, with a soft, fluffy texture. It was a pity that he was merely a merman, rather than a little tiger or something else. For then she could have taken the opportunity to indulge in a playful belly rub. Upon the return of the females, Ling Yu resolved to immediately commence the preparation of brown sugar. She suddenly recalled the exceptionally sour fruits from the tribe, which could perhaps be transformed into something akin to candied hawthorn. Just the thought of that flavor was utterly delightful. Noticing that her sisters had returned, she pointed towards the females before her, eager to begin making brown sugar as soon as they had set down the fruits. All right, the merman exclaimed, standing beside Ling Yu. I shall help you ignite the fire. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu felt it was a splendid idea, as the merman's unique ability was fire-related, making him perfectly suited for the task. Thank you, little merman. I will first check on the fruits brought back by the other females. After Ling Yu finished speaking, she approached the female companion and noticed several types of fruits among those they had brought back that she had never seen before, piquing her curiosity. She picked up a spiky fruit and placed it outside the grass basket, pointing at it and inquiring of Guiduo, what is this fruit? Could it possibly be a chestnut? However, considering the size of chestnuts in the beast world, this one, being merely the size of my fist, seems rather unworthy of such a name. Uncertain herself, Guiduo responded to Ling Yu's question about the fruit before we set off. We thought carefully and gathered all the edible fruits we could find for you to examine. Perhaps, like the previous persimmon, we might discover some delectable food. Ling Yuyu had to admit that Guiduoduo's intelligence was relatively high among this group of females. Let me take a look, she said, extending her hand with the intention of finding a stone to break open the spiny shell of the fruit, to ascertain if it was indeed the chestnut she once knew. Chapter 149, Making Brown Sugar. To her surprise, before she could pick up the stone to crack open the spiky fruit, Guiduoduo stepped forward and inquired, Yuyu, what do you intend to do? Ling Yongyong expressed her desire to smash the fruit, and I intended to discover what lay within it. Upon hearing Yongyong's words, Guiduoduo interjected, Yongyong, the one you are holding is far too small. We ought to exchange it for a larger one. At that moment, another female stepped forward, presenting a plumper and more substantial fruit before Ling Yongyong. What you have in hand was likely an accidental inclusion in the basket. This one is undoubtedly the mature choice. Ling Yuyu hesitated to reach into the basket, as the fruit was wedged too tightly for her to grasp. Bai Yuqing, could you assist me in retrieving the fruit? She requested, stepping aside to indicate that he should take a look. Bai Yuqing approached effortlessly, extracting the fruit with ease. Then cracking it open to reveal the succulent flesh within, placing it before Ling Yuyu. Is this edible? He inquired, observing the smooth surface of the fruit and its brown skin with mild confusion. In his eagerness, he had inadvertently applied too much force while opening the fruit, resulting in a cut through the brown shell, exposing the yellow flesh to Ling Yuyu. If it's edible, it could serve as a food source for the cold season. She reached out to take a piece of the chestnut flesh Bai Yuqing had cut, tasting it. It's quite delightful, rather sweet, she remarked, gesturing for Guiduoduo and the others to partake as well. It was Guiduoduo's first encounter with the spiky fruit. Having previously only seen other beastmen consume the entire fruit with its prickly exterior, who claimed the fruit was unpalatable. This is truly delicious, Luo Yo exclaimed as she hurried over from the beastmen, eager to secure her share of the chestnut. I find it quite tasty as well, she added, her mouth full. Yet she managed to converse with Ling Yuyu without missing a beat. Bai Yuqing, noticing the proximity between them, instinctively stepped back to avoid any potential splatter from Luo Yo's mouth. As long as it's good, eat quickly. We have work to do shortly, Ling Yuyu urged, prompting them to finish up as they would need to prepare some brown sugar soon. This was her first attempt at making it. She understood the need to boil the sugar, but would have to figure out the specifics as she went along. All right, Yuyu, just a moment. We'll be ready soon. The remaining females said as they hastily consumed their fruits. Once finished, they approached Ling Yuyu, signaling their readiness. The next steps would involve the females collaborating with the beastmen. The females would be responsible for boiling the syrup, thickening barrels of sugarcane juice before allowing it to cool. Originally, Ling Yuyu planned to find molds for the syrup, but seeing Green standing idly by and fearing he would be overwhelmed by the heat, an idea took shape in her mind. Green, come over here. I need your assistance with something, she called out to him from the crowd. Upon noticing Ling Yuyu's enthusiastic summons, Green wished he could instantly vanish to avoid the attention. However, he was aware that Ling Yuyu wouldn't allow him to escape so easily. Before he could fully comprehend his task, his body had already acted on its own, creating the mold Ling Yuyu required. Anticipating that Green might not remain present for long, she instructed Bai Yuqing to find a few agile elder beastmen to remember the mold's shape after they finished crafting it. Are you planning to drink some concentrated sugarcane juice? Bai Yuqing asked, observing Ling Yuyu pour the viscous sugarcane juice into the freshly made molds, a hint of confusion in his voice. You'll find out soon enough. Ling Yuyu replied, choosing not to elaborate. She knew that if she began explaining to Green, the other females would swarm with questions about what she was doing, why she was doing it, and what the next steps would be. Seeing her silence, Green considered asking further but hesitated at the sight of the white tiger beside her. With a resigned "oh," he discreetly stepped back. As they awaited the brown sugar to solidify, Ling Yuyu gathered the sour fruits intended for pregnant females, coating them with the remaining syrup. Bai Yuqing, puzzled, inquired, Yuyu, what are you planning to do? He likened her to a small beast man playing in the mud on a rainy day in the tribe. I'm preparing something delicious, she replied, having only wrapped 2 fruits when the syrup was nearly depleted. Never mind. Could you help me cut these fruits? We won't have enough syrup otherwise. Although Bai Yuqing was uncertain of her intentions, beastmen are inherently inclined to obey the females they admire. He complied, slicing the sour fruits and presenting them to her. Shall I assist you in coating the fruits with syrup? He offered, noticing her hesitance towards the syrup, as if she were reluctant yet compelled to proceed. Seeing her expression, He felt a pang of sympathy. When he expressed his desire to try, Ling Yuyu assumed he merely found it intriguing and naturally made room for him. Go ahead and give it a try, just be careful not to burn yourself. However, her concern was unwarranted. Bai Yuqing's hand remained unscathed by the syrup's heat. Upon withdrawing his hand, Ling Yuyu was surprised to find his temperature even lower than her own. The afternoon passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the syrup finally solidified, allowing them to break apart the sugar blocks. This was largely thanks to Green, who had kept the molds from melting throughout the day. Had he not been limited in the amount of ice he could produce, Ling Yuyu would have suggested he help the tribe craft a massive refrigerator. Is it finally ready? Green, who had been tethered to his task all afternoon, looked at Ling Yuyu in disbelief. Amused by his expression, she placed the first piece of brown sugar into his hand. Here, taste this and see if it's good. Consider it compensation for your afternoon's labor. She handed him 5 pieces of sugar. Green, skeptical, appeared to question whether his efforts were worth so little. However, considering the vast quantity of sugarcane juice that had yielded only a modest amount of sugar, he refrained from further comments, took the offering, and promptly popped a piece into his mouth. His expression shifted from disbelief and disdain to one of genuine appreciation for the limited 4 pieces remaining in his hand. If you need more tomorrow, remember to find me over there. I'm free every day, he stated, glancing back at the little mermaid who was eyeing him eagerly, wishing to try a piece as well. Though Green often teased the young king, he never withheld what was due. Generously, he offered a piece. Here, just 1 piece. I'll call you when I eat the rest. After the little mermaid accepted the sugar, Green realized how well Ling Yuyu treated her. How could she possibly shortchange the little mermaid? He instinctively wanted to reclaim the piece, but he was no match for her speed. She devoured the sugar in a single bite, flashing Green a sweet smile that made him feel his gesture was worthwhile. Fine, eat it then. Ling Yuyu will surely provide you with more later. If you remember, be sure to share a bit with me, Green muttered as he walked away. The little mermaid turned back at the sound of Ling Yuyu calling her, beaming with joy. What are you eating? Upon encountering the sight of Green bestowing sweets upon the little mermaid, Ling Yongyong found herself pondering the rarity of such an act. Typically, Green exhibited a disdainful demeanor towards the little mermaid, yet here he was, sharing his cherished treats. The little mermaid, upon hearing Ling Yongyong's inquiry about his snack, promptly opened his mouth to reveal a half-eaten piece of candy. Ah, I see now, our little mermaid is indulging in sweets. She mused as she playfully pinched his puffed cheeks. Ling Yongyong then packed 6 pieces of candy for him, reminding him to share one with Green upon his return. After bidding farewell to the little mermaid, Ling Yongyong counted the remaining candies, which totaled over 50. After accounting for those taken by Green and the little mermaid, 39 pieces were left. The remaining candies would be distributed among everyone, allowing each to take 2 pieces home to savor, with plans to make more the following day. Chapter 151. Ling Yongyong faints today. Gu Jingyu and the others were preparing to depart. Ling Yongyong had gathered a considerable amount of belongings for them, initially intending to escort them to the entrance of the tribe herself. However, before she could complete her task, Gu Jingyu hurriedly bid her farewell, transforming her accompanying beast into a black panther, which whisked her away from the tribe's confines. Ling Yuyu gazed at the retreating figure, her eyes filled with confusion. Why were they in such a hurry? However, it soon became clear when Green approached her, informing her of the arrival of the merfolk. Was it because of that female of the merfolk? After pondering for a while, Ling Yuyu encountered Lu Yu. It had been a long time since she had seen this little female. Upon seeing Ling Yuyu, Lu Yi instantly offered a smile, but Ling Yuyu remained unyielding. She knew that a smile did not always signify goodwill, and this female before her exuded a dubious aura. The Great Lake tribe had never invited the merfolk. Ignoring her, Ling Yuyu sensed Bai Yuqing's concern for her unease, prompting him to position himself protectively between her and Lu Yi. Please leave, he insisted. Bai Yuqing planned to increase patrols near the lake, particularly with those adept at fishing. Lu Yi, undeterred by Bai Yuqing's words, shifted her gaze back to Ling Yuyu. Our visit to the Great Lake tribe was not intended. However, one of our females is increasingly weak while her belly grows larger. I heard that the little female might assist her in delivering her child, which is why I brought my kin here. Liu lowered her stance, her eyes pleading as they sought Ling Yuyu's understanding. Yet, Ling Yuyu felt as though a concealed serpent was fixating on her, sending chills down her spine. Who told you that? Ling Yuyu retorted, adamantly denying any knowledge. They must be deceiving you. I cannot save anyone. My previous aid was merely coincidence. Her assistance to the merfolk had been limited to advising them on nourishment and health, hardly qualifying as saving lives. Lu Yi, however, was not easily swayed and directly implied that Ling Yuyu hailed from a different realm. Perhaps we should find a secluded place to discuss this matter further. I have something entrusted to me for you. Seemingly sensing Ling Yuyu's reluctance, Lu Yi added, they seem to refer to you as Little Seven. At the mention of Little Seven, Ling Yuyu's pupils constricted. There were few in this world who called her that, aside from her parents and grandfather. Lu Yi's reference to them all right. By some strange twist of fate, she acquiesced, though Bai Yuqing insisted on accompanying her, unable to trust that she would be safe alone with this female. Seeing Bai Yuqing's intent, Lu Yi paid it no mind, following Ling Yuyu to a deserted area before surveying her surroundings. Once assured of their solitude, she produced a small silver box seemingly from thin air. This is something your parents left for you, but they had an agreement with me. You are to assist the merfolk in overcoming the challenges we face. Upon seeing the box, Ling Yuyu's mind involuntarily conjured the faces of that couple. Yet she recalled the countless lonely nights spent waiting for their return. Forget it. The dead are like extinguished lamps. It is merely an object they left behind. I do not want it. The agreement was between them, and you, not me. Liu looked up in astonishment, her expectations dashed. Do you truly not wish for your parents' keepsake? She called out to Ling Yuyu's departing figure, unaware that tears had already streamed down Ling Yuyu's cheeks. What is there to want? Their last words before they died were filled with concern for their so-called patients. She nearly shouted the last words and chose to ignore Lu Yi thereafter. Observing Ling Yuyu's tears, Bai Yuqing hurried after her, eager to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Li remained rooted in place, her brow furrowed tightly. This shouldn't be, she murmured to herself, perceiving a longing for parental connection within the little female's heart. Why, even now, did she resist the remnants left behind? With a swift motion, the silver box vanished into thin air. Not far away, Ling Yuyu had barely run a distance before darkness enveloped her, causing her to faint. Bai Yuqing, trailing closely behind, swiftly caught her in his arms to prevent her from falling. Chapter 152. The Beast God. At that moment, Ling Yuyu felt utterly exhausted, as though layers of constraints bound her body, leaving her drenched in sweat, akin to being pulled from water. Yet, when she reached out to touch her arm, her hand met nothingness, stirring a sense of unease within her. Looking down at her arm, she gasped, realizing her state resembled that of a disembodied soul, floating in midair while her body was submerged in water, courtesy of the woman named Lu Yi. She could not fathom what transpired in the Great Lake tribe during her brief unconsciousness, nor why Bai Yuqing, who had previously resisted this woman, would allow her to be taken to his cave and submerged in an unknown liquid. Ling Yuyu wished to call out to Bai Yuqing, urging him not to trust this woman. However, it was evidently futile, as Bai Yuqing did not hear her voice. In her attempt to grasp his hand merely passed through his form. In that moment, Ling Yuyu felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness. What has happened to the little female? Bai Yuqing inquired anxiously. After the little female had fainted, he was in a state of confusion, desperate to seek the clan's shaman. Yet, suddenly, this woman had approached him, claiming she could assist. Initially, Bai Yuqing was skeptical, but upon seeking out Hailon and Bai Lang, both shook their heads, unable to discern the cause of the little female's condition. Thus, he had no choice but to place his hopes in this female. The little female was merely beginning to awaken her extraordinary abilities, and Lu Yi smiled, feeling no concern. Instead, she glanced behind Bai Yuqing, and Ling Yuyu sensed that this woman seemed capable of seeing her. However, before she could approach to inquire, she felt a powerful pull, as if she were a garment tossed into a washing machine, swirling in a colossal vortex. Then, with a sudden thud, she landed on a golden beach. In comparison to the immense objects scattered on the sand, Ling Yuyu felt as though her body had shrunk. Where was this place? Once again in an unknown realm, Ling Yuyu instinctively sought a concealed spot to hide. She discovered a massive shell, adorned in soft pink hues, which appeared quite suitable for habitation. Yet, as she settled inside, she heard a deep, ancient male voice emanating from outside the shell. The voice was neither too distant nor too near. Although it resonated powerfully, she felt no fear. She mused that perhaps the warmth of affection within the voice soothed her. Is the little one not coming out to take a look? The beast god had only just realized today that his world had unexpectedly gained another little inhabitant. Sensing her body was being rejected by this realm, he had specifically called her forth. However, upon seeing her cautious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle as a head peeked out from the shell, clearly that of the little one. In comparison to the beast god's towering figure, Ling Yuyu appeared as a mere figurine. Upon witnessing his gentle visage, Ling Yuyu sat down and gazed up at him, Who are you? I have never seen you before. And where is this place? I wish to return. The beast god found a picturesque spot and placed Ling Yuyu upon a rock, settling beside her. Who am I? It seems a long time since anyone has inquired. He replied, followed by a long sigh that dissipated into the air. If you do not mind, you may refer to me as the beast god, just like the others. Upon hearing the title beast god, Ling Yuyu instinctively recalled the shaman's words, realizing that the beast god truly existed. Yet she pondered, why has the beast god brought me here? This was her second question, but it was evident that even the beast god was unaware. The sea breeze gently swept by, nearly lifting the weightless Ling Yuyu off the ground. In truth, it was not I who brought you here. The beast god's voice bore the weight of time. There was a fire at the place you occupied. Nearly everyone in that building perished in the flames. Yet, I had once promised another little one 3 wishes. She wished for you to live joyfully until old age. Thus, when the fire broke out, I instinctively followed your heart and brought you to the world of the beast men, where, perhaps, the fluffiest beings reside. Ling Yuyu felt a flush of warmth on her face. The last words of the beast god seemed to imply that she had forsaken her own world for the sake of something furry. Chapter 153, Awakening. Although it was undeniably true, she could not express it so bluntly. Did she not wish to preserve her dignity? I'm not solely doing this for the furry creature. Ling Yuyu retorted in exasperation, hoping that the beast god would refrain from further inquiries, lest she find herself at a loss for words. However, before she could formulate an explanation, the beast god continued, since you have come, I shall ensure you thrive in this world. How about I grant you 3 wishes? Upon hearing the mention of 3 wishes, Ling Yuyu recalled a certain saying she had once encountered and casually inquired, can I wish for 3 additional wishes? The beast god chuckled and shook his head, stating, that is impossible. Greedy individuals ultimately meet a dire fate. Not wishing to press the matter further, Ling Yuyu shifted her focus. But wasn't he, I suppose, to awaken my special abilities? She asked, glancing at the beast god, clearly taken aback by her question. The beast god paused for a moment before swiftly assessing her condition. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that the young female was indeed correct. Her body was on the verge of awakening its latent abilities. Upon further contemplation, the beast god deduced the root of the issue. Gu Jingyu had utilized both of her wishes on this little one, inadvertently resulting in the awakening of abilities that should not have manifested through wishes alone. Indeed, it seems your abilities are indeed awakening. Therefore, I shall present you with a choice. Would you prefer to awaken your abilities, or shall I grant you 3 wishes? In response to the beast god's proposition, Ling Yuyu asked, can I have both? And can't the wishes be used to obtain abilities? After a moment of deliberation, the beast god patiently explained, it is not as you assume. Even as the beast god, I am not omnipotent. In certain respects, my power is limited. To enable a beast to awaken its abilities, I must ascertain that the potential exists within them. Otherwise, forcing the awakening would be akin to hastening the growth of seedlings unnaturally. Does Bai Yuqing possess any abilities? Ling Yuyu intended to choose the abilities, yet she had not forgotten about Bai Yuqing and Gu Jingyu. Moreover, could Gu Jingyu reclaim the 2 wishes that had been squandered on her? She mused that the young girl had been quite foolish. Out of 3 wishes, she had given away 2 to others. The beast god regarded Ling Yuyu, succinctly addressing all her inquiries. The white tiger cub does possess abilities. But are you certain you wish to relinquish your wishes to someone else? Ling Yoyo pondered the efforts Gu Jingyu had made for her and felt that it was only natural for her to accept them. Resolute in her decision, she reminded Gu Jingyu to live well in this world, to assist those unfortunate souls, and to improve their current plight. After hearing the words of the beast god, Ling Yoyo nodded in agreement, vowing to do her utmost. Gradually, lulled by the sea breeze, she fell into a slumber, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself face to face with Bai Yuqing, alongside Luo Ye, who had a firm grip on Lu Ye's neck. It was the 2nd day since Ling Yoyo had fallen unconscious. Bai Yuqing's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night, and as soon as he noticed her eyelids fluttering, he leaned closer with anticipation. Yoyo, you have finally awakened, Bai Yuqing exclaimed, filled with excitement. Just as he was about to speak further, Lu Yi insisted that Luo Ye release her so she could assess Ling Yoyo's awakening abilities. Upon hearing the news of Ling Yoyo's awakening, Luo Ye also relinquished her grip on Lu Yi, eager to approach Ling Yoyo. However, she was promptly restrained by the combined efforts of Luo Bing and Bao Feng, preventing her from further annoying the clan leader. How long have I been asleep? Ling Yoyo wondered. feeling as though her conversation with the beast god had lasted but a moment, yet upon arriving here, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Little female, you have been asleep for nearly an entire night. How do you feel now? Lee expressed concern, fearing that an unforeseen mishap could prevent her from saving her daughter completely. Chapter 154, Awakening of Powers. Seeing the genuine concern etched on Lu Yu's face, Ling Yo-Yo felt it inappropriate to maintain a cold demeanor. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, she replied with a nod, then turned her gaze toward Bai Yuqing. You haven't slept all night? She asked directly, noting the weariness on his face. No need to worry, I have awakened my abilities, she reassured him, gently ruffling his hair, which lacked its usual sheen. How is your condition? He inquired, diverting the focus from his own fatigue to her well-being. She shook her head. I'm fine. Do you want to take a nap? Today was supposed to be Bai Yuqing's rest day, and it would be ideal for him to catch up on sleep while she practiced her newfound abilities, planning to surprise him later. All right, he conceded, though his desire to stay by her side was palpable. Yet, the expression on her face suggested that should he refuse to rest, he would face her wrath. Thus, he nodded in agreement, instructing Hu Xiao and Shi Yu to stay close to her while he retreated to rest. Lu Yi remained apprehensive about Ling Yo-Yo's awakened powers. Yo-Yo, what abilities have you awakened? She inquired. Her earlier divinations had indicated that this young female was extraordinary, not only in her innate strength, but also in her potential to awaken remarkable abilities upon her arrival here, which could only be the key to salvation. I have yet to test them, but it is still morning. I shall try my abilities this afternoon. Please excuse me for now, Ling Yo-Yo replied, wishing to dismiss those unconnected to her immediate plans. She longed to discuss her powers with Bai Lang and Hailon privately, suspecting they might relate to healing, given her prior training in medicine. Though Lu Yi was eager to stay and observe Ling Yo-Yo's powers, she feared that lingering might create a negative impression. So she decided to leave. We shall take our leave then. Young female, please rest well. If you discover your abilities, do inform me, she said before departing. Once they left, Ling Yo-Yo let out a sigh of relief. Where's the great shaman? She glanced around, noticing the absence of Bai Lang and Hailon, which stirred a sense of uncertainty within her. The great shaman and the others went to gather medicinal herbs. There was once a divine medicine in the tribe, and they are retrieving it now, Luo Bing explained, having taken Luoya back to avoid disturbing Ling Yo-Yo's rest. Upon hearing the term divine medicine, Ling Yo-Yo suddenly recalled something. Could it be the very medicine they had procured from Mei Lin? The thought that the medicine was extracted from Mei Lin's animal skin skirt made her grateful for waking up early. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to exploitation. No need for the medicine. Have them come back. I need to discuss something with them, she instructed Luo Bing, signaling for them to return. Just then, Hailon and Bai Lang rushed in, laden with items. Where is he? Bai Lang called out as he entered the cave, noticing Bai Yuqing's absence. I'm here. I brought the red dream. Let me see. His urgency startled Ling Yo-Yo, who peeked out from behind Luo Bing. What are you doing? She inquired. You. The great shaman looked at Ling Yo-Yo in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. How did you suddenly awaken? Upon hearing his words, Ling Yo-Yo beamed brightly, flashing a radiant smile, before her gaze shifted to the medicinal herbs in the great shaman's hands. Since you're so curious about my awakening, could you kindly hand me that herb? She tilted her head innocently, feigning ignorance and playing along with the great shaman's assumptions. Bai Lang, recognizing her intentions, realized she aimed to seize his precious medicinal herb. That is a life-saving medicine. If you're feeling better, don't even think about it. He quickly tucked the red herb away, fearing it might fall into Ling Yo-Yo's hands. Ling Yu, if it weren't for the fact that this great shaman still holds some utility, I would have certainly cast him aside. Setting aside your trivial herbs, let us discuss matters pertaining to supernatural abilities. After a brief pause, Ling Yu addressed the serious matter at hand. I have awakened my powers. Chapter 155. Would elemental ability? Upon hearing the term supernatural ability, the great shaman could scarcely believe his ears. Uncertain, he inquired once more, what did you just say? It was Green, with a more considerate heart, who gently reminded him. You heard correctly. The young female just mentioned that she has awakened her powers. The great shaman was left in disbelief. So, what the merfolk female said was indeed true? He questioned, his eyes reflecting his skepticism. What ability have you awakened? The great shaman scrutinized Ling Yu, finding it hard to accept. I do not know, which is why I came to seek your assistance in discerning it, Ling Yu replied, her expression conveying that if she knew, there would be no need for him. Let me think. The great shaman stroked his chin, pondering. Before he could formulate a coherent thought, Hylon interjected, "You can join us outside to explore. By trying, you will discover the nature of your abilities." After listening to his words, Ling Yu felt he had a point and immediately rose to express her desire to discover what abilities she had awakened. However, as she gazed at the rapidly growing wild grass, which had flourished to a height even surpassing her own, she sensed that her powers might be somewhat beyond her control. Is this a wood-type ability? She stood on her toes, eager to peek outside at the great shaman and the others. In reality, the great shaman was already tightly bound by the grass, with only his nose protruding. He was unable to utter a word, while Luo Bing and Hai Lan remained unscathed. Her immediate concern was to assist in freeing the great shaman. Once he was liberated, he sought to hold Ling Yu accountable. He believed she was settling a personal score. As he was the only one among so many who had been ensnared, how could I possibly do such a thing? Ling Yu feigned innocence, claiming she could barely control her own powers, insisting that the great shaman must be misunderstanding her intentions, as she had nearly ensnared herself. Although the white wolf suspected Ling Yu had acted with intention, he lacked substantial evidence and chose to let it slide. "Yu, your wood-type ability is quite formidable," Hylon remarked confidently, asserting that, at the very least, she was a prodigy compared to Lu. Lu reminisced about her own initial awakening of powers, managing to conjure a small piece of ice, which had been a significant achievement. Does this mean I can effortlessly harvest a bounty of fruits using my abilities? The mere thought of a future where she would need to do nothing and wouldn't have to gather with the females anymore, yet still be able to pluck an abundance of fruits, made her eyes sparkle with excitement, prompting her to seek out her fruit tree for experimentation. However, before she could reach the tree, the great shaman and Hai Lan conspired to shatter her daydreams, reminding her that the natural laws governing plants could not be violated. Even if one were to forcibly induce fruiting on trees out of season, the result would merely be bizarre-tasting fruits. Suddenly reminded, Ling Yu found the fruits she had envisioned to be less appealing. Yet upon further reflection, she recognized the truth in their words. If wood-type abilities could easily grow trees and yield immediate fruits, the entire beast realm would descend into chaos. Nevertheless, a statement from the great shaman sparked her insight. Even within the Beast King city, wood-type orcs were exceedingly rare, as they could cultivate certain plants that enhanced survival rates and could hasten fruits to the cusp of ripeness, leaving the final maturation to nature. Thus, she could indeed utilize her wood-type abilities to promote fruit growth. But it was essential to allow some time for the fruits to absorb sunlight and accumulate sugars naturally, or else they would lack the genuine flavor of fruits. "Now I understand," she nodded, feeling she had grasped the essence of her wood-type abilities. Subsequently, she recalled the incident of ensnaring the great shaman and pondered whether her wood-type powers could also be employed for combat. She halted and gazed at the great shaman, who, upon her scrutiny, felt a shiver run down his spine. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he promptly called upon Hai Lan to elucidate the matter for Ling Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Lan provided an answer. Historically, those who awakened wood-type abilities were typically gentle or weaker orcs, who rarely considered using their powers for combat. Hence our lack of knowledge on the subject. Ling Yu nodded and departed, but as a thought flickered in her mind, the white wolf, who had been walking steadily, suddenly tumbled to the ground in an undignified manner. The white wolf raised its head, fixating its gaze on the direction in which Ling Yu had vanished. It surmised that the newly empowered female had intentionally caused its downfall. Chapter 156, Discovering a New Mold. Nevertheless, at this moment, it found itself devoid of any evidence to substantiate its claim, merely watching with a face contorted in anger as Ling Yu receded into the distance. The shaman realized he could not take action against Ling Yu. Otherwise, the repercussions he had just inflicted upon her would inevitably rebound upon himself. Once assured that Ling Yu was no longer in proximity, he gradually rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his body. As a robust beast man, Ling Yu's slight maneuver had inflicted no harm upon him. Elle, who had just been on the verge of laughter, was abruptly silenced by the white wolf's admonition to reflect on whether he had ever offended her. "I have always treated her well," he protested. "If it weren't for me, would that little female have enjoyed such delectable treats?" "Oh, came the response, laden with implications that left Elle uncertain whether the shaman believed him or not. However, there was no time for inquiries, as Ling Yu was calling for him. At this moment, Ling Yu had just plucked a few fruits and suddenly had a brilliant idea to concoct a strawberry slush. How fortuitous that there was an ice maker readily available. Early in the morning, the females had set out to gather, and as the temperature began to rise, They returned with the fruits they had collected throughout the morning. Waduo, upon seeing Ling Yu standing by the spot where they had boiled sugar the previous day, promptly retrieved a plump, crimson fruit from a large basket and placed it in Ling Yu's hand. Here, Yu, try this. We picked it from the thorn tree. The fruit was modest in size, just about the size of her fist, oval-shaped and vibrant red, though its flavor remained a mystery. After wiping it on her clothes, she took a bite, and a delightful sweetness of jujube enveloped her palate. Wasn't this simply a red date? Ling Yo felt a surge of joy. If these were indeed jujubes, they could dry some to prepare for the winter season, thus adding another source of vitamin-rich fruit to their diet. Were there many of these fruits? At this moment, the fruit in Ling Yong's hand was crisp and juicy, yet not particularly sweet. Guaduoduo had not anticipated Yong's inquiry about the abundance of fruits and began to recount the details. There were indeed plenty of these fruits, but the trees were rather tall and the trunks bore sizable thorns. If Yong wished to harvest them, she would likely need to fell the tree first. As Guaduoduo reached the end of her explanation, she hesitated, feeling that cutting down a tree for just a few fruits might lead to a diminishing supply. The fruit in her hand had been freshly collected from the ground, having just fallen from the tree moments ago, and was pristine without a single blemish. There's no need to cut down the tree. I have a plan, Ling Yong thought. Deciding to keep her abilities a secret for now, and planning to wait until Bai Yuqing woke up in the afternoon to gather all the fruits. After which she would send the females to collect them. Each time it was jujube season, she would venture deep into the mountains to find that wild jujube tree, knocking down a few fruits and carefully gathering them to bring home, ensuring a supply that would last for quite some time. Let us first send the fruits to the orcs for slicing. Today we shall make brown sugar. After consuming a jujube, Ling Yong held onto the pit and sought out the orc with the sharpest claws in the tribe, eager to check on the mold she had previously requested. Ah, little female, you've arrived. Rabbit Pinyin, a rabbit orc, had been deemed too weak to survive at birth and was thus sent away from the rabbit clan to the tribe. By chance, he was discovered by Bai Yuqing while hunting, who thought that adding one more herbivore to the tribe wouldn't be a burden, as Pinyin would have to fend for himself, with the tribe occasionally providing him with some meat. Pinyin, have you completed the molds? Ling Yong called out from outside his cave. Rabbit Pinyin quickly scampered inside, and when he emerged, he had transformed into a large rabbit, carrying several sizable wooden boards, each carved into small compartments for making sugar cubes, just as Ling Yong had described. Wow, this is simply marvelous, Ling Yong exclaimed, taken aback by the neatness of the compartments. She shouldered 2 molds, leaving the remaining 6 for Luo Bing and Guaduoduo to carry. There were 8 molds in total, each containing 100 compartments, which meant they could potentially produce 800 pieces of sugar if filled to capacity. Chapter 157. The newborn female of the Mole clan. The thought of producing so many sugar cubes filled Ling Yong with excitement. Envisioning the superior offerings she could present at the next orc exchange compared to milk powder. Within the Mole clan, they had previously traded for a small jar of milk powder from the little female, which the clan leader had promptly prepared for his female after she gave birth. Now, as the leader's female welcomed her own young, she was puzzled when she saw him enter with a bowl of a white substance. Questioning why he did not offer the sweet beast honey they had recently acquired from the bear clan instead, the Mole clan leader quietly explained to his female, "This was given to us by a little female. If she feeds this to the young, they are sure to thrive." He extended the bowl towards her for inspection. In the rabbit clan, rice was a staple, and she wondered if this white substance was indeed the rice from their own clan. Upon hearing her assumption, the Mole clan leader shook his head. "I tasted a bit earlier. This does not seem to be rice but rather a sweet substance." He refrained from mentioning that. Had it not been for his strong self-control, he might have indulged in a few more bites. Let us not dwell on that. I must feed this to the young female. The Mole clan leader gestured for his mate to step aside, fearing that if the food cooled, its flavor would diminish. Observing that it was non-toxic and emitted a sweet aroma, Rabbit Me allowed the Mole clan leader to proceed with feeding the youngling. She is eating it and has stopped crying. The sight of the little female's rosy lips quivering as she eagerly consumed the creamy liquid filled Rabbit Me with joy. Let me see if she truly accepted it. She was astonished that the little female willingly ate the white broth, genuinely showing a desire for sustenance. Overcome with emotion, Rabbit Me was on the brink of tears and reached for the bowl from the Mole clan leader to feed the youngling herself. "Allow me to feed her. You have chores to attend to in the tribe," she insisted. Although the Mole clan leader wished to continue feeding, he instinctively handed the bowl over to her, carefully guiding her on how to feed the youngling. Rabbit Me learned earnestly but soon pondered whether there was enough milk powder. Upon realizing this, the mole clan leader recalled that it was the little female who had suggested they try the milk powder, and if it proved effective, they could exchange for more with the inhabitants of the Great Lake tribe. Scratching his head, he mused, it may not be sufficient. Before he could finish, he noticed Rabbit Me's gaze growing increasingly perilous. The mole clan leader quickly added, I can immediately take my clan members to the Great Lake tribe for an exchange. Hearing this, Rabbit Me retracted her gaze, and after feeding a little over half a bowl to the young female, she carefully set the remainder aside. She felt relieved that among the pregnant females in the tribe, she was the only one who had given birth. Otherwise, if there were others, the milk powder would surely not suffice. Once she had completed feeding the young female, she noticed the mole clan leader still loitering in the cave. Didn't you say you were going to seek an exchange with the Great Lake tribe? What are you still doing here? The mole clan leader smirked, feeling a sense of rejection from Rabbit Me since she had produced a youngling. It was not he who had initially pursued a partnership. Rather, Rabbit Me had frequently visited him until he reluctantly agreed. Now, after having a child, she seemed to disdain his presence in the cave, while he merely wished to spend time observing his mate and offspring. I'll just take a moment to look at the young female before I head out to the Great Lake tribe. The chieftain of the moles slyly stole a kiss from Rabbit Me while her attention was diverted before making his escape. Shortly thereafter, the cave resounded with Rabbit Me's shrieks. But the chieftain, now a considerable distance away, paid no heed. He anticipated being gone for several days, and by the time he returned with beast milk powder, Rabbit Me would have long forgotten her anger from that day. Yet, he acknowledged that unexpected events could arise. However, such matters could only be contemplated when the time came. He mused inwardly. Chapter 158, The Grudge Between Snake and Tiger Within the Great Lake Tribe. A group of beastmen busily peeled sugarcane, revealing the succulent stalks within. Another beastman would then place the stalks into a hollow stone trough, where a transformed beastman would subsequently crush them with a large stone, releasing a bountiful flow of sugarcane juice. Once a barrel was filled with this juice, another beastman would carry it to the females, who were responsible for boiling it down and pouring it into molds, where it would naturally dry into sugar blocks. This time, the great shaman had generously provided a ceramic jar to store these sugar blocks, as Ling Yong had suggested that they could prove life-saving in critical moments. Should food become scarce during winter, the sugar could help mitigate consumption rates. The ceramic jar was quite large, and even after pouring in 100 sugar blocks, it barely filled the bottom. Ling Yong estimated that to fill the entire jar, they would need to create over 30 molds. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Bai Yuqing had been summoned by Hu Shao to peel fruits, and at that moment, he finally comprehended why the other beastmen had appeared utterly fatigued. A careful assessment confirmed that it was indeed quite laborious. Luo Yu was still in charge of counting, while Ling Yong and the females worked together to prepare the sugar. During this time, she also enlisted Lu to procure some ice, crafting slightly chilled sugarcane juice for the beastmen, while the females took a brief respite, each enjoying a portion of icy fruit slush. On this sweltering summer day, savoring a mouthful of icy slush felt like the epitome of comfort to Ling Yong. Although Zi did not partake in the labor, other serpentine beastmen were diligently working. So she and the little snake were also treated to a share of the icy fruit slush. The sweetness delighted the little snake, who almost scurried over to Ling Yong for another cup. Fortunately, under Zi's guidance, the little snake refrained from asking for more and instead offered to help them gather jujubes. Upon hearing jujubes, Ling Yong considered it a reasonable suggestion. The little snake, being small in stature, was perfectly suited to climb trees and knock down the fruit, while the others would collect it below. However, the immediate priority was to finish boiling the remaining sugarcane before attending to other tasks. The day had been exhausting, especially for the snake tribe, as each haul they brought back weighed nearly as much as they did. Had it not been for the vigilant gaze of the chieftain and his wife, the younger snakes would likely have slithered back to their tribe long ago. Naturally, among them, the largest, Mo Xing, bore the brunt of the labor. After completing one round of hauling, Ling Yong decided against sending them out again, strategically chopping down only the longest and largest stalks to allow space for the smaller sugarcane seedlings to thrive. However, she remained uncertain whether the sugarcane in this world was annual or perennial. The stalks they brought back bore tiny shoots, which she snapped off and set aside, planning to plant them alongside the juju pit she had eaten that morning, hopeful of cultivating her own orchard. Mo Xing stood beside Ling Yong, observing as she detached the tender shoots from the sugarcane. When she struggled with one particularly robust shoot, he shot her a look of disdain before stepping in to assist her. After collecting a handful of shoots from the ground, he inquired, "Where shall I place these?" I shall move them for you, but then I must return to rest. He lamented the endless labor of carting goods, muttering that reclining in the snake tribe was far more appealing. Of course, there is no remedy for regret, and Mo Xing resigned himself to continue working. Yet, as he passed by a certain white tiger, he accidentally stepped on its tail. Fortunately, Ling Yongyong was close by. Otherwise, Bai Yuqing would undoubtedly have retaliated. The tiger, upon having its tail stepped on, inadvertently crushed the stone it was holding, and Mo Xing stifled a chuckle, predicting that the tiger would seek retribution later. However, being Mo Xing, he had no fear of the tiger's wrath. He planned to return and rest. Mo Xing went home to sleep, but others followed, including Zi, the little snake, and Luo Bing. Luo Ye had intended to join them, but was assigned the important task of counting. Ling Yongyong intended to plant trees, but Bai Lang, standing a short distance behind her, disapproved of her using her abilities in front of outsiders. Chapter 159. The Little Mermaid and Lu Ling Yongyong was aware that she would not openly utilize her powers. However, she saw no harm in subtly enhancing the planted seeds with a touch of wood elemental energy, allowing them to adapt to their new environment more swiftly. Once the foreign beast men departed, she could then openly cultivate her fruits. Meanwhile, the females, still boiling the brown sugar, filled all the molds and began to replicate Ling Yongyong's earlier method of immersing ripe fruits in syrup before placing them in molds to solidify. The few fruits made the previous day had been divided among the tribe, primarily for the pregnant females, with any remaining portions allocated to others. Previously, some females had shunned sour flavors, yet upon tasting the sweet and sour concoction, they became enamored with Ling Yongyong's creations. The hot season was swiftly drawing to a close, giving way to the rainy season. As humidity filled the air, Ling Yongyong began to worry about their lakeside dwelling and the possibility of flooding. However, with both the snake tribe and the merfolk present, they were capable of sensing impending danger. That afternoon, as they prepared the brown sugar, Li from the merfolk arrived with others to discuss a trade with Ling Yongyong. Previously, she had chosen her abilities based on Lu Ye's advice, and now she felt obliged to reciprocate, willing to comply with any reasonable requests. Under the towering trees, Lu Yi and Ling Yongyong sat upon the ground. Noticing Lu Ye's prolonged silence, Ling Yongyong finally broke the stillness, urging, "If you have something to say, I suggest you do so quickly, or I shall take my leave. And you may find no further opportunity." She resolved that if Lu Yi failed to disclose her true intentions this time, she would dismiss her, for it was unlikely the merfolk would be able to visit the Great Lake tribe in such a relaxed manner in the future. Ling Yongyong was already contemplating the construction of a small pond for the tribe's water supply. I wish to ask you, little female, to visit the merfolk and check on our females," Lu Yi implored, adding, "I can reveal to you how to enhance your powers." Fearing Ling Yongyong's disbelief, Lu Yi hastily assured her. In truth, Ling Yongyong simply did not wish to visit the merfolk. The more Lu Yi insisted, the more suspicious she became of the merfolk's intentions. "I have no desire to go. If you believe I can assist you, bring the entire merfolk tribe here, just as you have done." Standing up, Ling Yao Yao lightly touched her belly, pondering that it had been quite some time since she last savored fish. Perhaps she should roast a fish for dinner tonight? Observing Ling Yao Yao's resolute determination to avoid the merfolk, Lu Yi remained rooted in place, contemplating not how to persuade her to come along, but rather whether to simply seize her and take her back. Meanwhile, Ling Yao Yao remained oblivious to the shift in Lu Ye's gaze, focused solely on deciding what fish to eat. The boneless fish she had previously relished in the sea seemed far superior to the spiny varieties found in the lake, which lacked the same appeal. Gently stroking her chin, Ling Yao Yao spotted the little mermaid splashing about in the water, alongside Lu, who had just kicked the mermaid back into the lake. "How about this? Let us have a competition to see who can catch the biggest and most fish," she proposed. "Humph, I won't be fooled. Clearly, this is just a ploy to make me work for her," Lu thought, dismissing her suggestion. The little mermaid, however, had a different perception. "Are you afraid, brother Lu? Then I shall graciously accept victory," she retorted before diving into the water, effortlessly surfacing with a fish nearly her size, which she tossed onto the shore. Since the catch was closer to Lu, the splashing tail sent water spraying onto his face, inciting his ire. Just as he was about to jump in after the mermaid, she brought another fish ashore, tossing it even closer to him this time, drenching him further. "Well done. You've managed to infuriate me," Lu thought, diving into the water with an air of determination to best the little mermaid, which made Ling Yao Yao chuckle on the shore. Chapter 160. The fruit that awakens extraordinary abilities. Be careful while playing, you too. Don't choke on the water, Ling Yao Yao cautioned before picking up the fish, intending to return and have Bai Yucheng prepare it. As for the duo, she harbored no expectations of them fetching any more fish. Once assured that Ling Yao Yao had departed, the little mermaid promptly began using her powers to singe Lu's hair, much to his dismay. Ignoring the impending arrival of Hai Lan, who would soon be searching for the little mermaid, Lu and the mermaid began to tussle in the water. Ultimately, poor Lu was once again reprimanded by Hai Lan, who instructed him to assist Ling Yao Yao in tidying up before retreating to the cave to make ice, ensuring a cooler environment. Feeling aggrieved, Lu could only manage a draw with the little mermaid, while he dared not lift a finger against Hai Lan, fearing the loss of his fish if she were to become enraged. Dinner of fish? Upon seeing the fish in Ling Yao Yao's hands, Bai Yucheng immediately grasped her intentions, setting aside his tasks to urge Hu Shao to hasten his efforts. Incensed, Hu Shao considered abandoning his work. But upon noticing Luo Bing assisting the little female with the fish and directing a glare his way, he begrudgingly continued peeling. Why does my little female show no sympathy for me, looking at me with such disdain? He lamented. In truth, Hu Shao's contributions that afternoon paled in comparison to Bai Yucheng's efforts, and Luo Bing had been keenly aware of this. It was quite fortunate that he hadn't reprimanded Hu Shao. Expecting comfort was an unreasonable demand, just as Hu Shao felt that Luo Bing's gaze seemed off. Before he could discern whether she was indeed angry, she dashed off with the fish. With only a half basket of fruit remaining, Hu Shao could only toil diligently, lest he provoke Luo Bing further and face an entire day of her displeasure. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Luo Bing joined Ling Yao Yao and Bai Yu in starting a fire to prepare the fish. Bai Yucheng, upon realizing there were only 2 fish present, dove back into the water to catch more. By the time they had set up the fish for cooking, they awaited Luo Ya, Guiduo, and Hu Shao to complete their tasks. Oh no, Yao Yao, I don't want to tally anymore. That work over there is exhausting, Luo Ya exclaimed, feeling mentally drained from the day's labor. Why don't you summon the great shaman? I'm certain he would do a better job than I. Luo Bing shook her head in exasperation. This was a coveted task even the great shaman begged for. Yet Luo Ya had the audacity to express discontent. As if on cue, the great shaman, Bai Lang, emerged from the thicket, carrying several large fruits. Upon noticing Luo Ya's bewildered expression, he remarked, It's not that I don't want to help. Ling Yao Yao insisted I peel the fruits. What was I to do? The great shaman shrugged and distributed the fruits to the 4 females, urging them to eat quickly before others came seeking them. The fruits he held were red sweet fruits, large and succulent, thriving in an environment that was quite demanding. Even if one were to find the fruit tree, it was not guaranteed that it would bear fruit. Luo Yu wasted no time in devouring the fruit without so much as a word of gratitude toward the great shaman. Ling Yu and Luo Bing held the fruit in their hands. After examining it, she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Just as she was about to place it in her mouth, she noticed Luo Bing's hesitant gaze, which piqued her curiosity. Was there something amiss with this fruit? She glanced at Luo Ya, who was happily devouring the fruit, leaving not even a peel behind. So this fruit lacked a pit? She had intended to plant some. Little female, you are unaware, the great shaman said, his expression eager for her to inquire further. Following his lead, Ling Yu asked, and what is the reason for this? Great shaman? Upon hearing her question, the great shaman beamed with pride. This fruit can enhance a female's physical constitution. It is said that if one consumes enough of the red sweet fruit, they may awaken latent abilities. Seeing that the great shaman intended to withhold further explanation from the little female, Luo Bing quickly interjected. In fact, this fruit has a primary function. It can stimulate the awakening of powers in the offspring within a female's womb. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu grasped why Luo Bing had hesitated to look at her earlier. However, she preferred to rely on her own capabilities rather than external forces to awaken her powers. She believed, as the beast god had previously stated, that the potential to awaken abilities was predetermined. Merely consuming more fruit would not guarantee such an awakening. Then I shall give this fruit to Luo Ya, she decided, extending it towards her. However, to her surprise, Luo Ya, who usually accepted food without hesitation, refused at this time. You just awakened your powers. Consuming this fruit might enhance your abilities even further, potentially granting you an additional mutation, Luo Ya insisted, struggling to divert her gaze from the alluring fruit. For a female, 1 fruit is sufficient. Any excess would offer little benefit. Luo Bing was astonished that his sister was willing to part with the fruit she had just acquired. Then shall I consume it? Ling Yu hesitated. But Bai Yucheng did not afford her the luxury of indecision, taking the fruit from her hand and bringing it to her lips. You must try it. If it proves delectable, there will be more from the white wolf. Observing Bai Yuqing's insistence, the great shaman could not resist interjecting, I have none left. This is all I possess. The white wolf seemed determined not to let her have any more. Bai Yuqing narrowed his eyes. I recall that the great shaman discovered a treasure trove during the harvest season. He could procure 10 red sweet fruits each time. You know that 10 fruits are hardly enough for the numerous females and offspring in the tribe. If they each have one, it would provide hope for the tribe. The great shaman urged. However, Bai Yuqing dismissed his reasoning. You are aware of the hope it provides, and giving one more to the little female is inconsequential. Were it not for her, the tribe's offspring would have perished long ago. As the subject at hand, Ling Yu interjected, I could manage without it. My abilities are already stable. Consuming this fruit would not significantly alter that. Why not offer it to someone who truly needs it? You are indeed thoughtful, little female. But it is unnecessary. Almost every female in the tribe has had the opportunity to consume one. When they conceive, they will receive another. Thus, you need not worry. Go ahead and eat it. It is rightfully yours. After listening to their discussion, Ling Yu expressed her desire for a branch of this fruit tree. Could you provide me with a branch? She wished to see if she could cultivate this tree. The great shaman, understanding her intent, acknowledged that while it was possible to request a branch, nurturing such a plant was notoriously difficult. This is not a mere deception. Many with wood-based abilities have tried to cultivate it, yet none have succeeded. That is of no concern. I shall give it a try. If it fails, I will not incur any loss. Ling Yu thought, optimistic that with a stroke of luck, she could cultivate it and indulge in an abundance of fruit. After consuming one fruit, the group returned to their fish meal. They planned to check on the tribe's food preparations, for the rainy season was fast approaching. Once the rain ceased, they would venture to the Beastman Valley, where they anticipated discovering many treasures. Moreover, the Rolling clan was another source of delight. She wondered if they had welcomed any new offspring recently. As Ling Yu indulged in such fantasies, a female from the Merfolk clan was wailing in anguish. Her skin covered in unsightly red blotches that spread from her neck to her face, while her belly appeared grotesquely distended, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Numerous beastmen from the Merfolk clan instinctively averted their gazes from the afflicted female. Had her mother not been their priestess, they likely would have ignored her plight entirely. Lu Qing cast a venomous glare at the distant female observing her, who, upon meeting her gaze, recoiled in fear. This reaction only spurred Lu Qing, who lunged forward in a fit of rage, but she was swiftly restrained by a nearby beastman before she could escape her immediate vicinity. As the other females attempted to flee, Lu Qing bellowed in fury, seize them. I want them to suffer as I do, to become